Australian Stories. Hey X, this is the first time I've come to this board, and I have 3 Australian stories to share. I normally do not share my stories with anyone except for close friends and family because, to be honest, they make me sound like an absolute crackpot. A friend of mine urged me to post here, as it allows me to remain anonymous, and this community seems, perhaps too, open-minded. Before I start with the stories, I will give a bit of a background on myself. I am a 29-year-old guy living on the Gold Coast in Queensland, Australia. For those that may know the area, I grew up just outside of Rathdowney on a 600-acre property which has been in my family since the area was first colonized by Europeans. I moved to the Gold Coast when I was 20 to allow my fiancée, now my wife, to further her career in finance. My skill set was mostly limited to aquaponics, maintenance, and fish care, which I found was next to useless in the city. So I turned my attention to my true passions, writing and fishing. I was soon picked up by one of Australia's largest fishing magazines, which led me on countless fishing trips around the country. It was on these trips that these stories occurred, and also the reason I've taken the screen name of Aussie Fish Journo for these posts. I drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes, but I was not drunk during the events that happened in these stories, and I do not take any recreational or prescription drugs. The first story that I will share with you happened in 2009 in northeastern NSW. I was doing an article on the recently rehabilitated Clarence River cod, also known as the Eastern Freshwater cod, in the area, and basically had a week to travel an entire river system by kayak and tag as many cod as I could. This trip was purposefully correlated with a full moon on the last night, as it would provide the best conditions for targeting cod with surface lures throughout the night. For anyone who may be interested, the trip itself was, for all intents and purposes, a complete failure, as I only managed to catch 4 cod in total, all neonatal and tagged from a previous restocking program. However, it was the occurrence on the last night of the trip that I will be sharing with you. I keep a tight journal on all of these trips, as it allows me to add personal and anecdotal insight when writing articles, as well as ensuring that I do not forget to include any important details or events. This is, word for word, but only including pertinent details, a copy of what I wrote in my journal that night. With a tally of 8 bass, 2 tendons, a spangled perch, and a foul hook deal, today was another codless day. The entire camping area above the falls was taken by a cavalcade of caravans, and I settled for a small patch of cleared shrubbery below the falls, but far enough away that I would not be in danger of flooding, and so that the crashing water would not keep me awake. 3 curlew birds entered camp shortly after I was set up, and I offered them some cooked perch, but they would not take it, even after I threw it well out of arm's reach. Odd to see them in this area. Moonrise tonight will occur around midnight, and I will do my best to wake up and throw surface lures at every eddy I can find. Conditions are still comfortable but cold, no clouds or rain. Water is flowing reasonably hard over the falls, but the depth is significantly lower than it was 4 months ago. That was the final entry for the trip, as the next morning, I was in no mind to write down the following events. Again, I will try to keep it as concise as possible, but without missing important details. I woke up to my watch's alarm at 11:30 p.m. without worry and made the short walk to the base of the falls. Moonrise was still at least a half an hour away, but I decided to have a few exploratory casts, mostly just to try to warm up, as the temperature was around the 4°C mark. On the 4th or 5th cast, I managed to snag up on something near the other side of the creek. Instead of shining my light over the creek and ruining my chances of catching a fish over the next half an hour, I decided to wait for the moon to rise, so I could see where it was stuck and retrieve it the following morning. I sat down and had a cigarette and tried to stay warm. I considered going back to camp, but I knew this was my last decent chance to tag a few cod, so I decided to sit there and shiver until the moon rose. What happened next is a classic cliche. As it was long after summer, the roar of the cicadas was not present, but insects, frogs, and other nocturnal animals created a much quieter, but, in my opinion, much prettier symphony that would fill the night air. Just as the first rays of light from the moonrise had come over the falls and illuminated the creek, I noticed that the faunal noises were non-existent. The only sound present was that of the running water, and I sat there with a certain curious suspiciousness. It is a hard feeling to explain, one where something just feels off, but you cannot figure out what it is. I was feeling pretty spooked, and decided that it was not worth hanging around for a $15 lure, so I grabbed my rod and was ready to make my way back to camp. I took one last look at the falls, and that is when I saw it. There was a large, thin object at the top of the falls, illuminated by the moon. It was definitely not there during the day, and my first thought is that it was a large tree or huge group of branches that had been washed down the river overnight. And then it stood up. This thing was between 6 and 8 meters tall, incredibly thin and very human-like in shape, with arms much longer than a human has. I am by no means an artist, but I have attached a picture here of what it looked like in the moonlight. It slowly raised its arms into the air, as though it was reaching to the moon itself, and that's when I noticed 2 of the same creatures standing beside it. I'm not sure if they were there the whole time. I did not notice, because I was fixated on the one in the center, or if they appeared as it raised its arms. All 3 of these things had their arms raised into the air for a few seconds, before completely vanishing. It took me a second to realize that they had disappeared, because their silhouette against the moonlight was that strong. It had made an imprint on my sight, similar to when you look at the sun and see sunspots in your vision for a few seconds after. This next part was by far the most disconcerting event of the night. Anyone who has ever been out in a thunderstorm at night will know how surreal it is when a bolt of lightning illuminates the world around you for a split second. For that minute amount of time, you can see everything in a bright white light, almost as though a giant spotlight has been cast upon you. Well, a few seconds after the things vanished, the moon had just made its way completely over the top of the falls, and suddenly, it was like daytime. For 4 or 5 seconds, I could see everything around me in a strange white light, similar to the lightning effect I just mentioned, but lasting long enough that I could look around the entire area. I forgot the picture in my previous post, so I attached it here. The only real detail I managed to notice over this period of light was 3 curlews standing together on a small platform near the base of the falls about 20 meters away from my position. I think the only reason my brain recognized that they were there was because they stood out so well against the water and rock face behind them. And just like that, the light was gone. The bush once again only lit up by the moonlight. I stood there in shock of everything I had just seen for at least 5 seconds before a long, whistling sound jolted me back to reality. The song of the curlews. For anyone who does not know how the curlews sound, click this link. It's quite a spooky call at the best of times, and, given the situation, was way too much for me. I dropped my rod and raced back to camp, scrounged every piece of wood I could find in the immediate area, and built the fire up as large as I could. Well, that's basically it for that story. Nothing else eventful happened. I retrieved my rod, but not my lure, the next morning, traveled downriver, and got picked up via 4x4 around 11 AM, as was previously planned. In hindsight, I wish I had spoke to the caravanners camped above the falls to see if they saw anything that night. I later did a little bit of research and found that large, thin humanoids play a large part in the Aboriginal culture from all over the country, often in the form of things like quinkins. This was my first experience with how weird the Australian bush can be, and in all honesty, I stayed away from remote places for quite a while afterwards. However, in the next story that I'll tell, I found that odd things can happen in quite populated areas too. This next story happened on one of the many Moreton Bay Islands in southeast Queensland. I normally will be happy to divulge the locations of where my stories have occurred, but in this case I was asked by the locals, one person in particular, not to tell anyone which exact island it was. I will say that it is in the southern part of Moreton Bay and has an expanse of mudflats. The Moreton Bay region has quite a history, along with some well-entrenched folklore. Everything from leper colonies to escaped convicts becoming cannibals and many wars between Aboriginals and European settlers. It is a relatively high populated area and borders Queensland's capital city of Brisbane. I was here to get some photos for an article about fishing with bait on inshore shallow reefs and hoped that I'd be able to cast net a large amount of bait fish, such as pike, mullet, garfish, and whitling, for bait rigging photos. This particular area was largely unfamiliar to me, but I decided my best bet of catching bait would be to spotlight the mudflats and mangrove areas on the 10 p.m. high tide. I was being helped by an older bloke who had just started a charter boat business in Moreton Bay, and I had promised to give him some free advertising in the magazine if he could get me onto some good fish the following morning. We headed down to the flats around 9 p.m. and began wading through the murky waters, both with a cast net in our hand and a cigarette in our mouth. This is fairly customary in this part of the world, as it is the only surefire way of guaranteeing the mosquitoes and midges stay well away from your face. We were both wearing strongly powered headlamps around the 1000 lumen mark, which were only turned on a few seconds before throwing the net. Otherwise, you risk spooking the fish. The rest of the time we were in the darkness, out 100 meters from the shore in knee-deep water. Your mind tells you that every rock you step on is a stonefish, and every piece of seagrass that touches your leg is a bull shark that's come in to check out its net feed. So, it's a bit of an adrenaline rush. From memory, we were doing quite well within the first half an hour and had 20 or so garfish and a few pike, both perfect snapper baits. We decided to head back to the shore to roll a few more cigarettes and put our captured fish into an esky in the back of my ute. We were almost back, about 30 meters away, when my friend said, "There's someone at the ute." I looked up and could just make out a faint shadow of what looked to be somebody crouched down near the back of my ute. This was not totally odd, as there is a permanent population of 120 or so people on the island, but the fact that they were snooping around in the darkness made me very suspicious. My friend and I whispered about what to do, and we decided that we would walk through the water as quietly as possible until we were about 10 meters away from the ute. Then we'd hit it with our headlamps at full power and ask this person exactly what they thought they were doing, prowling around our car in the middle of the night. I carry a multi-tool on my belt at all times when I'm fishing, mostly to dispatch fish and cut line. In this case, it was my Leverman Surge, which is a reasonably sized built-in knife, and although I had no intention or expectation about using it, having it with me did make me feel a little bit better about confronting our prowler. Well, we got around 10 meters away from my ute, and I patted my friend on the shoulder to signal, "Let's do it." Both headlamps came on, fully illuminating a 20 meters area right around the vehicle. What was staring back at us was shocking. This prowler was certainly not human. Standing on two legs about 140 centimeters high, it seemed to be covered in either dense hair or a very heavy coating of mud. In an instant, it turned towards us, let out a yelp, very similar to a noise made by a dog in pain, and took off into the mangrove trees, which bordered the east of the mud flats. Its movements were not a run or a walk. It seemed to glide or hover straight towards the mangroves and disappeared into them as soon as it reached the tree line. I only caught a split-second look at its face, but it did not seem ape-like, as is often the case in Yowie and Bigfoot stories, but more like a dog but with less of a snout. Quite hard to explain, and definitely too hard for me to draw. Its eyes were hugely reflective. It was almost like the light from our headlamps had hit two small mirrors and were directed back at us. We were both, understandably, quite shocked from the incident, and threw our gear into the back of the ute and drove to the most well-lit part of the island, a small grassy park near the pub. We did not check for prints or anything in the area, as, honestly, we just wanted to get the hell out of there. The next night we quietly and almost embarrassedly asked the bartender if there were any wild dogs or similar animals on the island, hoping for a rather menial explanation for the prowler that we had encountered. His facial expression formed what would best be explained as a wry smile, and replied with, "No dogs, but there are mangrove men." He directed our attention to an old guy in the back of the bar, and told us to ask him about them. My fisherman friend was quite tired from a full day out in the boat, and decided to call it a night, and I had another drink alone before finally getting the courage to talk to the old man in the corner. The conversation that ensued was one of the most interesting ones I've ever had, and I will condense it into a few points. The prowler that we had witnessed the previous night was a mangrove man called a Junjure by local Aboriginal groups. In the past, they were present in the entire Moreton Bay region, but destruction of mangroves has resulted in them now inhabiting only 4 islands. They, or something very similar, also live in the mountain regions on the mainland. I am not sure if he was talking about yaois. We know them in popular culture, 6 to 10 feet tall, or smaller creatures like the one I saw. They have not been known to harm humans, but are apparently quite mischievous, and the one near my ute was probably looking for fish or food. The Aboriginals do not consider them to be an animal or a spirit, but somewhere in between. They are well known to many of the locals in my area. Many have seen them, but many only believe them to be folklore. The old man I was speaking to had built up somewhat of a rapport with the Junjures, often leaving them food or toys, with their favorite toy apparently being squash balls. It was all quite a shock to me. The fact that these things were living in areas close to the largest city in Queensland just seemed ridiculous, but I cannot just ignore what I saw. My friend's charter business is doing quite well these days, and I try to have a fish with him at least 3 or 4 times a year, but we have only spoken about that night once since it happened. He has never told another person about it, for fear of sounding like he is insane, which is totally understandable. I have returned to the island many times since, but have not seen anything else out of the ordinary, and on my last trip in early 2014, I was informed that the old man I spoke to had passed away. I honestly can't help but feel incredibly privileged to have seen something that doesn't exist, and it really changed how I view a lot of things in life. This is the last story I have for you guys. A friend of mine runs an eel farm just north of Brisbane, and whenever I get the chance, I like to help him out. Now, the farming of eels is not a particularly difficult process when utilizing modern technology, but it is impossible to breed them in captivity. Their life cycle is actually quite amazing. All the freshwater eel species in Australia actually migrate tens of thousands of kilometers to the Coral Sea to breed, and then their eggs and larvae float back to mainland Australia on the ocean's currents. What this means is that all the farmed eels are caught as wild stock, generally collected in their larval form in sophisticated eel traps. However, my friend also offers an eel removal service, where he will remove mature eels from a water body for a fee. Normally, he will do this at golf courses or council-owned parks, but occasionally, he will do it for privately owned farm dams who are looking to remove eels in order to stock more edible species of fish, which is where this story begins. We were setting eel traps on a property in the Newmanba Valley, southeast Queensland. This is largely considered to be the westernmost geographical limit of freshwater eels in the region, as they rarely find a way to cross over the Great Dividing Range that runs up the East Australian coastline. This generally means that individual eels are few and far between in this area, but if conditions are suitable, you may get huge populations of very large eels in very small areas. These small areas are generally farm dams, miniature lakes that are built to supply water for small-scale agricultural processes. Because of the high amount of nutrients in the runoff from the agriculture, there is often large amounts of algal growth, resulting in populations of herbivorous fish and then eventually carnivorous fish, and in most cases, these carnivores are eels. The property that we were on was in an absolutely stunning area, nestled in a hidden valley between a few of the many unnamed hilltops in the area, with a creek running through the middle. We were camped in swags at the edge of the farm dam, and it was damn cold at night, often dropping into the low single digits. Not the most hospitable conditions, but great for trapping eels, as food sources are much scarcer in winter than they are in the warmer months. I have attached a mud map to this post, where the green represents the tree line at the base of the hills. The brown is relatively flat ground, with grasses and a few eucalypts. The darker blue is the farm dam, the lighter blue is the creek that feeds it, and the red X is where we were camped. The creek itself is only about 15 meters wide at its widest point, but more than 2.5 meters in some sections, which is quite a considerable depth for waterways in this area. We'd set the eel traps in the dam in the late afternoon, cooked some dinner on the fire after nightfall, and fell asleep around 9 p.m. I woke up at around 1 a.m. to answer a call of nature, haphazardly got dressed in my swag, and stumbled into the freezing night air. I walked about 50 meters from camp to a eucalypt tree, finished what I had to do, and just as I was about to walk back, it seemed like the whole top of the nearest hill was lit up with an incredible blue light. It seemed to almost swirl around this hill like a quick-moving mist, but it did not seem to be produced from anywhere in particular, nor was it actually illuminating anything in particular. Sounds funny, but it was just kind of there. I stood there for at least 2 minutes, watching it just sitting near the top of the hill before, almost mesmerized by it, before it slowly just faded away, and it was like never there. I was quite perplexed by this, and in the back of my mind, I was definitely thinking about the strange light I saw at the base of the falls in northern NSW, the first story I told, and truth be told, I was feeling very spooked. When I arrived back at the camp, my friend was wide awake, sitting up in his unzipped swag. I accidentally startled him pretty badly, as he thought I was still in my swag, and as soon as he calmed down, he said, "Did you see it?" I immediately thought he was talking about the blue light, and replied with yes, but I was quite taken aback when he then asked, "Did you see its face?" His story, as he told it, went like this. He was awakened by some disturbance, which was likely me getting out of my swag, and he lay there for a minute or two before deciding that he too needed to answer a call of nature. Just as he unzipped his swag and sat up, he saw somebody across the other side of the dam. He initially thought it might have been me checking the eel traps, and he was quite annoyed because they are supposed to be left undisturbed until the morning. He was about to yell out to me when the person he could see came into the moonlight. They walked to the farm dam in an odd manner. He said they seemed to push their chest out with each step in a pulse-like motion, bent down at the edge, and pulled in the eel trap by the rope. They then picked the trap up and started walking back towards the creek away from the dam. Now, at this point, he was beginning to think that it was someone who had traveled up the creek and was trying to poach his eels and traps, so he yelled out to them at the top of his lungs to, and I quote, "drop that shit." In a split second, the person dropped the trap, went down on its hands and knees, and turned directly towards my friend in a lizard-like motion, and the effect it had on him was incredible. He said it was almost like this thing's face was telescopic, and it jumped out at him from the other side of the dam. By this point in the story, he was beginning to sob, and I was telling him to stop talking and calm down a bit, but he continued with the story anyway. He seemed to be in serious shock. He was literally frozen with fear when the face jumped at him, and the creature then turned away towards the creek, where he described its movements to be very similar to that of a crocodile entering the water. A few interesting notes that I want to add. Again, I'm not an artist, but I have attempted to draw the face as he explained it to me. See the attached picture. I'm not sure if the red lines above the mouth are whiskers or another facial structure, and from memory, he was not sure either. I never heard him yell out to the creature, even though I was only about maybe 50 meters away from the camp. I think it's a fair assessment that the lights I saw and the creature that my friend saw were connected in some way. It was a new moon that night, so it was impossible for the creature to be illuminated by the moonlight, as my friend explained. The only explanation I can think of is that the lights I saw somehow illuminated it. At sunrise, the eel trap was out of the water, on the ground between the farm dam and the creek, but I did not find any footprints or marks all around it, despite the ground being a soft clay. To me personally, this adds credence to my friend's story, because if he moved the trap and faked serious shock in order to make up a scary story to tell me, then his footprints would be undoubtedly around the trap. I sat with him for the rest of the night, and he calmed down a bit, and we left about an hour after first light. I gathered up the eel traps, but released the eels, as I did not have the knowledge of how to store or transport them in the tank on a friend's truck, and he just wanted to get off of the property as quickly as possible. I did not tell him about the lights that I saw, and he never asked why I answered yes to the first question if I didn't see the creature. I still go out and collect eels with him occasionally, but he will not talk about what happened that night at all. I did speak to an Aboriginal auntie, female elder, whose family has lived in the area for literally thousands of years, and she basically just went, yeah, bunyip, completely nonchalantly, as if what I experienced was an everyday occurrence. I did not want to press her too hard for information, but basically, they are similar to gingeries, which his tribe called Julagars, in that they are an animal/spirit hybrid. However, these bunyips are much more malevolent, and if given the chance, will drag you into the water and down into a spirit world where they live. To be taken with a grain of salt perhaps, but still very interesting all the same. Well, X, they are my stories. Like I said at the beginning, I don't expect you to believe them. Most people don't. I do hope you enjoyed them though, and if you have any questions, then feel free to ask. I have a couple other anecdotal things that have happened to me over the years that I might type out either tonight or some other time. Lastly, I'd just like to apologize for any grammar and spelling errors. I did double check, but it's likely that a couple may have slipped through. I'd also like to apologize for the spelling of the Aboriginal words. I basically spelled them phonetically, as I had never seen them actually written down. My story happened when I was on Year 10 camp. I was out in central Australia, about 1 hour's drive away from Kings Canyon, helping some Aboriginal tribe fix up their school grounds and their prospective new tourism business. Our campsite was about a 10-minute walk from the houses and of the tribe's people, and we were about 500 to 1 kilometer away from large rocks/cliffs. It was all pretty cool actually. They showed us their ancestors' paintings embedded into the rock face. Anyway, on the 3rd or 4th night, half the boys are just chilling with the camp leaders, and the tribe elder and some other tribe member comes up and pulls the camp leaders aside. We eavesdrop as teenagers do, and we watched intently. The tribe member looked somewhat shaken up. The elder just dead stared our camp leader in the eyes and said, "Get your boys to bed." At first, we thought it was because we were being too loud, and it was too late. However, we had been louder, and later at night. Furthermore, the houses were just around the limit of shouting distance. I doubt we were heard that well. Anyway, the camp leader looked at us and said, "You heard him. Get ready for bed." And the 5 of us just kinda strolled off hesitantly in different directions. However, one of us stayed behind, packing away the guitar. What we heard was that the tribe elder was visited by the mountain men, and that they come down sometimes to harass the tribe. Normally non-threatening, this night, they went to the elder and said, "We want your women and your food." Furthermore, the elder said no, and pissed the mountain men off even more. I'm hazy about the rest of the details, but we thought it was funny. Looking back, I believe the reaction of the tribe elder and the member were genuine. However, I also, to perpetuate a negative stereotype, believe they had a bit too much of something, if you know what I mean. You want a military story? Fine, I will give you a military story. All you fuckers on this board love to LARP with your tactical Mosin skinwalker hunting nonsense, but if you ever actually experience the horrors of war, you would be keeping your ass indoors for the rest of your life. You would probably never touch a gun again in your life, never act the same, never think about life from the same perspective. This one event basically changed the course of my life and altered my brain chemistry. Be me. I was stationed in Baghdad in 2006 during the Iraq War. I was serving as a combat medic, and at the time of this event, I was attached to a convoy unit. What's insane to me is that this was only a few months out from Saddam Hussein's death. It fucks me up that we finally got that son of a bitch. Took all those years to convict him of his war crimes, and after all of that hard work, it just didn't stop. The fucking power vacuum it created, the continued resistance, and the shit we had to clean up is just fucked. Thinking in my head it might all be over, and everyone might get to go home, just for those dreams to be squashed in an instant, was one of the worst feelings of my life. I had been a part of this effort for almost 2 years by this point. Even through all of the trauma and death, you start to tell yourself that that is it. Nothing else bad is going to happen, especially not to me. That last thing, that was it. nothing bad will happen to me or my guys. It starts to become your new normal. This weird numbness, a kind of in-between state. You almost feel peaceful in between combat, because if your brain doesn't lie and tell you that it's all over, then your body stops being able to cope. So anyway, I am a part of this convoy, and we are on a patrol outside of this farming town. Supposed to just be routine. I don't want to make this too long, but let me give you an idea of how our convoy is set up. You've got your MRAP at the front. This is an armored truck, essentially. In theory, it's supposed to be resistant from any kind of mines that you can cook up, and keep the rest of the vehicle safe. In theory. If you want any vehicle to go up in flames, it's this one. After that, we've got a Humvee doing a visual clearance and scanning the horizon line. These guys are making sure that if shit is gonna go south, we know about it with enough time to react. After that, we've got 2 gun trucks, which I think is self-explanatory. Then behind it, we've got the logistics wagon, carrying supplies and equipment. Fuel, weapons, you name it. This is probably the most vulnerable point in the convoy, and why it's so far back and well protected. After that, you've got the truck which I am in, which is the medic vehicle. We are positioned here so we don't get fucked, but also so we can reach any wounded quickly. In the rear, we've got one last vehicle running comms with HQ, and making sure we don't get ass fucked. This is all running in one single file line, with only about 20 or 30 feet or so between vehicles. We have to take this conga line of freedom between tight and shitty little farming roads that want to take chunks out of your wheels. We're out here for a number of reasons. The first is to make sure that we show presence in the area. This both reassures locals and shows that we're not to be fucked with. We can also sometimes bait idiots who want to test their luck. The other reason that we're out here specifically for today is that we got a tip on some fucker in this village. Supposed to be some kind of gunrunner who's been supplying insurgents and making bombs and shit from scratch. We are gonna sweep and detain and make him sing like a canary while also cutting off a crucial supplier. Everything is running as usual. I am doing double and triple checks on my gear. We are pulling closer and closer to this village, and so we are slowing to about walking pace. Gives us plenty of time to spot for anything. When we are this packed in, you can't ever be too careful. Then I just start to get this gut feeling. It's so hard to describe if you've never been in a combat zone yourself, but you learn to just sense things. It's like a sort of precognition that you can only develop through trauma, but the trade-off is that only bad things happen when you use it. So yeah, I just get this terrible feeling in my gut, and for a second or two time seems to slow down, and then everything just kicks off. I hear a blast and it deafens me, and all I can hear is ringing in my ears for a few seconds. I can feel the shockwave coming from the front of the convoy. I know immediately what just happened. Our front MRAP just hit a fucking IED on the road. The second I regain my bearings and composure, I am already flying out of the truck to see if I can help. I am crossing my fingers and saying a little prayer in my head that our guys are good. I'm just hoping the MRAP tanked the blast enough to keep them alive, even if the vehicle is foobar. We were going slow enough and had just enough distance that the second vehicle in the convoy did not take any substantial damage, but once I pass it, the scene I am met with is just grotesque. All I can smell is smoke and burning rubber and something else. And then I see possibly the worst sight I've witnessed in my life. The MRAP is just fucked. It is just ripped apart, and the armor platings are folded in like paper. I can see one of the tires still just spinning and kicking up dust, even though nothing is powering it now. Just continued momentum. I try to run over, and I'm shouting for a litter. I'm planning out what I'm going to do. How can I ease the suffering and keep him alive? And halfway through my sprint I am stopped in my tracks by the lieutenant, putting an arm across my chest. I am pulled back in one quick jolt. I am still trying to run with his arm around me, and he starts shouting at me. He tells me to stop and look. He tells me it is over. Looking inside the MRAP, one of the guys is just part of the fucking door now. I don't know how, but in the blast, part of him must have just fused right into it. What was left of him anyway. There is barely a trace of the other two. There's just a pile of bits where the insurgent was. Dumbass got himself caught in the blast, or it was a suicide mission, I don't know. Let me tell you, That is not a smell that you can ever purge from your nose. The smell of human flesh fused to metal, torn apart, and then burned back together again. It is just fucked. And then the yelling starts up again. One of the soldiers from the rear is yelling about more movement up ahead. We don't even have time to process anything. You don't have a single second in these situations. Even a second of weakness is death. A second of weakness, and we end up in bits and pasted back onto an MRAP2. We look up and there is a figure running across the hills, across some ridge. There is still a shit ton of smoke around, but we can make out the figure through it. This is where everything goes tits up. I don't think anyone was thinking straight. We all just kinda lost our heads and made every possible wrong choice that you could make in a situation like that. They must have been waiting for us. The intel might have been planted. Maybe we got unlucky. But either way, the orders were to sit tight. That is what HQ wanted. They wanted to reevaluate and decide what should happen next, if we would get additional help. I get to work on checking everyone over, but I can see from the corner of my eye, the lieutenant is just seething. He is visibly bubbling with rage. And not 5 minutes go by before he grabs a weapon and decides that someone needs to pay. He doesn't want to risk the convoy, but says he could not live with himself if he did nothing. Now, I understand. This guy was about my age, only in his mid-20s maybe. You don't get this far without being smart, without being able to think critically, even when you lose people that you know. But it's clear that this just broke something inside of him. We decide that we are not going to let him go it alone. He informs HQ of the situation, tells them we have more info, that we are going to follow this guy. They protest, they threaten, but I think the lieutenant has long gone by this point. He's in the nothing left to lose territory. We are moving out on foot. A detachment of us go with the lieutenant while the rest stay back to guard the convoy. We follow into the direction we last saw the guy, but it is hard to navigate. There is so much dust kicked up, and we are really starting to feel the heat of the day. We are moving up a trail now that's leading toward a dry wadi, basically just a ravine or valley that's burned dry. There is dust still kicked up and faint prints. We are on this fucker's tail. We are trying our best to balance proper scouting and safety with not losing him. And then things go from bad to worse. I get that feeling again. I hear a click, and everything seems to be in slow motion again. And then I just hear this sharp pop. I see the dust shoot up and can't see anything. And I just look over and can barely comprehend it. One of the guys, his leg is just fucking gone. He is on his back looking up at the sky. I rush over to tend to him. He can't even get his eyes to focus on me. I'm cradling his head, telling him to stay awake. But his eyes keep rolling back. He can't even respond to me in anything but a grunt. I am almost slapping him awake, but he just goes limp. Right before he did, he just kinda gurgled a little bit and let out a weak, "Sorry." The lieutenant did not even fucking stop. I shouldn't hate him. He was just doing what he thought was right. He didn't ask us to follow him, I know, but he should have been fucking smarter. He was in charge of the platoon, for fuck's sake. There is a technical just up in the distance. The lieutenant stops and tells everyone to hold, and when he does, it just goes up. The guy must have been nearby to set this off. It is clear that it's a fucking trap. The lieutenant finally sees sense and orders a retreat, but it is too late. More IEDs are triggered. The entire area is fucking encircled and was a trap, but we were too dumb and adrenaline fueled to realize. We lose another couple of soldiers due to the panic. It's like everyone forgot their training all at once. And then I see the lieutenant go up. I see the dust and dirt shoot up into the air. I see bits of flesh ripped onto the ground. And once the dust settles, I see that he doesn't have a fucking left arm anymore. I did what I could. I bandaged it, I put pressure on it, but I think the trauma was just too much. I managed to walk him out of there for a while, even got another guy to help me carry him, but he went cold. Managed to get his body back to the convoy, but it was way too late to do anything more. Like I said, worst day of my life. I should have talked him down, done anything to get him to see the bigger picture, but he just was not interested. I guess maybe he was just tired of living by that point. I know being responsible for someone else's life changes the dynamic, especially in your head. I guess he thought once he saw the MRAP go up and that body, he thought he had failed and deserved to die, or I don't even know. The minds of the young men, they are way too easy to destroy. HQ was angry, to put it mildly, but I think they'd understood we'd been through a lot and did not want to abandon a fellow soldier, the one in charge of our platoon no less, who had clearly lost a screw or two. What else can I even say? We pulled back, changed our approach a different day, and had better luck. No casualties that time. The guy was long gone. We knew that would be the case, but we found out enough. Shut that fucker down eventually. It felt like a piece of me could finally rest when we did, like I completed the mission in their honor. But yeah, this shit just plays on my mind all of the time. Sorry for the long rant instead of a spooky story. This happened to me in 2005. I was part of the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti. One day, we were informed that criminals were in Cité Soleil, so we arrived by the dawn and rapidly started searching for them. People were very terrified, but my French isn't that good, so I almost can't understand anything they were saying. The sergeant is visibly nervous and approaches some group civilians and says something that from the few words I understand, he seems to be asking if they saw any strange movements in the area. An old man can barely say anything, and there is a pregnant woman who keeps on screaming. The sergeant is increasingly nervous and irritated now. I believe in my guts that something very bad is going to happen, but apart from people's screams, everything is calm in the background. There were not even bird sounds. Some guys next to me also get nervous as they see that man shouting at the people. In my mind, there is just a hammering thought that doesn't let me be quiet. Just thought all the time that this was the perfect environment for an ambush, and the sergeant is an idiot for putting us in this situation. But all he does is shout at them. So when the time has passed, and he is still without answers, this motherfucker just gets closer to the woman and punches her in the face. I ask if this was necessary, but he just tells me to shut up and says, "Go complain to the commander." Then I just tell him to fuck off, and he does not believe what we are hearing. The other guys don't either, but I feel like many wanted to say the same thing. The woman is on the floor with a bleeding nose and crying. I think, fuck all of this and go to her. If it was an ambush, we would already be fucked, or that idiot is shouting at them. I try to get her up, but the sergeant just kicks me when my back is turned. I could have fallen on the woman's belly, but luckily that did not happen. This guy is totally deranged. We will die if we follow him, I think. The corporal guy is uncomfortable because of our behavior, and says that we are disrupting the operation, and he is right. The sergeant turns to him and tells him to shut up. I get up and punch him in the face. Other guys quickly separated us. They could have done it when they saw me get up, but they still let me hit this bastard. The sergeant gets batshit crazy and is swearing without mincing his words. He seems like one of those drill sergeants from the Nom movies. It's so ridiculous I can hardly believe it. I mean, it's well known that our armed forces were inexperienced, but I did not imagine it would be this much. I was just a temporary soldier, and I got surprised to see a career sergeant act like that. The corporal took a firm stance and continued to argue that we should focus on the operation. The old man from before is now even quieter. The woman gets up, and some other women with her are trembling. They didn't know what we were saying to each other in our language, and that just made things worse. Suddenly, a shot hits a tree near where I was. "Cover," I shout to my companions. I just hide behind a wall and get my FAL ready. I admit that this was my first time in a confrontation, so I was very inexperienced. You always do training in the military, but being in the crossfire is a whole other thing. I yell in French at the civilians to get down or go behind something. I can only imagine it made sense because they obeyed me. The shots were coming from a building in the north, so I took my FNFAL out of the sling and shot where the bullets were coming from. In a few seconds, it turned into a general shootout. We were all nervous, and then when we realized it, they stopped shooting. Corporal thought they had run out of magazines, and then told us to move to better positions. Honestly, I kept thinking that this was what they wanted us to think, and almost refused to follow the order, but in the pressure of the moment, I did it too. He just guided us to a concrete building. Guess we were about 400 meters away from them, but nothing happens, not even a single shot. A guy takes a rosary and starts praying. Another guy is looking with binoculars, but can't see anything in the previous building. We remained in this torturous position for 20 minutes until the shooting started again, but now it was coming from behind and seems to have too many of them. We changed our position and started shooting for a long time, and just like the other time, the enemy shots ceased out of nowhere. The corporal looks a bit strange and about to break, so he just walks out the door. Sergeant shouts at him to come back, but he just doesn't care and is shot in the head. It was the first time I saw someone die in front of me. His head after the shot was one of the most horrible things I had ever seen. I feel like I am going to break down and that it awaits us all. The rosary guy is now about to break down too. All he does is pray out loud and ask God to protect us. I don't understand what happened to the corporal, but feel a strange urge to leave the building. When that passed by, I got nervous again and went back to my ways. The others are equally nervous, but they try to maintain their composure. As for me, I was nervous with a bit of hatred and great desire to put a bullet in the sergeant's head. This guy didn't let anyone take a radio, put us in a disadvantageous position, and was just a complete jerk at all. We started shooting again, but for a long time no one fired back. I could only assume they were moving somewhere else. After an hour of hiding and nothing more happening, the idiot gave us the order to form groups of 2 and search the area. At that point, I was certain that my mother would not even receive my body back in a coffin, and it would just be another corpse left in Cité Soleil. I stayed with the guy who had the rosary. I will call him Daniel. He was a calm and attentive dude. We searched the area for hours, and after a while we found a guy with an AK, but he did not look well. There is a strange stare on the man's face. He looks worse than any addict I've ever seen in all of my life. There is fear, anger, and a third thing in his expressions, a third thing that even now I cannot explain. He has an AK without a magazine and just stares at us while repeatedly pulling the trigger. I shouted at him, drop the rifle and lay on the floor, but he just does not give a fuck and keeps on pulling the trigger. We just immobilized him and he did not even react, so it was easy to tie his hands with a nylon clamp. As I looked at the man's face, I began to seriously think that he was a zombie. Haiti has its own stories about zombies, and in most cases, they are used for slave labor, quite unlike the flesh eaters in the books and movies. I also started thinking about the possibility of someone using them as mercenaries. Would that be possible? They don't care about pain, they obey orders without question, and they seem more immune to fatigue than we do. What happened after that was disgraceful. We went back to the sergeant and showed him the guy. He then became convinced that the civilians in the area were helping the criminals and gave the order to clean up the area. When we questioned him, he replied that was what the commander had instructed him to do, so if we found any criminals there, well before we arrived. Daniel and I refused to participate in the massacre, so we ran away, were arrested, and then returned home as dishonored outcasts. This was covered up, and the commander managed to censor local radio stations. But the following year, there was a much worse massacre committed by the United Nations Stabilization Mission, and this time, they had to admit it after much pressure. It was in that same year that I learned of Daniel's death. He took his own life by hanging himself with a tie, hours before his sister's wedding. My basic training for the Air Force was at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. After that, I was sent to Sheppard Air Force Base for technical school. After graduation, I received orders to McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. There, my job was aerospace mechanic. At first, I started on the night duty, so my sleep schedule was basically non-existent. My duties were basically lugging plane parts like anti-ice valves, igniters, ignition exciters, sensors, and more from the warehouse to the flight line. It was, for the most part, boring, repetitive work. A lot of sitting around and playing games on my phone, not that I was supposed to be. It had to be like 4 AM at this point. I was waiting for the other guy to come and drop off some parts to the flight line. I will just call him A. I was waiting by the back cargo area of the plane that we were working on at the time. I was sitting on a box, scrolling through my phone. A was taking an incredibly long time with his delivery, so I shot him a few texts. When they went unresponded to, I tried calling him a few times. The calls rang 4 times, then went to voicemail. I figured he was either screening his calls, lost his phone, or was just very busy at the moment. I waited and waited, and he never showed up. Eventually, I got a call from A's number, so I picked up. But it wasn't A's voice on the other end. It was just some random guy. He sounded like a grown man in his 40s. He said he saw I tried calling a few times, and said he found the phone on the ground outside of the base. I described what A had looked like, and asked him if he had seen anyone who may have resembled him. He said he had not. It's not like he would have been allowed on the base, so my only option was to drive out there and meet him. I asked him where he was, and he gave me the name of a nearby joint where I agreed to meet him. I walked to my car, which was parked in the closest parking lot, and I drove off the base towards the place he told me to meet him. While I was mid-drive, I remembered that A was sharing his location with me. The place the man on the phone told me to meet him was called Terra's Tavern in Cookstown. This was the closest town to the base. I pulled up the location of A's phone, and it checked out. It showed A's phone location right next to Terra's Tavern. This begged the question, what was that man doing here this late? At this hour, the place was not open, and there were 0 cars on the road. I pulled into a little parking lot and parked up. I stepped out and called A's phone again. The guy picked up, and he spoke in a noticeably lower voice now. I told him I was in the parking lot of the pub, and he said he was as well. He said in almost a whisper, "I'll be right over," and he hung up. It was weirder in the moment than it sounds explaining it now. I looked at the location on my phone to see if it was updating, but it wasn't. It seemed the location of A's phone was in the small patch of woods about 200 feet long and 200 feet wide. I tried calling again, and it went straight to voicemail. I looked around the whole parking lot, but did not see anyone. I was all alone, not even an occasional car passing by. I looked to the woods when I heard something over the sound of crickets. It sounded like someone's footsteps, and then I saw a man. It was him. He was standing just behind the tree line between the woods and the parking lot. He calls to me, "Are you alone?" And the sight of him was freaky as hell. Only his upper body was visible, which was just strange. I called back, "No, why?" as I inched my way closer to my car. This was one giant red flag. He called back, "Who are you with?" I did not answer that. I got in my car and drove back to base. I called my supervisor and told him that A was missing. I told him someone was hiding in a patch of woods with his phone. My supervisor told me that he was with A at that moment. He told me to meet them at the small building by the flight line. I met with the two and told them once again what I witnessed when tracking his phone. A told me what happened while off the base. He was approached by somebody outside of a 24/7 convenience store asking for a ride back to the base. A believed that he was actually in the Air Force at first and let him in the car. As they were driving, the man asked A to pull over by the woods so he could pee real quick. A obliged for some reason. As A was pulled to the side of the road by the same small patch of woods by Terra's Tavern, he was not paying attention for a minute. While he was distracted, his door was opened by the man. Without a second to even react, the man was grabbing A's arms and squeezing them as he tried to pull him out of the car. A said he kicked at the man's groin area until he let go. He dropped his phone, and it fell out of the car during the struggle, but as he was free, he drove the car away with the door still open at first. The next thing that happened was he went back to base to talk with our supervisor. We of course called the police, and all went to Terra's Tavern to check if the man was still there. The location of A's phone was no longer popping up on the map. It's possible the man destroyed the phone. All we did was file a police report. There wasn't really much else we could do. Never found the guy or got the phone back. Be Bulgarian. We used to have a mandatory 4-year conscription into the army when we were still in the Union. Both my grandfathers and my father were conscripted. Both my father and his father share stories about the army. My other grandfather does not. I asked my mother why one day. She tells me he saw an unclean spirit. What? I go to my grandfather and ask him what happened. He dodges the question for a while before telling me to have a seat while he tells me the story. He begins by draining half a bottle of wine in one go. Like many conscripts, he was put on border patrol. Had to patrol 5 kilometers of the Turkish border all alone. All he had was a coat and a rifle. He was under orders to shoot any Muslims trying to cross the border and escape to Turkey. He says he would constantly pass through ruined farms and sometimes villages, either destroyed in the First or Second War or just deserted because they were way too far from civilization. Somewhere along the way he would pass through an old graveyard. That is where he met her. At this point, he starts tearing up. He says that she was the love of his life. He's crying and talking about how beautiful she had been. At this point, my grandmother has heard something going on and comes to check on us. Sees my grandfather crying and hears his mumbling. She grabs me by the ear and drags me into another room. Don't let him fill your head with his rambling. I will tell you what fucking happened. She tells me the story, as one of grandfather's friends in the barracks told her a long time ago. Every time grandfather would go out on patrol, he would return incredibly pale, cold and tired. In the middle of the hottest months of summer too. He stops eating at all. He has a vacant look. He is nearly unresponsive when spoken to. His mates just think that maybe he's not cut out for army life and leave him alone for a while. Still, they are a superstitious bunch, and when he starts acting too weird for them, one of them thinks that my father has been bewitched by something. They decide to tie a cross to his neck before he sets out to patrol. He doesn't even resist, just mumbles something incoherent. When he returns that night, the cross has been torn from his neck. He suddenly gets a fever. He insists that he continues going on patrol. His mates decide that they have had enough of this shit and follow him. He largely ignores them. They reach the graveyard. They finally see her. She is awkwardly standing near the graveyard fence, with her arms outstretched on either side, like a scarecrow. She is wearing a burial gown, which does not blow in the wind. She suddenly turns to my grandfather and starts walking to him, without bending her knees. She awkwardly closes her arms around grandfather, without bending her elbows. They stand there, with grandfather whispering something to her for about 2 minutes. His buddies decide that they have seen enough, and jump in to separate them. My grandfather goes completely batshit and starts hissing and clawing at them like a wild animal. The woman just returns to her original pose and stands completely still. No breathing. Her eyes are completely white. Grandpa's buddies are convinced that whatever this is, it isn't alive. They drag her into the graveyard, where they find a really messy grave. They dig in it for a bit. It's empty. The woman remains completely still while they drag her into the grave. They decide to bury her with boulders before soil. They return to see her standing upright in her grave, pelted with boulders and buried. Grandfather recovers from the fever in an hour. He believes to this day she was just some village girl he met on the road. My grandmother thinks he was bewitched by a vampire. Pretty spooky, though they might just be fucking with me. I'd been into caving for a few years when this happened. I wasn't into anything extreme though. I wasn't one of those guys who squeezes themselves into gaps the size of their chest just for bragging rights. I'm stupid, but I'm not an idiot. But I did like exploring places that weren't mapped out or polished for tourists. Most of the time it meant poking around old quarries, shallow cave mouths, or mines with a group of friends. But as the years went by, I got more comfortable with being underground, and that meant that I also got more careless. I started going out alone, which means I was ignoring the most important rule that everyone drills into you. Never cave solo. I told myself that I would be fine as long as I brought enough batteries and marked my way in. That arrogance nearly got me killed, or worse. This was in Slovenia in 2014. I'd been staying with a friend in Ljubljana for a few weeks, which is the capital city. One night, we were drinking with the locals when someone mentioned a cave system outside a small village near Postojna. It wasn't part of the big tourist cave there that everyone knows about. It was apparently some side network that ran into the same karst formations. According to the guy, the locals did not go into it because people had disappeared before. He laughed when he said it, like it was just some superstition, but he would also not tell me exactly where it was until I pressed him. He finally gave me some rough directions and made me promise not to say his name if I told anyone about it. In fact, he straight up told me not to tell anyone else. It just seemed really sketchy, and I had no idea why him sharing it was such a bad thing, especially if he thought it was just superstition, and it's not like he would get in trouble for telling me. I should have left it at that, but the way he acted made me a lot more curious than I initially was. A couple of days later, I borrowed my friend's car and drove out there with gear. The cave entrance was exactly where the guy said it would be. It was a low opening hidden by overgrowth at the edge of the forest. It was about 1 kilometer off a gravel road, but it did not look like much. It was just a hole in the limestone barely big enough to crawl into. Once you were past the entrance though, it opened up into a proper passage. There were no markers, no graffiti, and no sign that anyone had been down there in a long time. That was the first thing that put me on edge. Even in obscure caves, you usually see evidence of people. This one felt untouched though. I had 3 lights on me, spare batteries, chalk for marking, and a pack with water and a snack. The first stretch was easy going. It was just a narrow corridor that gradually sloped downward. The place was dry, and the footing was not precarious. The air was cool too, and I had no problems. I marked arrows on the wall as I went along. After about 20 minutes, the corridor split into 2 passages. The left one was tight and low. The right one sloped down more steeply. I chose the right passage. Not for any particular reason. I just picked at random. I suppose random isn't ever a thing that should be involved with a hobby as dangerous as this. Like I said, I was a little stupid. As I went deeper, I noticed the air getting heavy. Not enough to choke, but it was pretty stale. At one point, my headlamp caught something carved into the rock. It wasn't graffiti or anything, but what looked like deliberate marks. They were faint and partially eroded, but I could make out like a spiral pattern. No idea what it was about. Maybe just kids screwing around in the past. I kept going, deeper still, until I reached a chamber where the ceiling rose higher and the floor dipped into a shallow pit. That is where I smelled the reek of rot for the first time. I thought maybe an animal had fallen in and died, so I climbed down to check. My boots crunched on bones, dozens and dozens of them. Some were clearly animals, sheep or goat maybe, but mixed in were others I could not place. Long bones, ribs, vertebrae. I crouched and aimed my headlamp closer, and my stomach turned. A skull stared back at me. Human, no doubt about it, the teeth still intact. The bones weren't neatly piled, but just scattered everywhere. Some were broken in places, and others looked to have been chewed on. I told myself I was leaving right then, but before I could climb out of the pit, I heard something further down the passage. It was a sound like water dripping. I killed my light and crouched down low. My anxiety was going crazy at this point. It sounded like something was moving. I heard something like dragging and a stone scraping, I think. I waited for what felt like forever. Eventually the sound faded, so I flicked my light back on and scrambled out of the pit. I almost dropped my flashlight, I was shaking so badly. I started heading back the way I came. I was being sure to follow my chalk marks because I did not want to get lost and stay down here for even a second longer. At one point, I reached a spot I did not recognize. The markings on the wall were not mine. They were just over scratches, but I know I did not make them, and that this was not the way. That's when I heard something again. Something exhaling. It sounded like it was full of mucus. I still had my headlamp on, and I caught a glimpse of something. It looked like something pale against the black rock. The limbs looked insanely long, but I only caught a glimpse. It could have just been my brain filling in gaps that weren't there. The next 10 minutes were a blur of panic. I don't remember how many times I slept, or how often I turned my head to shine the light behind me. I was just certain that I would see something right there in front of me, ready to get me. My panicked brain was making me see things, because I swear at one point, I saw a shape crawling along the ceiling like a spider. Not a little dinky one, but one way bigger than should have been possible. I'm talking the size of a small dog. I was obviously just seeing things though. I had to force myself to stop turning and looking, and just make myself run. When I finally saw daylight ahead, I didn't even care that I'd lost track of my chalk marks and taken a different route out. I clawed my way through the entrance and collapsed in the grass outside. I just lay there, gasping for fresh air. My gear was torn up and my arms and legs were bleeding from the scrapes. I didn't feel any of the pain of it at the time, due to the adrenaline. I drove back to Ljubljana in a daze and dumped the gear in my friend's shed. I just tried to act normal for the rest of the trip. I never told him or anyone else until years later. I thought about reporting it, but how do you even explain that? Hey, there's a cave full of bones and maybe a thing living in there. Best case, they would think I was a lunatic. So, yeah, I don't really know how to explain what I experienced. Was it all just my imagination? I used to do a lot of amateur caving. It was never anything hardcore like I'd see some of these other people do. I never mapped out systems or joined groups. I just liked going into holes and seeing where they went. I wasn't squeezing myself into ridiculously small spaces just to feel some thrill in my shitty life. Sometimes I would find marked caves, sometimes ones that weren't on any map, but locals knew about. A few years back I was in Slovakia visiting a friend, and his uncle mentioned a cave on his land. He said that nobody went into it because it had bad air, and that animals would avoid it completely. That was enough for me to want to check it out, which I guess sounds really stupid. The entrance was not impressive. It was just a small crack in an outcrop, barely big enough to squeeze into. I went in with a helmet, a lamp, a rope, and all of the usual kit. There was obviously no phone service down there, but I left word with my buddy that I was heading in, so someone would know if I did not come back. The cave started as a low crawl. I had to go on my belly and elbows for maybe 20 minutes before it widened into a narrow passage. After that I could walk hunched over. There wasn't really anything unusual that I could say. My lamp would fog sometimes when I breathed too hard. The air did not feel dangerous, but just really thick and heavy, which made breathing a task. I pushed deeper than I probably should have. The floor kept sloping down and the passages got tighter. At one point I had to take my pack off and push it ahead of me to squeeze through a crack. When I came out the other side, I ended up in a small chamber that was maybe 10 feet across. It wasn't very tall at all. The walls were smooth on one side and jagged on the other. It was strange. It kinda looked like water had carved half and the rest had just broken naturally. And that's where I saw it. At first I thought it was just a weird shadow. My lamp being passed over the jagged wall, and there was something sticking out of it. This thing was pale and round. When I moved closer I realized it was a hand. Like a real fucking hand. Not just an outcropping of stone, but an actual human hand, kinda. It didn't exactly look normal. It looked swollen. The skin stretched. It was shiny, but definitely human. The fingers were crooked, like they'd been forced into that position. I froze and just stared for a while, trying to make sense of it. The hand was attached to an arm that disappeared into the rock, and when I moved the beam further, I could see part of a face pressed against the stone. It looked like someone had been shoved into a narrow fissure and could not get out. The skin was grayish and the eye socket was sunk deep. I thought it was a body wedged in there, maybe decades old. Maybe it was some caver who got stuck and died. I knew that didn't make sense, that the body would have decomposed and wouldn't look like this. Still, I had to convince myself of something to stay calm. Then the eye fucking opened. It shot open and I nearly screamed right then and there. It caught the reflection from my lamp. Then I heard a wet sound, like someone trying to breathe through a clogged throat. The fingers on the hand started twitching. It was just a slow little flex like they were struggling to move. My chest went cold. All I could do was stand stock still and let out a whispered, "What the fuck?" I can't explain it, except that every instinct in me screamed to get out. I just backed away, grabbed my pack, and crawled out of there as fast as I could. I scraped myself raw on the stone trying to get back through the crack, but I did not care. The whole way out, I kept expecting to hear something following me. When I got back to daylight, I sat outside the cave entrance for a long time, trying to convince myself I imagined it, that maybe it was just rock that looked like a hand and face. Maybe the eye opening was a trick of my lamp. I did not tell my buddy or his uncles the details. I just said that the air was bad, like they had warned, and I did not go far. I have never gone back. What the fuck did I see there? That's not actually like a thing, right? It's not actually possible for that to be a real person or anything. But if not, what the fuck did I see in there? I should have known better. I had every sign waving right in front of my face. I had every opportunity to back out and say nope, but I didn't. I've only got myself to blame. This all centers around my friend for who the purpose of the story we will call S. S was very bold. We both came from poor struggling families and were bullied pretty heavily for being the weird kids. I think we bonded over our shared misery. Despite that, S always stood up for herself. She was loud. She let everyone know exactly what she thought of them, and she was not afraid to hurt someone's feelings. I was, much the opposite. I lived in a shell and was very timid. We coped with the torment in different ways. While our friendship was short, we were extremely close. I was always at her apartment. Her family loved me, and I always felt incredibly welcome there. They were the busy type. They were constantly working. They would always be leaving S and I to fend for ourselves most of the time, though we didn't really mind. Her apartment, on the other hand, was not so welcoming. From the beginning, I knew that something was off. The first incident was the boxes. S and I went downstairs to get something to eat, only to find a strange reassortment of some boxes that were on the counter. It sounds ridiculous, but 3 boxes sat lined up in front of the microwave, spaced evenly apart. We gave each other a skeptical look. Were these here before? She asked. I don't remember them being like that, but it could have been your family unloading groceries or something, I responded. We shrugged it off, got something to eat, and went back upstairs. Soon, the bruises came. It seemed like every day, S would have a new bruise pop up. I was worried at first that it could be her family harming her, but she insisted that she had no idea where they came from. I know her family very well, and I don't think they would ever do something like that. She was not the clumsy type either, and didn't do any sports, so we truly had no clue as to why she had them. I mentioned before that S lived in an apartment. She lived there with her mother and stepfather. The voices are what we noticed next. When nobody was home, we could have sworn that we heard voices coming from downstairs. Because it was an apartment, we tried to blame it on her neighbors. There were no neighbors on one side, and on the other side lived a sweet old woman. I don't know if I ever heard her voice coming through any of the walls. The voices did not sound like that old woman. S had me come over one day after school. She had not seemed like her normal self. I was anxious to know what was wrong. We hurriedly walked to her apartment. When we got to her room, she immediately pulled up her shirt and showed me her back. Against her skin sat 3 angry red scratches. They looked as though something had slowly scraped its claws across her back. My eyes widened and we stared at one another. I looked with shock. S looked with fear. How did you get those? Her eyes glimmered with tears. I don't know, but they hurt, she said. For the first time, we discussed the weird crap that had been going on. S then confided in me that her mom was a bit of a religious nut. I knew she was a Christian, but until then, I did not understand the extent of how deep it ran. She told me that when she first moved into the apartment, her mom went around with holy water and drew crosses over each bed and doorway. Additionally, she had placed a small crucifix over each bed. Warning bells began ringing in my head, but unfortunately, we were powerless. It all came to a head one afternoon. S and I decided to go hiking the local mountains called the Pinnacles. The Pinnacles has 3 trails, the East, the West, and Indian Fort Trail. The East is mostly flat, but it is the longest. It's the easiest trail to take, and is the most traveled. The majority of the landmarks are along this trail. The West is the next most traveled, but it is steeper, making it more difficult to hike. It's the 2nd longest trail. The Indian Fort Trail almost feels like rock climbing because it is so steep, but it is very short. S and I decided to take the East as both of us were on the larger side, and hiking the other trails was harder for us. The Pinnacles closes its gates when night falls. I should have mentioned earlier that this all took place during the spring of 2016. Dusk came around 7:40 p.m. and it was completely dark by 8 o'clock. We started the hike at 3:30 p.m. Unsurprisingly, we were slow. It took us half an hour just to get to the part of the trail where it splits. The sun was still high in the sky and foolishly we felt safe. Not soon after we took the east trail, a hazy fog fell low to the ground. The sun became blocked by clouds that were rapidly closing in. We continued despite the fast-changing weather conditions. After hiking the east trail for about an hour, rain began to fall. There were 2 landmarks with overhangs where we could seek shelter while we waited. One was called the Eagle's Nest, the other one, the Devil's Kitchen. I knew the east trail like the back of my hand, and from our vantage point, we were roughly equidistant between the two. The Devil's Kitchen is essentially a shallow cave, so we decided to head in there, as it had more coverage. By the time we got there we were soaked. The rain came harder and harder with seemingly no end. I could not tell you how long we waited. At one point, I pulled out my phone to check the time, only to find it had died. I found that extremely odd, as I had a fully charged battery when I left, and only used it to take pictures along the way. S's phone had died too. Technology is weird though, and anything could make it malfunction. Nevertheless, we were cold, shivering, and alone in the Devil's Kitchen, while the rain just kept coming. It wasn't long before S and I heard branches breaking. We could not be sure that that's what we were hearing over the roar of the rain, but as the sound became louder and closer, we were positive that's what it was. We looked at each other and did not speak. The tension was palpable. Our eyes conveyed the same thing: terror. Once again we were helpless. Out of the haze a silhouette appeared and began to take form, a sort of shadow. I'd guess it stood at about 8 feet tall. I looked at S again and saw that she had her eyes closed. I wondered if she had seen the figure. Panic bubbled in my stomach. My breath came in rapid bursts as I watched the figure become clearer. What could I do? S and I were backed into a corner, and there was a stranger coming towards us. A stranger that stood unnaturally tall and emanated a frightening aura. I let out a whimper. There was no hiding there. There was no running. I followed S and closed my eyes, not knowing what else to do. Maybe when I opened my brain, the thing would be gone. Fear flooded my brain. My heart pounded and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. After maybe 5 minutes, I decided that I would open my eyes. Slowly, with tears welling up, I opened them and screamed. Directly in front of my face was another one staring back at me. It was white as a sheet, with empty black pits for eyes. It had no nose and a small tear where I think its mouth should have been. The thing made no noise, no indication that it had moved at all, despite the fact that we heard branches breaking, that we thought signaled its approach. Gnarled, bony fingers with nails like ice picks reached towards my face, and a shaky, rattling breath escaped its mouth. I bolted. S was right behind me. I made a sort of thrusting and kicking motion as I moved forward, but did not connect with the body or anything for that matter. When we made it to the entrance of the cave, I made the cardinal error of looking back, but there was nothing. Regardless, we ran. We were not very fast, but we kept going. We did not stop until we reached the end of the trail, where the split is. S and I panted. We walked the rest of the way until we made it to a car. Thank God we weren't any later. Dusk had begun to fall and soon it would be dark. I went with her back to her apartment and made the decision to stay the night. Nobody was home when we arrived. We went straight upstairs, changed our clothes, took turns showering, and went to sleep, utterly exhausted. At some point during the night my eyes opened. I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor that F's always drug in for me. I checked my phone that I'd put on the charger, and saw that it was 2 a.m. I was wondering what awakened me when I heard it, the door creaking ever so slightly open. I strained my eyes to try to see through the widening crack. I don't have my glasses on, and my vision is terrible, so it was hard. The door continued to widen, and eventually I saw it. The face. Its body was the blackest I've ever seen. so much so that it was outlined against the faint glow of moonlight beaming in through the curtains. My stomach dropped and that all too familiar feeling of panic rose in my throat. My eyes darted around the room, catching on a glint of gold illuminated by the moonlight. The crucifix. It was, and I kid you not, upside down. I almost soiled myself out of fear. My eyes shot back to the thing, but it had vanished. I let out a rough, gravelly breath. What was this thing? Why was it following us? I looked over to S only to see that her eyes were wide open. She had seen it too. As per usual, we said nothing, only staring on in horror. The next morning I gathered my things and left. We did not talk about what had happened or what we saw. Our friendship ended soon after the incident for unrelated reasons, but it seems a cloud had hung over me since then. While I have never seen that face again, I can never hold a friendship or relationship. Everything I love disintegrates right in front of my eyes. I am watching my life fall apart and I can't help but think this thing has been following me all these years. It's been almost 4 years since this happened, and I still have nightmares, and I think about it every single day. I am an experienced but unlicensed cave diver. I've been diving hundreds of times over decades, but after what I saw, you will never get me into the water ever again. None of my diving buddies that I could tell about this believe me. They think I must have had nitrogen narcosis or something. I was part of an informal, under-the-radar group who basically cared more about YOLO than sitting on our asses and getting licenses and qualifications for every little thing. It killed the adventure for us to have these stupid organizations and other diving assholes on our case teaching us how to suck eggs and which way we're allowed to piss and when. We would get some basic paperwork so we can get gear without raising too many questions, but otherwise, we get it from our friends and light our asses off about where we are going and what we are doing. A friend and I were illegally diving in a cave, and he was killed by some kind of organism that I only saw briefly, but it looked like pick related. I had passed over it seconds earlier, felt a sudden current, and turned back to see the tentacles rising around my body. He didn't seem to notice it at first, because he was looking in the direction of his light, and it was surrounding him slowly. I tried to warn him, but at the last second, they closed around him, and I saw his momentary panic as in a split second, they dragged him down into a smaller crevice in the cave floor. The rapid action threw up sediment, reducing visibility after that, and I was so panicked, I used up an embarrassing amount of air just getting the fuck out of there. Divers are not supposed to panic, and I have stayed perfectly calm in innumerable critical situations, but this was so sudden, it triggered an animal instinct in me I'd never felt before. I wasn't even thinking, and I'm actually surprised I even kept my regulator in my mouth, or managed to quell my panic enough during the ascent to avoid decompression illness. Caves are supposed to be devoid of larger or dangerous life forms due to a minimal food chain. How do you know he was killed? I momentarily saw the crevice he was dragged into, equipment and all, before water suddenly flowed back out, kicking up sediment. I also felt a sickening crack that I will never forget, which I believe was his body getting instantly broken, and maybe his metal equipment breaking some of the rock on the way through. It left me in no doubt about the amount of force involved. Just the speed alone was inhuman and characteristic of a predatory strike. I have no reason to believe he could have survived. I guess all that is what hit me so hard in the moment. The depth we were at and the cave system that we were in, there should not have been anything anywhere near that size or aggression. There was little current to speak of historically, and I still don't see how something like that could get enough food to survive on a long, mostly horizontal section of cave. I can only figure it is long-lived and lies dormant for long periods, waiting years, decades, centuries for something to come by. The fact I did not trigger it myself might be indicative of it being in a dormant state that it's not easily awoken from. The other weird thing is that it was the same dark color as the surrounding rock and same texture as the crap on the bottom, but as you will probably know, organisms that live that deep and without sunlight are usually devoid of any kind of pigmentation. That made me think that maybe it was some kind of giant octopus or cuttlefish or some related species, but I could see the spine bulbs on the end of the tentacles, which I have never seen before. It makes some kind of sense to slowly circle them around the back of its prey, and then when enough contact is made, hook it in somehow, that it just pulls straight down to a central point with maximum speed and force. I'm not sure what else does that, though, if anything on Earth. Name the cave, and GPS coordinates, or get the fuck out. The reason I don't is that, as I said, we were not supposed to be there, let alone that part of the cave system, and I haven't even been connected to that location, or his disappearance. There is no body, and anyone I tell thinks I'm somehow delusional. I don't want his family or the cops thinking I murdered him or something like that, and I could not help him now. He would understand. I need to talk about it, but I can't really do so anywhere else. You guys know about cryptids and such. Has anyone else reported anything like this or know anything about it? What could it be? I'm not crazy, and I know I didn't have any kind of diving-related cognitive impairment at the time. I had the right mixtures, and no excess CO2 or anything like that. My equipment all checked out afterwards. If it had been something like that, my panic would have instantly made things worse, and probably killed me too. It was just due to my experience and having done this stuff so many times that I got back at all. I barely remember doing a lot of it, but I know I did on sheer muscle memory. I also would not want to send anyone down there looking for my buddy's body, or the creature, especially if they really did not believe me. They would not stand a chance, and God only knows how many there are in those caves or others. Since that day, I've been thinking about other divers who suddenly seem to go missing, even when with other people relatively close by. The sudden kicking up of sediment, attributed to panic, and bodies never found. I don't think they all happen that way. It can't be a coincidence. I figure maybe somebody saw something or thought they saw something at some point. Even if old reports you guys may have heard about. Maybe these creatures don't have to eat very often due to a very slow metabolism. So after eating a human, they don't react to others for years, and people just think the cave is safe. That is why I will never go back. You told your friends that your other friend got killed by a monster, and they didn't, tell his family. It's complicated. We are an informal group that is largely disconnected and anonymous to avoid liability in case of accidents. We help each other out with fake qualifications, contacts, under-the-counter deals, etc. We'd mostly keep it to small groups. I mostly dive with my buddy. Most of them don't know him personally, or know he's involved, and he did some legit diving too. He just got a kick out of doing off-of-the-book stuff. When I told them about this, most knew who I was referring to by pseudonym at best, or have every reason not to get personally involved. None of them know his family, that's for sure. All that obviously made convincing them of what happened a lot harder too. Not trying to be funny, but the best way I think I can describe it is it would be like some 2-bit street-level drug distributor trying to convince an entire organized crime syndicate that he just got beat up by Batman. And I don't mean to imply that what we were doing was that bad. The risk was to ourselves. We just didn't want people interfering with our choices. So the less everyone inside and outside knew, the better. Is he reported missing or something? Yes. He has been missing ever since. And it was reported by his family after a while, because he used to go on trips for indeterminate periods and would lie about the details. Nobody knew where he was actually going. My family didn't know where I was going either. We had our phones, just in case, but disabled them before the final leg, just in case the authorities could pick them up and triangulate our location illegally diving at the cave. He did not bring his vehicle. I met him at a third location, and then drove there directly. I almost turned on my phone and called someone, but frankly, I was in shock, and could not even work out how I would even explain anything. I drove back alone. Later, it got harder for me to even consider reporting it to the cops, knowing how it looked. The second that I admitted I was the last person to see him alive, and with such a fantastic story, there would have been skepticism and endless questions, way beyond the repercussions for illegal diving. The police had no real clues. Only the misleading information he told his family, and a cold trail. There is nothing for them to go on and figure out the truth, unless I tell them. I feel bad about his family never knowing, but I think it's best to leave everything where it is, which only leaves the creature. Of course I feel a responsibility to warn people about the danger, but when they don't believe you anyway, what can you do? It's like if Bigfoot posed a danger and you tried to warn people. Of course they're not going to listen. I am still trying to figure this out from the safety of dry land though. People who have gone missing in caves with no body found. I worked as a trucker for 10 years back in the 1980s. I worked with different companies, moving all things from animals, machinery, and even refined metals. At the time of this incident, I worked for one of the biggest producers of chicken in the United States. My job was strictly transport. I would move live chickens from farm to plant or process meats to dispensaries. It paid well, but kept me away from the family a lot more than I liked. The wife had wanted me to get a more local job for years, but the pay cut was hard to take. The day all this started, I'd just come back from a 4-day drive, delivering chicken byproducts to a disposal site. My wife had voiced her want for attention, so I was in a hurry to get home. I had just pulled up to the stop sign leaving for work when I saw my boss. I will call him B for the purposes of the story. He ran outside the front doors to catch me. The temptation to sling rocks his way was palpable. He had forced the last job on me, and I wanted to go home. But instead of causing a scene, I parked my truck as he made his way to my driver's side window. While he stood watching me roll down the window, I knocked some ash from my cigarette onto his boots. He looked annoyed at that, but started, "Thank God I caught you on. You better thank me for not driving off and leaving you dry. Who do you think you are, huh? It's been weeks since I saw my wife, and you come running out here trying to drag me back onto the road. How do you know I was going to ask you to pick up a load? What if you had forgotten something?" He had a nervous smile when he said this, and I wanted to punch him. I stared at him for a long minute, which wiped the smile off his face. Looking on, M called again. I've tried everything, but he is not picking up. I've got a very important load my boss wants moved as soon as possible. I clicked my tongue before turning the ignition. Wait, there's a big bonus on this one. $1,000 for whoever takes it. Straight out of the boss's pocket too, not taxed, all cash. That changed my attitude and definitely caught my attention. I thought we had an okay life, but things could always be a bit better. I took my hand off the gear shift. Dang it, B, where to? And you had better call my wife and tell her why I won't be home tonight. It's at one of our old warehouses. We stopped stocking it 4 years back. Now we just store old equipment there. It's a 3-day drive from here. Oh, Jesus. Well, let's get it loaded. I'd like to get this done, I said. My rig was pretty tacky. I'm embarrassed to say it was jet black with flames rolling down the back. Thinking back, it was dang ugly, and it turned heads in the wrong way. You know, a lot of eye rolls and scoffs. Some of the loaders were getting the trailer ready. It was an enclosed trailer we called a dry van. They carried a large metal box on a forklift. It had small holes along the sides and the top. The holes were big enough to fit your pinky through, kind of like what you would carry a new pet home in. The heck you got me hauling. I've never carried something like that before, I said. Can't tell you that. Don't worry, it's nothing illegal, he said. Whatever it was, it made B sweat though. He stood a good 20 feet away from that trailer. I've moved chickens before, but they were always in flimsy wire cages. This thing was made of thick metal and painted matte black. It was, heavy too. The forks creaked as it was lifted into the trailer. Some of the idle workers backed away. It was loaded onto the trailer with a substantial thud. When you get to the warehouse, there will be a man waiting for you. All you got to do is pull the trailer around back, unhook, and drive off. He will do the rest, he said. You want me to leave the trailer? Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll get someone to pick it up later, he said. But before I could get away, he grabbed me by the arm with unusual force and pulled me close. One last thing, Anon. Don't open up that trailer. Whatever you think you hear in there, you don't open it. Got it? He said. I would have laughed at him, but something in his tone, the way he looked at me, stifled it in my throat. I realized that B was not happy about this either. His mention of noises did not fill me with confidence. The first night was rough. When I finally left for the warehouse, I'd been on the road all day and was not ready for another long drive. Staying at the office was an option, but this seemed important, so I drove for a few hours before quitting near a local stop. It was familiar to me. It was a little gas station just outside of home base. I checked to make sure my truck was secured, locked up, and I went into shower. It was nice to wash off the day before resting. The plan was to be on the road again by 8 AM, so no time was wasted on the shower. While walking by the trailer, I noticed a strange clicking sound coming from inside. It was quiet, and at first, it sounded like the truck. Listening though, it wasn't the normal odd sounds it makes after a long drive. It sounded like someone clicking their tongue with a hefty bass to it. I put my hand on the trailer. The sound reverberated off of the metal walls. No one had gotten in. Every lock was still secure, and no other vehicle was around. It was weird, but I blew it off. There wasn't much time to care anyway. Whatever the clicking was, it stopped sometime during the night. Before leaving, I debated calling Bay, but he told me the noises were nothing, so he would not be giving me an answer. Still, I felt he should know, so I gave the payphone a ring. He didn't pick up, so I left a voicemail. Hey, Bay, whatever y'all got moving is making weird sounds. If this thing is a bomb or something, I think it's a dud. Things stopped clicking last night, and been real quiet since. I'll call you if something else happens. You better pick up next time, and on. I hung the phone back up and hit the road. I drove another 12 hours through the mountainous foothills of the Appalachians. The highways do not run as smooth there. You will go up and over larger hills and drive along the mountain. For an inexperienced driver, it would be intimidating. It was for my first few drives. At this point though, I'd driven over them close to 100 times, so my nerves were under control. It was my 9th hour of the drive and the road was small. 2 cars could barely pass by one another. Luckily, it had been empty until this point. A turn came up, and as I prepared for it, a black 70s Impala came flying around the corner on the wrong side of the road. With little time for a reaction, I slammed my brakes and laid on the horn, hoping to God the person would change lanes. Smoke bowed from the wheels as the smell of burnt rubber filled my cab. The ear-scraping sound of the tires was accompanied by a loud squelch of metal which came from inside the trailer. The rig came to a stop just as the Impala switched lanes. It barely missed the rear end of my trailer as it blew past me down the road. Fuck. I tried to scream more out the window, but the smoke from my brakes and tires forced me to cough. The truck was not damaged, thankfully. The most concerning thing was the clicking sound. It was back, and with more rapidity than earlier. I got out to check the trailer. The thing rumbled with each click. A new large dent now stuck out from the side. It had a point to it, like something large and sharp had slammed into the side. The veins in my head were pumping fast, and I was hot. I would get this way sometimes, like a kettle on a red-hot stove, spewing steam through the air, waiting for relief. I say this so you know that I was not thinking straight when I yanked the keys out of the ignition and grabbed the flashlight from under the seat. I made my way to the back while fumbling with the keys. I cursed B and the big boss for forcing this job on me. I found the right key and shoved it into the lock that held the latch and the 2 large doors. The lock opened with a snap. I opened the door, leaving the keys hanging from the lock. As they opened, the whole trailer fell silent. The clicking stopped immediately. The light from my flashlight revealed the large metal crate. It was toppled onto its side. The lock was still secured, but the top had been ripped open from the inside. Large speckled feathers lay around the box. I would not say that they were chicken feathers though, because they were the size of my forearm. The silence from inside the trailer calmed my blood, but the sight of the toppled crate is what snapped me out of my anger. I suddenly felt this was a terrible mistake, especially when I looked towards the darkened part of the trailer. There were 4 eyes staring back at me. The bottom 2 were green, like algae, baked in a dried up lake. The top 2 were a deep blue, like the last layer of the ocean before total darkness. As I stared back, the clicking began again. It was slower than before, and I felt it echoing through my chest. Its pupils dilated as it lowered towards the ground. I was unable to move. I did not move the light onto the creature. Whatever it was deserved to stay in the dark, and I did not want to see it. Its rhythmic noise increased in speed as it moved closer towards me. I could feel the death stare on me. I knew if I remained, nothing good would happen. Its pupils shrunk, forming tiny black holes at the center of its eyes. It charged forward with heavy footsteps, rocking the ground with its apparent weight. With a pounding heart, I slammed the door and threw the lock over the latch. I went to snap it shut, but the thing hit the door, throwing me off the back. I landed on my side hard, crushing my collarbone. It kept slamming into the door, causing dents to form. The latch rattled, threatening to open. I jumped up and with a bit of pain, I snapped the lock shut. It rammed into the doors a few more times before finally stopping. The trailer rocked with its movement as the sound slowly subsided. Making my way to the driver's side door with shaking hands, I drove away. The whole ride was spent 20 miles per hour above the speed limit. It took another 2 hours before the next stop came into view. I wasted no time calling Bay. I found his personal phone this time. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, but after calling twice, he finally picked up. B speaking. Who is it? He said, yawning. B, what the fuck do you have me moving? That thing nearly ripped my head off, I said. Anon, wait. Please don't tell me you opened the back. You're damn right I did. Some stupid kid came flying on the wrong side of the road and nearly killed us both, so I went to check the load like we were supposed to. B, I saw that the crate was turned over and its lid had been ripped off. Christ, Anon, you have to get to the warehouse now. I need to call the handler. He's going to need backup, he said, losing all of his tiredness at once. Handler, what are you talking about? Anon, be quiet, do your job, and get back home. What's important right now is that you get to that warehouse. It's not going to stay passive for long. I slammed the phone into its place. I could feel a shooting pain up my shoulder. It sucks being the lowest man on the totem pole. You're never told anything. I hoped to get some rest, but that was not going to happen apparently. So I went inside the truck stop and grabbed some caffeine pills. With a few of them shoved into my mouth, a cigarette in my lips, and the radio cranked up all the way, I started the engine. That was one of the longest drives of my entire life. After I left the stop, I did not take my foot off the pedal until I reached the warehouse. A few times I blew past the smoky, and I surely thought I would get pulled over, but they did not even flash the lights. It was strange, since it really could have cost me my job, but I guess B pulled some strings to make this happen quickly maybe. The warehouse was completely dark when I pulled up. There were no other buildings nearby. The gate was open, but I could tell all the windows and doors had locks. There were a few no trespassing signs on the fencing, a bunch of decommissioned trailers with the company logo set in the parking lot, along with 3 black sedans. When I pulled around back, there was a group of men sitting around waiting. All 4 of them were wearing thick Kevlar jackets and padding. 3 of them had large brown gun cases, and when I pulled up, they began to unlatch them. I stepped out and began to unhook the trailer. When I finished, one of the guys walked over to me. He was dressed like the others, but his clothes under the armor signified he was in a different pay bracket. I was about to speak when he reached into his pocket and pulled out a large wad of cash. It was way more than 1,000, that's for sure. For your troubles, thanks for getting it here quickly. Best not to talk about this, got it? As much as I wanted answers, the cash was more tempting. Plus, I had a good idea of what would happen if I said no. Got it, I said. I grabbed the money from him and hopped in the truck. Good man. Now go home to your wife and son, he said. That felt like a veiled threat to me. I decided that I would not be sticking around. As I was leaving, I heard loud and rapid gunfire coming from the warehouse. I actually quit my job that day. I called B on a payphone and told him so. He seemed to understand, and even said he'd be a reference for me. It was $5,000 they gave me that night. Back then, that was a good bit of money for a single 2-day job. I still don't know what that was or why I had to transport it there. I had no idea what they were doing with it either. I'm not sure if they killed it or just pacified it. I've looked on other sites, but no one has claimed to have ever done anything similar. I never really got a good look at it either, so I couldn't really give an accurate description. Anyone else experienced anything similar? This experience is one that I've kept to myself for a very long time. I've always wanted to put it out there, but I've always had this concern of people telling me that I was lying or was just making it up. This is something that happened to myself and my cousin when we were much younger. That night, my cousin and I believe we ran into the Jersey Devil out in the Pine Barrens. I was spending time with my cousin back when I was about 20. While I was there, we had made plans to go on this camping trip as a way to wrap up our summer. This is only natural when you're in that part of New Jersey. I had told him that I wanted to spend a few nights in the Pine Barrens. This is an area notorious for those urban legends about how creepy the woods can be. We were fully aware of all of the stories about the Jersey Devil, but being that age, and with him having lived there, we all thought that it was just a joke. We thought it was just a story to tell the kids, to keep them out of the woods. When we got to our destination, we settled in for the night. It was a spot that was a bit secluded and far away from other places. The first day was great. We did some hiking, cooked up our food over a small fire, and we turned in pretty early. The second day, we spent a lot of time out enjoying the weather. We had broken out our case of beer so that we could party a bit over the campfire. That was honestly the overall plan of the trip. I was 20 and my cousin was 22, so we planned on going out into the woods to get drunk and have a good time. That night, we started drinking and sitting around the fire, and my cousin started telling me about his plans for college, telling me how he had actually gotten a scholarship for whatever sport it was that he played, and in the middle of the sentence, we both paused and looked into the trees. The silence of the forest was broken by a weird sound, a high-pitched scream mixed in with a low growling sound. When we both heard it, I mentioned that it was probably just a wounded fox. I said that they make some really creepy noises, and it was most likely just that. My cousin laughed and said that it was creepy as hell. Then we heard it again, except this time, the higher-pitched tone was less prominent, and the growling was way louder. I then said that we should probably just go ahead and get to sleep. Part of me wanted to just ignore the sound and not think about it. My cousin agreed, and we got into the tents and went to sleep. After a bit, I did doze off, but I was woken up by that same sound again, probably around an hour or so later. I heard it, and my eyes shot open, like an instinctual reaction to the sound. It was like my body was telling me, hey, you need to wake up and be scared. I just stayed there on the sleeping bag for a few seconds. I was just staring up at the ceiling of the tent, thinking about whether or not this thing was actually a threat. That's when I started hearing footsteps near the tents. I glanced over to where I thought they were coming from, and sure enough, there was something there. The steps were a bit heavy. As this thing approached, I started to get hit with this heavy fear. Then I saw a hand-like appendage pressing against the fabric of the tent. It was almost like it was rubbing it, trying to figure out what it was. The thick fabric crinkled and folded slightly as this thing started pushing against the walls and then the top. I just sat there, thinking it will lose interest, just hoping it will walk away. Thankfully, it did lose interest after a while, and it did start walking away. At that point though, I had to know what the hell that was, so when I was satisfied that it was a good distance away, I unzipped my tent to see if I could find this creature. To my surprise, my cousin was already standing outside of his tent, as pale as a ghost underneath the moonlight. It was at that point that I realized that this thing was not just a normal creature, nor was it something I was imagining. He had seen it very clearly. I saw this thing too, but he saw it in much better detail. What I saw was a very tall beast-like thing that was covered in matted fur, and I swear that this thing had wings that were tucked in. My cousin added 2 details to this that makes me think this thing was the Jersey Devil. He said that it had glowing eyes that he saw as it walked away. He also claimed it had legs with knees that shifted backwards like a goat. I can't make that claim as I did not see its eyes, nor could I really see its legs in detail, but this thing was not a normal animal. That much I am certain of. Unfortunately, it was in the middle of the night, and we were both a bit tipsy, so driving away was not a really good idea. We both made a conscious decision to start our fire back up, and just wait the night out, and then drive away when we sobered up in the morning. When the sun came up, we got our stuff together and got the hell out of Dodge. To this day, I am convinced that what we encountered that night was the infamous Jersey Devil. I can't explain what it was, or why it chose to check out our little camp like it had, but I am grateful that it did not go any further, or decide that it wanted us. I know that nothing really happened to us thankfully, but it was still a scary moment. That was the only time we ever camped out in the Pine Barrens, and I will never forget that thing, whether it was the Jersey Devil or not. 19-year-old American here. I was born and raised on 200 acres, squashed between thousands of untouched acreage of national forest in the Ozark Mountains. I was 15 at the time. No life at all. It's the summer break from high school. I am basically nocturnal at this point. It's sometime around July or August. I've been all night, talking to women. I didn't get up till like 9:30 p.m. though. 4:30 a.m. I took the bong in the bathroom with fart vent on. I take a shower. 5 a.m. In my bedroom on the east side of the trailer, listening to Dr. Dre on Skull Crusher. Cheap beat headphones, very powerful bass. Between 5:17 and 5:25 a.m., I turn off the music, getting ready to crash. There are aluminum sheets stacked up against the fence line on the east side of the property. They crash and bang. I am what the fucking hard. There is a dark blue sheet over the window. I peel it back slightly and look out to see that dawn is barely starting to show. Very loud, paced footing. The footing gets closer. What the fuck? I let go of the sheet. I hear it right next to the well house, 6 feet away from the window. I peek out the window again. I shit in my pants. I see at least a 9-foot tall, bipedal, semi-hairless, with long scraggly hair where there is, pale grey complexion, very lanky and muscular creature standing on the south side of my well house, looking north at the south face of the hill. Its back is turned to my window. I don't see the front. I have an adrenaline spike. I shit my pants even harder. I pull away from looking out the window so hastily I bump my head on the wall. I am laying motionless and silent in bed. This is all happening within a minute's time, but feels like forever. Something, I assume it's a nose, presses against my window screen. I hear the window screen scratch until it lightly taps the outside of my window. I basically assume that I'm going to die within moments. The outside air conditioning unit kicks on. This thing shits and gets gone instantly up the hill. You can hear its footsteps footing hard. Outside after sun rises, I am too freaked to sleep. There are 16-inch long, kind of human-shaped footprints that laid the tall grass down. This did not look like a Sasquatch whatsoever. We know absolutely nothing about what really exists in the deep woods. To this day, I do not go into the deep woods any time a few hours after or before dark. And every time I do go into the woods, I pack a 12 gauge, a high caliber rifle, or semi-auto 22 LR with a sidearm. And I go slowly, watching, listening, observing, very quietly. I have never seen it since, and never seen any sign of it. I have no explanation whatsoever of what it could have been. And not to be a pussy, but it still makes me tear up every time I think about it. I'm a grown goddamn man. It was 1997. I was 28 years old, and my then BF and I lived in a remote village in Lincolnshire, England. He had a job where he worked from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and I was working in a bar, so I would take him to and from work so I could get myself to work with the one car we shared. It's probably worth mentioning that the car was brand new. It had something crazy like 18 miles on the clock when we got it. I wanted something newer than the car that we had before because I did not like the idea of being stranded down a dark country lane if the old car decided to shit itself when I was driving alone. I don't know how many people know Lincolnshire. but most of it is rural, with thin, winding roads, and the place is so flat, you can see for miles. I used to drive to pick my ex up, and the views in spring, when the mornings were getting lighter, was and still are breathtaking. So, imagine farmers' fields all around you, with a basic little road snaking along the edges. The fields themselves were separated in rows, by not quite saplings, but trees that would be a couple of years old, still thin and gangly, and at this particular time of year, were just starting to show hints of new leaves on their skinny branches. An absolutely beautiful drive in the lighter mornings, mainly because I was usually the only person on the road, so I could drive as slow as I liked to watch the sun coming up over the horizon. Okay, so I hope I've described the place enough to paint an image. Here is where the story starts. So, one morning, I was driving along the little road. It was about 5:30 a.m., and the sun was just peeking out on the horizon, and the sky was completely cloudless. I slowed down to watch it, as I often did, not paying much attention to the trees, as they were in a row that ran down the side of the field, so they were never in the way of the view. In my peripheral, I thought I saw something move amongst the skinny trees, so I stopped the car completely, thinking it might be a deer or something interesting like that. I waited for a few seconds, and nothing happened, so I was just about to restart the car when I saw two of the trees walking out of the lineup. I say trees, but I don't have a clue what they actually were. Remember, this is a long time before the internet, and the Slender Man, and all the tales and superstition, etc. I was literally frozen to the spot with fear. Two tall things walked out of the line of trees, and started walking over to me. I was about 50 to 60 yards away from them, and the only thing that I could possibly describe them as were these oversized stick insects. They had two long legs and two long arms that almost touched the ground, and I would say the tallest one must have been easily 12 feet tall, the smaller one maybe 10 feet tall. They walked in a fluid motion, as if they were wading through treacle. Like long hair would glide through water. It was just slow and graceful. When my brain finally kicked into flight mode, I started my car and glanced over to see how close they had gotten. All the while, I was putting my car into gear and started it moving. The tallest one slowly lifted his arm upwards, like a silk scarf gliding through light wind, and pointed it directly at me. My car instantly stalled. The dashboard warning lights were all on. All of them lit up, and at the same time, I got the worst pain in my face. Mainly my jaw, but it made me scream out in agony, and I almost blacked out, just from the pain. With the pain debilitating me, I knew I needed to get away, and fast. I was so terrified that the car would not start again, because all of the lights were still on, so I turned the engine entirely off, and thankfully, it started again, and I drove like a mad woman to get out of sight. All the time, my face/jaw was burning, and when I got to my ex's work, he gave me a bottle of water to cool me down, but it did not do much to help. And for weeks, my mouth felt like I had chewed on poison ivy, my jaw feeling like I had an abscess under each molar. I needed to see a dentist, and I knew that, but explaining what happened would have made me feel stupid, so I put it off. I had 3 amalgam fillings, all in my lower molars, and once the worst of the pain had gone, a couple months later, I could not put anything metal in my mouth without getting a shock, like licking a battery kind of shock, so I was eating with plastic cutlery all the time and decided to give in, and see if the dentist would change my fillings to the ceramic ones. The dentist looked in my mouth and asked what had happened to my teeth. I played it off casually and just asked him why. My fillings looked like little balls of mercury, so I explained the car ride, etc., and he said that my fillings looked like they had melted and pulled into smooth, rounded metal balls. I have no idea what happened or what the fuck those things did to me. I work at a funeral home, and we have a crematorium at work. This happened not too long ago, but I don't think I will ever forget it. One morning, I was sweeping the entranceway, and a black SUV pulled into our parking lot. A middle-aged man got out and I could tell that he was wealthy. I clocked the Frank Bueller watch on his wrist. Nice. He came over and inquired about a crematorium service. Well, he literally said to me, "Can you burn a body for me?" I was taken back by that statement. Normally, we are contacted by the family members of the departed, and they don't always arrive with the body in the car. Then, of course, we need a certification of death and some other documentation. We need to be informed ahead of time, because we need to make preparations. He said that he called my boss already, and that the boss agreed to cremate the body today. His tone was pretty aggressive. He said that we needed to get this cremation moving fast. I asked him to wait for a moment while I went to check with my boss. I felt kind of nervous. This seemed highly unusual. My boss was the director of the funeral hall, and he said that we have to do the cremation as fast as we can. This was really weird. Why are we doing things so differently today? That's what I wondered. I could not do anything about it though, as it was my job. So, I went to open the ovens. I saw the body. It belonged to a man who looked to be in his early 30s. I had seen a lot of corpses before, but there was something slightly different about this one. His cheeks seemed pink. I usually check the corpses before burning. It's part of the rules here. I noticed that it was very clean and appeared to be without any trauma. We put the body into the coffin. I pushed the coffin into the cremation ovens, and after about 20 minutes or so, I heard this dreadful noise rising from the ovens. It was like a banging sound. Everything was suddenly plunged into darkness all around me. Life felt incredibly cold as I asked myself the deeply troubling question. Was he alive when he went in there? What hurt the most was the fact that there was nothing that I could do, because 20 minutes in the ovens at heat that high, everything is already burning. I could not move. My limbs were shaking with fear. I felt paralyzed. Was I hearing things? I could not be sure. Usually after an hour, everything in the oven is reduced to cinders, but I could not stand that. I needed to know. I managed to pull myself together and I stopped the ovens. I noticed that the rich guy was not around anymore. I was really scared, so I asked my boss to open the ovens with me. I told him that I heard a noise while they were on. My boss opened it up, and all the stench of grilled meat invaded our nostrils. It was kind of like a barbecue smell, and it lingered in the air. My boss then pulled the main tray out so that we could see. The body was half burned. It was facing down, and I was pretty certain that he was not facing downward when I put the body in. I was sure that the man was still alive when he was brought in. I imagine while the ovens were on, he was turning and doing anything in his power to escape. I had not been hearing things, and I was completely destroyed by this realization. This had never happened before. Never had I seen the body turned over during cremation. I was sat in the main hall with my head in my hands, struggling with the weight of the situation that I was in. My boss came over, and he handed me something. 10 million yen, which is about $77,000. He told me that telling my story to anyone would not be worth it. People would not believe me, and reminded me that the rich guy that I met would not be very happy if he heard that I was talking about what happened today. I quit that job, obviously, but now I am living on the money that I was given until I get a new job. I am not myself anymore. I can barely find the energy to get out of bed. I really cannot sleep these days, and my nightmares have filled with memories of that day. Hey, 2chan. I've been riding a certain train for a while, but something seems off. I always take this train to work, but it has not stopped at any stations for the past 20 minutes or so. It usually only takes 5 minutes, 7 or 8 at worst. Oh, and there is 5 other passengers, but they are all sleeping. Did you take the express train by mistake? Is it a high-speed train? Well, it's possible I may have just missed my stop. I will wait a little longer. If anything else strange occurs, I might bring it up here. Still no sign of stopping, so alright, I will take a look. There were blinds or something covering the window, so I could not see the conductor or the driver. The route is a private railway in Shizuoka. I tried knocking, but nobody answered. Can you see outside the window? Names of stations that you're passing, etc. We came out a tunnel, so we are dropping speed slightly. There usually aren't any tunnels though. It's a train from Shinto Hamamatsu. Looks like we're finally stopping at a station. You aren't going to get off there, are you? We are stopped at Kisaragi Station. I wonder if I should get off. I've never heard of this place before. Definitely check it out and on. No, stay on until the last stop. Oh, but it's probably already departing now. When did you get on the train? I've gotten off the train. The station is unmanned. I believe I got on the train at 11:40. I'm not finding any information on Kisaragi Station. And Hasame, your train was going for over an hour. Wow, that's really strange. Yeah, I'm not getting any results for Kisaragi Station either. I'm looking for a schedule so I can get back, but I can't find one. The train is still stopped, so it would probably be safest to get back on. Well, it left while I was writing that. Is there anyone nearby or any buildings? It's cold out, so be careful. I will look for a taxi from the station. Thank you very much. Sounds good. Take care. Way past the last train, at an unmanned station. Really questionable if you'll have any luck finding a taxi there. There don't seem to be any taxis anywhere. I called home and asked to be picked up, but neither of my parents seem to know where Kisaragi Station is. They will look for it on the map so they can come and get me, but I'm getting a little bit scared now. What about the others? Are you the only one who got off the train? I checked online too, and the name Kisaragi Station is not coming up. Am I wrong in assuming it's around Shinto Hamamatsu? I'll check Yahoo. I looked for a public phone, but there's nothing. And no one else got off, so I'm alone now. It's definitely called Kisaragi. Sometimes they have phones outside the station. I'm looking into it. Apparently it's written with the kanji for devil, but it's read Kisaragi. Devil Station? Yikes. Are you a gaming nerd? 'Cause a game comes up if you Google it. Tell us the names of the stations before and after Kisaragi. What do you mean, a game? It doesn't say what the next and previous stations are. Walk back along the track. If you start running now, you might catch up to the train. There must be houses around the station, right? Yes, there are. I didn't quite notice since I was panicking. I'm waiting for my parents to call while walking along the track. I tried checking town information on iMode, but it gave me a point error or something. I want to go home. There is really just nothing around here. All I can see are fields and mountains, but I think I'll be able to make it back if I go down the track, so I will keep pushing on. Thank you very much. Treat this as a joke if you will, but can I come to you if I encounter any more trouble? Of course, just be careful out there. Sure, just make sure you don't run out of battery. Your phone is your lifeline right now. Don't get lost and be careful in the tunnel. You can get a signal out in the middle of nowhere. I kinda think you shouldn't stray far from the station. All alone on a cold night, at a station with no attendants. Soon the lights could go out, and it will be pitch black. It might be safest to wait for daybreak at the station now. Oh jeez, this sounds really bad. I got a call from my father, and he had many questions, but simply could not find my location. I've been told to call 110, which I'm a little bit opposed to doing, but I will try asking them to help me now. I really think you should wait until it gets lighter out before you do anything. Waiting all alone in the dead of night, and in some ominous place. Yikes. Going through a tunnel alone in the dead of night, and on some ominous train line. Yikes. I called 110 and tried my absolute best to explain the situation, but they thought it was all a joke and got angry at me, so I got scared and apologized. Apologize for what? Should probably give up for today. Wait for the first train. What's it like around the station? What's there? I hear what sounds like a beating drum, mixed with some kind of bell way off in the distance. Honestly, I have no idea what to do at this point. Get back to the station for now, Hasame. It's best to return to where you started, when you're lost. Here is where it gets going. Are they having a festival or what? You might think I'm kidding, but I am too scared to look behind me. I do want to go back to the station, but I don't dare turn around. Run, and don't look back. You can't go back to the station now. Run through the tunnel. I'm sure you'll find you're not too far. Someone behind me yelled, "Hey, don't walk on the track, that's dangerous." I looked around expecting to see an attendant, and saw a one-legged old man, but he vanished. I think I'm too scared to move. I told you not to look back. Run. Calm down and listen to Big Bro, okay? Check out where that drum is coming from. There's bound to be somebody playing it. Where the hell are you planning to take Hasame? How'd you know it was an old man if it was just a single leg? I think Hasame meant an old man who lost one of his legs. Must have been an old man who died and lost a leg after walking along the track. I can't walk or run any further. The drumming sound is getting a little closer. Wait for dawn. It won't be scary in the daylight. I'm still alive, but I fell and started bleeding, and I broke a heel, so I am sitting still on the ground. I don't want to die now. It should be safe if you leave the tunnel. Once you get out of there, call for help immediately. I called home. Dad is calling the police, but the sound keeps getting closer. I hope to God that's not the sound of a train, but it might be too late. I finally managed to make it to the front of the tunnel. The name says Isanuke. The sound is still getting closer, so I am going to leave the tunnel. If I am safe once I get out of the tunnel, I will post again. Good luck. This is the end. Forget about going back. Forget about someone chasing you. The sound you are hearing is just something you imagined. Run out of the tunnel. If you stop, you will only succumb to something which does not belong in this world. I left the tunnel. There is someone up ahead. It looks like all of your advice was right after all. Thank you so much. My face is such a mess from tears. He might just mistake me for a monster. He seems gentle and was worried for me. He called for a train to take me to the nearest station. Apparently, there is some kind of business hotel here. I am truly, truly thankful to all of you. Hasame, please answer me this one thing. Can you ask that man what the place is? I asked him where it was and he said Hina. That seems extremely unlikely though. We've been headed toward the mountains for some time. It doesn't really strike me as a place where trains would go. And he stopped talking to me entirely. My battery has almost run out. Things are getting strange, so I think I'm going to make a run for it. He's been talking to himself about bizarre things for a while now. To prepare for just the right time, I'm going to make this my last post for now. That was Hasame's last post in the 2chan thread. They never updated ever again. For reasons which I can't recall, when I was very young, I used to live with my grandmother in a rural village, located in the southern region of a prefecture that I do not want to name. The place where I used to live, despite the lack of communal options which made everyday necessary life activities, such as grocery shopping, laborious, was surrounded by beautiful, soothing nature, as acres of rice fields and farms spread across the landscapes. But few miles away from my grandmother's house, there is a road where car accidents happened on a frequent basis. The fact that incidents continuously occurred on that particular wide, well-managed and vivid road, specifically during the nighttime, always struck me as odd. According to the drivers who fortunately survived the car accident, told people how they saw 5 children blockading the road by holding each other's hands, which caused the drivers to sharply cut left or right in an attempt to dodge the children, hence leading to car crash. Now, my grandmother told me another story regarding that road when I was a child. I heard a story from my grandmother, which would be your great-great-grandmother, about that road. When your great-great-grandmother was still a child, there was a multiple homicide involving many children who got murdered on that exact road, as some of their corpses were found, but others were not. My grandmother believes that the vengeful souls of the murdered children are still loitering on that road, still looking for the culprit. I shivered out of fear before my mother, who was also listening to her story, quickly intervened. Stop it, mother. You're scaring him. However, my grandmother completely ignored her daughter's complaint and kept on. Now, listen carefully. When you turn old enough to drive a car, and ever happen to come across that road, don't you ever, and I mean ever, stop the car if you see those children standing in the middle of the road at night. Remember that. My grandmother concluded her story. Although I spent days in that farmland living in fear thanks to the tale of horror that my grandmother told me, my parents and I ended up moving to Osaka. Alas, the memories of my childhood in rural village slowly began to fade away as I started to get used to my new urban life. Today I am in my 30s. I am a husband and a father of 2 children I had with my wife. As my children grew older, they began to show keen interest in outdoor activities. So during their summer vacations, I occasionally took them to see my grandmother back at the rural village where I originally came from. Regardless of her old age, my grandmother was still very healthy and vivacious, always excited to see her great-grandchildren coming for a sleepover. Then, one late night, when I was driving through the village to see my grandmother with my family for the summer vacation, after taking the highway from Saga to my childhood village, as I cautiously looked around the dim ambience, I came upon a road indicating that my grandmother's house was not too far ahead. But what happened next, I will never forget for the rest of my life. As I drove through the road to my grandmother's house, dark, human-shaped silhouettes began to emerge in the distance. The silhouettes then manifested into children of age 4 or 5 as they held hands to form a blockade in the middle of the road as I fast approached. "Honey, stop the car," my wife warned. But before I stepped on the brake pedal, I remember what my grandmother told me when I was a child, about the spirit of the dead children causing car accidents. That was when I stomped on the accelerator pedal instead, and punched right through the band of children in a state of frenzy. "What is wrong with you? Turn back immediately." My mind panned back into reality as my wife bellowed out of terror. When I turned back to the spot where I should have floored the children, just as I expected, they were nowhere to be found. My own children were sound asleep as we finally arrived at my grandmother's house, at last. But my wife and I, chilled to the bones in the middle of a hot, humid summer night, never rested after that surreal encounter. I pray to this very day that those children would, one day, find peace and harmony as they depart to the other side. Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you, and back to the stories. This is the terrifying experience I had during a summer vacation when I was in 7th grade. I usually went to stay at my relative's house in a rural village with my entire family every summer. However, this time, I only went with my father, while my mother stayed behind to amend my older sister after she got injured from a car accident. Since I was a rebellious teen back then, I never greeted my relatives properly whenever I visited them, and tended to wander around the neighborhood alone until dinner, for I always felt uncomfortable being together with my relatives, including my father. I've come to this village every summer vacation since I was in elementary school and knew all about the neighborhood. But whenever I come here, I recalled the adults warning me, "Children, never go to Shrine A." Shrine A is rather old, but I have personally never been there. Whenever I asked my father why children aren't allowed to go to Shrine A, he always replied, "Because only adults are allowed to go there." My father's vague answer only made me more curious about the shrine even more, but I was also afraid to go there alone. As I was pondering, Bunko, this is just an alias, my relative's neighbor and a good childhood friend, approached me. "What you doing?" So I told her that I was planning on going to Shrine A. Then she proposed to bringing in more kids from the village to join my supposed horror adventure. Alas, I agreed. At 11 p.m., I snuck out of the house to go to the rendezvous point in which Bunko was waiting, while my father and the rest of the relatives were drinking. Upon my arrival, other familiar faces from this village were there. Remember, these are all aliases and not real names. Chihiro, Daigo, and Erika, along with Bunko, showed up to join. I always wanted to go to Shrine A, is what they all agreed. We knew that Shrine A was located approximately 20 minutes away toward the mountain from the village, where Bunko's and my relative's house were. Adults who lived in the vicinity prevented us from going into that mountain, for we were too young to go in. But from my experience residing in the village for some time, I had a rough idea on where the shrine would be within the mountain, and so did the rest of the kids who followed Bunko tonight. In order to reduce our chances of getting caught, we vowed to return to our own houses right after seeing the shrine for a brief moment. During our way to the shrine in the dead of night, my heart was filled with excitement, as I was slightly scared. I wasn't too apprehensive though, thinking that the adults prohibited children from going to Shrine A solely because it was located within the mountain. Hence, making it dangerous for children to visit. In addition, with this number of people, there would be no way a ghost could appear in front of us, or so I thought. At the end, we finally arrived at Shrine A, and upon observing the old corroded shrine entrance gate, erected all alone in the middle of the dark woods, I immediately regretted ever wanting to come here in the first place. I thought about leaving, but noticing Bunko and the rest of the kids were advancing further into the shrine, I had no choice but to reluctantly follow them. The shrine was rather small in size, as the shrine altar was positioned only a few feet away past the entrance gate. "Wait, that's it?" Bunko said in a disappointed tone. "This place ain't that scary after all." Chihiro followed, as Daigo suggested. "Let's go home." "Yeah, our moms are gonna get mad at us." Erica joined Daigo's side, and so did I. However, before we could even exit the entrance gate, Chihiro opened the door to the miniature shrine altar. In the instant that he glanced inside the altar, Chihiro let out a short yelp and collapsed onto the ground, with his own hands covering his mouth, rolling sideways. Next, Chihiro removed his hands from his lips, then started to frantically scratch his own throat, to the point where blood emerged from the surface of his skin. "I'm going to go get Grandpa," Erica exclaimed, as she and Daigo rushed off, while Bunko and I helplessly stared down at the struggling Chihiro, completely paralyzed out of fear and frenzy. Although, Bunko and I had to stop Chihiro from inflicting more damage to himself before the hemorrhaging could get any worse, so we both tried to pin down Chihiro's limbs until Erica came back with her grandfather. Chihiro's spasm, despite his slender limbs, was so intense and powerful that Bunko and I had to invest all of our strength just to separate Chihiro's single arm from going anywhere near his neck. Then suddenly, the sound of multiple footsteps were heard from a distance where we originally came from. Mr. Fukuda, again, not real name, Erica and Daigo's grandfather, took one abrupt look at both Chihiro and the altar, and then shouted, "Nodogami-sama." Next, Mr. Fukuda grabbed Daigo and commanded, "Report this to the village councillor, so that he may bring Granny here. As for the rest of you, go back to your houses. Granny will sort this out." Mr. Fukuda instructed to us, and as much as I was worried about Chihiro, I did exactly what he said. Returning home, my father strongly lectured me for disobedience. Meanwhile, feelings of remorse accompanied by guilt for letting such a horrific incident happen to Chihiro brought tears to my eyes. Seeing the state of sorrow that I was in, my father calmly began to explain. "Look, Nodogami-sama might have bitten Chihiro, but he should be with Granny by now, so it's all taken care of, understood? After all, it's my fault as well, since I didn't tell you why kids are banned from going near that shrine." When I asked my father who or what Nodogami-sama is, he explained to me that the name Nodogami is written as throat-biting in kanji. Its origin, as the village legend goes, long ago, a mother and her young son starved in this village due to being segregated by the other villagers. Before his death, her son cursed the entire village by vowing to bite off the child's throat so that they no longer may be able to swallow food, and make them feel the same agony that my mother and I felt. Since that day onwards, children in the village began scratching their own throat until they spat out blood and die, one by one. This diabolical phenomena persisted until a traveling exorcist came to the village and sealed the vengeful spirit of the dead son inside the altar of Shrine A, once and for all. Moreover, the granny who is currently healing Chihiro is the descendant of that traveling exorcist, and only she possesses the power to seal off the malevolent spirit to this day. I left the village with my father the next morning. Since that night, my stay at the relative's house during the summer vacation was cut short from a whole day to only half a day, not as a punishment for my parents, but out of a personal sense of safety. Although, that did not stop me from keeping in touch with Bunko and the rest of the kids from that dreadful night, including Chihiro, who recovered from that injury without a single trauma or scars on his throat. Today, as an adult, I still refuse to go back to Shrine A because even after decades passed, the horror I had partaken that night is still perfectly burnt into my memory. This is a story when I went to my friend's house for a sleepover as a middle schooler. I have been to my friend's house many times, His house was fairly new, with a great sense of architectural design, and there was nothing scary about it. Except for one thing. Going further into the road juxtaposed to my friend's house, there is a graveyard near the mountainside, with numerous Buddha Shiva statues. There was nothing scary about that place during the day, but whenever I went out to play with fireworks at night, I constantly glanced back towards the graveyard, with chills running down my spine, for I've always sensed as if someone was looking at me from a distance. One late night, my two friends and I decided to play some video games after dinner. One of them prepared the console, while the other, the girl who lived in that house, was using the restroom. My lazy self, instead of helping my friend who was setting up the console, tried to take photos of my friend with a disposable camera from behind. I did so because there were only 3 more shots left inside the camera's film case, and thought I would use it all tonight. The camera flashed as I pressed the shutter, shooting a photo of my friend's back as he was about to turn towards me. The TV was completely turned off when I took the photo. My friend was initially mad about it, but ended up laughing off, and when my other friend returned from the restroom, all 3 of us proceeded in playing the video game. Everything seemed ordinary at the time. After a few days, I brought my disposable camera to the camera shop to print out the photos inside. Bringing back the set of the printed photos to my house, I looked at them one by one in nostalgia inside my room, before finding one that caught my attention, as if it called out to me. It was that photo of my friend's back, who was preparing the console. In that photo, there was the face of a man glowing in green within the TV screen, despite the TV being turned off at the time. The glowing green man's face had a pair of eyes that were looking directly at me instead of my friend, and a nose, but anything below that was gone. As the man's eyes met mine, I let out a loud scream and fled my room to my parents in tears. That photo was my very first ghost picture I've ever taken in my life. Both of my parents were equally frightened upon looking at the troublesome photo, and advised me to dispose of it. I could not disagree with them. For precaution, I have also showed the photo to my 2 friends that were in the house that night, and to get confirmation on whether there wasn't anyone else in that room, and if the TV was actually turned off. They both confirmed, as all 3 of us shivered in our classroom. Our homeroom teacher joined the conversation upon hearing the commotion, and as she took one look at the photo, she let out a loud yelp as well. After discussing with my friends on how to get rid of the haunted photo, we all unanimously agreed to bring it to a Buddhist temple for purification. But when the day came for me to finally do so, the haunted photo mysteriously disappeared from the stack of the printed photos that were inside of my desk, never to be found again. I skipped school the next day due to illness, probably caused by the series of paranormal activities I have experienced up until now. The next day, my friend's grandmother, who lived at the house that I frequently visited for sleepovers, explained to me that the TV in which we played video games on was placed at the same direction of where the graveyard is, and just above the TV was a passage to the afterlife for the souls to travel to from their graves. The green glowing man's face displayed on that TV screen still remains in my memory, even to this day. It is burned in there. I think serial killers are people with some messed up bits of code in their heads that are a leftover from our more predatory ancestors. I've personally had some experience with a serial killer in my hometown if anyone is interested. It's not your typical X story, but it's still interesting enough. I was going out for a hike in these canyons like I normally do a couple of times a month. It's a great spot and good for exercise. There is an old train bridge that goes across a ravine at some point. I say old, but it has been rebuilt recently. Anyhow, I decided to explore underneath the bridge and see what's down there. There's a lot of old abandoned rusty parts from construction, beer bottles, and a camping chair for some reason. I can hear what I'm pretty sure is people talking, / walking up above. At some point I hear what sounds like a cry for help, so I shout back and get a response. I run closer, but then there's a crash and a thud in the trees up ahead of me. I push through the bush as fast as I can, very slowly, and find the body lying there. I will spare you any gruesome details, but to say the least, the injuries were incompatible with life. I shout up for help, but they either don't answer or can't hear me. I freak out and try to call 911, but this place is pretty remote, and cell service is mostly non-existent. At this point, I'm not sure whether to move the body with me to the trail or leave it where it is. I decide it's probably a bad idea to mess with a potential crime scene, and plus, I don't want to get all bloody or carry a gross, disgusting mangled corpse around. As I head back to the path, I can hear twigs and branches snapping in the distance. It's pretty much impossible to move in thick brush without making any noise. This person was trying, but without a whole lot of success. I immediately got a flash of oh shit when I realized that they might not have friendly intentions. It's hard to explain, but just the way that they were moving, it sounded like they were trying to make as little noise as possible. So, why would someone be doing that? And right after someone calling for help fell off the bridge, and after I had been screaming for someone to help. Fight or flight response kicked in. I sort of ignored my instinct and went for an intermediate option. I went a ways back into the brush and hid myself while still having a decent vantage point of the area that the body had fallen in. The noise coming through the brush got closer and closer, and after about 5 minutes I could see someone walking down the slope towards the body. Their clothing was not remarkable. I honestly don't even remember what they were wearing. As for a description, I'm really not the best kind of person for that. I don't really remember specific details much like that. So all I can really say is that the guy was not very tall, probably around 40-ish years old, and had some sort of a hat on. The clothing was muted, no bright colors, but it was still easy to see him. The guy walks up to the body and looks all around, probably looking for me. When he can't find anything, he goes back to the body, starts examining the wounds. The main thing I remember about his manner is that it was predatory. His walk, his posture, it all screamed to me that this man was a predator. The man pulled a small folding spade out of his backpack and proceeded to drag the body further into the forest. I could tell he had done this before, just on the basis of how confident and assured he seemed to be. I waited for the noise to fade away, then got up and moved as quietly as I could back toward the trail that leads back down to the park entrance where my car is. It took me about 4 hours to get there, so it's not exactly an easy hike back. After a certain point, I stopped trying to be quiet and just sort of half run/jog the best that I can through the tangle of trees and brush, dead logs, and uneven terrain. It takes me a little while, but I get back to the trail, so I take a quick breather before heading back up the slope to the main trail. That is when I hear a sound. It's faint, barely noticeable, but I am always paranoid for bears and cougars on hikes, so I have a pretty good ear for these kinds of things. I sort of realized all at once that this guy was a lot smarter than I had given him credit for, that he somehow knew I would be watching, or saw me, and pretended to walk off to bury the body, to give me a false sense of security. My first instinct is to just dash down the trail like a moron, running and screaming for help. I came so close to doing that. If I had, I honestly think I wouldn't be here today to tell the story. The whole thing is a bit of a blur in my mind, but I recall thinking about how he had outsmarted me, and basically tricked me into thinking he had not seen me, while he followed me covertly. Thinking about it, I wondered just how long he'd known I was there. He probably had seen or heard me from the top of the bridge, maybe watched me for a while when he came down. It's hard to say because this is all stuff I'm thinking of in retrospect, but it was clear in the moment that he had outsmarted me because I had underestimated him and that he was much more dangerous than I had first anticipated. He was moving with uncanny silence now. If I had not been aware of him, I would not have heard him at all. I actually had not heard him at all for a few minutes, and I was scared that he was way too close for comfort at this point. So, rationally, assuming he couldn't catch or kill me if I ran away was dumb. The smartest way to play it would be to pretend I didn't know he was following me. So I made a show of being upset and scared, and trying to make a call on my phone. Of course, there was no service, before going back up the trail. As the trail reaches the top of the canyon, it continues along in various straight stretches for quite a ways. Basically, it's hard for someone to sneak up on you because it is a big long straight gravel trail and more of a gravel road than anything else. I actually see 4x4 vehicles driving on it every now and then. I have a really good feeling he is behind me, but I am too afraid to turn and look behind me because then I think he'll know I know he's following me. But at the same time, Maybe not looking is suspicious too. But I pretty much decide to keep on walking ahead. Hurried pace, but not too fast, even though my heart is pounding like a jackhammer. After a while of walking, I take out my phone and pretend to try and make another call on it, but I actually take a quick sneak peek at the reverse camera / selfie thing on the camera app, and I am able to confirm that he is in fact on the trail, following behind me. I am a few minutes away from a full-blown panic, and still trying to stay as normal as possible while this killer is stalking behind me. Does he have a gun? If he has a gun, he could be shooting me at any moment. It could be just lights out. My life shut off without me even having the courtesy of hearing the bullet before it disconnects my brain. Should I just charge him? Try to ambush or surprise him? Is he waiting for something? When is he going to make his move? What the fuck should I be doing? That's pretty much the shit that was going through my head. I had no idea what I was going to do. Then I had the thought that he knew that I knew that he was following me. What if I'd underestimated him again? What was he planning? I'm not sure if it was adrenaline or fear that caused the response, but something just sort of clicked inside of me. I realized that this guy was a predator and that he was familiar with the chase. He delighted in the fear of his victims. He could probably read the fact that I knew he was following, based on my body language. He could probably tell that I was terrified out of my mind, and he was probably getting off on it. So, I did the one thing that he would never have expected. I stopped, turned around, and started walking towards him. I don't know where I got the confidence from, but it came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, I was not scared. I was angry. I was furious. I was the opposite of scared. He was obviously a bit confused, as he stopped walking to stare as I came toward him. As I came further, I pulled out the 6-inch book knife that I keep on me for bears, tossed it off to the side like it was worthless as I kept walking towards him. I'm not sure why I did that, even now. I was basically acting on pure, primal instinct at that point. The memories I have of it are almost in third person, like I'm watching someone else. In any case, whatever the reason, I tossed my knife away, screamed at the top of my lungs while pounding my chest, and charged him at full speed. I was around 20 feet away from him when he pulled what I think was a gun out of his waistband. I am honestly not sure, because I never got a good look at it. If it was a gun, maybe the safety was on, it jammed, or it was fake. God knows. All I remember from that point is slamming into him, wrapping my arms around him in a bear hug. I had about 4 to 5 inches on him height-wise, and probably around 50 pounds in weight. I don't remember how long the struggle lasted, but it ended when I chucked him off the side of the path into the ravine, which was at this point of the trail an extremely steep slope that was basically 800 feet nearly straight down to the riverbed. You've probably heard of the adrenaline giving you a shit ton of strength thing, and I am absolutely certain it's true, because I literally picked him up over my shoulder and tossed him a good 10 feet straight out from the path before he began to fall. I saw the whole thing in slow motion as I did it. The panic and fear in his eyes, the struggle, the panic, the flailing as he began to fall. Weirdly enough, I had a boner afterwards. Are stress and rage boners a thing? Who fucking knows? Anyway, I took a while to collect myself, and then I just kept on walking back to my car. And yes, I still hike there to this day, because fuck letting that dickhead take my favorite hiking spot from me. This story happened in the Toyabe National Forest. Anyone familiar knows strange shit happens up there. I typed this out and I feel it should get a bit of a preface as well, and since someone will miss it, I do not smoke anymore, and stoners, please don't invade, I hate that shit. Here we go. Earlier this year, I took 2 very good friends camping. Neither knows shit about shit in the woods, even though we live in a really rural part of CA. They spend a lot of time on Chan and Vidya, and don't get out much other than when they're with me. Last April, I had an urge to go in the woods. Friend 1 is bro tier bro, who is always down for anything no homo. Friend 2 is his older brother, and while still down for adventure, he is that guy in the free man group. The guy who won't eat out of cast iron cookware. The guy who won't eat charred meat. The guy who doesn't think four-wheeling through mud and snow on your friend's dime is not fun. You know, that guy. At this time, we were all pot smokers as well, Friend 1 will be called 1 from here on out, and I don't get paranoid or slow or anything, but friend 2, who I will name 2, is the classic bad stoner stereotype. Gets super paranoid, speech goes to shit, gets aggro really easy, and can't follow a simple conversation for the life of him. I have since stopped smoking and drinking to put on muscle and live healthier. So we leave. Road trip 4 hours up I-80 towards Reno. My plan is to take a random detour and end up lost in the woods, because why the fuck not? We are men with guns and a 4x4. End up in Verde, Nevada, which most tourists and idiots refer to as Boomtown, because of its casino, I guess. It's like midnight when we get into Verde. 1 and I are tired as fuck. He was my co-pilot the whole time. 2 crashed in the back after the last joint. When we woke him, all he did was say, "Why the fuck are we out here? We should go to Reno. Reno is better. There are casinos in Reno." Shit like that. I already told 1 that my plan is to get lost in some unfamiliar woods. He is down, but we don't tell 2 because he would suggest to go to Reno and get a motel, not on his dime. So we go for Verde, a small little town that is literally on the California-Nevada state line and is on the border of high desert and coniferous forest. See 2 pairs of headlights behind me. Think what do if a cop or a warden. Don't give a fuck because guns are in cases and weed is hidden well. I just keep driving. Woods are close. My nugget senses are tingling. Sure enough, I see a Smokey the Bear sign, look left, and in my headlights see, "Now entering Toyabe National Forest," to which 1 and I share a, "Fuck yeah, woods, woo!" No sleeping on the side of the road and getting fucked by the I-80 killer. Stop for a second and get out to stretch and piss. Fuck, that felt great. 2 is asleep again. See headlights still coming. Decide that since there is only 1 way on from here, to let them pass me, since I don't know what lies ahead. I realize now that this was possibly a bad decision, because ambush. The first vehicle is a super nice Jeep, the kind people like me salivate over, like a well-furnished AR or AK, enough to get the job done, but not overly tactical. The second vehicle is a large Ford or Dodge or Chevy van. I could not identify by headlight or taillights, because I was too busy taking in the amount of 4x4 work done to this. Slightly lifted, brush guard, light rack on top, has the goods all over it. Seems like a neat SHTF van to me. In my mind DEFCON 4 just in case. Continue on. The road turns to gravel and is bumpy as fuck. There are those ruts that form because douchebags drive down them at 45 plus miles per hour. I am going like 10 to 15 miles per hour in 4 high because unfamiliar territory at night. Notice that the lights of the vehicles ahead of me went out once they were about a quarter to half a mile ahead and after about 1 minute of driving. This strikes me as odd because of the light setups that each vehicle had. They are made for this kind of shit. I satisfy myself with nods as my conclusion and that rednecks have too much money. I discuss with 1. The lack of lights struck him as odd as well. 2 wakes up because of bumps, asks where we are. I say deep in the woods, though we are not deep at all. He shits himself and keeps looking out the window. Fast forward about 40 minutes. It's now nearing 1 AM. 1 and I are tired as fuck. See a 4x4 trail that goes off to the left. Drive up to trailhead. There is a slight berm at the beginning, which I have always took to mean, if you can't get over this, don't go around it, because your truck cannot handle this trail. I get out to check closer. I confirm that I can go over with no problem. Then notice 2 really fresh tread patterns, very well defined. Deduce that it is fresher than someone who went wheeling in that day. I conclude that it was the Jeep and the van. Figure people who go in the woods at midnight want to be left the fuck alone, because I do. I turn around, proceed down the main trail. Next time I get the chance, I turn left down another trail, probably around 1 mile down. Keep going up the trail. We pass the snow line. Know that we're in for a cold night. Keep going until the trail gets sketchy for me, with my beta tier 4 runner. No light rack. I am not about to drive my buddies off of a cliff. I park on the other side of a very large tree. The tree has the truck very well. This was unintentional. I just thought it was all cool and funny that 2 would not be able to get out to pee, since I blocked his door with said tree. Lights out. 2, 1 and I smoke before bed. Finish. 2 crashes in the back seat. 1 and I are uncomfortable as fuck. trying to sleep in fucking Toyota seats reclined. I estimate that maybe 5 to 10 minutes pass, and I hear something like an engine. I nudge one. He is still awake. I say listen up. I openly declare DEFCON free because why not? After about another 5 minutes, the engine starts to idle. I crack my window to hear better. Very quickly after this, light is fucking everywhere. I just got them chilly feels down my spine recounting this. I will never forget. It was the neat Jeep we had seen earlier. DEFCON fucking 2. Light bars everywhere. Light bars on roof, light bars on hood, light bars on grille, light bars in each wheel well, light bars on sides and back. I would normally think about how this guy is smart, but mall ninja, but loves situational awareness, but now I am thinking, what the fuck is going on here? I realize I am silent and breathing quietly. One is as well. I tell him it's the same Jeep from a while ago. He replies that he is shitting bricks and asks if this is normal. I tell him no, it's really fucking weird. But to calm down, because we are armed, there is 3 of us, and to quietly wake up too, even though we're in my truck. Jeep starts up, does a circle. There is now a person in the passenger side, operating a spotlight. At first I think maybe game warden, but what fucking game warden drives expensive ass Jeeps into the woods at midnight in front of a very unique cargo van? 2 plus 2 does not equal 4 in this case. Oh fuck guys, what is going on? Is the FBI onto us? 2 just really woke up at this point. Nah man, I don't know, but my senses tell me it's not good. Hand me the small gun case from back there. The long gun case is under a bunch of shit in the back, so I'm effectively now just one gun. I take out a shit tier Taurus .357, load with silver tip HPs, put a few more in each front jacket pocket, probably 3 to 4 each. The Jeep is still spotlighting. I think they are either looking for us or poaching. I am hoping so hard it is just poachers. At this point, I realize how effective this tree is concealing my truck. Like, holy shit, there is not a bit of my truck's shadow that is passing the tree shadow as these guys light shit up all around. I tell 1 and 2 to stay put. I need to hear what might be going on. I slowly open my door and get out in a crouch. It's actually pretty fucking cold, but my adrenaline is spiked and my heart is thumping hard. I worry about my shot if shit goes bad. I crawl under the truck to the base of the tray, then left around the tray just enough so I can get an eye on the Jeep. It seems like a half hour passed while I was watching them. It was probably more like 1 or 2 minutes in total. The guy stops spotlighting, then the truck goes black again. Inline 6 is idling once more. I hear 2 distinct male voices, middle-aged I would say, recounting to the best of my memory. You sure you seen the track go up this way? Yeah, I know I seen the truck, but it stopped a ways back. May not be them. But what if it was? They could have seen something. That truck was a piece of shit. Probably nothing to worry about. Tell that to the judge if we are found. You can have the life sentence. I am 100% sure I heard that sentence verbatim. I am breaking OPSEC by the way. This was the truck they may remember or may not. Well, it's my truck. I think we should go higher up and come back. Okay, your call. I watch as the truck continues on, but my eyes are still fucked from all of them lumens. Keeps going on up the trail. I didn't want to. After a minute of hearing them leave, I operate back into truck and ask 1 and 2 if they heard what was said. 1 replies barely. 2 is shitting Roman tier road cobble that makes normal bricks looks like little baby poo. I retell the conversation to 1 and 2. 2 is now shitting MRE tier poo bricks. Makes Roman cobble look like baby poo. 1 asks if we should get out of there. I tell him in any other circumstance, fuck yes, but I think this tree just saved our lives, no shit. 1 calls BS on that. 2 is speechless. I believe he thought he was having a weird dream. I tell 1 I legitimately believe we may be in danger, which is weird since on the way up we joked about getting ass fucked by the I-80 murderer. Realize that with me warning friends about possible life danger, that I/we should indeed nope the fuck out. I don't want to hit my lights on at all, front or rear, so I take out my brake light fuse from under the dash. I proceed back down the trail, slowly, blacked out, on a no-moon night, in the middle of the forest. I have to make a decision. Go right, go back to town, past the trail I suspect the jeep came from and where the van may be. Or, go left, deeper into the woods, into parts unknown once more. I think for a second. I decide I would rather die in the woods than in an unfamiliar town. I don't ask friends to vote. We dictator now. I drive down the dark forest road. I keep going more. The road goes down a big-ass hill. The valley in OP is where the road ended up. I'm sure some of you are familiar. At the bottom of hill, turn right. Keep going. Shit's like 2:30 to 3 AM at this time, but I am alive. I see through the bush what looks like a small campfire. Decide I want more people near me all of a sudden. Make another silly decision and risk approaching campsite at 0:30. Bet plays out well. 2 guys at camp. Weird though. They are outside right now. See Subaru out back. Decide to follow through because lol, murderers are not as bad as a Subaru. I get out. Dudes ask what the fuck our problem is. We are ruining the night. I was still running lights out, so it was probably very fucking weird for them. I can relate. I roll down window and say, sorry dudes, but some really weird shit just went down up on the mountain. We are freaked the fuck out and need a new place to crash. Guys discuss for a moment, then say fuck it. You can stay if you tell us what happened. Cool. Drive over next to Subaru. 2 has crashed again. 1 and I bundle up and hop out. Tell newfound bros spooky fucking story. They don't call BS. In fact, 1 gets an AR from said Subaru and loads a mag. Hopefully not because of me. End up being fellow freedom-loving CA bros from Plumas Co. CA. They had a nice top-tier telescope and were stargazing. Asked me if we toked. I say yeah. Then asked 1 if he tossed the weed when we thought there was a warden. He pulls it out of his pocket, smoke a few joints between the 4 of us, and stargaze a bit before the new bros rack it out. 1 and I decide to get back into my truck. Tell him we will sleep in shifts. He goes to sleep. After a while of rolling around on Toyota seats, I end up staying up all night. Nothing to report of consequence for the rest of the night. Keep thinking the Jeep guys had nods because of how fast they drove lights out. Paranoid for rightful reason for rest of night, thinking Charlie can see me, but I can't see him. And this must be what Nam was like. Get a few hours of sleep after daybreak, with 1, while 2 makes breakfast. 2 is the only one awake. Subaru bros sleeping in as well. Brought 2 pounds of bacon for the trip. There were 5 strips of bacon left when 1 and I really woke up. What the fuck, 2? Lol, you guys should have woken up for breakfast. Check rations. Dude ate eggs and 1.8 pounds of bacon. That's really got me. Not sure if I will ever forgive him. I bitch for a second about the bacon, then realize all that shit that went down was real. When Subaru guys awaken, we ask them to come check out this strange ass area with us. 1 says yeah, the other says no. Both end up coming along. Okay, so for those of you still awake, I'm not going to green text this last bit. We proceed to the original trail, the one with the berm. I drop the Yoda into 4-low and continue. After about 2 miles of pretty rough trail, we come to this off little clearing with a small fire pit in the middle, and fresh AT tread tire tracks all around. 2 different tread patterns, except for a 10-foot diameter around the pit, where all the dirt looked freshly swept, I guess. No snow, no shoe prints, no nothing. Here is where shit gets really weird. There was a tree near the side that had blood splatter all over it, from knee to neck height, just very red blood. That shit was unnerving as fuck, and caused Subaru bros to get the fuck out of there, but I gave them a ride up. After a few more minutes of investigation, I concluded some weird shit went down last night, and I am glad that we got away when we did. Since the story I told wasn't very cool or interesting, I will tell the story of a friend that I know. 18 or 19 years old at the time. Go on holiday to Greece with friends. Go to a nightclub, meet this guy, make out with him. He invites her back to his place, and she says she shouldn't, cause she is with her friends. Guy says okay, and gives her his number and address if she ever wants to go around. She never meets up with him in the week she is there, and comes home a few days later. A short while after she gets back, She develops this mad rash on her face. Goes to the doctor to get it checked out. Doctor says it's some kind of fungus or disease that you get from exposure to corpses. She freaks out. The doctor asks her who she's been with lately. She mentions this guy in Greece, and when the police get involved, she gives them his address and number. The Greek police get contacted. They raid his house. There are dead bodies everywhere. The guy had been having sex with them and killing them, not necessarily in their order. TLDR, the girl that I knew was nearly killed and assaulted while on holiday. My face went. She laughed as she told me the story. I've told this story before. It's been kept and can be found somewhere else, but I lost all of my saved files a long time ago. I will give a quick skim over it, as it was a scary case story, and it's a sunny day, and I am not in an next mood. I live in Maine. I planned a mission of traveling around a part of the state. I traveled through the woods. The only reason was to see if I could travel so far with minimal equipment and no human interaction. I am making my travels. I see police cars driving by at high speed on the first day. I duck behind a log so as not to be seen. Nearly a whole convoy rolls by. I wonder about carrying on my travels. I bait and capture a couple of rabbits. I kill them. I skin, cook, and eat one. I put the other two in the bag. I create a makeshift axe for crude structure building. No tent brought. I find an abandoned-ass rusty car. Get into back seat and sleep in the car overnight. Fox howling, bird screams, nothing out of the ordinary. Fud, fud, fud. 3 bangs hit the car's hood. I point my flashlight in the general direction. Nothing. Probably just a fox jumping across the hood. I go to sleep. I wake up the next morning to find my axe slapped dead center into one of the rabbits, its pelt removed, and some of its meat gone. I presume animals, but the axe is scary. I keep traveling over that day. I hear screams and running in a small dip in the scenery around me. I crawl over. Remember, no human contact. I see someone running down the hill opposite side of the dip into the center. The person stops, looks around, and then heads up the hill towards where I am. I bolt it. I made a safe distance and carry on walking. I keep on walking. I hear screams. I bolt behind a tree. A woman with brown muddy leaf-covered hair runs around. She screams for a bit. She has ragged clothes on and no shoes. There is blood on her feet and on the bottom of her dress. She starts punching a tree and runs off in a direction. I am freaking the fuck out. I run in the opposite direction to her. I fall down a hill. I gotta grab my pistol. I fall down into a taped-off area. There is police everywhere. All in all, I had rolled into a murder scene. The bodies were already bagged and taken away, but evidence was being looked for. I was taken in and questioned. I mentioned the person I saw, but police were also very curious of what I was doing. Police then took me home, halfway across the state. I will tell my stories in order. First, the haunted island. Be me, in college, 18 to 19 years old at the time. I was a ghost hunter in my spare time. I searched the interwebs for a haunted place near me. I found an island southwest of the metro area where I was living. I drove down there alone for the first few times. The area has an eerie vibe as soon as you cross the bridge to get to the next island. The air seems thicker there. I drive to explore the whole island. I see an orb slowly float across the street from a rural house to the cemetery. The island has lots of Native American burial sites. I do an EVP session and get what sounds like a woman's scream. I didn't react to it in person, it only showed up on tape. Nearly every time I enter the island, I get tailgated by a white truck. I'm guessing the truck isn't a phantom truck, but belongs to a local trying to keep people out. Still, it was very menacing. I pulled to the side of the road once to let him pass, but he also pulled to the side of the road and stayed there until I left. This is just the tip of the iceberg of that place. I will post the more unnerving story below. Since I had a few experiences on that island, and I really enjoyed how creepy it was, particularly being followed by said truck, I go there with a couple of roommates a few different times. One roommate swears he saw a guy by the gatepost where I had originally seen an orb pass by to the cemetery. I was doing the same thing, and driving down the same road again with a different friend at a later date when he yelled at me to slam on my brakes and back up. He swears he saw a guy. My friends and my roommates, although we went to the same college, did not know each other, as my friend never really came to my place. We would mainly just meet at the college and ghost hunt. Both my friend and my roommate gave the same description of the guy: flannel jacket, holding a rifle, and smoking a cigarette. One roommate claimed to have seen the man appear in the rearview mirror, sitting in the back seat of my car while we were driving, but I never saw the man. That's all well and good, but it gets better. Same age, same setting. I have a GF who lives a ways away. I would visit her at her place. She has a super annoying friend that always wanted to hook up. The friend was an idiot, as she would sometimes text me using my GF's phone. She asked to hook up on a somewhat regular occasion, but I am faithful. Finally, I cave into peer pressure and tell her to come over. I send her directions to the island and tell her I will be at a house party. To clear things up, I was not at a house party there. I was not even there. I was at my apartment playing PS3, but she was so annoying, so I sent her on a wild goose chase. This gonna be good. I am enjoying my evening and not hearing from her at all. She was so dumb that she did not bother to save my number from my GF's phone. Hours go by, and I'm playing some WWE game. Get text from GF. Hey Anon, what happened to friend? Tell her I don't know what she's talking about. Say she saw our texts. I top cack because idiot friend is not even trying to be discreet and deleting texts. I admit to GF that I sent her stupid friend on a wild goose chase and told her to meet me at a party. GF says she's worried about her friend. Gee, I wonder why. GF does not know I ghost hunt. GF does not know stories about the island that I sent her to. GF says her idiot friend is spooked beyond repair and forwards me some texts. Texts start off as expected. First, inquiring my GF where I could be, then eventually getting pissed upon realization that I sent her on a goose chase. The texts take a dark turn. Oh shit, I see something. Text GF forwarded me from idiot friend goes on to state that as she was searching for me, she sees someone. She sees a man in a flannel jacket, holding a rifle and smoking a cigarette. Goosebumps. She nopes the fuck out of there at the sight of that guy. Texts go on to say that she's not even driving back home, that she is going straight to her aunt and uncle who live closer. Texts say she kept seeing the man in her rearview mirror, sometimes standing in the middle of the road behind her, sometimes in her back seat. This occurred all the way from the island to her aunt and uncle's place. My face when I sent this annoying friend on a wild goose chase, and she got followed by the same ghost my friend and roommates both saw on differing occasions. And lastly, here is my third and final story. This is my account of being stalked by a paranormal entity. Be me, age 14/15 when this happened. My family and I moved into a house my parents had built on an old cattle pasture in the country, near an Ojibwe Native American reservation. The house is very nice, and my parents are pleased with the contractor, despite some scheduling setbacks. I am excited about the new house, and my room, which was colored baby blue and was littered with Coca-Cola and 50s memorabilia. It was pure Americana, and I loved it. I noticed, though, within the first month or so, that the air at night has a strange vibe. I feel as though I was being watched, particularly when I went downstairs to the kitchen for a glass of water. Over the course of this time, I began to feel a presence, not knowing exactly what it is. These odd feelings are what inspired me to start watching stupid shows about the paranormal, such as Ghost Hunters and A Haunting. I have always believed in ghosts, as I have had encounters with them from a very young age, but they were very sporadic. The feeling keeps growing, and now I'm getting these dark images of some creature flashed to me in my mind. I was sometimes fearful to even close my eyes in case more images would come my way. I feel the presence again. I feel the creature is near, so I look out my bedroom window and saw something standing on two legs, but hunched over, almost the size of a bear, with broad shoulders, a tail, and horns like that of a ram. The creature walked slowly on two legs, but would run on all fours, like a gorilla. I knew that was the thing that had been watching me. It looked up at me as I peeked through the window. Our eyes met, and I will never forget what they looked like. Its eyes were pitch black like the night, but it had red irises mixed with a bit of yellow. It had a very commanding presence. It wasn't like any other animal. I hid in my bed at night, keeping my shades and curtains closed. I asked my parents if they ever feel uneasy or feel watched in the house. No, none. Why? No reason. Sometimes I just feel uneasy. It's probably just me getting used to the new surroundings. I get a job at a grocery store right before I turn 16, and I make friends with my coworkers right away, despite going to a different school than most of them. I became good friends with S, a girl, and N, a guy, who dated each other that I met through E, who went to my school and helped me get the job, along with his mother who also worked at the store. The store itself had some odd happenings after one of the cashiers died, but that is a story for another time. The stalking continued, as even if I were at work, I would get flashes in my mind. They were not only of the creature, but of what it saw both in real time and in past times. It would send me rather innocuous things like my friends riding on their bus after school. I bought my own car and drove everywhere after I was 16, but even that was still creepy, because why was the damn thing showing me this, and why was it watching my friends? S and I get to talking about paranormal junk, as I think she watched Ghost Hunters and was vaguely interested in that stuff, but I refrained from telling her about what's going on in my life, at least at first. She and I were texting one night when I was watching TV. If I remember right, it was ECW, followed by a rerun of Ghost Hunters on Sci-Fi. We get to talking about the paranormal again. I finally muster up the courage to mention to her that I have been feeling watched, and then describe what it is that I've been seeing. She says that sounded like the thing that she saw as a kid, that would occasionally spook her horses. I then get more mental images of an abandoned house not far away from me, images of the land around it, the exterior and interior of the house, which appeared to be left a mess. I describe the house and land, and the location of it when the images come. She was shocked, as that was the house that she grew up in, and then believed what I was experiencing was legitimate. I told her, due to my paranormal sensitivity, that I could probably snap a picture of it on my phone when I felt it near. She said okay. I knew the thing would like to pace around the upstairs hallway near my bedroom and the rec room, which was right across the hall from my bedroom, and was where I was watching TV. It never made any noise, but I felt its presence when it was near. It would almost tell me that way. I feel it in the hall, so I turned off the TV and turned off the lights in the rec room, flipped open my phone, and went to the camera on it. I slowly opened up the door and snapped a picture with no flash. I looked at my phone to see the picture, and what I captured only made me even more sure of the things that I was experiencing. I sent her the picture, and I asked her what she sees. She was frightened as she saw what I did. 2 black eyes with red and yellow irises. Shortly after that night, maybe a day or two after when I did not have to work, I decided to drive to that house during the middle of the day, as I knew exactly where it was. Before I bought my car, my school bus would always drive past it. It always gave me the creeps, and I did not want to get spooked by the thing at night. I drove from driveway on a dead-end road and turned left where the gravel road came to a T, and right at the next T. This was it. The pasture in that old house would be right beyond the abandoned, beat-up-looking barn and trees. I had every intention of parking my car in the driveway and checking out the inside of the house to see if whatever had been tormenting me had left some clues inside the house. My stomach dropped as I made my way past the trees and saw a man standing in the open pasture. There were no cars in the driveway, and I knew that house was abandoned, but there he was. A man dressed in black standing in the middle of the pasture near the stable, where the horses would have been kept. He was staring at me, grinning. I slowed the car down, in mid-panic, and looked closer at him. He was wearing a black hat, a black duster, a black vest, a black belt, a white shirt, a black bolo tie, black trousers, and black boots. Our eyes met, the same eyes I had seen before. They were black and had red irises with a touch of yellow. He kept his eyes locked on me, and his unnatural smile, which bore his crooked, almost fang-like teeth, sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't the fact that I was startled at the sight of the man, but that he was so out of place in every aspect of the word. I sped off, not wanting to see that thing anymore. The man and beast were not translucent, as if they were ghosts, but were just as any normal living thing. The stalking happened for years, sending me images of itself, what it was seeing, and what it has seen in the past. It showed me the land my family lived on before there were houses, when only animals called it home, even before the tribes settled in the area. When I moved up for college, the stalking happened less. I would hear from it less as I was gone, but it would still occasionally speak in its way to me. I never felt threatened exactly, but fearful of the unknown. It didn't seem friendly, but it didn't seem as a foe either. Eventually, during college, it stopped stalking me. Years later, I am on X, maybe 2 years ago. I start a new thread and share the experiences I had about the creature, without mentioning where I lived. One X-file suggested that it sounded like Mishipeshu, which finds its home in the Great Lakes region and is associated with Ojibwe tribes. The X-file said it may have been warning me about some environmental shit that it may have wanted me to bring awareness to. This caught me off guard, as I was living in Minnesota, just outside of an Ojibwe reservation. I googled Mishipeshu and see drawings which don't look all that close to what I saw, until I saw pic related from the show Grimm, which, although it is not 100% accurate, is very damn close. I still feel it around if I stay the night at my parents' house, but rarely during a day trip. And that's all I've got. Those were my personal experiences, and I really have not had much contact with the paranormal, other than the occasional brush with said creature when I visit my parents, but I typically just live in relative peace, a somewhat normal life, although I will be forever scarred by the events. This is my own personal experience with abduction. Do what you will with it. Your acceptance is entirely up to you. What follows is a detailed account of my own story, and as of now, it can't be found anywhere else online. This happened to me just 2 years ago, back in 2015. I just moved to Mesa, Arizona. 3 days after my arrival here, I am just laying in bed. My room is mostly clean. My bed is a mess, but other than that, it's arranged pretty neatly. I am looking at my phone. I check the time and it's 11:30 p.m. I look at the ceiling. My room is currently pitch black after I lock my phone's screen. Silence. Time passes by. Suddenly, I hear this mild buzzing. It's not like an audible noise, but more like a feeling in my head. My ears feel as if they were stuffed with foam, and I just have that buzzing going on in my head. What the fuck? I start wondering if I'm having a headache or something. My blinds are closed, but I can see a very bright light outside, and it's currently getting brighter. I then lost consciousness for an unknown period of time. Once I finally regain consciousness, I wake up in my driveway, underneath the basketball hoop. I stand up and look where I was. The ground is all wet, except for where I was laying, and I am 100% dry. Rain is lightly falling, probably the ending of a deluge. I walk inside. The door just kinda pushes open. It's not locked. I close it and lock it. I lost any memory of what happened to me after. I woke up in my room upside down in my bed, with my glasses on my foot. The clock next to my bed was flashing 5 o'clock. There was no evidence I had even slept in my bed, other than waking up in it. I was laying on a perfectly made bed, upside down, and that is all I remember from that night. I am really horrible at storytelling, but here it is. This is my story. When I was 16, I saw something. An alien ship. A government ship maybe. Not a ship, but a living thing? Who the fuck knows, but I will tell you the story. This happened to me in the year 1997. I was at the Orlando International Airport. My sister was visiting from Michigan, and we went to pick her up. There was a crazy fucking Florida storm going on. It was getting worse the later it got. There were lots of lightning strikes and heavy rain. They canceled tons of flights while we were waiting on her luggage and shit. Well, we left. As we were leaving the airport, we got stuck in traffic. I was sitting in the back, looking out of the back window of the car, just awestruck by the lightning. When it would flash, I could see the storm clouds. Super cool. Not a plane in the sky, and no one taking off either. There was a flash, and I saw something in the clouds. The shape was hard to tell, but it was definitely big, like plane-sized. So, I thought it was just a plane. Another flash, and it was still in the same fucking place, near the same cloud, not moving at all. I felt a chill at seeing this. I literally saw something just hanging in the air. It did not move for a few lightning strikes. I was full on frozen. I could not even tell my mom or sister. I didn't even think about talking. I was just watching it. Suddenly, it got bright enough to see outside of the lightning flashes. Like, it was surrounded by light, not that it had lights. It jerked in one direction really fast, like super fast, and came to an abrupt halt. It did not slow down, it just stopped, from point A to point B, from full motion to zero. Within seconds, it jerked closer to where it had been before. It only stayed there momentarily before going off even farther, this time away from me. The previous movements had been left to right from my vantage point. All of this happened so fucking fast. Suddenly, it was coming towards me, hand up. Before I knew it, it was gone. I could not see shit. That zigzag pattern, how fast it was, and how it was able to just stop instead of slowing down. I will never forget that night. I was 21 years old at the time this happened. I am an avid explorer of abandoned buildings with my friends. I decided to go to this abandoned town. I have been 2 times prior. My favorite number is 3, so have to go again. The town has 3 massive buildings, various houses, a police station, a fire station, a general store, a fire department, regular town stuff, but it is all abandoned. There is a children's hospital, a rehabilitation hospital, and an insane asylum. The town was originally used for tuberculosis. The buildings were converted to host the insane around the 1950s. It became abandoned in the 1960s. It was abandoned due to a lack of funding and issues with the government because of poor practice, torturing patients, etc. We had just finished exploring the main hospitals, the underground connecting tunnels, etc. Decided to commence some late-night renovations on the biggest house on the property to get inside. It's a doctor's mansion. We explored the basement. It was super creepy. We found these old business cards from what might have been his wife's custom bag company. I still have these today. The wife was apparently insane. She was kept in her basement to treat her. This is an urban legend, by the way. Not many people have accessed this building, as it is extremely boarded up. There is no graffiti or vandalism inside. We explore the main floor. It is empty. We explore upstairs. Just empty rooms. Enter the main bedroom. Find in the bathroom some empty beanbag shotgun shells. That's creepy. I decide that without the group, I am going to open up the attic access. I lift my brother up into the dark opening to peer inside. He shines the flashlight. He says nothing is in there except for a children's toy crossbow. Lol, that isn't nothing. Everyone decides to leave except for me and my friend. Let's call him Noah. We look at each other and say, that can't be the only thing in the attic. I decide to boost Noah up for another look. Before we can even get close, the master bedroom door slams at the speed of light. Loud noise, dust everywhere. All windows closed upstairs and boarded up. We get the fuck out of there as fast as we can. Jump out of the mid-second story window that we access from. We run. We never come back. I turned 24 years old a week ago. I live in Belgium. It happened something like 4 or 5 years from now. I have a bad memory, so I can't exactly remember. May looks cliche, but I have no reason to lie here, where a lot of fellas are role-playing. Usually good reads, by the way. Anyway, got me a camera for Christmas. I decided to take some pictures at night because of the nice atmosphere and for training myself to take photos. Might be weird, but I have an aesthetic feeling for streetlights. I was living at my parents' house in a village, so I walk, rediscovering this village by night. I walked for a long time. I arrived at the cemetery. Here is the cliché. Everything is silent. I did not see anyone, not even cars. There were barely some light in windows. It was light. I decided to go for a look. There is a pretty wide central alley and graves on each side. At the end of the alley, there is that building. Don't remember if it's a mausoleum or something else, but I think it's a mausoleum. There are graves and gravestones on both sides of the mausoleum. Like I said, there is nobody here but me. The alley is less than 100 meters, give or take 340 foot. I wasn't scared at all. I was alert because of the night's atmosphere, the sounds, and because I was alone. I walk and reach the mausoleum. I look at it. I don't know if I took pictures. On the right, from behind the gravestone, there is something that flies away. It's black. It's not the shape of a bird. It's silent and way too quick to be a bird. It's large and looks more like a veil. It just flew away until I could not see it anymore. It was not a bird. I was not at ease. I left the cemetery by checking behind my shoulder almost every footstep. I don't remember if I took pictures. Remembering the story made me want to check my external drive where I store my photos. The drive is at my place. I am currently visiting my parents. I don't know when I'll be back. Less than 1 week, I guess. Me and my 2 brothers. We are all in our early 20s when this happened, which was about 5 years ago. We decided to take the ATVs out in the woods for a few nights of camping, hunting, and just general gun stuff. Our grandfather owns a farm that backs up to the mountains. It's mostly private property there, so no hikers or recreationalists. No one patrols the area, so we do whatever the fuck we want up there. The first night out, we come across a huge, abandoned brick building. There are collapsed walls and no roof. It looks really unsafe. We decide to make camp outside. Later that night, we are telling ghost stories and Sean, the older brother, dares my younger brother Zach to go in the building. After a lot of arguing, I end up tagging along. We can't figure out what the building used to be. There are no traces of a fire, but the construction seems modern to the past 60 years. Most of the doors are long rotted away, so we can check out almost every room. They're all pretty much empty, though some rooms do have metal bed frames inside. There are no skeletons, no old torture devices, nothing worth writing about. In the floor of one of the back rooms is one door in the floorboards. It looks like a cellar that is still locked and we cannot get open. We can feel cold air rushing out around the edges. A cave, maybe? I look at Zach and he looks at me. Both of us hear faint but distinct noises, like somebody muttering behind the door. We realize that our flashlights must be visible on the other side of the door. The voices stop at the same time. We nope the fuck out of there. We are shitting our pants. We rush back outside to report to Sean on what we saw. Sean has his .303 drawn and is pointing into the woods just beyond our campsite. I ask what the fuck he's doing. He just says nothing. He does not lower his rifle. At this moment, hear noises like a voice muttering just out of sight in the woods. I shine my flashlight, but I cannot see anything. The voice stops when the flashlight hits a particularly dense thicket of trees. I lower the flashlight. The voice starts up again, but louder and more insistent. Sean mag dumps in the direction of the thicket, reloads, and then mag dumps again. When my ears stop ringing, I realize that either there's a lot of wind right now, or there are a lot of things moving out in the woods. I can't feel any wind in the air. I have the feeling that I am being watched by many things out there. I hear an ATV being started up and the engine revving. I suddenly realize that Zach is nowhere to be seen. Zach drives up on his ATV and tells us all to get our shit together. He is getting out of there. Me and Sean don't even bother getting our shit together and leave the camp the way it is. Both of us mount our ATVs, stowing our rifles, and we are on our way back to the farm in the next minute. The engines are just too loud to hear anything else in the woods. We get to the second of the 2 water crossings, and Zach's ATV dies midstream. The water is deep enough to almost cover all 4 wheels. My first thought is that water got in the air intake. He tries to start it, but the engine does not even turn over. There is water in the engine for sure. Moonlight is shining slightly through the trees, illuminating the stream now. We can see Zach's ATV right in the middle of the creek. As me and Sean dismount and are talking about how we're going to tow the waterlogged ATV out of the stream, 3 things happen very fast. We hear some sort of blood-curdling roar from the direction of the trail behind us, but very close by. A small tree falls into the creek only about 50 yards upstream of us, not from the same direction of the roar. Zach, hearing and seeing the above two events, jumps off the ATV and tries to wade to shore, but because the current is relatively swift and the cobble-sized rocks on the creek bottom are slick with algae, he slips, hits his head on his own ATV, goes under, and the next thing we know, he surfaces a little ways downstream, floating face down. As I am shitting my pants in rapid succession for the 4th, 5th, and 6th times that night, Sean jumps into the creek like a hero, and semi-swims, semi-floats, semi-runs, splashing down the shallow waterway to save our little brother. It's at this point that I realize that the downed tree has been floating downstream this whole time. It collides with Zach's stuck ATV. Zach's ATV comes unstuck. Both tree and ATV drift/grind downstream. Zach and Sean go around a bend and are now out of sight. I start up my ATV and drive downstream along the shore toward them. Long story short, my ATV now gets stuck in deep mud, and I am on foot running and splashing downstream to where I think they are. I can't see shit, except scattered reflections in the water. No flashlight, no rifle. All I am sure of is that the downed tree and Zach's ATV are still grinding very slowly towards me from somewhere upstream. I suddenly come around a bend and see them. Both of them are on the same side of the bank as me, just close enough to make out what they are doing by the moonlight. Sean is huddled over Zach's body on a gravel bar, administering CPR. Don't freak out, since Sean has been a lifeguard, and I know that Zach is in good hands. Suddenly, I become aware of movement in the woods between me and them. I can't see shit in the darkness, but it sounds like a whole family of things moving slowly toward my two brothers. I tried to call out, but I can't. My voice no longer works. I devise a plan to creep out into the middle of the creek and float down to where my brothers are so the things don't see me. I try to put it into action. I hear rustling right behind me. I can't move. Something is walking deliberately toward me. Two somethings. Two bipedal somethings. One of the somethings touches my back. I jump about 10 feet into the air, slip, fall, float, flail, and eventually swim to the shore. When I look up, Sean and Zach are standing right there. I look downstream to the gravel bar I saw them on before. There is nothing there. Sean says he pulled Zach out of the creek upstream, and then they saw me drive past on my ATV. They followed until they found it stuck on the bank, and eventually found me standing here. I asked Sean if he gave Zach CPR. He says he didn't have to. Zach hit his head, but he did not lose consciousness. Many things don't add up to me, but we agreed to get the fuck out of the woods as quick as we can. Everybody piles onto Sean's ATV, and we eventually make it out of the woods into the farm. After a few days, we decide to go back to get our stranded ATVs and abandoned camping gear. We start out very early in the morning, so as to not end up anywhere after dark, and we all go heavily armed and with lots of heavy rope for towing stuck ATVs. I can't find either ATV, but when we get to the campsite, all of our gear is packed up neatly and considerately in a big pile. It is broad daylight, but we all have the distinct feeling that we are being watched. We pack up the gear and nip the fuck out of there and never go back. 5 years was not that long ago, and we talk about going back there all the time, but to this day, none of us has ever had the balls to seriously propose a trip back there. Be me, living near Blacksburg, VA. Be around 18 years old at the time, and have a Bronco. Fuck yeah! Me and a couple of friends, both male and girl, are bored, hanging out at Jody's house. Not actual name. Jody has 3 brothers who hunt, often at night, which I don't think is legal in this state. So they have this thermal camera. The thing is old and huge, and we decided it's a great idea to go and hunt ghosts with this thing. One friend suggests the isolated place called Poverty Creek, which is in McCoy, as in Hatfield and McCoy's. Some of the family are still buried there. It's way back in the sticks. About 5 of us hop in my Bronco to get ourselves spooked. The area has a creek, but the road is also called Poverty Creek. Don't live there anymore, by the way. It's behind an old beaten up Baptist church and down a gravel road, which turns into dirt eventually. The whole road has only 4 or 5 houses on it, all of which are abandoned, like No doors or windows on them, abandoned. It's about 12:30 when we get up near the creek itself. Jody is sitting in the front seat and turns on the thermal. Looking through it, his eye roll through. Just to spook everyone, I turn off all of the lights on the truck, getting a good scream out of my friends. I turn it back on and Jody calls out, Wait. I ask her what the fuck she is freaking out about. She says she saw a bright spot in the trees. I tell her what a fucking deer is, although she isn't biting. We are stopped at this point. She points the lens to the floorboard to readjust it. All of us are just sort of waiting for her. She points it back up through the front windshield. She screams like a banshee and throws the thermal camera on the floor. Everyone in the car shits a brick and a half. Now she's wailing, covering her face, and has curled her legs up onto the seat. She was pretty small. One of her brothers is in the back seat and is pissed that she might have broken the camera. Everybody is yelling to get out of here, and I am fairly shaken up myself after that scream. I decide to drive back to Jody's house. The shock kinda killed the mood for me. Jody won't talk. She's still curled up in seat. Her brother checked on the camera and is now trying to ask what she saw. Every time he asks, she just shakes her head. Finally we get back, and I drop Jody and her brother off. Nobody really wants to do anything else tonight, I guess. That's the end of the night for me, but Jody's brother, I will call him Kyle, relays the rest of the events to me. Jody has calmed down some, but will not sleep alone. She convinces her mother to sleep in a bed with her. Around 3 a.m., the mom wakes up. She turns her head to look at the clock, which is on Jody's side of the bed. There is a figure standing over Jody. It's just under 6 feet tall, and the texture of it is like static on a TV. Like, you can't focus on any of the detail, just the overall shape. Mom does not move. The figure does not move. It's just looking at Jody. Jody's mom wants to scream, but she feels herself nodding off. She falls back to sleep. In the morning, Jody finally reveals what she saw through the camera. It was a human figure standing on all fours, with its arms and legs not underneath the body. It was like it was imitating a spider. It was looking right at her. That's all I got. I did not see shit, but from what I heard, I really don't want to. I grew up in Cape Cod. I spent several summers as a seasonal bike patrol officer on the Outer Cape. The Cape gets insanely crowded during the summer season. If you go out far enough, there is a few smaller towns that can still feel a bit quieter, even during the busy season. Most nights were a big nothing. It was late August and extremely humid and foggy as hell. I was wrapping up a shift when dispatch said a group of kids had reported seeing a woman near an old beach access. They said she was crouching in the tall grass near the bathrooms and trying to talk to them. One of the kids said she was trying to get them to come into the dunes to play. I was the closest unit. It didn't sound like a high-stakes call, so it seemed appropriate that I could likely handle it by myself on my bike. I said I would swing by and check it out. I assumed it was probably someone who was either high or confused, maybe just lost. The road down to the beach cut off into a dirt path that ran parallel to the dunes. The fog had rolled in pretty thick by then, so the visibility was really low. You couldn't even see the ocean, even though you could hear it crashing right next to you. The beach lot was completely empty. Not a single other person around. I rode up slow and coasted to a stop near the bathrooms. They were still unlocked, as expected. I did a quick walkthrough, calling into the bathrooms and checking the stalls, but nobody was in either one. I remember coming back out and scanning the dunes and tall grass behind the building when I spotted what looked like a narrow trail that appeared to have been trampled recently. I radioed in and told dispatch I was on scene. They asked if I needed backup. I told them not yet, that I was just checking things out. Then I started onto the grass trail. The trail dipped behind the dunes and into a patch of taller beach grass. I could only see maybe 5 to 10 feet ahead of me. Everything beyond that just bled into the fog. About 30 or 40 feet in, I found what looked like a little camp. Not a fire pit or a tent or anything, Just a mess of stuff laid out under a collapsed beach umbrella. Candy wrappers, mismatched shoes, a couple of empty plastic water bottles. No obvious signs of alcohol or needles, just weird junk. Some of it looked like it had been there for a while, but definitely not all of it. I stepped back and reached for my radio again to request some backup. As I keyed the mic, I heard something shift behind me. Grass rustling. I turned around and that's when I saw her. There was an older woman crouched maybe 15 feet away, chest deep in the tall grass like she was trying to hide. She was dressed in layers like she had been sleeping outside, hair tangled up, just squatting there, staring at me. There was a long silence between us. I wasn't even completely convinced she knew I had seen her, so I called out and asked if she needed help. Nothing. Then she lifted one hand and pointed. I did not understand what she meant by it. She didn't speak, just kept pointing at me. And then she lost it. She started flailing around and making this wailing sound. It wasn't words, just high-pitched, panicked noise. She started stomping around in circles, and then would suddenly stop and talk to no one, like she was in the middle of an argument with somebody who was not even there. I backed up, turned around, and ran back down the path toward my bike. In the process, I got completely turned around for a second because of how thick the fog had gotten. But eventually, I got myself back on the path, found my bike, and called it in. Another cruiser eventually showed up. Couple officers went into the grass with flashlights and found her about 10 minutes later. She'd calmed down and was just wandering around barefoot, mumbling to herself. It turns out she had gone missing from a senior memory care unit 2 towns over, had walked almost 4 miles. They said she had late-stage dementia. I guess she told them repeatedly that she was looking for her daughters. She said she was supposed to meet them at the beach. I guess in her head, it all made sense. This is probably the scariest thing that's happened to me, and it was all due to poor decision making. Be high school me. I'm a sophomore. I'm American. I moved to a new school in Germany. I am living in a small village in Germany. There are about 100 people in this village. About 7 of them are American. 2 of them are children my age. One is an emo nonconformist. The other is a socially inept kid who knows a lot about demonology. We'll just call him Demon Boy. Demon Boy is a freshman who's about 6'1" and is pretty lanky. Has a very specific speech impediment. I start getting to know Demon Boy. He talks a lot about astral projecting and trying to leave this plane of existence. He says really edgy things really awkwardly, so they never quite have the impact that he wants them to. After about a week of knowing him, he always starts conversations with, "Anon, do you think we have common interests? Do you think we are good friends?" Always asking me for advice, even though I am only slightly less autistic than him. This is just the introduction. School starts up. I start meeting people. I never really hang out with the Demon Boy at school. He comes over to my house just about every day after school. I hang out with him every time he comes over for a couple of weeks. One day, I don't feel like hanging out. He comes over at the usual time after school. I tell him that I don't feel like hanging out. He lingers in my doorway and tries to guilt me to come outside. Says things like, "Wow, real friends support the other whenever they need it." He's there for a good 5 minutes before I finally just decide to come outside. As soon as I come out, he starts acting as if he didn't guilt me to come and hang out with him. He asks me throwaway questions like, "How was school?" and gets throwaway answers back from me. After 10 minutes of me being outside, he says, "Well, I gotta go." This dude just wasted my time. This goes on for about 3 months. One day, I get invited to a party by bro friends. I come home at around 9 o'clock. My mom tells me that she was worried. I ask her why. She says an angry boy came over and interrogated her. She says he kept on saying, "Are you sure Anon isn't in his room?" Kept on asking her if he could check to see. She kept on refusing to let him. Eventually, my confused mother did let him check. Demon Boy leaves my house without saying a word. This is about when I start thinking Demon Boy was a little bit more than socially inept. The next day, Demon Boy comes over. I answer the door. He says that he wants to go on a walk with me. I agree. I confront him about not trusting my mom. Tries to be edgy and says, I don't know who I can trust anymore and on. We walk into these German woods for about half an hour before I start getting paranoid. This is how it happens in the movies. What if he wants to kill me? I tell him I need to go home. He stares at me blankly for a good 10 seconds, and he says, okay, I'll stay here though. Get the fuck out of there. Start seeing less and less of Demon Boy until he stops coming over at all. Bro friends from school start coming over more and more. I just stop worrying about Demon Boy. One night, bro friends spend the night. On the second floor of my house, which is on a hill above other parts of the village. Get high as fuck and play Super Smash Bros. Have to blow smoke out the window. It's about 11 PM Friday night. My friend says that there's a tall guy just standing in the village graveyard that's about 20 houses down from my house. Thinks the guy is just staring at the house. I'm thinking that he's probably just paranoid from the weed. 1 AM. Tall guy is standing in our neighbor's yard, staring at us. It's Demon Boy. Holy shit, what do we do? Me and 2 bro friends are in my house. Demon Boy is outside. I decide to quietly go outside and confront him. We all go outside. Walk to where we can see Demon Boy. As soon as he sees us, he books it down the hill. We are still scared out of our minds, but I realize how fucking amazing it is being high and looking at the night sky in the forest. Tell bro friends to forget about Demon Boy and that we should just walk around my village for a while. Grab the bowl and the weed. Walking around the streets at night, stoned out of our minds. We are walking around my village for about 30 minutes before we decide to look for a bench. We figure out that the only nearby bench is not too far from the graveyard. We see the bench down the street we are on. As we get closer, we can hear talking. Start getting paranoid, but self-aware enough to think it's just the drugs. We get to the bench. I start paying more attention to the talking. I can make out some English words. I make out a speech impediment. Oh shit. I tell my bros to keep quiet. We sneak to the outside of graveyard walls. Demon Boy is standing in the graveyard, muttering to himself. He is standing erect, looking at no stone in particular, just muttering to himself. A few of the words I made out were Crowley and my name. We can't stand there all night. I signal the bros that we need to leave. Get back home. Pass out. It's the next day. I go to school. Demon Boy is not there. I don't want to provoke him, so after school, I don't try to go to his house. I don't even think about Demon Boy until Friday comes around. The doorbell rings. I answer the door. It's Demon Boy. He looks really sad. Asks if I can hang out. I'm a bit in shock, so I agree. We walk over to the usual hanging spot, which is a German school playground. The whole walk over there, he does not say a word. We sit on one of those school picnic table things. I nervously ask him what's up. He throws a knife on the table. My heart starts sinking. I wanted to hurt you a while ago. My heart is sinking even deeper. I figured out that I'm better than you though. I'm going to do something, and nothing you do can stop me. I am freaking out in my head. He walks off and leaves his knife. I throw it away, because fuck leaving it on a playground table. Monday rolls around. Base police want to ask me a few questions at school. They tell me that Demon Boy has run away, and want to know if I would know why he would do that. I just tell them that he was a strange kid. To this day, I have not heard from Demon Boy, but his mom was German, so he may still be out there. Also, sorry it didn't end with him dead or attacking me or some shit. He just ran away. My very first job was a radio DJ at a small hometown radio station in the mid-1990s. This was a tiny building out in the middle of a field with a 500-foot antenna out back and a single road from the main road to the front door. The transmitter was right behind my studio, behind sound dampening glass, and had a light bulb that was always on. The station was so small that you could see the light bulb in the transmitter room all the way from the driveway/roadway. There were only 2 doors, the front door and the back door in the transmitter room. The door did not even have a handle on the outside, and it was always locked from the inside. It's impossible to enter that door from the outside. I worked the evening shift from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. After my shift, we actually went off air for the night. I was always the last person there, so after I went off the air, I had to pull commercials for the first hour or 2 of the morning show, clean dishes, finish up some production work, etc. After working there for a year or so, I had racked up a couple of weird experiences. Shadows scurrying around at the corner of my vision, lights turning off and on. One evening, after getting in and taking over the board, I was just sitting there preparing myself mentally for the next 5 hours. I looked up, out the studio doors towards the front door, and I saw the perfect shadow shape of a man who was probably 6 foot tall. It was there and then not. I went to my boss. She was not a nice person, even on her nicest days. I said, "So, I have a weird question." She sighed and looked at me, expecting who knows what. "Have you ever felt like someone was here who wasn't?" My boss yelled across the building for someone to come into her office. When that person arrived, she tilted her head at me. He's seen Jimmy. Supposedly, everyone had seen Jimmy, the original owner of the radio station. He popped in from time to time. He won't hurt you. He's just checking in on the station. So, from then on, Jimmy would make his appearances. His was a harmless presence. My studio faced a never-unused studio, and he would flash the lights on and off a few times. I'd say, "Hi Jimmy, everything's going well," and it would stop. He turned a water faucet on once. He whispered my name in my ear one night, which freaked me out. At least, I think it was him. You see, there was another malevolent being that also lived there at the station. It didn't have a name, and it was about shin high. This one always gave me a really bad feeling. It was the one who would dart beside me, its shadow just in the corner of my eye. I always knew it was there, just because I would feel downright freaked out. One night in particular was the most scared I've ever been. Here it is, 30-ish or so years later, and I still cannot explain it. As soon as everyone left the building for the night, I got that feeling like it was there. I just turned on all the lights, turned the music up, and tried to ignore it. The longer the night went on, though, the worse it got. Lights were flashing everywhere. A dot matrix printer in the sales office started going on its own, something that never happened before, and that office was locked. Then, ceiling tiles started moving up, as if someone hit them with a broom handle. They started closest to me from my studio, down the hall, and ended at the front door, which was locked. Then, the front door opened. A locked fucking door opened. I went down the hall to close and relock it. When I did, I saw through the door window that there was a coffee cup and a cigar on the front stoop. There was no reason for them to be there. On my way back to the studio, I got a big burst of cigar smell, like an invisible smoke cloud, right in my face. I knew that my usual duties were required, but I did not care at this point. I went off the air, grabbed my keys, and noped right the fuck out of there. I ran to my car, backed up, and looked through the front door. A figure was standing inside, silhouetted in front of the transmitter light. I peeled out and went straight home. Now, all of that is screwy, but it's not the most unexplainable thing. Is it 100% impossible someone didn't somehow sneak in and play a very elaborate prank on me? No. There is a slight, minuscule chance someone did, but to this day, I don't know how. It was an old, tiny building, but I still hold the possibility that it could have been a prank. I got home and told my mom this whole story. My heart was still pounding. She was all, "Shoo-wee, well, it's bedtime." So, I go to my bedroom and dial up a BBS to write someone what had happened to me. As I was typing up the story, my modem speaker turned on, If you're old enough to remember dial-up modems, you know that the speaker does not just turn on once the connection is made. They wouldn't even turn back on if someone in the house picked up the phone. You just get a lot of bad data on the screen, and your modem would disconnect. The speaker turns on, and a voice comes from the speaker, mixed with the static of the data connection. It screeched, "Help me." The speaker then turned off, and nothing else changed on my screen. The speaker turning on and the voice coming out is solidified in my brain. I remember the screech like it was yesterday. I have no explanation for it. My mom was the only other person in the house, and she wouldn't have done something like that. She couldn't have done something like that. It was the scariest night of my life. I am as skeptical as you can be about anything ghost or UFO related, but that night is beyond my ability to explain. As kind of a footnote to all of this, I go back to that station every now and then when I go home to visit. I still know some people who work there. Jimmy is still active and is well known by the staff. The little scary one, no one else has reported seeing him. This might not seem scary, but it sure gave me the willies. I get a tip from a friend that some electronics and shit got dumped in the back of my little development. He rides around on a bike and just happened to pass the shit. He claims to have seen some NES games and an air hockey table, among other things very neatly arranged in boxes. One day, I grab the guy and we drive down there. The back of the neighborhood is essentially abandoned. All of the builders just dropped the lots back there years ago and just never came back. There is overgrown brush and shit going into the road. I come to the cul-de-sac where all of the stuff is. It's an absolute catastrophe back there. Like the Hulk found the stuff and went to town on it. A box appears to have been thrown from one end of the circle to the other, with its contents strewn across the road. Air hockey table broken clean in half, but otherwise okay. There is an NES that has had its top half completely ripped off haphazardly. A few of the games have cookie-cutter chunks missing from them. There is a Sega Saturn also ripped in half. So, naturally, we assume that some weirdo came back there and let off some steam. Not so bad. One of the games was intact, and that is all we could salvage. But wait, there's more. About a week later, my friend tells me that there is even more shit left back there now. We journey there again, hoping to beat the Vidya Destroyer to his prize. The mess from before is still present, and there is a bunch of new things scattered in the grass and bushes surrounding the cul-de-sac. PS2 controllers in the roads, an old DVD player loose in the grass, quite a distance back from the rest of the stuff, a child's car seat relatively unharmed, something that I assume is a small tub for bathing an infant filled with yellowish brown liquid. I stayed the fuck away from this one. There are assorted pieces of dolls all over. Literally 50 plus VHS tapes scattered about, ranging from porn to episodes of TV shows, not counting an entire box full of them too. We don't really find anything of interest. We call it quits after a while, more out of worry that someone else will show up and go nuts. We are driving home one day and figure, what the hell, let's take a look and see if whoever's dumping left more shit. All of the VHS tapes are gone, otherwise about the same as far as we can tell. We notice a bunch of weird graffiti on the way in, on the pavement and the few street signs visible. I've got a bad feeling about this scoop, old buddy, old pal. We look back to our parked car just in case. There is another car coming down the street towards us. This is bumfuck nowhere. Nobody lives this far back, and there can't be much of a reason to head off on this road just to see the dead end. They're going very slowly, and turn off just before entering the cul-de-sac. Both of us are a little shaken. We agree to pack it up and hoof it before they come back. It's getting to the point where I wish there wasn't more. I didn't think it would be this much to type. I mentioned this little spot to a different pal in conversation. He's eager to have a look himself. I figure, why not? Surely nothing could happen. For whatever dumbass reason, we decide to go at night. There are very few streetlights back here. It's dark as fuck, even with headlights. We reach the turn to get onto the road leading to the cul-de-sac, and there is already weird shit going on. Two women in white dresses are on the side of the road, no car in sight, doing what looks like picking the tall grasses and shit out of the ground in the darkness. They look right at us as we turn and pass them. We turn down the radio and slow a bit, just in case somebody is already there. As we reach the turn-in, we spot a black car parked in the very middle of the circle. The windows are pitch black, nobody around the car in sight. We turn the opposite way. We figure it's best not to investigate this. We look off into the trees nearby, see the two women standing there. They must have followed us a bit on the way back there a bit. There is another time that isn't really worth green texting. We went back another time to find a different car parked the same way as the other one, with all of its doors wide open, without a soul around anywhere. It wasn't exactly the type of car you just leave unattended either. It was very nice. In the end, it's not so scary to me anymore, but something weird is probably going on back there that I would rather not get involved with. I am a kid at the time that this happened to me. I am having a normal childhood, living in a fixer-upper two-family home that my father bought so he could fix it up and sell it. Nothing out of the ordinary happens for the first year or two. One day, we come home from grocery shopping with the family. Notice tennis shoes with bones in them on the front steps. There is oil all over the stairs. There is oil on the carpet inside too. They used the mail slot to get it inside. My grandmother says it's Santeria. I am Cuban American, by the way, and that someone has cursed the house. I am scared out of my mind because, at the time, I am only about 8 years old. My dad just dismissed it as someone pranking us. A few weeks later, shit starts to go down. Me and my brother shared a room in the attic. It was spacious, and we got a separate room for toys and a pool table, plus a Sega Genesis, so fuck yeah. One night, we are just in our room. We hear floor creaking in the playroom. It's an old house, so it's pretty easy to dismiss. The creaking turns into stomping. We start to shit bricks. I ask my brother if he hears the stomping too. He says that he does. All of a sudden, we hear the billiard balls crash. It's like 3 AM, so what the fuck? I nope the fuck out with my brother. I grow up here and decide to check it out with him. We open the door to the playroom, and we see that the balls on the pool table are racked. We never left the balls racked, and we just heard them crash like 4 times. Nope. We slam the door and jump in bed, and I pray with my brother for like an hour till we both fall asleep. A different day. Be outside in the backyard playing basketball with neighbors and my brother. Parents are next door shooting the shit with neighbors' parents in their backyard. We finish the game, and tell the neighbor to go inside and get some high-C orange from the kitchen counter. He comes back with the juice and asks who the old black guy in our kitchen was. What the fuck? Me and my brother are confused. We look at the kitchen window and see an old black guy in the window. He was dressed in 1930s attire. He looks at us and takes a bite out of a pepper. That bit still puzzles me to this day. Then he just disappears into thin air. Nope. I have more, but I am going to bed soon. Keep the thread alive, and if it's still around in the morning, I'll dump the rest of the stories. Be still a kid. Be in my sister's room looking for something. She had one of those life-size Barbies. I see the Barbie's arm move in my peripheral vision. I dismiss it as my mind playing tricks on me. Now her head moves slightly. I look at the Barbie, and its head is jerking violently from left to right, like someone shaking their head no, but it was a jerking motion, and was not human-like at all. I noped the fuck out, and did not go back in her room until they threw that Barbie away. This happened back in 2002. I was 15 years old, sleeping at a friend's house. We have a deal where we take turns choosing horror movies to rent and watch. We usually go to this old VHS store. We're from a shithole in South America, so couldn't afford a DVD player back then. But we also went there, because it had the best B-horror movies you could find in our city. This one night, we rented about 6 movies and headed back to his place. We ended up watching 3 of those movies in a row. It was late already, probably around 2 AM. I didn't notice it at first, but friend had slept, probably during the beginning of the last movie that I chose. This one was a very boring 80s slasher in the woods type of movie, only 75 minutes long or so. I tried to stay awake to watch it to the end by myself. The movie was nearing its end anyway. It's getting boring, and I am also getting sleepy. I try my best to keep my eyes open, but I just can't do it, which is odd, because I was not even feeling tired just a few minutes ago. That's what I thought to myself, and then I slept. Suddenly, someone is pulling me by the arm. Wake up, dude, wake the fuck up. What the fuck, let me sleep, is my immediate response, still refusing to even move my head to see why he was acting so weird. Wake up now, dammit, he insists. But after a few seconds, he suddenly stops talking. Dead silence. Not just any silence, but as if you suddenly became deaf. I thought it was weird, so I decided to finally check what's going on. My friend looks pale and is staring at the TV. I look at the TV. There is static all over. But looking at it, you can notice this very strange face on the screen. It looks like it has eye sockets, but no eyes. Mouth open, triangle-shaped teeth. The TV starts making a lot of noise. I tell him to stop fucking with me and simply turn off the videotape. I don't care for this stupid prank that he is trying to pull on me. He is actually shaken, and his voice is cracking. Dude, I'm not doing anything. The volume of the TV seems to be raising by itself. The static effect is wearing off, and the face on the TV becomes clearer and clearer. It still has the same shape/size, and the sound from the TV keeps on increasing on its own, but the TV does not indicate that the volume is being raised up. It gets so loud that we are actually feeling uncomfortable. My friend now puts hands on ears and starts screaming for me to do something. I just say fuck it and take the videotape out of the VHS. But nothing happens. I hurry to the back of the TV and unplug it from the socket, and nothing happens. The face is still there, and the sound is still going on loud as fuck, even though I unplugged the goddamn TV from the socket. I am freaking the fuck out right now because I realize my friend really was not pulling a prank on me. I just asked him to show me where the power box is located in his house so we can permanently shut off all the electricity in the house. We run as fast as we can there and turn everything off. There are no lights in the house or any other devices working. We can still hear the fucking TV on. We run back to the room where we were, and the face is still there. It lingers for another 5 minutes or so, then out of fucking nowhere, disappears. No more face on the TV, no more sound. We just stare at each other without saying anything for some time. We go back and bring the electricity up. The TV seems to be working fine now. We go back and sit there again, looking at each other without saying a word. It's close to 6 AM now. We tried to come up with an explanation for what it was, but can't. I tell him I can't sleep and will stay awake until the sun is up. He agrees with me. And that's it. I'm not sure if the end is anticlimactic or not, but here's the thing. I am not making this fucking shit up. No one fucking believes any of us when we tell this story, but it's stuck in my mind since that day. I tried searching the web for what it could be, and came up with a few examples of similar cases. Apparently, this is actually a thing, and is called instrumental transcommunication, or electronic voice phenomenon. You can Google and read more about it. It's quite fascinating. Here is some more about it. Within ghost hunting and parapsychology, electronic voice phenomena are sounds found on electronic recordings that are interpreted as spirit voices that have been either unintentionally recorded or intentionally requested and recorded. Parapsychologist Konstantin Rodive, who popularized the idea in the 1970s, described EVP as typically brief, usually the length of a word or a short phrase. I'm an old boomer that has trouble keeping up with meme culture, so when I saw people posting pictures of old creepy abandoned offices, I thought it was something I could get on board with and share my experiences with. However, I found out it's some shitty creepypasta stuff and roleplay about if you do some ritual, you can go to some dimension. Well, I am here to tell you that there is plenty that goes on in real office buildings after hours that is bizarre and creepy as fuck. I've worked as a third shift maintenance man, janitor, security guard for about 18 years. I work for a company that takes general housekeeping contracts out on older or abandoned office buildings, and we keep the lights on and just generally try to keep the place from getting completely overrun with homeless people and graffiti. Overall, it's a really chill job. I spend most nights watching Netflix, taking out some trash, replacing a light bulb with ballast, and telling kids, listen man, y'all can skate here or hang out, just don't get into trouble and watch out for cameras. But, in 18 years, I have come across some things that seem really strange, creep me out, or flat out bother me to a point where I refuse to go back to a particular building. If y'all want, I can share some of my stories. None of them will be particularly exciting, but they are all true occurrences that I can't completely explain or that just aren't quite normal. You will also have to excuse me if I take my time in posting. I'm not in a particular hurry because I have got all night, but if you have any questions or comments, I am open to that as well. Whenever people ask me whether I get scared at my job or if I find it creepy, I always share this story with them first. I used to be really hesitant about sharing it because I was not sure how people would respond, but over the years, I've shared it on 4chan a couple times in various places on the internet. A long time ago, when I first started with the company, one of the first buildings that they put me in was an old scheduling building owned by a hospital. Primarily, it was used as an archive for medical records and patient and employee schedules, and it was one of the most repressive and depressing buildings I have ever seen. There were no decorations or wall fixtures in the building, only miles of desks and filing cabinets. The very first week that I worked there, a doctor committed suicide on the roof, and everyone there acted like it was just another day at the office. They told me that a couple of years before that, one of the higher-ups apparently killed his wife on a boat and then fled the country. There were all kinds of stories like this, but you can never be quite sure in the workplace how much of it is true and how much is exaggerated. So, I worked in this place for a couple of years, and the whole time I'm there, I kept having these bizarre feelings. I would constantly get this image in my mind that I was being watched, like there was an old woman with long black hair staring at me from around the corner. I would always look and feel foolish, but the feeling still loomed. Sometimes I would be walking towards a window at night, and my obscured reflection would look like I was being followed, but it was a trick of the light. Despite all this, I never thought anything was too off. I just thought it was spooky, and I kept it to myself, never mentioning it to anyone else, until one time I went on vacation. When I came back, my coworker who I was trading shifts with claimed that he kept having feelings like he was being watched by an old lady or something, and he was not the only one to make that sort of claim in private. Another coworker, years later, mentioned to me that he hated working at that building. When I asked him why, he leaned in and quietly told me, when I was in the bathroom, I thought I saw a woman that looked like the Wicked Witch out of the corner of my eye. So after all of this, it's one of the only buildings where I flat out will say no to. I don't work there anymore. The thing is, I don't even believe in ghosts. I'm not sure exactly what is going on with that place, but it definitely has something in particular that's oppressive, that buries that image of an old woman with black hair into people's minds. There was another occasion when I was making the rounds in an annex of a building. Everything was just like a normal night, when suddenly, I heard footsteps on the other side of a row of cubicles. I was supposed to be the only one in that building, and it had been locked down hours ago, so I called out, "Hello?" Whoever it was suddenly burst into a sprint, and I could hear them breathing. That not being the normal reaction, I decided to follow, but they were really fast, and I saw the door of the offices swing open. I ran into the security office, and my coworker and I reviewed the footage, and you can see the door suddenly swing open, but nobody walks through. A few seconds later, you see me walk through. His first reaction was, the door must have been cracked a bit, and the AC kicked on, but I know that I heard footsteps before this. I spent the rest of the night reviewing the footage and making rounds, but nothing was ever found. Completely unrelated to that was a night where I walked into the back corner of this office, where this one guy was working late. He didn't know that I could see him, and when I poked my head around the corner, he was deep-throating an entire sleeve of Oreo cookies. I'm not exaggerating when I say he looked like a snake that had unhinged his jaw and was forcing the entire stack of cookies into his mouth. His eyes were rolled back in his head and teary, and he was jamming them in like some sort of monster. I just looked on in silent terror and quietly stepped away, hopefully, before he noticed me. This next thing didn't happen to me, but it happened to my coworker Rob. Rob was put in one of our newer buildings, and none of us really knew the layout yet. It was an old building that used to be used by the local water department, and it had a huge underground portion with lots of pipes and what looked like boilers and tanks. On the second night, Rob goes down in the basement and does his rounds. He is checking to see what keys go to what rooms, and he finds out that a lot of them do not have keys at all. So he goes back and gets the master key and comes back down to hear that someone has snuck down there in the time that he was gone. He forgot to lock the door behind him when he left. He goes back in the corner of this floor and turns on the light. You know when a light bulb has been off for a long time, and you turn it on and they sometimes pop and go out? Well, Rob said that when he turned the light on, he caught a glimpse of a man standing in the room with a bag over his head before the light went out. He thought that there was nobody there, that it was just his mind playing tricks on him. But just as he thought that, he heard footsteps running away, and he followed after the man with a flashlight. Rob was a big old boy and could not catch up to the guy, who apparently hid behind some pipes and crawled down behind where Rob could see. So Rob called the cops, and by the time they showed up, the guy was gone. They checked all the footage and never saw him leave out of any door or window. Sometimes things get pretty serious or bizarre with the people we come across. For the most part, it's just local teens walking around after dark. Most of them are just hanging out, smoking weed or sitting around, no big deal. But on more than one occasion, I've had to deal with crazies that can only be explained as years upon years of drug use. There is this one guy named Jake that shows up every once in a while, and he insists that gremlins are the source of all of the world's troubles. If you talk with him for any length of time, he explains that there are metaphysical, invisible creatures that he has dubbed gremlins that lurk in objects and that they are waiting to cause havoc at just the right time. He is dead serious about this, and he believes that most paranormal or unexplained phenomena are these creatures. In his words, God, Satan, the government, nah, they're all gremlins. If you pull out your cell phone, he insists that you put it away, that it's filled to the brim with them. One time, at one of our more remote locations that was previously owned by a religious organization, we had a strange occurrence where several people in trucks, both men and women, had an impromptu orgy just outside of camera view. We had seen that there were 4 trucks packed with people, and security did not react at first. And about 15 minutes later, security went down there, and they all scrambled and sped off. On the spot where they had parked were over 20 used condoms and wrappers. It had to be someone that knew those hidden cameras were there and had access to the front gate. But when investigation took place, it was suddenly hidden from all of us and became a classified matter. Be me. This night I was sleeping. I wake up. The town is so fucking noisy that I can't sleep. Fuck. Oh well. I fall back asleep again. And then I wake up again. There is just pure silence. I live in a very old house that is in the middle of a huge city. There are now no sirens, no cars, no birds, no nothing. I stand up from my bed. I look through the window. Everything is completely silent and unmoving. I shift my eyes to the right of the road next to my house. I see something or someone, a perverted joke of something barely humanoid in shape, twists itself up the road. I inspect it closer. As soon as I focus my eyes on it, it snaps its head back to me. It starts running very fast, still no sound. I go back to bed, hide under the sheets, and crumple them up, so it's not obvious that a human being is underneath them. I feel it watching me. The only thing I hear is my heart and breath. I hope to God it does not hear it too. I somehow fall back asleep. I wake up. It's morning. The town is noisy again. I get up and go to work. I would have dismissed it as a dream, but there was a very clear imprint of a hand on my window, and there were drops of something, black and gooey, like very dehydrated blood on my windowsill. I was 13 years old at the time that this happened. I was with my cousin smoking. Stoned. Our house is in a rural part of southern Mexico. There is jungle everywhere. The peaceful silence is broken by a loud high-pitched scream coming from close by outside. The closest house is far as fuck. Outside, there is nothing but a field with no lights and tons of trees. Now, keep in mind that my cousin is the calmest dude ever. After the scream, his eyes get big, and he looks fucking terrified. Let's call him David. We hole up in his room for an hour, all while listening to something moving in the trees, literally shaking the hell out of the trees. I remember that my mom is going to question me like a motherfucker if I don't wake up in my own room. She does not trust me, because she found my bud, and she knows my cousin is a big party kind of guy. I tell David that I have to go back to my room. I am terrified to step outside, as I have to cross a small open area surrounded by pitch darkness to get to my room. I get armed with flashlights. I slowly walk outside. David stays by the door of the hallway, covering my back, while I rush to my room. As I open the door, I hear something or somebody running in the fields, stepping on the leaves and hitting the trees. I enter my room and lock the doors. I get in bed and start texting my cousin. Another scream. We go to sleep right away. The next day, we asked all the adults if they heard anything. They all said no. We also asked the closest neighbors, and they said they did not hear anything either. We never spoke about it again. It still scares me up to this day. Another one. Be me, 2 years after moving to the US. The whole synthetic weed fad had just started. Buy 8 Gs for $5. I go with my friend Eric to the woods next to my apartments. The woods are huge and really dense. Fucking deer live here, along with coyotes and armadillos. Motherfucking Texas, y'all. We start smoking the shit, but we don't know spice is very damn strong. Smoke 5 bowls each. Trip engaged. All the trees started moving like seaweed in this relaxing, wavy dance. I am losing balance. The ground is moving like a wave. We both sit down. Laughing fit starts. Literally laugh for 30 minutes straight. We calm down when this huge spider crawls out of fucking nowhere. We are stuck in place. We are terrified, but we cannot move because we are so fucking high. The spider walks up to Eric. He grabs a stick and beats the shit out of it before it reaches him. The spider's fat belly splits open. This large, black wasp-like creature crawls out of the spider like some alien shit. It flies away with a loud-ass buzzing noise while we sit there in terror. Eric, did you fucking see that? Yes, I saw it too. Let's get the fuck out of here. We packed our shit and left. That has seriously been the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me while on drugs. It might not be scary to anybody here, but at the time, it was pretty fucking horrible, and I still have no idea how the dead spider morphed into a giant black wasp. This is my cousin's story and not my own, but be 12 years old. Staying at a friend's house while living deep in Merida, Yucatan for summer. There are no doors in friend's house except the front door and back door. All the rest is just doorless, arched entrances to each room. The house is pretty old, made from cement and stone, the usual in this area. Some parts of the house have dirt floors, also normal. It's just my cousin, her friend's mom, and friend's dad. Very relaxed, hospitable family. Mom is very friendly, serves snacks and drinks without having to ask. Their dad sets up a little area to play in the front and backyard, and joins them for a few random games. The sun starts setting, time to go back inside. My cousin wants to stay up late to talk about stuff and still play. Her friend and family have different plans, and immediately start getting ready for bed. Okay, some people do this to get up early to farm or for work, and so she respectfully gets ready too. Before slipping into bed, friend and her family confront her and just look into her eyes. Whatever you do, don't get up until sunrise, okay? Even if you wake up, just leave your eyes closed and wait until you feel the sun. Cousin is thoroughly weirded out and kind of spooked by now, but she agrees to it and they all head to bed. 2 a.m. rolls around. Cousin wakes up with an extremely parched throat. Can't stay in bed because throat is so dry, so she gets up to get a glass of water. Her bed is facing the doorway towards the kitchen, so it was not far. She figures she could get a glass of water quickly before getting in trouble. Goes into kitchen for a glass of water. I thought I told you not to get up at night, Anon. She freezes up, hearing her friend speak. She turns to answer her, only to see that it was not her friend, but some sort of distorted blackish green mist standing in the doorway. She freaks the hell out and runs around the other way back into the room. There were 2 entrances. She slips back into bed quickly and pulls the covers over her face. She can still feel whatever was there still in the doorway. She does not dare take off the covers and can't really sleep, so she waits until morning with her eyes closed. The sun rises and she feels that the thing is gone. Friend's family goes to wake her up and cook her breakfast. Cousin calls her mom to pick her up early, and her mom comes by 20 minutes later. Before leaving, she asks her friend about the reason why she could not get up at night, leaving out the fact that she broke the rule. It's better that you don't know. Cousin does not press any further and leaves right away. Never goes back to her friend's house and returns back to the US after summer. She lost contact with that friend after a while. So, I've been reluctant to tell this, because it's hard to amass everything in words, and reliving the experience, much like the other Anon who posted here, makes me come to tears. But I have enjoyed reading the others' experiences so much that I will add. There is an old legend in Oregon about a rural town called Lafayette. You can Google it as well if you would like. The story is basically about a woman suspected of being a witch and being hung because of it. Yet, just before she was hung, she cursed the people of the town for this persecution and said that the town would be burnt down 3 times over. The town actually has partially been burnt 2 times to this date, whether it be through arsons or the curse, who knows really. It is said that her son buried her in the Lafayette Cemetery, and if you go there you can see her walking around or standing in the cemetery. It is said that also that if she sees you, she will attack and leave scratches across your back, driving you out of the cemetery. Upon first hearing this amongst friends, I thought about how great of an urban legend this is, and how I wanted to go out to Lafayette and spend some time in the cemetery just for the experience. My friends agreed, and some weeks later, we looked through maps to see where the cemetery was located. Little did we know that there were 5 cemeteries in Lafayette built since then. 4 of them were not even on maps, and were just off-roads leading to cemeteries on the outskirts of town. Regardless, we set out just to have a creepy fun night. We drove out to Lafayette. The path there is on multiple 2-lane roads, often extending through miles of farmland where you don't interact with another car for miles. We passed through the main street of the town in less than a minute. The population there is about 3,700 or so. We then drove to the only cemetery highlighted on any map that we found. Nothing out of the ordinary really, just another rural town cemetery, beer bottles from kids drinking on a Friday night. We spent a little time exploring the cemetery and did not hear or experience anything. Not that we thought something was going to happen, but you want to be respectful when doing something like this, you know? You want to be creeped out and hear or see something. Sadly, we did not. So time elapsed, and we just decided to leave and drive on the outskirts of town to see if we could find anything. I am physically tearing at this point as I write this down, because I am remembering what happened. So we drive on the outskirts of town for about 20 minutes, trying to find another cemetery using map layouts on our phones so that we don't get lost. Eventually, we are driving by a forested area, and there is a closed lock gate amongst all of the trees for no vehicle entry. We decide to say fuck it and go around the gate. The pathway is lit enough by moonlight to follow it, but we carry flashlights anyway to help guide us. The hike took about 10 minutes to get to the end of the pathway. The pathway is also on a non-steep hill, progressively moving upwards for the entirety. There is another tall gate at the top of this pathway, with a sign titled, I shit you not, Lafayette Cemetery No. 2. We enter the cemetery, which is really just a group of trees within the middle of a clearing. The graves are very old and non-legible for the most part. They are shifted due to water erosion and being on a slight hill, so some sit higher than others on the grass and nothing is really level. There are some standard gravestones and other flat graves on the ground. The whole environment is much more unsettling to us due to basically stumbling on this out of nowhere. My friend pulls out a homemade Ouija board from his backpack. I had no idea that he had it in there and was reluctant to really do anything because at this point, the environment was really unsettling and I was a little creeped out. I keeled to peer pressure from the 3 others that I was with there and we began to Ouija. We set the board on top of a flat grave and made contact with a spirit and asked if it was male or female. It was male. We asked its name. It was John. John Ghost! John Ouija! Oh, hell no. My friends began to poke fun at how boring the spirit was and started asking it about which back scratch. The replies were not conclusive. It just spelled random letters and counted backwards from 10. The piece then moved a bit faster around the board. The friend who created it told us that we should not let it fall off because that would be really bad. I don't even know if that's true. So we forcibly moved the piece to end and was done with it. At that point, I was more creeped out, although I had not truly seen or heard anything. My friend, knowing that I felt this way after the Ouija experience, looked at me and bolted into the darkness. He did not have a flashlight and knew it would scare the shit out of me, which it did. I immediately was worried that he could fall and trip or hurt himself in the darkness, and we would not know, so I took my flashlight and went after him. I told the 2 of our friends to stay there so that I could find them back at the site through voices. I walked swiftly through the clearing outside of the forested area looking for my friend, looking around to check where he could have run off to. I am pretty freaked out, so my pace is fast, and as I am looking on each side, I slam my body into something and take a step back. It's the friend that I was looking for, but he does not seem to be fazed by me running into him at that speed. I ask him why he fucking ran off from us and tell him how stupid he was. He does not respond as I am looking at him, facing away from me. I immediately think he still wants to fuck with me, and I tell him to cut that shit out and let's go back. This exchange and the previous one happened in about 20 seconds. He still does not respond, and I begin to feel that something is wrong. I come to his side and look at his face with a flashlight to see that he is frozen in fear. I adjust my face to the direction that his is in and see a moving lit apparition on the outside of the clearing within the forest, moving as if floating inches above the ground. I begin to try and fathom what the fuck is going on as I too am now frozen. I don't know how much time elapsed as we both stood there, but as soon as I came back, I knew that we should run. We ran back in the direction I came, never looking back, frantically yelling the names of our other friends. Hearing them, we were directed back to the forested area in the cemetery. We hopped the fence, rushed them back down the path as fast as we could, got in the car and drove off, telling them the entirety of story of our experience as we were on our way back home. The drive to our town is about 25 to 30 minutes, and as I said before, the drive is on 2-lane highways and roads through miles of farmland. It was just past 2 a.m. and we did not see a car for miles until we suddenly saw police cars and an ambulance blocking the road amongst all of the farmland. The cop ushered us by, and all of us looked to the side of the road for what they were there for. Apparently, a car had crashed into a ditch on the side of the road. There were 4 members within the car. 4 body bags lay just outside of the ditch. I have no idea if this is affiliated with our experience, or if it was just a coincidence. We said nothing on the way home. Neither my friend nor I felt any scratches on our back after the experience, but the next day, I did have physical marks on my back from it. They are scarred and have not gone away. Be about 9 years old at the time this happened. Mom has always been sort of abusive. She would hit and yell at me a lot, but I never broke a bone or anything. Always distant as well. She would always say shit like, "You're not my son," or "Our lives would be better without you," etc. She still does, but I'm not here for sympathy. I have to make it clear, she was always like this. It wasn't that I made her mad or anything. She never hugged me, never called me nicknames, never said she loved me or whatever. One night before I went to sleep, I decided I might try praying. Something along the lines of, "Please God, please let my mom love me. I just want to make her happy, please, for one night, please." I fell asleep while saying please. It was probably one of my most heartfelt prayers ever. Legitimately, from the core, I was begging. I woke up in the middle of the night with my mom staring down at me. It was creepy as fuck, but I was groggy and slightly hoped my prayer worked. But as my eyes cleared up, I realized my mom was completely pissed off. Her face was full rage mode. I started backing away in fear, and she just started lashing out at me and screaming. Bang. Fist connected with my face, much harder than the usual beatings. Generally, my dad can stop her in these sort of situations, so I bound off my bed and sprint down the hall to my parents' room. I can hear her screaming behind me. I kick it into overdrive. I slam through my parents' door at Mach 5, and I jump on my dad. But dad isn't dad. Dad is mom. I just fucking jumped on my mom. Dad is laying over to the left. Fuck. Here comes the rage. What's wrong, honey? Did you have a bad dream? What? Did my mom just say that? She never calls me honey. Why isn't she raging? You can sleep with mommy and daddy tonight. I lay down in between them and she holds me. It felt so right, even though she had never done it before. She starts singing some song softly, and I fall asleep with her cradling me. I wake up the next morning in my parents' bed. I start thinking about last night. I am confused about the two moms. It's freaking me out. I go downstairs and see my mom cooking. I am nervous as shit. I don't even really know what to expect. I just say, "What's for breakfast, mama?" In my head I'm saying, "Please, please, please." Nothing. You woke up late. Go figure something out. Oh, we are back to normal. I am still happy it's not super rage mode mom from the previous night though. I have more stuff, not related to my mom, but this is the memory that most freaks me out to the core. This one happened in 6th grade. I made a couple of really tight friends in the 4th grade. We are all going to go trick-or-treating. My dad says that we can go out alone. So it's just the 4 musketeers heading out. Aaron brought fireworks. We were shooting them off and launching them at each other. We decided we should talk about the school. We serendipitously meet up with some of our kids that we know. We started exploring some of the neighborhoods the other kids knew. We are just chatting, but we kept pretending like, "Oh shit, Anon, who's that behind you?" No one believed it, but you still looked, to check. It's a little bit after 1, and I tell my bros that we better head back. We ended up really fucking far away from our house. Not lost, but definitely over an hour away. We start making our way back. As we make it to the school grounds, I glance over at the playgrounds. I see a guy in all black walking towards us. I focus a little bit harder, and I see he is carrying something shiny. Guys, do you see that? They all laugh but still look. Billy freezes a bit and says, "That is definitely a knife." Nervous laughs abound. Billy is urging us to run, but no one wants to be that guy. Aaron, the tough guy, decides that we should wait and see, talking about how he will kick anyone's ass. The dude finally makes it maybe 9 to 10 car lengths away. That is a knife. I know it. We all know it. Dude breaks into a sprint the same instant that we did. I am fucking running like I have never run before. I have no idea if he is catching up or not, but I am not going to look back. We run for what feels like an eternity. Leap over the 3 steps in front of my house. Ain't none of that stupid horror movie bullshit. The key is already in my hands, and I slide it in one swift move. We all pile through the door and turn around. The fucker is standing at the end of my lawn with the knife. We lock the door and run upstairs to watch him. He left. My dad came up and asked us what's wrong, but we decided to say nothing. This next event, it was 2 to 3 a.m. and I was driving home from uni. It's a long as fuck drive. It's been about 8 hours. I am almost at my parents' place though. They moved to the middle of bumfuck nowhere because dad got a job offer. It's a country as fuck road. Maybe a house every 10 miles and no gas stations to be seen. As I'm driving, I see a couple cars parked oddly off the road and a girl sorta chilling on the floor. I run it through my head, to stop or not to stop. My dick starts contributing to the conversation in my head. I slow down, only going about 10 miles per hour now. Suddenly my brain kicks in. I just call the cops and tell them there was an accident. KK, Mr. Brain. I start speeding up. At this point, I am passing the girl. Suddenly, she hops up and starts running at my car. I guess she noticed that I am not going to stop. 4 to 5 armed dudes start running out from the woods a little ways from the road. Fuck that. Unload all 500 horses. I zoom away. I keep it around 100 for a while, just to put distance between us, in case they decide to use their cars. Not supernatural, but scary shit. I talked about it to a few friends I made later who lived in the area. They explained that it is pretty common for people to get taken from their cars and killed or beaten in the woods around that road. Now for some more. 12 years old at the time this happened. I spent all night reading. I fell asleep around 7 AM. I wake up to my mom yelling at me. Wake up before I throw water on you. Some shit about me being lazy. I glance at the alarm clock. It's 9:28 AM on a Saturday. Okay, Mom. She says that we are going to go to the pool to swim laps. Dad suggests I call Billy and friends. Fucking sweet. I call my bros. No one can come. It's too early and they don't want to wake up their parents. Fuck, but I understand, I guess. We walk through the garage to get to the car. Weird, we never do this. I ask Dad what's up. He says we are taking the expedition because the other car will not start. So he wants to grab the keys. Grab keys, and we get to the car. On the way to the pool, Dad notices I am tired as fuck and sort of bummed. He says that we can get ice cream. Hell yeah. Grab giant sundaes at frozen custard joint and chill for a bit in the restaurant eating. Mom is pissed and muttering, but Dad is joking around with me, so I had fun. Go to the Y and start swimming laps. No one is around, which is weird. Not even the usual lazy teenage lifeguards. The lap pool is shallow, so Mom and Dad tell me to keep doing laps while they go to the hot tub. Fine. I swim a few more laps and midway through my next one, fucking everything cramps up. I am going under. I struggled for maybe a half a second before I had to just breathe in. Water filled my lungs and that was it. Panic gone. It was just so fucking chill and surreal. Just floating down, looking up at the sun through the water. Man, that's pretty. I can't believe I'm going to die in such shallow water. Heh. Mom's gonna be happy. Nah. She loved you. That's it then. My life was decent enough. Love you. I close my eyes and fade away to black. No other way to describe it. But there was no fear or struggle. My eyes opened to what I can only describe as a fog. Sort of what I imagine it would be like to chill in a cloud. It wasn't said aloud, but I sorta understood the feeling. You aren't supposed to be dead yet. It suddenly feels like I'm falling. Wake up before I throw water on you. I suddenly wake up in bed, gasping for breath. I look at the clock. It's 9:28 AM on a Saturday. My mind is fucking blown. We are going swimming. I don't want to. You are going. Please. You are going. Okay. Dad tells me to see if my friends want to come. I call. Same excuses. We go through the garage again. Driving. Let's go get ice cream. Nah, Dad. Dad thinks I am being mopey. We go anyways. Eating ice cream. Talking with Dad. But still really unsettled. Decide I might as well go to the pool. Swim a couple laps. And just say I'm tired early. We get up to leave. We are walking to the car. I am suddenly really dazed. My ankle rolls and I catch myself. The fuck? I go to keep walking because it wasn't so bad. Holy fucking shit, the pain. My left leg could not be stood on at all. Dad, I need to go to the hospital. I think I broke my leg. He laughs like, what the fuck are you talking about? He sees that I am not joking. He starts yelling at me for bullshitting. He looks at my leg. It is already starting to swell. By the time we get to the hospital, my leg is all kinds of fucked up. It is purple and swollen to the size of a football. X-ray time. The doctor comes in, fully mind blown as well. You are 100% sure you just rolled it a bit. My dad confirms my story. My doc explains that I have torn every ligament in my left leg below the knee. He doesn't really know how to explain it. He keeps saying that I must have really fallen hard on it. Nope. I end up in a cast, and then a brace, and then in rehab for almost 7 months. Better than dead though, I guess. Here's another story from my teen years, maybe 14 to 15 years old at the time. I flew to Bangladesh to meet my grandma. I met a lot of family for the first time. The country is honestly really shit, but I can see this being fun. I met an uncle, but he is damn young, so we hang more like cousins. My grandma is superstitious as hell, constantly telling me how to pray and how to banish demons or jinn. But she is really nice. I really love this cat that she got recently. Never had a pet of my own. I thought it was named Biral or something, but later I found out that is just the Bengali word for cat. The thing sorta acts like a dog, chills around with me, and will fetch. Never left me alone. My favorite part about her is when I would sleep, she would sleep on my chest. If anyone would try to wake me up, namely my mom, she would go into attack mode. Anyway, that is enough ground story. Uncle Bro convinces me to go out with him to the forest. Grandma tells us to mind certain trees and stay away from them. I have no idea what she is talking about. Long story short, have a pretty damn good time fucking around. Lots of time passed, and we ended up eating tons of candy and drinking shitloads of soda. Uncle Bro has to piss, so he just picks a random tree and starts pissing. I notice the bend around the trees and recall what Grandma said. I tell him to fuck off and pick another tree. Nope. Out of nowhere, this chick walks up to Uncle Bro and touches him mid-piss. I laugh cause, caught with your dick out bro, top cack. He crumples to the floor. Wait, what the fuck did she do? Did he just get fucking tasered? The girl walks up to me. It's freaky, because I see that her eyes are closed. I figured she might be blind, as it isn't a weird thing to see in this country. Girls with their eyes burned by acid. As she gets closer, I notice she has an eye drawn on her forehead. I am really weirded out. Hey, sorry, I cannot speak suddenly. I hear a hiss behind me and I look. It is Cat Bro raging. I look back up and the chick is gone. I freaked out for a moment, but I go to Uncle Bro and check on him. He is out but alive, so I carry him back to the house. Yeah, with his junk dangling, in case you were wondering. My uncle and aunt are doctors, so they take a look at him. He is not waking up no matter what they try. I'm not feeling too hot either, but I don't mention it, because fucking coma panic. My grandma walks in and asks what happened. She is pissed when I tell her. She gets an egg and starts muttering something, and rubbing it all over Uncle Bro. Then she goes off with the egg, and a couple seconds later, Uncle Bro wakes up totally fine. My grandma comes back and does the same thing to me. I was about to say that I am fine and stop her, but I really did not feel fine. I felt like I had a fever. She took the egg away and came back looking at me sort of expectantly. I explained that I am still not feeling very well. Grandma talks about how that girl was probably a djinn who was protecting the tree. I am getting progressively worse and Grandma is worried sick. She is trying all kinds of prayers. Diarrhea and vomiting is kicking in. It's insanely bad. I keep retching but there just isn't anything there. Same with my anus. I gotta shit but there ain't no shit to shit. I feel fucking horrid. I swear up and down if I survive this, I am never coming back. After a while I give up and take some sleeping pills. Pass out on the couch. I wake up again a while later and feel the weight of Cat Bro on me. I feel totally fine. I figure I just went into shock from seeing some crazy shit. I chill out for a few minutes. Wait, something isn't right. I can't feel Cat Bro's usual purring. I hop up immediately. Oh no, please no. Cat Bro is not moving. I scream for someone to come. Grandma comes to see what's up. She had been praying outside the door. She picks up Cat Bro and takes him away, saying thank you and sorry over and over again. I don't get it. Let's take her to a vet. There aren't many vets in this country anon, and Biral has already passed. Grandma goes on to explain that animals have very pure souls. Sometimes they will take a curse onto themselves to protect their family, that I should be thankful to Cat Bro. I don't know what else to say. Life went on. We buried Cat Bro, and I eventually came back to the States. I am still thankful to her, regardless of whether or not it was just a weird chain of coincidences. Like 3 years ago, my cousin and my uncle invited me and my dad to the local stadium to watch a football game, because, family tradition or something. The plan was that Dad and I would pick them up in the car. When we got to their house, my cousin says we have to take his 6-year-old brother, because the babysitter cancelled at the last moment. We took the kid and sneak him into the stadium. If anything, we could buy a resale. So the game ended. Our dumbass team lost, but anyway. We were heading back to Uncle's home, and once there, both my cousins leave the car running straight to the bathroom, but my uncle stays at the car talking to me and my dad. And then we hear man screams, like someone was getting fucking tortured, so we run to the house straight. I was ready to beat up some robber or whatever. We get into the living room, and my cousin is all disheveled with a red face, doing these disturbing gestures and yelling like the Conjuring movie. My little cousin is crying under the living room's table. We thought older cousin was convulsing, so we shove a cloth in his mouth. I swear to God, my uncle was desperate and almost crying. He tried to talk to my cousin, but he could not hear us or just ignored us. And then we tied him with ropes from the garage while he kept screaming and contorting, but he calmed down after a while and started to cry quietly. We still tried to talk to him, but he seemed not to understand. My younger cousin was still crying but more calm, so we asked him what happened. And he said that when they entered the house, they saw the dog eating cereal with a spoon. Man, if you just saw my cousin getting all crazy again. So we say fuck it and called an ambulance, cause we didn't even know what to do. After they took him to a clinic, in short story, they told us he got a permanent screw loose. We thought my younger cousin was overwhelmed with everything, so he probably was not expressing right. But after a few days when things eased up, we asked him again. But he kept saying the same thing when they entered the house, that they saw the dog eating cereal with a spoon. My aunt would get hysterical, since she didn't understand what the fuck he meant, till the kid got desperate and did a drawing of what they saw when they entered the house. The family's fucking dog sitting on a chair in the dining room, eating a bowl of cereal using a spoon. My aunt got even crazier with that drawing, since they had not seen their dog after my older cousin went crazy. And that was it. My little cousin has to go to therapy every week, and the dog never appeared. Be 19 years old at the time that this happened. Be a university student. Be raised Catholic with a cult curiosity. Be open-minded in a critical way. I am a major in history and poli-sci with K-Pol-X leanings. Worst combo. First year on res, third year as student. No guns, strict uni weapon policy. Halfway into first semester, I come back from food one day. I can't unlock the door. Why do this again, door? The first time, completely refusing to unlock though. I call the student officer. The guy is huge. I am 140 pounds. He is at least 240 pounds, muscle, same height. He forces the lock. You're lucky, Anon. I only just managed to get this open. This was jammed pretty damn good, Anon. Who has access to this lock? Well, do they hate you, Anon? I instantly think of that one guy. The university guy tells me how to get the door properly checked by a maintenance guy. He leaves. Anon gets crafty, deciding that curse writing is a good idea. Decides to employ some text from the corpus hermeticum to write a curse against the fucker that tampered with my door. 3 days later, shit has been going on in the dorm. It's 4 beds, 2 baths with a kitchen shared in the middle. 2 beds and 1 bath on opposite sides of this middle. I've been feeling a strange presence in the kitchen. Glass bottles have been broken. They only could have been thrown. I know it wasn't us. Even my girlfriend could feel it. She saw an unnatural reflection in the glass behind her. She didn't know what it meant, but I did. Accidental scrying. So the guy I shared a wall with was my best friend for 2 years already. Russian/German ethnic. He and the former Muslim guy from the other side walk into my room. I am known as a good party host, but don't bullshit me. I know martial arts from the old texts and manuals. They even think what they want to say is bullshit. I press them to anyways, promising not to hit them for being stupid or trying to pull another prank. They felt it too. I fess up to the curse writing. I kept the written paper in my room beside my desktop. He recognizes the quote from the corpus, being ex-Paul himself. Both of us are good writers. The stuff I freelanced itself used the quote rather effectively. Now look. The former Muslim thinks I summoned a jinn. Third guy is scared as fuck. The three of us agree to conscript some atheists and agnostic people to accompany us when we go to destroy it. We don't tell them why we're going out there. They just think it is a walk with friends. We stop a decent distance away. Rule number 1. Always destroy the shit as far away from home as reasonably possible. Crumple the paper up. There is at least 3 + 4 of us, standing in a circle-ish. Try to lighter this crumpled nightmare up into a flame. I burn this exact kind of paper rather frequently. It should catch quickly, but it's not. The paper resists the flame. Short moment, and the flame finally starts to burn. Rain immediately begins, very light. The more the paper burns, the heavier the rainfall. Me and Rustbro knows what's up. This is not natural rain. This rain be fake. Russ and I be saying Russian Orthodox and Catholic prayers. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness. Rustbro be talking Russian. The paper is 95% burnt. Fuck this, we are out. We are all scared shitless. We get back completely soaked as if we jumped into a pool. Was not supposed to rain at all. Check with guys that live in the city. They did not get any rain. The campus is less than 0.5 kilometers away from the city. What the fuck? The spoopy shit in the dorm stops happening after that. Haven't seen any road trip stories on here. Let's change that, shall we? I'll start. Moving cross country from Washington State to North Carolina. Driving alone and in a big ass box truck. It's my first time driving alone that distance, but needs to be done because fuck hiring movers. It is early March, still cold as hell. The first day of driving is not too bad. I make it into Montana around 12 AM the first night. I don't want to blow cash on a motel, so I pull over into a rest stop for some sleep. I get maybe 2 hours of sleep and decide to say fuck it and head back on the road. I am quite literally the only vehicle on the highway as far as I can see, which is a long way. Mind you, this is Montana, and I am going through the passes at this point, so that makes sense. About an hour away from the rest stop, I see lights up ahead on the road, and I tell myself fuck yeah, because I have not seen anyone in 3 hours time. I get a little closer, the lights suddenly go out. I think to myself that maybe it's someone having car trouble and their battery died or something. Still, I'm not stupid, so I make sure the pistol that I carry with me is within grabbing distance. I get close enough to where the headlights on my truck illuminate the spot where the lights were. Not a damn thing is around. I chalk it up to me being exhausted. I keep on driving, even though I'm a little spooked. About another 15 minutes pass as I notice lights in the side mirror coming up on me fast. The creepiness factor ramps up a notch because I literally had no warning. The lights kinda just popped into being. I speed up a little, though if you have any experience with a fully loaded box truck, you know they aren't exactly speedsters. The lights seem to speed up with me and tail me. It continues like this until about an hour before sunrise. Then just as fast as they appeared, they are gone. By this point I say fuck it, take the next exit and find a hotel. The town is a little old mining town I think. Really old buildings, lots of cowboy looking people and farmers. I grab breakfast, grab a cheap hotel, and pass out until about 9 that night. I fuel up, grab some snacks, check my map, no GPS so sue me, and head out. By this point I'm just now hitting the flatlands part of Montana. Well, the flatter part. Plains to the right, plains to the left, and a full moon to illuminate everything. There is still snow in a lot of places, so I'm trying to be careful in case of black ice on the road. Driving for a few hours, right back to no vehicles on the road, so I pull over to take a piss. I am doing my business. I am looking out across the plains when I see movement over one of the patches of snow. I figure it's some deer. I continue on my business, until whatever is moving stops dead, like it is frozen. At this point I am done, but I'm curious to see what the hell it is. It stands there for a while unmoving, then bolts off towards a stand of trees. I turn and head for the truck when I hear a god-awful noise, like an animal getting fucked badly. I literally say aloud, "Fuck that noise," and hop my ass back into the cab of the truck, turn it over, and speed my ass up the road. I tell myself I'm just tired from the trip, and not being used to driving the distance alone. About an hour later, I take another piss break. I see movement in the field about 150 yards off from where I am. I remember what happened earlier. I willed the piss to come faster and watch the area. Something bolts from the little bit of cover in the area and takes off on all fours, but the gait is weird. My piss shuts off instantly, and I run over to the door and hop inside. I go to start it up, but all I get is a fucked engine noise. Shit. I pull out my phone and notice that I actually have service and call the rental place. While I'm waiting for an answer, I'm looking out the windows and watching for whatever the thing was. I finally get an answer, and while they're looking up where I am, the truck had GPS. I see the thing kinda just loping around in the field. Weird movement, like its back is messed up or some shit. The person on the other end informs me it'll be about 4 hours before they can get someone out to me. Fuck my life. I tell them to hurry it up. I guess I sounded weird because the person asked me if everything was okay. I remember blurting out that there was a weird animal in the field by me and that I was kinda spooked by it. Person laughs and says I must not have seen a deer before, then hangs up. At this point, I am pissed that the truck broke down and that fucker pretty much called me a dumbass. I have not been looking at the thing. I go to look at it and it is gone. I lock both doors. I turn the battery on so I at least have lights and wait. About an hour passes when I see the lights coming from behind and fast. I think to myself, fuck yeah, I am gonna kiss that tow driver. It's March in Montana and I am cold as balls. The lights get maybe a football field's length away from me and then they cut out. Warning bells start going off in my head, so I grab my pistol, chamber around, and make sure I have a spare mag just in case it's crazy hillbillies looking for some butt sacks. I sit there for what seems like forever, then the lights come back on, except now they are down in the field. At this point, I am almost certain it's crazy hillbillies, up until the weird animal thing comes walking out towards the lights. It looks somewhat similar to the pic, except without the tails and spikes, and fur everywhere. I am thinking to myself, what the hell did I smoke? And then I remember I don't smoke at all. The thing kinda walks into the lights, and a few seconds later, they just vanish. At this point I say fuck this, and start trying to turn the damn engine over because I want away from whatever just happened. Of course this fails, so I say screw it and sit there. I am sitting there for a good 10 minutes when the light just appears in front of me and coming as fast as hell. Too fast for me to really do anything, so I just kind of accept my fate that I am going to die in a crash or something. I literally black out. I get woken up by someone beating on the driver door. The sun is up. I get out. I feel like shit and hurt, like I'd been through 12 rounds of a fight. The guy says he'd been banging on the door for a good half hour. Doesn't make sense that I did not wake up because I am a light sleeper. He also asked what the fuck I did to the back of the truck and the tires. I am completely confused until he shows me. All of the tires are fucked up, like someone took straight razors to them, and the back of the truck where the main hatch is just fucked all to hell. Door open, and loads of my shit scattered out around the back. I explained to him that it wasn't me, but he is having none of it. He and his partner help me get up as much of my stuff as I can, secure the doors, then they hook it up to the truck and pull her up. We get into town, and they take me to the sheriff's office for vandalism of private property. Have to sit in some podunk little station and explain to this no-nonsense looking guy what happened. He buys it, says I am not the first person to report stuff like that. I have to stay in town for a few days until I can get a new truck and transfer all of my stuff, so I put my time to good use asking around. When I asked about the animal, they said it had something to do with a native tribe in the area. I get a new truck, and then I hightail it out of there during the day. Sadly, that's all there is to the story. The rest of the trip was completely uneventful, besides a few weird lights in the sky and a few forests that I passed, and I apologize for the lackluster ending. Be me, be visiting a cattle burial ground with my friend, Maksimich. We came here to collect maggots in a tin to use for bait for fishing. The maggots here are better than anywhere else and are the best for fishing. The place smelled so bad it was enough to turn you inside out. I had thoughtfully grabbed an old scarf from home and soaked it in cologne. It was the least I needed to survive the smell. It was hot and stuffy holding it over my nose, but I would rather sweat than smell the carrion stench. Maksimich did not care. He hopped around the ravine like a grasshopper, collecting maggots in a tin. Maksimich was a deft hand with the tweezers. He had half a jar of them in no time. He was actually a biology teacher at a school. I was a principal at the same school. I couldn't do it as quickly as him. I picked up each worm slowly because I was worried about messing it up. Wandering leisurely through the ravine, I found myself next to the remains of our former livestock specialist's horse. The horse had died early in that spring. Now all that remained was a skeleton, covered in patches of dried skin in places. Even fly maggots had nothing to eat here. I spotted movement deep in the empty eye socket. I bent down, took a closer look, and then shuddered. Something whitish, the size of a sausage, was moving inside the horse's skull. I told Mac to come and take a look. This was the mother of all maggots and a great find. Maksimich slowly approached and slid his gaze along my outstretched arm. He looked at me for a long time. He told me that it's impossible for maggots to grow that big. He insisted that it must be something else, maybe even a big beetle. He said that he had never seen anything like it and rushed to pick it up with the tweezers. He stuck a pair of tweezers into the horse's eye socket, snagged the unknown creature, and pulled it out into the light of day. I caught a glimpse of a hideously writhing, translucent body, topped with a dark, cone-shaped head. The next second, the larva abruptly twisted, and the cone at the front end of its body opened like an umbrella. It was transforming into a multitude of sharp mandibles that immediately pierced the base of Maksimich's thumb. With a gasp, my colleague dropped the tweezers and the jar containing his catch. He began shaking his hand furiously, trying to dislodge the vile creature. I was confused and dumbfounded. Under other circumstances, this would have been hilarious, but at that moment, I was genuinely afraid for him. Finally, the worm or whatever broke free and plopped into the grass. Maksimich looked in bewilderment at the numerous pinpoint wounds arranged in a circle on his arm. The wounds appeared to be quite deep, but surprisingly, the blood coagulated very quickly. I was seriously worried. Being bitten by a worm unknown to science is unpleasant enough, but if that worm feeds on carrion and has already managed to inject a poison into your blood, it's doubly unpleasant. I told him that we should quickly see the school paramedic, Anna. I told him the last thing he needed was disease or blood poisoning. He agreed, but said that we should find the thing to take with us. I was like, what the fuck? Why? I asked if one bite was not enough. He started going on about how it could be a new discovery, a new bug no one had ever seen. Crazy-ass biologist. Personally, I would have just crushed it. He asked where the thing fell and started looking through the grass with a stick. After a while, he exclaimed that he found it and told me to pass him his jar. I emptied the jar and handed the empty one to Mac. He managed to get it in without being bitten this time and tied a handkerchief around the neck of the thing. After that, we got out of the forest. We took a shortcut which passed through a clearing and brought us to a cemetery. Mac asked me to stop for a break since he was out of breath. That and he wanted to smoke. I was a little worried that maybe he was feeling ill from the bite, but he assured me he was just out of shape. He rested up on a bench for like 10 minutes just near a grave. I could not do anything but nervously pace around and keep bugging him about whether the bite hurt or not. He wasn't worried in the slightest, just kept shaking his head before telling me to give it a rest. After a while, he said he felt good enough to go on, and he got up and started walking. I just followed him out, and we walked pretty much in silence all the way back to our village. Right next to the first aid station, he stopped and took a tin can out of his pocket to see how his new species was doing. About a second later, he was shouting about how it was gone and must have escaped. He said the thing must have chewed a hole through the jar and run away. I thought he was joking until he showed me the empty jar. The only reminder of the biting worm's recent presence was a faint smell of decay. I told him his capture was a disaster and laughed. I wasn't concerned at all about the thing. Sure, it was weird, and I was worried about illness, but as for a new discovery, yeah, I didn't really buy that. Probably some rare worm thing that we've never heard of that bites people. Mac might be a biologist, but he's not exactly the sanest person that I know. I did feel bad though. He actually convinced himself he discovered a creature unknown to science. After a little time, he did not seem too sad. He was either masking it or decided it was fine. I again insisted that we needed to go to the nurse though. Maximich climbed the steps and disappeared through the medical center doors. The bite on his arm healed unusually quickly. There weren't even any complications. That's what I was thinking right then. After that incident, we often visited the burial ground for bait. Each time, with a meticulousness worthy of Sherlock Holmes, I examined every skull, every bone, and every scrap of rotted skin. I was hoping to find another giant worm, but to no avail. Perhaps it truly was a unique relic, or even a mutant, or a single specimen existing on Earth. Surprisingly, Maximich did not support me in this search at all. He had completely lost all interest in the lost find, and even recalled it reluctantly, as if talking about it was unpleasant. I noticed that in the months since that memorable day, my friend had changed significantly. I did not recognize the old Maximich. The new one was unusually silent and indifferent to everything that was going on. Going fishing with him became insanely boring. He would simply cast his line and stare blankly at the float. Then when I'd tell him something or try to start a conversation, he would either agree wholeheartedly or offer brief comments. Once, I even chided him, "You're like some kind of zombie," but Maximich merely shrugged and blamed it on getting old. I mean, that could be it, but it was also quick. Maximich was supposed to turn 60 this fall. Maybe a midlife crisis, or a three-quarter life crisis, I don't know. Fast forward to the end of summer for this next part. It was the last 10 days of August. I was completely overwhelmed by endless tasks piled on me regarding the upcoming school year. I stepped out onto the school porch and watched the poplar leaves fall. Then, Aunt Shkilieka ran up to me. I told her good afternoon, but needed to wait for her to catch her breath. I asked why she was so out of sorts and if something had happened. She immediately broke out into a kind of rant. She started waving her hands and telling me not to make fun of her, that it really happened. I was like, what the fuck? What happened? She told me she was running from the cemetery. She didn't even continue, just kept panting again, and I was getting kinda impatient. She finally started telling me what happened at the cemetery. This girl called Inga, the daughter of the late Olga Vostrikova, showed up. She was there to move her mom's coffin back to the city. I think the exhumation was to move her to the city, so it was easier for her to visit. Tons of men showed up from the city. I think it's like a very regulated process. Anyway, then she starts telling me how they fell into the grave. Huh, okay. They said they were digging and just lost their footing. But when the men fell down and they took a look at the grave, it was empty. I was like, what the fuck do you mean, empty? She says the coffin was smashed to bits, and there was no body in there. The men who slipped in were shocked. They said it looked like someone dug up from underneath and dragged the corpse out. I chuckled in disbelief. She gets angry. You don't believe me? You think the old woman is lying? Go to the cemetery and talk to Inga. She actually felt sick when she saw the empty grave. I told her I believed her, just to keep her quiet. I asked if anything else happened. Then she drops another bomb on me. Grandma Yegorovna has disappeared. I told her that's not possible. She would never just disappear. I said that Mac told me himself she had a niece in the city, so she is probably visiting her. She just gives me this wide-eyed stare. She doesn't have any nieces. She is completely alone. I am telling you, she has disappeared. She went into the forest, and that was the end of her days. Her unburied body is probably lying somewhere in the swamp, God forgive me. I was like, what the fuck? Of all of the explanations, why are you insisting on the most disturbing? She took offense, and told me that I would see that she is right. Yeah, not ominous at all. I just went back to work. That evening, it turned out that the story about Vostrikova's grave, where she died of cancer in the early spring, was absolutely true. The coffin was indeed destroyed and completely empty. Inga returned to town in tears and bewilderment. Theories poured in from all sides, with the most popular among the villagers being the theory that the body had been stolen by a sect of Satanist necrophiles. I dismissed such nonsense outright. The only thing that came to mind was the idea of some living organisms, like mold or bacteria, must be capable of destroying a corpse completely, leaving not even bones. I asked Maksimich if such a thing was possible, but he merely shrugged, briefly remarking that anything was possible. It started raining overnight. It poured all the next day too. Once it finally stopped, it turned out that several more relatively new graves had collapsed due to subsidence in the cemetery. No one saw anything unusual about this. The relatives of the deceased banded together, piled more soil on top, straightened the twisted crosses, and called it a day. There wasn't much else they could do. Soon, a series of misfortunes befell our village. On August 24th, Stepan Vyatkin and his grown-up lazy son, Semyon, drowned. They had gone fishing that morning and just never returned. Those who went looking for them found their belongings on the shore, and their inflatable boat in the coastal bushes. Both father and son, it should be noted, were avid drinkers. That's why no one in the village was surprised by their tragic end. Everyone agreed that the Vyatkins had had a drink, dozed off, and then tumbled into the water. Our village waited for their bodies to surface, but they never did. Exactly 2 days later, the house of the lonely elderly Patrikievs burned down, along with the owners. It burned clean, leaving only embers. No bodies were found this time either. Apparently, only ashes remained of them. On the 28th, a local idiot named Volusia Ivanova disappeared. No one paid much attention to it, as she was 27 years old and had a habit of periodically leaving with logging truck drivers. If you believe the rumors, she was popular among them, so no one worried. She always returned, whether it took a day or a week. On the night between the 31st and the 1st, a new fire broke out. This time, it was at the house of the paralyzed Elena Gulyanko. Her perpetually drunk daughter, Mashka, could not clearly explain why she had gone out at 2 in the morning, but when she returned, the house was already ablaze. It was not extinguished until the morning. A blackened skull was found among the smoldering embers, and was all that remained of Elena's body. Knowledge Day, the day school starts in Russia, passed by joylessly and chaotically. The recent events had hit the village hard. Fortunately, the 2nd and 3rd of September fell on weekends. I hoped to unwind a bit during these days, before diving into the whirlwind of school life. Saturday morning dawned overcast, but dry and warm. I grabbed a bucket and headed into the forest, hoping to pick mushrooms. It didn't really matter though. I just wanted to temporarily escape the hustle and bustle of life. I really needed to clear my head. I invited Maksimich to come along, but he declined. I wandered the forest for half a day and found pretty much nothing. I was already heading toward the village when I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I saw a familiar white cap. It was Maksimich. What an old devil, huh? He told me he had high blood pressure, but he still went off into the forest. I could see he was heading somewhere in the direction of Pruzikovsky Bog. I yelled his name. Maksimich instantly froze. He almost jumped from surprise. He turned his head in all directions. I shouted and was like, "Yo, it's me," and I started running towards him. I was cursing under my breath because of the spruce branches hitting me in the face. I finally caught up and was like, "You didn't tell me you were better." He was just absent-mindedly like, "Hello, yeah," it just kinda went away in a flash. Then he decided he would take a walk in the woods and maybe run into me. Maksimich had a large, but obviously empty backpack hanging over his shoulder, and a large homemade knife dangling from his belt. I asked if he was headed to the swamp, and if so, why the hell was he doing that? To the swamp, Maksimich nodded. "I have some business there. If you want, come with me." I thought, fuck it, why not? We walked in silence. The paths to the swamp were untrodden. The road, though short, was not easy, and there was no time for conversation. We were busy swatting away mosquitoes and brushed cobwebs from our faces. About 15 minutes later, I heard a squelching sound underfoot. Then we emerged at a small forest lake, reeking of stagnant water and rotting mud. The trunk of the aspen tree closest to the water was tied with 2 ropes. The end of the ropes were extended into the water. "Are you soaking something there?" I asked. Maximich nodded and dropped his backpack to the ground. It jingled, so it wasn't empty after all. He told me to stay here for a while. Practically ordered me, in fact. He began spitting into his palms and picking up one of the rope ends. Judging by his noisy breathing, the bulging veins in his neck, and his flushed face, there was something quite heavy stored in the pool. I was about to offer my help when a large, elongated object appeared in the water. Maximich gave it a couple more tugs, and I'd always thought the phrase "not believing your eyes" was just a figure of speech, but Maximich convinced me in an instant that such things happen. At first, I truly found it hard to believe this was all happening. A naked woman's body lay on the shore, tied by the ankles. It looked like it had been in the water for more than a day. It was swollen, covered in a network of greenish, cadaverous spots and a film of mud. It was also swarming with water fleas. The sight was so monstrous, so unbearable, that I felt sick. I swayed but stayed on my feet, and even found the strength not to puke up my morning breakfast. All I could say was, "Maximich, what the fuck? What is this?" I could not believe his response. It was like there was an alien in place of him. This is food. You see, Vitya, he does not eat fresh meat. He likes it stinky. He squatted down, put his hand in his backpack, and pulled out a hacksaw. "I can't carry it all," he explained matter-of-factly. "He is too old for such a burden, and he's growing. He's growing all the time." Then he started screaming at me to run immediately, waving his hands in the hacksaw like a maniac. And I ran. I just ran all the way to the village. Only when I reached the first house on the outskirts did I allow myself to catch my breath. Then, I went straight to our local police officer, Sir Yoga Panzin. I told him everything, starting from the moment I decided to go into the forest. When I finished, I raised my head and looked Sir Yoga in the eyes. I was trying to discern whether he believed me or not. I could not tell if he did or not. He seemed to be caught in thought. I put myself in Sir Yoga's shoes and wondered, what would I think if the school principal, a generally respected man, showed up at my door with a pale face and darting eyes? What would I say if he began telling me that his old friend and colleague, Alexander Maximovich, an equally respected man, was right now dismembering a half-decomposed corpse in the forest? So Yoga finally got up from the table, holstered his service pistol, and said, "Okay, let's go." We drove to the edge of the forest and headed toward the bog. I was terrified, to be honest. I mean, the sight of a dead man sawed into pieces. I did not want to fucking see that. And secondly, if Maximich had gone crazy, who could guarantee he wasn't lurking behind a tree somewhere, waiting for the right moment to slit our throats? Even the presence of an armed law enforcement officer nearby did not calm me down in the least. When we reached the cursed lake, neither the body nor Maximich were there. Sir Yoga began to examine the surroundings, and I glanced around nervously. I could not stop myself from shuddering. All the police officer found were scuff marks on the aspen bark, rope marks, and some flattened moss on the shore. This indicated that something large and heavy had been lying there, nothing more. I suggested that Maximich had pushed the body back into the lake. I also suggested that there must be 2 bodies there, since there were 2 ropes. So Yoga groped blindly in the water with a stick, but found nothing. He cursed and wished that he had a boat hook. We stood silently on the shore for a while. The officer smoked a cigarette and tossed it into the water. He told me we should go back and that he would take care of it. "Let's go back, Victor," he said. "I will take care of this, do not worry." He told me to lock myself in for the night and call him if anything happened. He said he was on his way to see Mac right now. I followed his advice, but it brought me no peace. That night was the longest and most terrifying of my life. My thoughts revolved around Maximich. He was undoubtedly losing his mind. The corpse I saw on the shore of the lake most likely belonged to the old woman who went missing. I could not help but think that he might be the only one behind all the strange deaths and disappearances, but surely he couldn't. I kept the light on all night. My brain kept making me see disturbing images of corpses and figures. I was worried some maniac might be waiting to stab me around a corner. I could not help but think of the insane and cryptic shit that Mac was saying, about it growing and being hungry, and then he told me to run away. I thought he must have truly lost it. My friend was gone. On Sunday, the officer called me. He reported that Maximich had not spent the night at home and had not shown up in the early morning. He hadn't shown up on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Curiously, there had been no fires or disappearances in the village during those days. Rumors swirled about Maximich's disappearance, but the local police officer and I kept silent. Gradually, memories of the terrifying trip to that bog faded into the background, overshadowed by the routine of school life. Now I was more concerned with finding a new biology teacher. I sent a request to the district education department, but I did not expect immediate help, so I called everyone I knew in town. I hoped to find someone part-time who would be willing to teach the graduating classes and come to us at least once a week. In mid-September, Maximich's daughter visited the village. She had been estranged from her father in the past 2 years, but upon learning that he had disappeared, she finally decided to come. With her consent, the officer broke down the door to the teacher's house. As he himself told me, nothing suspicious was found there. There were no hooks, rusty saws, or butcher's knives hanging on the walls. No jars of alcohol-soaked human organs sat on the shelves in the cellar. No pagan idols smeared with the blood of victims were gathering dust hidden in the rooms. In short, nothing that could directly, or even indirectly, confirm the elderly teacher's transformation into a dangerous maniac. However, the officer did notice a strange round hole in the earthen floor of the barn, about a meter in diameter, dug at an angle to the ground. He told me that the stench coming from it was foul, the worst he had ever smelled, said it smelled like corpses. Trying to locate the source of the stench, the police officer grabbed a shovel, but even then he only found a dead cat. Then the walls of the pit crumbled, which basically ended the search. It seemed like all the misfortune in the village had stopped. Toward the end of September, our school finally acquired a new teacher. The horrific events weren't exactly forgotten, but they faded into the back of my mind, overshadowed by everyday life. In other words, life went on as it should. That was until one night near the 30th of that month. At first, I heard a crash from my sleep, and a second later, the sofa beneath me suddenly rose and sank again. It was like a boat on a mighty wave. I opened my eyes and looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. The dishes in the kitchen cabinet were still clinking, the chandelier was swinging, and a crack was snaking across one of the window panes. It must be an earthquake, was my thought. I jumped out of bed and glanced mechanically at the clock. It showed 2:30 in the morning. I ran to the window and flung it open. Icy rain splashed my face. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, I was dumbfounded. 3 houses on the opposite side of the street stood crookedly, as if a drunken giant had messed with them. Directly beneath the foundation of the buildings ran a narrow, almost straight, long chasm that stretched for about 50 meters, gradually tapering off. I couldn't even try to rationalize this in my mind anymore. Instead of assuming earthquake, my brain jumped straight to something coming from underground. I didn't have time to entertain my crazy thoughts because I heard screams and a woman's heart-rending sobbing. Hastily dressing, I ran out into the street. The shaking seemed to have awakened the neighbors. Lights flickered in the windows of the houses on both sides of the streets, and anxious voices could be heard. Nikolai Petelin, a worker at the local sawmill and father of 4, staggered toward me. His house had suffered more than the others, tilting and sagging. Despite the cold and rain, Nikolai was naked, but that did not particularly matter to him at the moment. Behind Petelin, from the direction of his house, I could hear a woman's monotonous wailing. I realized something had happened and hurried to meet Nikolai. "What happened?" I shouted. Petelin did not react at all, as if he hadn't heard me. Coming closer, he looked up at me. He had this absolutely insane look. I had never seen such eyes before. I felt uneasy and I wanted to back away, but Nikolai grabbed my jacket with both hands. "It ate my children," he squeezed out. It was like he was looking through me. He said it again, and I struggled to process what he was saying. These words made my blood run cold. I grabbed Nikolai by the lapels, shook him, and yelled in his face. I shouted, asking what happened, who ate them. Pietelin did not react, and like a clockwork toy, just kept repeating, it ate my children. We stood there, clutching each other, until another neighbor, Uncle Misha, ran up to us. Although he was already in his 60s, he was a tall and strong man, and so he easily tore Nikolai away from me and entrusted him to his wife. She had just arrived. Uncle Misha asked if I had seen him. I only just now noticed that Uncle Misha had his double-barreled hunting shotgun slung over his shoulder. I didn't understand. See who? Him. Uncle Misha pointed his finger at the fucked up ground, and then pointed to his house, which had also been damaged. I shrugged. Uncle Misha opened his mouth to add something, but immediately, there was a loud crash in the Pietelin house. Someone began wailing mournfully again. Without a word, we rushed there. As soon as I stepped inside, I froze. I was stunned by the scene that greeted me. The walls were warped. There were empty, crooked frames where windows should have been. The floor heaved and was strewn with crumbling plaster, and right in the middle of the room was a huge hole, bristling with broken boards. It smelled horrible, like a freshly dug grave. In the attic somewhere is where I heard the howling and wailing coming from. Misha told me to rush upstairs because it would take him too long. I obeyed and carefully climbed up the attic. I was afraid the stairs were about to collapse. Halfway up the steps, I stopped and looked back. I saw Uncle Misha, rifle at the ready, carefully approach the edge of the pit, peer inside, gasp, and immediately recoil. I did not ask what he saw in there. I was already feeling unbearably creeped out. In the farthest corner of the attic sat Nikolai's wife, Olga. She was clutching her 2 daughters and groaning. Her gaze was vacant, just like her husband's. The children sobbed softly. I just said, hello. I was unable to think of anything smarter to say. I just told them we had to leave, because the house could collapse at any second. The eldest daughter, probably about 14, asked if it was gone. I had no idea what she meant, but I still said yes, and said it was gone. I didn't have time to try and figure out whatever the fuck just happened. I just told them it was all over. Misha shouted at me from below. He told me, don't let them look into the pit. I did not ask why again. When we finally got the mother and children outside, Uncle Misha explained that the mutilated bodies of Pietelin's 3rd daughter and only son lay at the bottom of the pit. Again, I could not believe my ears. I didn't exactly want to see it for myself though. Misha started going on, and to me, it seemed more like crazy ramblings than an explanation. Can you imagine? This thing killed them, chewed them up, spat them out, and then crawled all over them. That's what he said to me. He tried to light a cigarette, but his fingers were shaking and the cigarette wobbled. He told me they looked like they were hit by a combine harvester. I finally just kinda lost it. I started shouting that I didn't understand and to tell me what the fuck was happening. He just looked at me like I was stupid. He was just like, you didn't see him? I just told him no. Misha was about to start talking, but then we heard another horrible cry. Someone was screaming about the earth moving. We both fell silent. I saw the ground heave again, forming a ridge, as if a giant mole were crawling toward the surface. The ground beneath my feet shook. Someone screamed, someone cursed. A child began to loudly cry. The wave of earth rode slowly, but relentlessly, like a tsunami. Then it reached the power pole and crashed against it. The wooden pole swayed and collapsed, illuminating us with a firework of sparks. The lights in the houses went out. The street was plunged into darkness. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of the rain. People froze. It seemed like I stopped breathing in those endless seconds. And in that silence, we heard a new sound. It was a dry clicking sound. It sounded like parrots snapping their beaks. And then I could hear a disgusting, wet squelching sound. And then a wave of stench washed over our noses. The light flickered again. One of the neighbors had brought a powerful flashlight. The beam lit up everything in the radius. People, the fucked up street, and then it finally found the source of the sound. And immediately, with a single burst of terror, we all saw the body of a gigantic worm rising above the ditch. It swayed from side to side. It had numerous sickle-shaped mandibles that were snapping constantly. I genuinely thought I was in a nightmare or something. This fucking thing. It looked exactly like that weird fucking maggot thing that had bitten Maximich. Only it wasn't tiny like before, it was fucking huge. How the fuck is this possible? This thing was as thick as a 200-liter barrel and towered over us at a height of 3 humans stacked on top of each other. I heard someone stuttering from behind me and I turned. Uncle Misha was standing behind us. Everyone moved the fuck out of the way because Uncle Misha had raised his rifle. He took a few steps forward and pulled both triggers. The sound of a double shot made me flinch, and I was not the only one. The flashlight beam swung, and when it illuminated the worm again, we saw that the monster's body was covered in countless small wounds, oozing black fluid. The buckshot had actually hurt it. The worm snapped its mandibles, writhed, and quickly pulled its body back on the ground. A few seconds later, all that remained was a stinking hole. We all froze in anticipation. Uncle Misha was frantically reloading his gun. His hands were shaking. One of the men brought a long, sturdy pole, the end of which bristled with 2 huge bent nails. We stood there, ready to meet the monster's next appearance. Fortunately, he did not show up. Nor that night, nor the following ones. The village was in turmoil for almost a week, but then, the tension gradually subsided. The Pietelin children's dead were buried, and Nikolai, his wife, and their daughters went to live in the district center. The worm-eaten earth rampart was bulldozed, and the sagging houses were rebuilt. Yes, a few journalists came from the city and interviewed eyewitnesses at length. Not many though, which was, weird. At first there was a rush, and then everything died down almost as quickly. Very quickly after the interviews, the district's main newspaper published a lengthy article. The article was a pile of shit, talking only about cursed sinkholes, mass hallucinations, and collective psychosis. The event was effectively buried and forgotten. Journalists did not believe any witnesses, and neither did any other villages. Now, I've been trying to put the pieces together in my head for most of my life. I don't think anyone else connected Mac to the worm, but for me, it was just obvious because of the things he said. The body, him saying it was hungry. Did he feed the fucking thing? Was it the worm that bit him, or was that just an offspring? I have no idea. Why would he do that? Why would he take a corpse and give it to that thing? I only have one theory, and it's a long shot, and it took me many years to even fucking come up with it. I did a lot of asking and a lot of research. Mac was a biologist, so I started looking into things. I learned from someone knowledgeable that there is a little bug called a lomachusa. It's this beetle thing. It can make this chemical substance that is like mind control. It makes the ants eat their own offspring, and it can stop them from attacking. The chemicals that it makes mimics the ants' communication signals, and so they listen to it without thinking. I think this worm thing, whatever it is, can do that. That's the only answer I can find, even if it is fucking crazy. Maybe when that small one bit him, it did something. I don't know. I really don't. I was hoping someone who could tell me, if you even believe me. Otherwise, why would he ever do that? One other thing was when the worm tunneled away. It was moving in a practically straight line, as if it had some goal or destination. It could be coincidence, but if you take a map of our district, trace the monster's path through the village, and then continue along the straight line, it would end up right at the northern end of the town cemetery. The district center is big. We might have been a village, but at the time, we were connected and had others nearby. Lots of visitors. There were a lot of bodies in that grave. If it ate the one that Matt gave it, then I dread to think, maybe it ate all the dead bodies there too. Wherever it went, I don't know. Like I said, it has been many years. Who knows if it has terrorized other remote places, or snatched up who knows who. Homeless with handguns. From age 22 to a few months before my 24th birthday, I lived without a home in northeast Tennessee. I'm doing better now, but I eventually got another job and got back on my feet, but boy, Tennessee backcountry is not a fun place to be homeless. I lost my home initially because my roommate got busted for pot. I didn't smoke it, but because I lived there, I was caught up in it all. I served 3 months in the county jail. By the time I got out, I had been evicted. My landlord was kind enough to store my things in the storage unit, but I had to get them all out immediately. Since I had nowhere to live and nowhere to put it all, no family to drop back on, I just sold it all off. Most of it went in a yard sale type thing I did at the storage place. The rest went to pawn shops. The only things I kept were clothes, a big tarp, my Glock knife, and my guns. I only had 2, pick related, and an old Winchester 37 break action 20 gauge that was my grandmother's. Anybody want to hear my stories? I feel like I lived a fairly K experience without being military. Ask me anything. I am not, luckily. Tennessee has very good gun laws. As long as you aren't a violent felon, you should be good. I was really surprised they were still there. I had them both locked in an old changing room style locker that I got at the flea market. I guess they never went through the paperwork to get a warrant to open it, since I was not the one who was getting in real trouble. Basically, my roommate bought a bag of weed in the presence of an undercover, and they served him a warrant. I got one too, since I was inhabiting a structure in which drugs were kept or sold, but I passed every drug test and told the truth through the whole thing. Yeah, I kinda threw my roommate under the bus a little, but we both agreed when we moved in that if he got caught with that shit, it was 100% on him, and I was going to look out for my own ass. So, yeah, got off really easy, I think. Anyway, here is a story from my first night. It's 2 to 3 a.m. I am sleeping outside the storage unit place. It's on a little 1-lane road, because almost all the roads here are 1 lane, besides the main road for town. It was a clear night and I was not worried about rain, so I pitched my tarp over the drain ditch by the road and tried to get some sleep. I was just kind of laying there, on a makeshift bed of clothes, with my duffel acting as a pillow. I'm reflecting, bad feels, and miss my grams. Something walks over my tarp, on the side bordering the road. Whatever, just keep walking, man. I see a guy, really skinny. He's wearing shitty dirty jeans and a wife beater. Meth or crack, you decide. Hey buddy. Hey buddy, under the tarp, hello? What, bro? Come out and talk to me for a second, I want to ask you something. Nah, I'm trying to sleep. You smoke? Nope. I mean the good shit. I don't smoke anything, except those Marlboros. At this point, I'm gripping the Glock knife. I am wishing I had bullets. I forgot to mention, my bullets weren't there when my landlord was cleaning my shit out. Well, let me come under there and smoke real quick, I'll give you some. Oh my fuck. I don't want any, just leave me alone, man, I gotta get some sleep. That's fucked up, bro. I'd let you smoke in my tent. Please, it'll be real quick. He is walking toward the tent. I can't really stand up without wearing the tent like an umbrella pole. I scramble backwards, away from him, but out from under the tarp. I stand up. I probably look ridiculous. All wild hair, covered in wet grass. My knife is in my hand, but by my side. It's dark, the blade is black, and I don't think he sees it. He does something I did not expect. He just goes right under my tarp, like he doesn't even see me. I am pissed. That is my goddamn tarp hut, you inbred fuck. I inform him of this. What, man? He yells. Stupid fuck stands right up. The tarp drapes around him like a sheet ghost. I advance toward him and grab the tarp. He steps back and grabs the other end of my tarp. Engaged tug of war. He is losing. The guy is a skeleton, and I've still got all of my weight on me. He reaches behind him. What are you? Pop, pop, pop. He says fuck you and calls me the N-word. Seriously, he called me the N-word and I'm white. He turns around, takes off running. I am on the ground convulsing. I mean, I'm like almost seizure level shaking. I'm just kind of staring at the sky, every muscle in my body spasming. I think I've just been shot. Now I die. I go black. I wake up. I'm fine. The tarp is fine. Everything is there. I find a .22 casing on the ground. Son of a bitch tried to pop me with a .22 auto of some kind. So, that was my first night homeless, you guys. So after I sold off my shit, I had pretty much already decided I was not going to try for a hotel. I had gotten about $700 total. I was already poor before I was homeless, hence the tourist. I knew that would only get me a few nights at a hotel, and they were all in the city anyway, a good hour's drive from town. I decided to hit up Walmart and stock up on some supplies. I got a little pop-up tent, a few packs of Bic lighters, ramen noodles, protein powder, etc. Of course, I also got a box of Blazer .45s, and one of those turkey hunting utility belt things with the big drawstring pouch, and a fanny pack. I got a box of birdshot .20 gauge for hunting, but I also had a big plastic bag of old-ass shells from Graham's. Most of them were cardboard instead of plastic, probably from the 70s onwards. A nice mix of birdshot, buck and slugs that she had collected over the years. Shells were probably the only resource I was not concerned about. So anyway, now I'm all geared up. I got my big milsurp duffel of clothes, my crazy-ass redneck utility belt, and the stank of a man who has not showered in over a week. I was in a deeply stressed state of mind for obvious reasons. I wanted to just relax, finally, for a whole day. My feet hurt, and I was hungry. I walked from Walmart to the street that I grew up on. We had a nice house on 2.5 acres. The backyard ended and it was just woods and mountains from up there. It also had a creek, and I knew from childhood exploration that you can follow it up the mountain to a nice little waterfall with a big rock overhang. The perfect spot for today. A secret fortress of solitude that surely I could be left alone to eat some goddamn ramen noodles in peace. Green text will follow. I thought this would be way better to explain how I ended up there and with what. Incognito holster. Fast forward to waterfall. I am probably 2 to 3 miles up the mountain. It's probably about 5 o'clock in the evening, but I did not think to buy a watch, and after my phone died, I had no reliable source of time. Fuck it though. It's unbearably hot, middle of July in Tennessee. Very humid, just sticky and awful. I set up my little tent, chop some dryish wood up with my $8 Walmart hatchet. I grab a tactical bar of Irish Spring. I hop in the water. It's about chest height where the waterfall hits the creek. Feels very good, man. Nice and cool. Soap smells awesome. I finally feel human. I boil up a fresh batch of ramen. Talking 2 packs probably. I feel like a king. It's funny. I genuinely remember this fondly. I felt amazing. The broth was hot and salty and nourishing. Best meal of my life. Night falls. This time, if anybody sneaks up on me, I've got buckshot for him. I'm confident, cozy. I start drifting to sleep, listening to the fire. I am awoken by a loud splash. I didn't really recognize at first that that's what I heard. Just a vague noise in the night. I had my eyes open, looking out the mesh of the tent. Something big moves in the darkness. The fire is out now, but my eyes adjust well to the dark, so I could see alright. I can't make it out. It's turning around. I can hear it snorting and huffing, and it's big. If you spend time in the woods, you've probably already guessed. A large black bear is drinking out of the creek. I suddenly understand why everybody says not to make camp too close to the stream. I am white-knuckled on my shotgun. I'm doubting if a 20 gauge shot shell would do fucking anything to this guy. I quietly get my .45 out from my turkey holster. I have no actual idea what I'm gonna do, but I know that black bears aren't generally aggressive. I've seen them before. I have always been an avid camper. The way my luck had been lately though, I was not taking any chances. So the bear has turned around now, and he's sniffing. He is sniffing hard. The only food I had was ramen noodles in the packet. I burned the trash from the ones I ate, and washed my pot in the sink. Feeling a bit confident now, I slowly sit up into a low squat, my head touching the top of the tent. I aim my .45. My logic was I would rather have 8 shots that probably won't do anything, than 1 shot that also probably won't do anything. My plan is, if it tried to get in, or puts his face at the mesh, to just unload on him and tactically shit my pants and hope for the best. I bare my soul to Valhalla. Heh. He is getting closer to the camp when I see the grave mistake that I made. My fucking bowl and fork are sitting there like unwashed peasants. God fucking damn it, Anon. He is intrigued. He starts licking the bowl. He follows the scent. He comes right up to my tent. Alright, Anon, get ready. My finger is on the trigger. I am shitting cinder blocks. He sniffs the ground in front of the mesh, and I am psyching myself up, saying, if he touches the mesh, fire. If he touches the mesh, fire. Just over and over. He sees me, and I see him seeing me. We look at each other for what seems like a long time. He was tense and so was I. Neither of us knew what to do, I think. I could see his sides expanding with heavy breath. They say black bears aren't very big, but when you're one dude in a little pup tent, looking one in the eyes, it seems pretty fucking huge. I'm imagining how big its claws are. Probably comically bigger than in reality. The tension is getting to me. There was sweat in my eyes. I just want something to happen. I summon every ounce of courage in my body and let loose a thundering battle cry. Go on. He fucking backs up and fucks off. I hear him crashing away for a good 3 to 4 minutes. This would not be the last time I encountered Sir Berenstain. Aight. And for the guy that asked, I got a job by befriending a cashier at the convenience store I bought shit from. He let me use his address on my applications and clean up in the store bathroom before interviews. He really got me out of a huge jam. Can't thank him enough. Gas station cashiers are bros. So, I liked the waterfall spot, regardless of my bear encounter. I spent 4 days straight there, just shooting squirrels and living off of squirrel ramen stew. I even caught a rabbit. One afternoon, I also caught about a dozen crawdads out of the creek and boiled them up. They were pretty good with the Frank's Red Hot that I bought from Walmart. I didn't really have a plan at this point, and I was in a very, let's say, primal state of mind. All of my thoughts were about my next meal, if the firewood was getting low, this sort of thing. I drank straight from the spring where the creek originates from. It was nice and cold all the time, and very clean. This is in the Cherokee National Forest, or I guess more accurately, just outside of it. So I'm going on like this, and I am scouting out other good spots I can use, so I'm not in the same place all the time and risk capture. I should mention, I am extremely paranoid at this point. I have not had an actual, real conversation with literally anybody since I got out of jail. Still didn't miss county lockup though. General pop full of redneck shit kickers and freaks. I find a thicket, a circle of dogwood trees with an empty center. It looked perfect, very discreet. I wasn't sure if I was on somebody's land or not, so discretion was key. I did not want to venture far from a good water source like the spring. I decided to stay there for the night to try it out. I set up my tent, scrape out a little fire pit. I didn't think about needing a digging tool, so I would use my hatchet to sort of dredge it out. As the sun is setting, I'm boiling the collected bones of my small game into a broth. Might as well top chef this shit. I'm almost out of ramen. I'm dreading hiking back to civilization, back to all of their judgmental faces. Get a job, get a life, yeah. Before I left town, I had been up barely a week, and people could already tell. This being the small town that it is, lots of people know who I am. I imagine, over and over, all the conversations everybody back there must be having, but probably weren't, about me. The stress and loneliness had started turning to a bitter anger. I had been using a string of beer/soup cans I'd collected from farther down the mountain as a makeshift alarm. String it up around my pup, then cuddle in with my shotgun and add the meat and wild onions to the broth. Smells good, man. I eat, meditate, and sleep. Wink wink. I wake up feeling unusually rested. I perform my morning ritual of stretching and drinking cool water from a jug. As I'm stretching, I bend my back deeply and look up, really up for the first time. I had not noticed it the day before, or it wasn't there the day before, but there was a very thick, very dense net of spider webs about 4 feet up from my head. I had a pet tarantula once, and that fucker hated me, and I hated him. Fuck spiders. Still, this seemed like a really good spot. I wasn't about to let these cretins take that away from me. These are my trees now, goddammit. I am the apex predator. I gathered my fangs and piled it all up outside the ring of trees. I got a stick and stuffed a bunch of dry leaves into a sock and stretched the sock around the top. I tapped it shut and boom, the world's dumbest torch. I squirt lighter fluid into/onto the bottom layer of webs. I hose down my torch. I commence the purge. I light the torch. A part of me hopes this stupid thing I'm doing will just engulf me in flaming spiders and I die. Graham did not raise no quitter though. I full-on Spartan charged into the trees and heaved my mighty torch. The whole thing goes up in flames. It falls down, expectedly. However, I had not counted on it falling on me. I had not thought this through. My mind was in a reckless state. So I am swathed in burning spiderweb. This is not what I wanted after all. I stumble out of the trees. I stop, drop, and roll. Luckily, the web burned up really quickly. My shirt was pretty blackened, and I could smell burning hair, but I was okay. Pretty fucking burnt though. More on that later. I look back into the trees, and everything is gone. The webs had burned up and luckily had not caught anything else. I wasn't that worried I would burn down the forest, since it is so humid and everything is so green, but still, I was glad. I notice everything is quiet, and my stomach just drops. I write it off as paranoia. What, did I anger some spider witch? No, I was going crazy is all. Still, I felt really uneasy, like I should not have destroyed the web. Fuck it. Rule of the jungle. I shall now claim my prize and set up camp again. Tomorrow, I will go into town and blow my last $50. Night falls. I'm just chilling, drinking some reheated broth, wishing I had a book or something, anything to do. You don't think having to rough it can get boring, but once night falls and there's nothing more that can be done, you're just alone with your thoughts. So I'm reclined back on a log. Fire is crackling and everything seems well. I'm listening to the crickets and they stop. I am half asleep, pretty relaxed, but I'm on edge enough that it sets me off immediately. I grab my shotgun, which is basically a reflex at this point. I keep it loaded with a slug now. Feels safer than the buck. Footsteps. I hear footsteps. Regular ones though. Like the person was not trying to sneak up on me or anything. I wondered how well the fire was showing through the tree line. I knew I was probably trespassing, so I was worried about that. People will absolutely shoot you for being on their land around here, and they will get away with it. No fucks are generally given when it comes to these good old boys. He walks right up for the tree line. I probably look like a ghost because I was genuinely afraid. He could be the police. He could be a serial killer or a junkie. Anybody. It's a pretty well-dressed guy, and I mean in the blue-collar sense. He's probably in his mid to late 50s. Really short cropped grey hair under a brown ball cap. Short-sleeved, blue plaid shirt under a shooting vest. The kind with the big leather pad on the shoulder/chest. Carhartt jeans. Clean. New-looking working boots. I'm just stupefied. I've got my shotgun in my lap, but I am not touching it. I had instinctively raised my hands up in case it was a cop. Who the hell are you? Do you have permission to be here? He is shouting, but he asked if I had permission to be here, so I guessed he was not the landowner. Maybe a friend or a neighbor or something. No, I'm sorry, I'll go. I don't want trouble. Now, at this point, I realize he is not carrying a flashlight, and I never saw the light for the trees. I start to stand up, not thinking about it. I grab my shotgun as I stood to leave. Whoa, 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 the guy screams. He's got that cop tone of voice, you know the one. He's yelled that a lot before, and I could tell. So, a cop. Where is his uniform? What is he doing out here? He draws a compact Glock from IWB. He points it right at me, finger on the trigger. I have been to jail. I am not fucking with weird cops. I drop the shotgun and raise my hands. Don't shoot. I just want to go. Please let me go. My voice is cracking and raspy. I have not used it in some time now. Just wait right there, buddy. I want to talk to you. How long have you been in this area? Only tonight. I don't have a place to live right now, so I'm camping. I thought this was national forest. I lied. So did you tear down that web? That was not yours to destroy. Tell me who the fuck you think you are. This guy is red in the face. He is fucking mad and I am scared. I am going to get shot for real this time. I know it. Nah, man, I swear. There were no webs when I got here. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, mister, do you know that those were a protected species? That's right. I can have you thrown in prison for the rest of your life, buddy. I'm thinking, what the fuck? Something is not right here. I didn't even see a single spider in that web. And this guy's just walking out here with no light in the middle of the night to check on them in plain clothes. What the fuck? Man, I told you I don't know nothing about no damn webs. Can I please just go, please? He studies me for a moment and looks back behind him. He turns back around and his face is not red anymore. You aren't going anywhere, pal. Take a seat while I call for backup. Do not move. He waits for me to sit on the far side of the fire, opposite of my tent and my gun. He doesn't know my fanny pack of justice holds a .45 caliber freedom. So I'm sitting there, wondering what I should do. Do I try to run? Draw on him? What if he really is a cop? And speaking of which, he has not once identified himself as anything. So with all due respect, can I ask who you are, sir? He looks at me with a strange contempt, like I was a cockroach that crawled on his breakfast. Right now I am detaining you. Just sit still and do not ask questions. He makes a short phone call with one of those big sat phones, which makes no sense to me, because where we are, he should still have cell signal. He sits down on my log and unloads my shotgun. Do you have any other weapon? Just my knife and my hatchet. Knife is in the tent. Hatchet is beside you in the grass there. Alright, son. So what did you say you were doing out here again? Give him the whole story again, about needing a place to stay and not knowing I was anywhere important. I get ballsy. So, what's up with these spiders? Pretty rare, huh? He looks down, into the fire. He does not answer. So, you got backup coming? Is it a chopper or an ATV or something? Something. Shut up. Want your soup? Yes, please. He brings the pot over to me and sits it in front of me. No spoon. I don't bother asking. Thanks, I guess. I guess about half an hour goes by. I'm getting antsy. Guy seems totally calm now. He's just looking up at the tree line constantly, looking all around. For the spiders? Maybe. I don't know. After a while, he stands up. He walks left of the tent to the tree line, opposite the way he came in, and starts looking around, craning his neck and his back. When his vest goes up, I see that he's got mace, cuffs, and an extra mag all side by side on his lower back. Shit. He whistles into the darkness and waves to come forward. Oh Lord in heaven, what do you have in store for me now? A shorter, chubby little guy comes out of the trees. He is dressed just like the first guy, only his hat has a forestry service patch, and his shirt is white with long sleeves. Same vest and jeans though. This relaxes me a little. Maybe it's just a weird sort of uniform? The patch makes me feel better. He looked official. He had a short goatee and was wearing a full-size Glock on a gun belt. He had what looked like a Remington 700 slung around the shoulder, on his back. So, he tore down the web? Yeah, I think so. That guy? He points at me. That's the one. Why would he do that? He looks at me. Why would you do that? I didn't. They were gone when I got here. Alright, smart guy. Where is it? Huh? The web. Where is the web? I told you I don't know. Look, can I just leave? Please? I really just want to leave. I am freaking the fuck out. This is really wrong. Why don't either of them have flashlights? The little guy turns to the big guy and says, Alright, keep him here until they build a new one, just to be safe. I really don't want to do that. Just do it, alright? Work with me, Andy. Well, alright, you got it, buddy. The short guy just walks off with that. I am so confused. Did I accidentally eat some kind of brain parasite and I'm tripping nuts right now? What the fuck is wrong with these guys? At this point, I am fed up with this situation. As soon as Andy turns his back, I am splitting. I can come back for my stuff later, but that shit is not worth my life. So we're sitting there, and he is feeding the fire. I think he was trying to get it as bright as possible in there. As the light grows, I can see him better, and the facade starts coming apart. I see stubble. I see bloodshot eyes with heavy bags. I see mud and dirt on his clothes. This definitely is not okay. I wait for my chance, for him to crane his neck up again and check the tree line like he has been doing. I see my chance and I fucking book it. I leap up as quickly as I can and ran in a random direction. I thought I was being sneaky, like it would make it harder for him to follow me. I am sprinting downhill, through the bramble and briars. My burns from the web are killing me, but I don't stop. I've got my .45 out, just running blind through the dark. I don't hear him behind me anymore when I hit water. Good. The creek. I know the creek. I know this area. I grew up here. I follow it down. I know if I keep following it, there is a cabin my old neighbors used to own. I don't know if anybody owned it now, but fuck it. Either it would be an empty place to hole up, or there would be people there that might help, or at least serve as witnesses and de-escalate the situation. I reach the cabin. The windows are black, but there is a beat-up Jeep Wrangler in the dirt driveway, branching off from the access road. I knock loudly. I knock again. Nothing. I made the tactical decision to break in. Maybe not that smart of an idea, but I was desperate. I kicked the door, right below the handle, with everything I had. I had to kick it 3 or 4 times for it to finally cave in. I go in and search for a light switch. Nothing. No power. Figures. It's just on a generator. Nobody must be staying here right now. I get my cheap little plastic flashlight out of my turkey belt and scan the room. I was wrong. Mats on the floor. Cans of food open and laying around. Some old shoes. Some old pants. Some old shirts. A map. Shotgun shells. A radio. A forestry service badge. Newspapers with old brown blood on them. A rusty knife. Propane tanks. 2-liter bottles. Aluminum foil. Empty boxes of Sudafed. What in the living fuck have I gotten myself into? Now, this is not one of those cliche stories where I stay the night in the cabin anyway. I have an inkling of an idea of what's going on. Meth heads I can deal with. Meth heads are something I understand pretty well. I tried the radio. Obviously nothing. Dead power source. I know there is a deer stand near the cabin, so I head there. I climb up. The old wooden slats nailed into the tree feel like they are going to give way. I sit up in the stand, and I wait. I was not going to leave my shit, but I sure as fuck was not going back there right now. So I wait. I am in the tree probably 1 or 2 hours. By now, the sky is turning that deep blue that signals morning soon. The crickets are once again silenced by stomping feet. Again, no lights, but my eyes are well adjusted and I can see them. It's the 2 guys. They are walking to the cabin. I just don't get it. Who would knock down those spiders like that? Those are our fucking spiders, Andy. I know. You just can't trust people anymore. Everybody is bad. That's why we have to live up here like this. Because you can't trust anybody. Anybody. The world is in a sad state, I'm telling you. You know the liberals would have us all in gulags, and the Republicans can't get anything done anymore. It's all just a mess. The guys are tweaked out on meth, talking like somebody's uncle at a barbershop. They go inside and I see a light come on. Probably a lantern, judging by the number of windows it lit up. I knew they were tucked in for the night, probably getting whacked out of their heads. I sneak down the stand and tiptoe back to the creek where the water will cover my sounds. I head back to the trees. My tent is stomped on and all of my shit is rummaged through. My socks are gone and obviously my shotgun too. My knife was still there though, and my food. Oh boy, gotta get my shotgun back. I decide fuck sleeping. I am so goddamn sick of everybody fucking me over. Everybody trying to take my shit, or hurt me, or lock me up. I decided then and there that if I had to kill those men to get my shit back, then that is what I will do. The common Tennessee meth head is much like a vampire. They must sleep through to build strength for a long night of tweaking and thieving. I do my best solid snake impression back to the cabin, and peek in the windows from a little ways up the hill. I can see them in there, just sitting on the floor. Both of their mouths are just jabbering, like they are both having conversations with different, invisible people. I go in a little closer. I can see my socks, covered in paint, with cans on the floor around them. I watch them from the windows, pistol in hand. Eventually, they look like they have passed out. I can make my move now. I go to the door. They had scooted a chair against it to keep it shut after I kicked it in. It made a loud noise. They did not move. Situational awareness is not a known trait of the junkie. I take 4 seconds looking around the room. It's a 2-room cabin, so it's mostly just one big area. I see Graham's shotgun. Did they hurt you? I weep for you, Gam Gam. I check the tube. The shell is loaded. Where are the rest? I am looking around. Shotgun low ready. I am checking the kitchen cabinets when I hear one of them move. I whip around. I see him seeing me. We both kinda jump. I raise Gam Gam's shotgun. Sputter out. Don't. It's more of a gasp than a shout. He looks scared. He is just standing there, arms out. Chubby guy still passed out on the floor. His expression gives me courage. Finally, I have the upper hand now. Don't fucking move, man. I should kill you. Don't you dare fucking move. Where is my shit? I just want my shit and I'll leave, etc. I am hyped as fuck on adrenaline. I have never in my life held a gun on somebody. It's a situation I never once thought I would ever be in. For a moment I felt my gut clench. It was really weird and totally surreal. How did I get here? What the fuck is all this insanity? A month ago, I had an apartment and a job, and now I am strong-arm robbing a meth head. What? What? He just kept asking. What? He looks bewildered as fuck. He was probably still feeling that shake and bake meth and spray paint combo. Chubby guy is stirring up. He gets up, but he gets up way too fast for my state of panic. I point and fire a gam shotgun. I didn't hit him, and I wasn't really trying to deep down. In my head, I felt like I did, but I do remember a part of me being glad I had not shot him. Hole in the floor. Chubby dude is back against the wall, stretched out with this rock-solid expression of shock. It was like a cartoon almost. You ever ride a roller coaster, and it takes a picture of you at a certain point, everybody's face. It was like that, but just stiff and motionless, like a statue. That face has stuck with me ever since. Older guy's against the wall too, but he's mumbling really fast and low. Something about how he's diabetic and he needs insulin, and something else about chemical attack at the base and having to fall back to the cabin for shelter. What the fuck? My ears are ringing. That was another first. Firing a gun while indoors. I am convinced this permanently damaged my hearing. I never used to have to ask people to repeat themselves, but I do it now constantly. My head is just swimming. It felt like I had a migraine. My eyes seemed like they were popping out of my head. I hold the shotty in my left hand. I draw a .45 in my right. I step around their bedding areas and look for weapons, then keep looking for my shells. I picked up his gun belt with that nice Glock, but then I dropped it immediately. Fingerprints. Fingerprints. These guys obviously were not forestry servicemen. My guess is they stole the shit from a forestry outpost, station, whatever. Or they actually robbed some servicemen. If they had robbed them and were still there, they ever just did it and the gauntlet has not come down yet, or they killed them and nobody knew. Either way, it was some seriously fucked up business. While keeping my .45 pointed towards them, I immediately stamp on the part of the gun belt where my fingerprints have been and rubbed it onto the floor mat. What? The meth head asked one more time. This takes me by surprise, and I ND into the wall between them, scaring the shit out of both of them. I try to play it off as a warning shot. I demand they cut the shit and tell me what the fuck their deal is with that spiderweb, and let them know I torched the whole fucking thing, because this is my forest. The walls are closing in. I don't know how long I have until one of them tries something. I quickly check the other room and find my bag of shells and some of my socks. As I'm leaving, I figure I should probably fuck with them a little bit. You just robbed an undercover FBI agent, pal. I am coming back, and I won't be alone, you dumb motherfucker. I duck the fuck out. I followed the creek some more, this time farther up the mountain than I'd ever gone. I found some bushes, covered myself with branches, and passed out. I was exhausted, slept throughout the day and the preceding night. The spring did not seem as safe anymore, but there are creeks everywhere through here. I stuck with them for a long while, but I always stayed far the fuck away from the road unless I was going into town. New thread. OP here again. Explanation for why I ghosted last night is in the old thread. Sorry about that. I am using a trip code now to avoid imposters. So, I'll start off today during my first winter, approximately 5 to 7 months since my first night outside, so between December and February. We had a bad winter that year, I think 2010 or 2011. It snowed a lot, but mostly just really cold, icy rain and sludge. I had begun a dugout-style shelter in Cherokee National Forest, probably 6 to 8 miles up the mountain from the street I grew up on in my tiny little backwoods town. What I did was dig out about 3 to 4 feet into the side of the hill over the course of a month. I used a cheap short shovel from Tractor Supply and my trusty walnut hatchet for roots. My pup tent was basically in shreds now, but it was better than nothing. I would put the tent up against the far wall of the dugout and then stretch my tarp in front and over top of it. It wasn't a bad little shelter. I used thick branches and duct tape to make a shitty U-frame to help support the branches that I eventually added across the top of the tarp. Later on, I added extra leaves, brambles, and mud to fill in the spaces. It turned into a fairly comfortable winter shelter, though it was still intensely cold at night, and especially in the early mornings when I was just waking up. That cold gets into your bones. You warm up throughout the day, but it's hard to describe. Like you're frozen through and partially thaw out during your daily routine, but you never really cook. This first winter was probably my most desperate time while being homeless. The snow on the mountain was thick enough that walking to town to get supplies seemed impossible, and at the same time, the small game I had been counting on had all but dried up. It was winter though, so deer was still plentiful. I had not hunted one yet at this point. All I had was pick-related. Gam's Winchester 47A in 20 gauge and a Taurus 1911. Needless to say, these are not good winter hunting options. I had to get a rifle or a compound bow or something. My life might depend on it. I waited for a warm day. The snow is melting, but it's still slushy and shitty though. I made the trek to the road below. This takes longer than usual due to slipping around in the mud. I spent at least 3 or 4 hours, and then I finally got there. I wrapped my shotgun in trash bags and tape, climbed halfway up a tree and stash it. Tried to cover it as best as I can with foliage. I do this now because, even though open carry of unloaded long arms is legal, in my unshaven, unkempt, and mostly unwashed state, I was obviously homeless. Police would stop me all the time, ask where I got it, etc. I was scared it would be, confiscated somehow. I've grown a very tight connection to it by now, after all. It was my safety blanket, my little piece of home. It must be protected at all costs. Cannot risk walking around outside of the woods with it. I still CC my sidearm, illegally I might add. I may still be able to legally own my guns, but there was no way I was getting a CCW right now. I know this may seem stupid to most folks, but understand the sort of constant unease and fear I was living under. Paranoia had set in long ago, and now it had been cemented into my psyche, to the point that I still feel its effects today. I walked to the pawn shop. I am friendly with the owner. He is sympathetic to my plight, and we shoot the shit about guns on my trips in. I had about $200 saved from day laboring. I'm very good at not spending money now, what with food stamps and having a semi-permanent shelter. I ask him what he can do for me. I offer him squirrel and rabbit pelts as a bonus. He is annoyed, I can tell, but I am desperate. He knows it too. Tell you what, keep your pelts. Give me the $200. You can shovel my driveway, and we will call it even. He hands me a well-used Savage .308. The rifling is pretty bare, some rust along the barrel, but overall, it will shoot. So I've got this .308 now. He threw in a dozen or so loose rounds he had for himself. I was apprehensive about walking back to my stash with it, so open bolt, hold by the middle, in offhand, barrel pointed down. I avoided the road. I walked the train track as far as I could, then kept just inside the tree line. I got to my stash, wrapped up my new rifle, and stashed it too. I forgot to mention, the rifle had no sights, no scope. I wasn't sure how well I would even be able to hit anything. I head back into town. I stock up on more powdered soup and beef jerky with food stamps. I waited till the pawn shop closed at 5, rode with the owner to his house, and shoveled his driveway as promised. He brought me some meatloaf and mac and cheese that his family had for dinner in aluminum foil. It tasted like heaven. I ate it while he drove me back to my stash. No fork, no fucks. He's a really good guy, honestly. There are a few good folks in this town. I grabbed my guns. At first, I tried just carrying both, but that got cumbersome. I ended up putting the Savage in my duffel and drawing the string around the grip. The stock still stuck out, but fuck it, woods. It got dark while I was still hiking. I can't accurately describe how miserable it was, hiking up muddy, sloshy forest terrain. No trail, just following the creek, which was mostly frozen as well. I needed new boots. I was still wearing the same old steel toes I had before I went to jail. A nice hole had dug into the sole of my right foot, so it was constantly cold and soggy. After a while, it went numb. I finally made it back to my shelter. I lit a fire with a small amount of wood I kept dry with me under that tarp. That feel when you put nearly frostbitten toes next to a warm fire. I am bundled up, Dickies jeans on top of sweatpants, on top of long johns, 2 t-shirts, a hooded sweatshirt, and a big wool overcoat. Cheap jersey work gloves, the kind in free packs at the gas station for like $2. I doubled up on them, then wool fingerless inserts over that. It's really strange. Some of the times I look back on fondly. This was one of them. By now, stuff like TV and Facebook, microwaves, and even a solid roof were like things of the past. I was getting pretty used to the life, enough that now I found myself really enjoying these small comforts. I had bought a few paperbacks and kept getting the 2 packs of legal pads when I had extra money. I would write things like dreams I had or just rants about the world. A lot of angry, lonely stuff. When a legal pad got full, instead of carrying it around with me, I would wrap it in plastic and bury them. I don't know why I did this. During this time, I was a very paranoid, manic person. I feel like I completely lost my mind on that mountain. Anyway, somewhere in Cherokee National Forest, there are a string of legal pads buried in shallow holes, filled with an increasingly hateful and nihilistic manifesto. I described my rules for living, recipes for various stews, and things I would cook up using squirrel, raccoons, wild onions, and whatever else I scrounged up. I was drinking too. I never used to drink before I was homeless, but like another poster in the original thread pointed out, it's honestly hard to avoid. You search for something, anything, to help cope with the loneliness and the bleak day in day out monotony of life without any purpose other than survival. I spent a lot of cold, lonely nights clutching Gam's shotgun, drinking Old Crow, and reading thrift store paperbacks. I had an abridged version of Moby Dick, some Hardy Boys, Robinson Crusoe, even a few Agatha Christie mysteries. Nothing I particularly enjoy. I bought them because they were less than a quarter. After the sun set every night, there was nothing more that could be done, so you just sit and read and drink. I drank hot whiskey a lot. Hot whiskey. Sometimes I still crave it. I would mix it with a little water and leave it on the fire in my coffee pot until it got good and steamy, and drank it down. It was very soothing. Whiskey already warms you up, but hot whiskey warms up your soul. It's the thing I look forward to most during my daily toils. The winter was very quiet. No birds, obviously. Most of the wildlife was tucked away hibernating. It got unnerving a lot. The silence. If I wasn't hunting, I would walk around and sing little songs, just making things up. About the trees I saw or stuff I remembered from the past. The coat I wore was ill-fitting. I didn't really have a good winter parka before I went to jail, so I had to get the warmest looking thing that fit at the Salvation Army. It was a woman's coat, but it was made for a very large woman. One of those big, long, thick grey and black checkered coats. Something you might see an overweight 70-year-old woman at church wear. It had some kind of fake pearl embroidery around the lapel. I was beyond worrying about how I looked though. I had to have been quite a sight though, like I killed an old lady and took her clothes. My mossy oak turkey belt had seen better days. I used 2 belts, one an actual leather belt, the other was a fleece belt from a bathrobe I found on the side of the road one day. I secured them around the back and front of the belt, and looped them over my shoulders, so it was like a makeshift pouch carrier. I had added a few extra things to it. One was a pouch I found that looked like it was for one of those big plastic cameras from the 90s, and I had a couple of Crown Royal bags I got out of the trash, tied to it, that I kept change, little rocks. I kept neat-looking rocks, sue me. Just any little thing I wanted to keep. I tried to keep my pockets empty where I layered my pants. I kept anything that I thought could be of use. Lots of stuff ended up being useless, and I realized now I was basically hoarding forest trash. I feel like I'm rambling, but aside from the sparse moments of panic, like the gunplay that I described in the last thread, the slow degrading winters were the absolute worst. If I can communicate anything about the homeless backwoods experience, it's the isolation and desperation. People in town will shun you for the most part, and you go days, often weeks, without ever speaking to another human. I felt more like an animal of some kind than a man, something wearing a man's skin, stalking the woods in an endless effort to consume and survive. I kept thinking, just gotta get that deer, then I can start getting things together. Just gotta get to town, get some supplies, then I can pick myself up. I lied to myself this way. I was constantly trying to convince myself that after just a little while longer, things will go back to normal and I will be a regular guy again. If I wasn't doing this, then I was wrapped up in fantasies about thriving out here. I'll build a cabin, I said. I'll build a nice cabin with a fireplace and a cozy little window, and I'll hunt and fish, and never have to go back to that wretched society. In fact, I didn't want to go back. I chose this. This is how I want to live. I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I am the happiest I've ever been, etc. It was all bullshit, but again, anything for that little ounce of comfort. I thought about suicide sometimes too, during that awful winter, when I let myself go and drank half a bottle. I was very conservative with my liquor. It was a precious thing that must be savored. I would lay back, in the dark, under my tarp. Think about just putting the barrel in my mouth Cobain style and ending it. What difference would it make? I thought about my body freezing up until the spring, when the bears wake up, and they would gnaw on my freezer-burnt body. Maybe some hunters or something would find me, festering and bloated under a tarp in the summer heat. The freeze would make it hard to discover who I am. Why bother, the hunters I invented in my head would say. He's obviously nobody. Just leave him for the animals, they'd say. My body would decay and the forest could just have me. I would be here forever. It was comforting and horrifying at the same time. Luckily, I never got so dark as to do it. I have been fortunate in having a strong sense of survival instilled in me from a young age. My grandparents were both farmers until the last 10 or so years of their lives. They had to sell it a long time ago, couldn't keep up with the payments, and moved to a cheaper house with a small yard. My grandfather died years before my grandmother did. I'd like to tell you about my strong, awesome granddad teaching me to shoot and hunt, but honestly, that was all Grandma. Grandpa was from Baltimore. He joined the Marines, but never went to war. He met my grandmother while she was visiting some relatives there, and they ended up getting hitched. They moved here because she already had some land. She was a country girl, and I mean the old school kind. She slaughtered most of the animals, cleaned and cooked them. He worked for Geico in the 80s, working on their old DOS systems. Then at the local newspapers on the printing press until his retirement. She stayed home and raised me. We would shoot rabbits that got into our crops. She showed me how to skin and cook them, how to stretch and clean furs for preservation. I really loved that farm. Regretfully, they had taken out a mortgage on it to help with money and eventually fell behind. My extended family on my grandfather's side sort of, bled them dry. Always borrowing but never giving back. Car trouble? Need groceries? Short on rent? Ask Gam Gam. She would give you the shirt off of her back. Gam Gam died 2 years before I became homeless. She had a stroke and spent an agonizing month and a half between hospitals and home. I had to quit my job to stay home and take care of her. I'm rambling again. Rip Gam. One day, I will give your shotgun to my son. So, it's a few months into the winter, and spring is starting to show. In the afternoons, when the sun is high, it got to be in the low to mid-50s. It was warmer farther down the mountain, but I grew more and more resentful of the world below every day, so I was going down into town as little as possible, once or twice a month tops. I didn't have a hunting license, and deer season was well over at this point. I had done well with the dozen .308 rounds I had acquired before. I had probably 3 or 4 left now, so I had to hunt very carefully. I didn't have sights on my rifle, so what I would do was sit cross-legged in a bush all day. My clothes were caked in mud, and I had given up trying to wash myself for the winter. Creek is far too cold. I was not worried about my scent. I would wait there all day. I would bring a snack and sometimes a buck, sometimes some whiskey. It all depended on the mood and the weather. I kept dry corn now to use as bait. I would sprinkle it a few yards away from where I am. A doe would approach, small, probably 50 pounds, give or take. Just a baby. A delicious baby. I would aim. I can do okay from small distances, but I've only been able to fire this rifle maybe 8 times. Not a lot of room for practice, and again, no sights. I aimed for her heart. I got her neck. You know what happens. She takes off. Thick drops of blood steaming on the cold ground as she ran. She is bleeding heavily. I know she won't be able to run for long. I start following the trail. It's not hard. The snow is still hanging around, and it's still cold enough that the blood keeps up a good steam for a while. I come into a clearing. I can see her laying down across the field. She is bleating and convulsing. She's dying. I think about how scared she must be. I am sorry I had to do it this way. I would have liked to kill you clean, but it can't be avoided now. I am walking across the field, debating on if I should slit her throat, or just put a .45 in her head and be done. Probably the knife. Ammunition must be conserved. Bang. What? Bang. The sound was echoing a bit, so I knew they had some distance. It wasn't until the second time that I realized I was being shot at. I don't know how close you have to be to a bullet to hear it whizzing past you, but I did not want to find out. I heard the bullets first, the shot second. I freeze for a minute. No whizzing sound, just a bang this time. I dive into the brambles and scramble behind a tree. That face when. I don't even know which way they are shooting from. That face when. I could be sitting here in full view. I wait for 20 seconds, 30 seconds. My heart is pounding. Why is somebody shooting at me? Somebody mad about me poaching? Somebody else poaching and they want my kill. It's quiet for a while. I try my luck and peek around the tree. I see orange in the distance. It's behind the tree line to the clearing, but I saw it move. Time to test if they are still watching. I hop from my tree to the adjacent tree. I peek out and look. Muzzle flash. Bang. Holy shit, okay. What do I do? I sprint forwards away from the grove, in front of another tree. Wait for noise. Nothing. I don't know if the person is advancing or waiting. Did he see me pull back? Does he know where I am? I'm sure as fuck not peeking my head around the corner again and catching a bullet. I sprint forward again. I am heading downhill. I slide onto a little embankment caused by tree roots in the mud. My foot is unusually wet. The sole of my boot has come off halfway. Perfect. I hear movement behind me. Is it him? Deliberate steps, coming through the brush. I decide to call out. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I am armed, and I will shoot. Just back off. You can have the damn deer. I don't care. Silence. I switch my rifle into my duffel. I grab Gam's shotty. I thumb back the hammer. I hear footsteps again. He is going to have to come around the embankment, or pop up above me for him to get to me. Either way, he will have to be close unless he backtracks and makes a wide flank. Silence again. Was he retreating? Did he know I was armed before I told him? I am waiting again. I feel mildly defensible here. I am too scared to try and run just yet. Patience. Timing has to be just right, I told myself. Remember the BB gun wars with your cousins. Pretend it's a game. Don't shoot your pants. Branches snapping to the far left of me. I look over. Polyester camo puff vest and a hunter's orange beanie. Are you serious? I am not getting flanked by Elmer Fudd. I scramble forward. As I'm running the 30 to 40 feet between me and the next tree, I fire birdshot in his general direction. I hit the tree hard, sweating in the cold. The guy shouts out. I must have peppered him a little. Probably not enough to really do any damage, but I hope I at least fucked him up a little bit. I eject the shell. I grab one out of the big turkey pouch and load it. I don't even look at what it is. Could be a bird, could be a buck. I had already used up the few slugs I had. My shells were starting to run thin, since it is my primary hunting gun. Small game in that. I close the breech and listen. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, with a few seconds in between. Must be using a bolt action of some kind. Didn't get a look at his rifle yet. I know he can't see me, or hit me from here, if he is still where he was. I have not heard him move, so I assume he still is. He must be trying to scare me out. Not this guy. I squat down. I try to think up my next move. He is going to be mad now that I tagged him, since he is clearly not giving up. I can still hear that poor deer crying from yards away. I look around. I see another low hill that looks like good cover, across the incline, probably 70 to 80 yards. I steel myself. I say a silent prayer to forest gods instead of sprinting. I am making good distance. I am trying to zigzag, but mostly trying to just get to cover as quickly as possible. He doesn't fire at me while I'm moving, and I do not look back. I just get to that hill. The sole of my boot is flapping around beneath me. My 4 pairs of socks are soaked through, and I am getting stabbed by sticks and rocks. I try to pretend I'm Bruce Willis in Die Hard. I reach the little hill. I slide down the incline and lay there prone. My whole body is soaked now. I am very, very cold. The adrenaline is keeping me warm for now, but I knew I have to get out of these wet clothes soon, or I could very well freeze to death. The wind is harsh. It's coming opposite me, up my back, crashing with the hill. I am shivering, despite my sweating brow. I crawl up a little, so I can get a peek out from above the hill. Nothing. I waited on that hill for what seemed like hours, but in reality, it was maybe 20 to 30 minutes until the cold got to me and I had to move. I made it back home very slowly. I stayed in the brush and avoided any open areas. Every little noise sent me ducking from an invisible assailant. By the time I got back, I was absolutely frigid. I stripped down and changed clothes, though my coat and most of my good winter things were soaked. I just used heavy layers of long-sleeve cotton shirts, pajama pants, and my one of a pair of jeans. The fire could not get hot enough for me. I never found out what was up with that guy. My guess is it was an impulse thing. I know. I was going to expand on that a little. Several more people will attempt to kill me in some fashion or another before I got into government housing. When you are very obviously homeless, people take shots at you because they know they are likely to get away with it. I think this guy was just out illegally hunting, saw me and thought, hey, I wonder what it's like. I don't know. I don't like to guess at people's motives, but I do know that when I would walk into town, lots of cars would swerve and try and hit me, or just not give me any room to walk on the road and send me jumping for the ditch. People treat you like shit, like something that does not matter. One more and I will probably hop off for a while. Alright, so after the hunter incident, my main goal was getting new boots. I had to keep using up good duct tape to tape mine together where it came apart while I was running. The weather is starting to clear up, but it's still pretty cold and rainy. I can't have a soggy foot all the time. Grocery bag liners will only get you so far. I went into town a week after the incident when I felt less paranoid and ready to travel. I got some leather boots. I don't know what kind they were, no brand, but they turned out great. They were waterproof, just leather. The tongue was connected on either side, kept everything out. They aren't warm at all though, just unlined leather. With 3 or 4 pairs of socks though, they do perfectly. I still have these boots today, though I don't wear them very often. Paid $15 at Salvation Army. Great buy. After this purchase, I had about $6 left, and wasn't likely to get any more until landscaping season came around. I remember I bought a pack of cigarettes. I had not smoked since that first night. It felt like splurging on a gourmet dinner or something. It's the first thing I bought that I didn't consider essential. Yes, at the time, I considered my liquor essential. Sue me. I smoked one right outside the convenience store. It was heaven. I coughed, like I was smoking for the first time again. Awful habit, I know. Just got it on a whim though. What else would I do with $6 anyway? I bought a can of Coke and just sat in the heat of the store's bathroom. You went in on the outside, so I guess nobody noticed me going to the bathroom drinking a can of Coke. I didn't want to sit inside, even though the store had a little diner style thing. 2 little booths and a counter. They sold fried chicken and burgers, that kind of thing. It always smelled so good. Good lord, I miss good old American greasy fast food. I could smell it from the bathroom. I pretended I was sitting inside, eating like a regular person. I wasn't really sleeping much in those days. A few hours, twice a night. My sense of time was really whacked out, and I was always unsure what day or month it was. That bathroom sure was nice though. It was clean. Just a few sharpied scribbles on the wall around the toilet. There was a door with a lock that I was in control of for now. It was like a castle. I wanted to just stay there forever. I actually ended up taking a short nap there. I dozed off unintentionally while drinking my Coke. Luckily, nobody had tried to come in. I don't think I was out for long. I dreamed I was inside my old apartment. When I woke up, I got an idea to do a very dumb thing. I wanted a night, one good night inside, with heat and a light. That's what I need, I told myself. Just one night to recharge. If I get this one night, I will have the strength to get my life together. It was a grandiose delusion, but it honestly somehow made sense at the time. Do this thing, and it will solve every single one of your problems. I decided to either hide or break in later and spend a night in this bathroom. Story in green text follows. I am looking around the bathroom for hiding spots. No cabinet, but the ceiling was those big officey looking ones with the little holes that make it look like a cracker. I move one of the panels, some wiring, rat poison, and about 2 feet of space. I test the strength. I stuff my duffel up there. It seems okay. The panels definitely will not hold me, and I doubted the thin wire suspending it from the roof would do much good either. Cheap flashlight. I look around. I found load-bearing supports farther away, but without the toilet or sink to stand on, I couldn't really just climb up there. I replace the tile and leave my bag. I check outside. Nobody is there. It's evening. The store closes at 9. I have a few hours. I discreetly leave. I don't know if the staff knew I went in there or not. I look around. I pulled a wobbly wicker chair out of a dumpster across the road. I left it in the tree line between properties. I hung out at the library for a couple hours. Did not check Facebook. I browsed K and Survivalist forum. 7 o'clock comes by. The library closes. I go back and grab the chair. I carry it as nonchalantly as possible up the road past the store, then double back and set it behind the building. I go inside the store. I ask to use the phone. I called my day labor place, even though I knew they were closed. I left a message about needing something now. Just wanted an excuse to go in and check out if anybody was shopping. I go back inside, around the corner. I check the bathroom, empty. I round the next corner and grab the chair. I took it in the bathroom. I climbed on the toilet and got my bag. Then I used the chair to get to the support beam. I stuff the bag up again. I open it and fish out 2 shirts. I tie the shirts to the beam, letting them hang down. I take the chair outside and toss it in the weeds. I head back to the bathroom. I twisted the shirts up until they were as rope-like as possible and used them to hoist myself high enough that I could grab the beam and climb up. In the rafters, my chest is on the big beam and my arms and legs are keeping balance on the small flimsy ones. I slid the towel back in place and just waited. It was 7 when I left the library. The store closed at night. I had used probably an hour and a half getting to and from the library and setting everything up, so I estimated I had somewhere around 45 minutes to wait. I got real uncomfortable. I wanted to change position. The beam was digging into my chest on either side. It wasn't much wider than an average smartphone. My arms are cramping. I am sweating. Why didn't I take my coat off? The door opens. Moment of truth. I listen to them cleaning up. They take the trash and leave. I hear the lock clicking shut. My time has come. I move the panel. Bending my arm felt great. I cautiously peek out. All seems well. I descend from my shroud of darkness. Nice. I sat for a while, just looking around, enjoying the pleasantness of both privacy and comfort. I turn the sink on and let the water get really hot and wash my face with hand soap. I never felt so clean. I had turned the light back on, so I was concerned about somebody seeing it under the door, so I stuffed clothes around the bottom of the door. Feeling safe, I sat back and started reading Murder on the Orient Express. Not a bad book. Kind of fruity, but not bad at all. I love the old-timey back and forth. I am raw-dogging Spam out of the can with a pocket knife. I feel like a pimp. What's this in my duffel? Why, it's General Grant and his never-ending flask of Old Crow. Well, don't mind if I do, General. What a lovely evening this has turned out to be. I proceed to get drunk, reading Agatha Christie and having conversations with the astute Inspector Hercule Poirot. This, as it turns out, was not a very good idea. I wake up to the sound of a lock turning. Morning shift has arrived. It's an older woman, probably 45 or so. She screams. I scream. She starts calling the cops. She is calling the cops. I am a homeless man with an empty bottle of liquor, a concealed, 2 if you count my knife, weapons, and absolutely no excuse as to what I'm doing. I grab my duffel. I forgot my book. Shit. I charge. I wasn't trying to hurt her at all. I just wanted to get the fuck out of there. I shove her aside, making sure to smack the phone out of her hand. I shout sorry as I am running away, open bag in my hand and holding up my pants. I had unbuckled my belt in my drunken state for comfort. I retreat to the woods. I never go to that convenience store ever again. Hey guys, I don't know if anybody remembers my other threads, but I'm in the mood to tell a story or two. My last part 3 I asked for your stories and got some good ones. I am doing another to tell a few more of mine, but as always, you are all encouraged to tell your own tales of lonely nights and desperation. Side note, does anybody have the screen caps? I had them saved on my other computer, but the motherboard is kaput. So, to catch everyone up, for about 2 years I was homeless in the back country of northeast Tennessee. I lost everything and was jailed because my roommate at the time purchased a bag of weed. I do not and did not smoke it in the presence of an undercover police officer, and I was taken up on the charge of inhabiting a dwelling in which drugs were kept or sold, and spent 3 months in the county lockup. When I got out, my landlord had understandably evicted me, but was kind enough to store all of my things in a storage unit until I could get them. I sold everything, since I had nowhere to put it all, save for my grandmother's Winchester 37A break action 20 gauge and my poor guy Taurus 1911. My grandparents are long dead. My mother moved away when I was young and ditched me on them, so I had no family. No friends either. All the friends I had were mutual friends of my roommate, and now I was a snitch because I let him take the fall for his own illegal activities. No fucks given. I would do it all again the same way if I had the chance. So, to start our tale tonight, at this point, I have been homeless for over a year. I survived my first winter in the mountains, and now it was summer again. I was changed from the cold. I felt like a zombie wandering the woods. I had already, in the past year, been shot at twice, robbed by meth heads, and made friends with a black bear I call Sir Barrington. Don't know if he's actually a male, but whatever. I had a pretty decent, semi-permanent shelter, made from a lean-to, put over an approximately 4-foot dugout on the hillside, insulated with mud and pine branches. I had grown accustomed to this life, as strange as it sounds. By this time it seemed quite normal to me. I had a routine. Wake up, retrieve my socks from the stick I suspend above the fire for drying, make breakfast if I have food, and then try to rustle up some small game. Squirrels, turkey, etc. Mostly squirrels. Almost entirely squirrels. I was supplementing this diet with food stamps I had finally received. Not much. $140 a month. I will tell you, $140 a month goes a lot quicker when you have to buy only non-canned, non-perishable food. I did not buy cans because they were too bulky to take on the mountain with me, so ramen noodles, powdered soups, beef jerky, things like this. I got good at making stews and soups and combining these things. Squirrel ramen stew is surprisingly good. I would boil squirrel bones for broth, then add wild onions, which are abundant in this area. Once they were soft, I would add crushed ramen and the flavor packet, and fried squirrel chunks to complete the mix. Sometimes I would cheat and bring a can or two of potatoes to add along with it, which made it much better. But I digress. I just wanted to give you all an idea of how I have been surviving this long so far. There are no homeless shelters in my town, not even a Salvation Army. It's all in the nearby city, but the city isn't so nearby when you don't have a car or anywhere to get inside a vehicle. No bus service out here. Nothing like that at all. So I made my home near a natural spring I knew about, because I grew up a few miles down the mountain from it on a farm owned by my grandparents. It served as a good home base. Clean water all the time cannot be beat. There is a nice little waterfall. It was probably about 7 feet, and a small pool I used to bathe myself outside of the winter months. I had it easy, as far as living in the woods goes. So it's early summer. For those around for the previous thread, probably about 2 months after I stayed the night in the convenience store bathroom. For the most part, things were dull. The bathroom thing made me think a lot about what I was even doing with my life, because now, I was committing actual crimes beyond hunting out of season. It was starting to seem like I would be this homeless half-person for the rest of my life, which some dark part of me honestly hoped would not be much longer. I was drinking too. Before I became a man of the woods, I had drank probably 4 or 5 times in my entire life, but now I was drinking Old Crow almost nightly. I made my money from unskilled day labor, landscaping, carrying logs for Asplund, things like this. I was still very good at saving money, since I had no bills. I went literally months without spending a single penny. I'd do a few jobs, get paid a few $100, buy 2 or 3 big bottles of Old Crow, and be set for a long time. I didn't drink much when I drank. I just drank quite often, and it was starting to get to the point that each night, I needed a little bit more than the night before to get me where I was comfortable enough to sleep. I had probably around $300 to my name at this point from working those day labor jobs, which are plentiful in the summer. I was stocked up on all crow, so I was just sitting on the money. I had half a plan that I would save up $1,000 and get an apartment somewhere. Yeah, right. A landlord would take one look at me. Greasy wild hair, bushy beard, a woman's overcoat, and a ridiculous contraption. A threadbare mossy oak turkey belt held up with a leather belt, and the fleece belt from a bathrobe crisscrossed across my chest and back like a makeshift mag belt from Syria, and a general stink of a man who bathes in cold creek water once a month. I had to do something. I was getting desperate. So one day I'm just sitting, stewing in my own self-loathing. I had already bagged 3 or 4 squirrels, and I had also recently stocked up with food stamps, so I didn't really have anything to do. I hated these times more than anything. The long hours of idle boredom and uselessness. I was looking at a magazine I stole from the waiting room at the health department about the luxury homes of celebrities, and I swear to God, Kay, I was there. Half drunk on warm old crow in the middle of the day in the woods. I laid on my bed and just gawked at Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie's mansion. I'll get there one day, I thought. I will have a swimming pool, and my cabinets will always be full of fresh produce and locally sourced meats. I'll wear pastel sweaters and white linen pants, and have my servants drive me around and buy all the cool guns and computers and video games I could ever want. I'd probably date a supermodel. She would be Russian and completely infatuated with me. The newspapers would tell my rags to riches story without end. I had won the lottery in this fantasy and invested in some new companies that netted me a fortune. I would burn all my old ragged clothes and my scratchy wool blanket and live like a king. As the bird shit hit my forehead, I came back to the real world and groaned. I walked to the small pool under the waterfall and started washing my face. Fuck this, I decided. There are tons of people out there with no job and no money, but they get to live in houses or apartments and cook on electric stoves and wear clothes that fit them. I wanted that too. There had to be somebody, anybody I could contact that would help me get out of this mess. Remember earlier, when I said everybody I knew considered me a snitch? This is important for the rest of the story, because in my state, I had forgotten everything I ever knew about reputation. I wrapped my shotgun in plastic and hid it up in a tray that I used as a stash spot. After I sold everything, I used the money to buy some supplies, a cheap pop-up tent, a hatchet, lots of big lighters, etc. If you're serious, I would advise doing something similar. Of course, you'll need ammunition, some food, etc. I am lucky in that I grew up hunting and fishing, so that made it easier. Good luck, my men. Anyway, walk into town, illegally concealed carrying my Taurus. I head straight to a public housing project. There is only the one here in this small town, but they are notorious because it's where literally the entire criminal population of the town is. I know basically everyone here my own age, since we all went to school together. I take a rest at the school bus stop, smoke a half cigarette that was on the ground. Toasty. At this point I realize I don't really have a plan, just kind of wait around until I see somebody I recognize. It's Jason, a kid I used to be cool with in high school, but hadn't talked to me since. He sees me seeing him. It takes him a minute, but he recognizes me. He comes over to talk, asks me if I've talked to my roommate. Not for a while, bro. I'm kind of in a sticky situation. He knows already from the look of me. He offers to let me stay at his apartment for a few days. I feel like I have just been blessed by Odin. I gladly accept and follow him up the hill to where he lives. The whole project is in a big circle, running up a steep hill next to a graveyard. I get inside. It smells like shit. Even to my homeless nose, it just smells awful. Like stale diapers, sweat, and the unmistakable smell of shake and bake meth production, a scent I've become all too familiar with. He motions to the couch, says he will be right back. Heads up the stairs. The apartments are 2 stories, but very small cramped stories. Living room and kitchen downstairs, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. I sit on the couch. It's been over a year since I sat on an actual couch. The TV is on. No cable, but he's got the digital antenna and can pick up the local stations. I hear a woman and a child. I can't hear the whole conversation, but he's arguing with the woman about something. Probably the homeless man sitting on their couch. He comes back downstairs and I am sunk into the couch. It's the most comfortable thing I've ever felt. It was old and worn out, but it was amazing all the same. Stupid bitch. Don't worry about her. I told her you're my friend, and you can stay as long as you want. Okay. I don't want to be a burden. No problem, bro. Wanna get fucked up? My heart jumped. You got a bottle? I asked, thinking, wow, my luck could not possibly improve. Nah, I got a few beers in the fridge though. At this point, he's taking a small glass tube out of his pocket. Anybody guess what it is? It's a meth pipe. He loads it up with some glass from a tiny bag in the drawer of the table next to the couch. He takes a big hit. He's got one of those big red butane torches from Walmart. He offers it to me and I decline. I've never done meth, crack, etc. Never will. I smoked weed once and I drank, but that's it. A homeless man cannot afford many vices. He gives me a funny look but moves on. We watch the local news station for a few hours, and he is texting somebody on his Obama phone. What the fuck is an Obama phone? Whoa, what does this mean? Got some friends coming over. Gonna get crunk tonight, man. Okay, sounds cool, thank you. I asked to use the shower. He tells me no. Says upstairs is off limits and to piss outside. Alright then, fair enough. I got my girl up there, bro. You know how it is. I don't know how it is. I eat some peanut butter and a hot dog bun with him. Good shit, I guess. Hang around until nighttime. I'm starting to get sleepy. I'm used to going to bed pretty early, since once it gets dark in the woods, there's just nothing else to do but sleep. There are 3 soft knocks on the door. It's the knock people use who don't want the occupants to think they are cops. Everybody knows the cop knock. He goes and answers the door. It's my roommate's brother, and probably 5 other guys, and a woman who was about my age, but looked about 10 years older from drug use. Hollow eyes, dry skin, you know the look. My roommate was a pothead for sure, but he was also a nerd like me. He wasn't into hard drugs like his brother was. His brother had been in and out of jail his whole life. I grew up with them and their family, so I knew his story. He assaulted a police officer when he was only 14, throwing rocks at the cop from an overpass. Not a nice guy. He looks at me with this really weird gaze. Hey Anon, holy shit, it's been a while. Shakes my hand, asks how I've been, etc. Asks when I got out of jail. I told him. You know roommate is still locked up. Isn't that fucked up? A lot of people say it's your fault. Like you threw him under the bus or something. Huh, I know you wouldn't do that, bro. We're cool. I am getting nervous. I had absolutely thrown him under the bus. But when we moved in together, that was the deal. I was not smoking any pot, so if he got caught with it, it was all on him. That was the deal. Yeah, man, pot shouldn't even be illegal. That's just stupid, I said. Everything gets quiet for a minute. It's very uncomfortable. The guys he brought with him, I knew a couple, but the others must not be locals like us. So they start drinking. Roomie's brother, I'll call him Alan, had brought one of those big jugs of Taka vodka you get for like $14. I'm not going to lie, I started drinking too. They took turns going upstairs to the bathroom to snort pills, smoke meth, whatever junkies do in the bathroom together. Every time, Alan comes back down and puts me in a headlock, just grabbing me around the neck with his elbow and rubbing my head. It's in a friendly kind of way. Each time he says something like, "Come here, you," but every time, he grips my neck a little bit harder. I am already hating this. My time in the woods have made me sensitive. I hunch my shoulders reflexively, and I can tell he knows that I hate it. I don't say anything though. I'm a guest here and Alan is twice my size, and has lived a much harder life than me. I could only imagine how many fights he's been in, and how many of them he has won. He has a reputation around town as a shit kicker and a menace. They go up again. When they come back down, everybody crowds around me in a circle. I am sitting in a kitchen chair at their tiny table. They form a half circle with me against the wall. Spider sense is tingling. What is going on here? He goes to grab me in a headlock again. I stand up. My chair goes scooting behind me and knocks into the girl. I cringe, knowing that I just fucked up. Hey, that's my girl, bro. Alan swings at me. I duck low and he punches the wall. I sprint forward between his two buddies. One of them falls on the ground and grabs my ankle. I fall probably a foot away from the hallway, connecting the kitchen to the living room. Alan is on top of me in a second. He starts punching me in the back of my head, since I am face first on the ground. Each time he hits me, my face hits the floor. I lost 3 of my front teeth on the bottom side. Spitting blood, I twist around. I think he didn't have to allow me, but I was able to turn face forward to him. So now he is more on my chest, and he starts slinging fists at my exposed face. By reflex, I put my hands up to guard my face. When he punches downward, he hits my hands. He managed to hit my face twice before I had enough wits to grab his hand. Remember, my grandpa used to twist my thumb as a joke. I grab his thumb and pull it back as hard as I can. I move his arm enough to give me space to wriggle free. I'm a pretty skinny guy now due to my lifestyle. I scramble backwards. I am sitting up. My back is against the wall. I've just got my knees up, about to stand. His buddies grab my shoulders. I am delirious from cheap alcohol and minor head trauma, and 100% done with this bullshit. I reach for my gun. It's in the zipper pouch of my turkey belt. I've got it halfway unzipped, and I'm hit in the face again. Fucking idiot. Alan is screaming. I shove my hand in the rest of the way and draw. My eyes are swollen. I can barely see. My heart is racing, and I am genuinely sure that I'm either going to die or go to prison tonight. I jam the barrel into his thigh and pull the trigger. Nothing happens. God damn it, it's not even cocked. Still, he sees the gun and jumps back a little. Oh shit. I take my chance to scramble up on my feet and wreck the slide. I'm pointing it pretty blindly at Alan and his buddies, backing up into the hallway. Somebody grabs my wrist and I fire. Bang. This is the second time I've fired a weapon indoors with no hearing protection. My ears are ringing, but still, I'm noticing a little more respect from my friends. I am free now. I take a nanosecond to assess if I've just killed anybody, and nobody seems to be shot. Everybody is holding their ears and looking at me wild-eyed. I don't think any of them had expected that I would actually shoot. I back out of the house, covering my swollen mouth and busted teeth with my shirt sleeve. Once I hit the sidewalk, I started running. I spent the night in the tree line surrounding the graveyard. I have false teeth now, but I spent the rest of my homeless experience with just my top row. That's the only time I've ever been beat up that badly. As much as I think they deserve to die, I'm not a killer or even really a fighter. I just wanted out of there. As for the kneecapping, by God I tried. I always kept one in the chamber after that. It had been months since I had even used my Taurus, so I had not been thinking about it. I'm on my lunch right now, but after work, I will tell some of my wife's stories if anybody is interested. And then OP never returned. Why do they always do this? I was homeless for about a year, and had a guy a few years older than me show me the ropes. We built a nest in an old ice cream factory. It's big. There are plenty of offices. We build big piles of bedding and makeshift furniture into our own bedrooms and communal room. Still have my laptop. I use the Wi-Fi from a business down the street. Living pretty comfortably. Enjoying our time before the rest of the homeless community discovers this place and it gets ruined. Tudor is doing some pull-ups from an old support beam late at night. Just finished buffering an episode of Game of Thrones for us to watch over dinner. Got some fresh veg and noodles from the nearby supermarket dumpsters, so we are having stir-fry. In the middle of an episode, when we hear a sound echo through the factory floor, grab pipes and go and investigate. I approach them indoors. There is a huge bang as something hits it from the outside. Someone yells in a terrifying pitch, wailing as the wall shakes again. The door is dented. He tells me to go upstairs. He pulls an old hunting knife that he keeps on him. He says he will keep watch while I go to sleep. The banging continues for hours. Keep checking on him through the night. Keeps refusing to go to bed. I wake up. It's around 6 a.m. The fire is out and there is no banging. I check around. His things are gone. He didn't take anything of mine. I check the door. The steel door is warped and dented. It's covered in scratches. I look closely. There are no tool marks on the steel. There are flecks of blood and fragments of what looked like incredibly thick toenail all over the door and floor surrounding it. I go back up to check his room. He left all that he could not carry. His knife was sitting with its sheath on top of the bed. I took the knife and moved around a bit after that. No one knew where he was, and I never saw him again. I tried again once I got back on my feet. No missing persons and no way to find him. Eventually, I give up. I still keep the knife to this day. Back when I was a kid, I used to stop by this abandoned building on my way home from practice. I always walked home alone because my house was in a completely different direction from everyone else on the team. It was a really rural area, pretty isolated. This abandoned house was split into 2 floors, and according to rumors, 2 people had actually taken their lives upstairs. Nobody seemed to know why exactly, but the place quickly became abandoned after that incident. The first floor was bad enough, totally decrepit and creepy, but the second floor was notorious for giving people an intense, bone-chilling dread. Anyway, one day, I don't even know why, but I guess I was feeling brave. I decided to go in and check it out, and the place was filthy with broken glass everywhere, and a bed that looked like it was rotting with stuffing spilling out all over the place. Despite feeling uneasy, I climbed up to the second floor. I figured I'd come all that way. I guess I could get some bragging rights out of it, right? I regretted it immediately. As soon as I reached the top, a deep icy chill seeped into my bones. Even though sunlight streamed through the broken window panes, what really freaked me out was the floor. It was smeared all over with blood, and strangely enough, it didn't look that old or dried. It seemed kind of fresh, glistening in spots like freshly painted fences, as if someone had spilled it just moments ago. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. Feeling an overwhelming urge to get out of there, I turned to hurry downstairs. But then I heard a heavy frantic thumping and rattling, a sound coming from a room deeper inside the second floor. Instinctively, I froze and glanced towards the sound, and in the fractured sunlight spilling through the broken windows, a figure approached. It was a homeless man, towering impossibly tall, close to 2 meters, 6'5" at least, with wild matted hair covering his face. His entire body was rigid, sinewy, and covered from head to toe in blood. In his right hand, he held a large, gleaming knife, its blade smeared. Everything about him looked unnatural, monstrous even, like something straight out of a nightmare. Imagine the killer from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you will have a good idea of what he looked like. Truly terrifying. My heart nearly stopped, and adrenaline surged through me as I dashed downstairs and sprinted outside, missing most of the stairs on my way down. I grabbed my bike and pedaled furiously away, glancing back one last time when I felt I was safely at a good distance away. Seeing nobody, I breathed a shaky sign of relief. It was way too close, I thought, but as I turned forward again, my eyes involuntarily flicked back up to the second floor window. Standing there, framed against the pale daylight, was the homeless man, knife still firmly gripped in his hand, and he stared directly at me, his figure looming silently, watching as I sped away. Even now, I wonder what exactly happened in that building, whose blood had been spilled across the floor, and what had that man been doing inside? Who or what had been his victim? The possibilities make my blood run cold. Scared of being ridiculed, I kept this to myself. I didn't think anyone would believe me. I am sure I would have been accused of seeing things or making things up. I never went anywhere near that place ever again. Be a 14-year-old awkward kid with semi-popular friends at the time this happened. A friend of mine called Bob has a 20-year-old Chad bro with Chad friends. One day, he tells me there is a fully abandoned floor in the decent private building he lives that nobody can access for some reason. Bob tells me that he lives right below it, and sometimes he hears weird noises and shit. He is known for telling bullshit stories, and I don't believe him. Plus, there's no way that kind of thing is allowed in a good neighborhood. One day, I am picking him up at his place to go to school, and he tells me to come in his apartment, which is weird. I've never been to his house before, because his parents really did not like me or my friends. I get inside his apartment with another friend, and he tells me to listen. I can't hear shit, and I just think they are pranking us, His older brother tries to convince me, but I call bullshit again. He looks legit scared though, and he is known for being a respected guy in the hood. Plus, I have never talked to him before, and I would have been an easy target for him if I was not with his brother. Fast forward to summer break. Me and another guy go to Bob's place to pick him up and hang out. He tells us to come in again, which is again weird. In his house, there is his brother with another older guy. They want to go upstairs and check out the abandoned floor for shits and giggles. Big bro acts all tough, saying he's gonna fuck up whoever might be up there. We have nothing to do anyway, so we go with them. The abandoned floor was basically locked down from the rest of the building. The stairs did not go up there for some reason, and the elevator stopped at the floor below. The only way to get there was by blocking the elevator between two floors and climbing the fire escape thing on the inside. I have been to other buildings in the same neighborhood, and the stairs did go all the way up, but it looked like that last floor was not even there, unless you notice from the outside. We go in with a fence cutter and break the lock of the fire escape thing door. The whole floor is beyond trashed. Every apartment is open and filled with garbage, old furniture and various trash, and bear in mind that each floor had 6 or 7 apartments with multiple bathrooms. No lights. Windows were blocked with wood planks and garbage. There is no physical way to explain how they moved all that shit up there, with no stairs or elevator to help them. It smells like shit too. We go inside one of the apartments. It is really dark inside, and we use lighters, just to avoid stomping on something dangerous. You don't know what kind of trash is on the floor. The whole apartment is filled with garbage. Some rooms are completely inaccessible. No lights or windows, etc. Suddenly, we hear somebody screaming. This big dirty hobo emerges from the garbage. He has a knife and he just keeps on screaming. We panic and haul the fuck out of there and get back to the elevator. Everybody is scared shitless. Later on, I asked why nobody ever called the police or the landlord if they knew about something fucky living up there. They don't want to answer, but now that I think about it, I think Bob's brother was a small-time drug dealer, and he was looking for a place to hide stuff. Weeks later, Bob tells me the noise stopped, but I have no idea how they managed to live there, knowing what was up there. We eventually tell other people about the hobo, and it becomes sort of a legend that nobody believes. Fast forward 2 years later. Nobody ever saw or heard of the hobo. Plus, the area was fairly nice, so if a hobo showed up somewhere, the police would have kicked him out promptly. Me and my other friends are waiting for Bob for a local soccer tournament. He shows up 20 minutes late, awkwardly covering his bleeding face. He tells us he was walking alone in the parking lot when the hobo showed up out of nowhere and bit him in the face. He had no time to react, and the hobo basically vanished without him realizing. There were no witnesses at all. He is still bleeding like a moron 20 minutes later, and it actually looks like a proper human bite. His brother was waiting with us and starts screaming at him. He then punches him for being a moron. The whole place laughs until Bob starts crying. They go to the hospital and thankfully, the doctors tell Bob that he did not catch any disease from the hobo bite. 8 years later, and there is still no sign of the hobo again, as far as I know. I have been watching my back ever since, just in case he appears out of nowhere and tries to bite me too. This happened to me back in 2012 in Capiz. Capiz is probably the one province in the Philippines where even people in Manila will joke about the monsters being real. I was 21 years old at the time. I was staying with my mom's relatives for a few months after school. If I'm being honest, I never really bought into the whole Aswang or Manananggal stories. Never really cared for any of the spooky tales that people in my country would tell and be fearful of. I grew up in the city, and figured it was just one of those things people in the province told their kids to keep them inside at night. I thought it was like a cultural joke until I found out firsthand just how serious people there are about it. My uncle had a small piggery behind his house. There was maybe 8 or 9 pigs in a wooden pen with a corrugated roof over the top of it. They were basically his savings account, like a lot of families out there, and he was obsessed with checking on them every single night. I used to laugh at how seriously he took it, but now I understand why. Anyway, this one night, it was unbearably hot and I could not sleep. It must have been close to midnight. I was lying on a thin mattress under a mosquito net, half asleep, when I heard dogs barking. It wasn't the usual distant barking either. This was some frantic, panicked barking. It caught me off guard, and my heart started racing really quickly before I even knew why. I got up and went to the window. The night outside was pitch black, except for a weak light bulb hanging over the pig pen, which barely lit more than a small circle around it. The dogs were going nuts, pulling against their chains and barking at the tree line behind the pen. Then I heard it. I heard something like a faint clicking noise. It was irregular but sharp. Probably most similar to stones being knocked together is the best way I can describe it. It was like a tick, 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 tick. I remember what my cousin had told me days earlier when we were up late in his room. He was trying to spook me and was trying way too hard. He started telling me about how the Manananggal makes that sound when it's hunting. In our mythology, the Manananggal is basically this flying creature that can detach its body. It's supposed to fly around with these big bat wings and swoop down and grab you or something. I felt a chill run up my back, but I forced myself to stay put, thinking maybe it was just some weird bird. Like I said, I didn't believe any of the stupid stories, and I felt silly for feeling so on edge. Then, there was a heavy thump on the tin roof of the pig pen. The pigs immediately started squealing and running in circles, crashing against the wooden slats. Something was up there. The roof groaned under the weight, and I could hear claws dragging slowly across the metal, making a shrill, scraping sound. The dogs were howling, the pigs were in chaos, and then I smelled it. It was the same smell my cousin had described in the legend, but I had not believed. It was like rot and blood and stagnant water all mixed together. It was so strong it made me gag even from inside the house. I froze there, watching, when suddenly the light over the pen flickered. For a split second, I swear I saw something crouched on the roof, its silhouette outlined against the bulb. It was huge, bigger than a person, with wings folded along its back. The shape of its arms looked wrong. It was too long and was bent forward. At the end, I could make out clawed hands pressed against the roof. Its head turned toward the house, and I saw the gleam of eyes catching the light. They were not glowing, but more like reflecting it, like a cat's. Then the bulb went dark, and I could not see anything at all. The squealing reached a fever pitch, and over it, I heard a high-pitched sound, like a shriek, but not fully human and not fully animal. My uncle came rushing out of his room with a flashlight and a bull and machete, yelling at me to stay inside, but I could not help it. I followed him out to the porch with my heart hammering in my chest. He shined the flashlight at the pen, just as the roof caved in with a deafening crack. The beam caught something in mid-motion. I saw leathery wings and a twisted shape dropping down into the pen. And then the light swung wildly as my uncle shouted and ran forward. The pig screamed like I've never heard animals scream before. It was pure terror. They were high-pitched and raw, and were being cut short, one by one. There was thrashing and crashing, and the sound of wood splintering. I heard something moving with impossible speed inside that pen. My uncle swung the flashlight around, and for the briefest moment I saw it. A hunched, emaciated figure, with skin stretched tight around itself. The thing had its mouth wide open, with long teeth, and was sinking them into one of the pigs right in front of us. The pig was thrashing violently, but the thing held it like it weighed nothing. Its other arm reached out toward another pig. I caught sight of the claws in the flashlight beam, and they were glistening with blood. My uncle shouted something in Hiligaynon and threw a rock at it. The creature did not stop even once. It continued to chew on the pig while shooting the most evil look in our direction that I had ever seen. It began to take flight, pig still in this thing's mouth, and then swooped towards my father. The thing moved so fast, we barely even had time to react. My father managed to dodge, but just barely. He ended up with a giant gash across his cheek, and if he had not moved his head, I think it would have come clean off. It did this a few times, essentially dive-bombing us, until my father managed to catch it slightly with a pitchfork. The creature let out a screech that pierced my ears, severed the head of the pig with just its jaws, and then launched itself upward. The pig just fell to the ground, and it only took the head. The thing had its wings spread wide. They were leathery and had these huge veins running through them. This thing was so big that I could feel the air being displaced as it left. It was gone in seconds, vanishing over the tree line. The pigs that were left alive were still crying and kicking. The roof of the pen was torn open, and the smell from the thing hung thick in the air. We could also smell the blood and the guts from the decapitated pig. I think we were lucky. I think if it wanted to make the effort, that thing could have killed us in seconds. My uncle stood frozen with the pitchfork shaking in his hand, and his flashlight beam bouncing, as if he didn't know where to point it. His machete was lying on the ground. I don't even know when he dropped it to pick up the pitchfork. When it was over, we went inside, locked the doors, and sat in silence until dawn. Nobody slept a wink the entire night. My aunt burnt some herbs and sprinkled salt on all the windowsills and was muttering prayers the whole time she did it. It didn't even seem new to her. It felt like she was just annoyed because she had done this many times before. I did not understand all of it, but I did not laugh anymore. My uncle did not scold me for following him outside. He just looked pale and shaken, which scared me more than anything, because I had never seen that man rattle before in my life. Once we had calmed down enough, we went to check the pen again, now that it was daylight. 2 more pigs were gone entirely, nothing left but blood on the floor and splintered wood. One was half eaten, torn open in a way that no wild dog or cat could ever have managed, its insides spilled out in the mud. Of course, one was now only a torso, with chunks taken out of it and deep cuts and gouges in its skin. The others were alive but skittish. They just pressed themselves into the far corner of the pen while they trembled. On the roof, the tin was bent down with deep dents, and there were long gouges that looked like claws had dug into it. My uncle pointed out the tracks in the dirt behind the pen. The tracks were large. They were partially human-like, but with elongated toes and sharp impressions at the end, as if talons had pressed into the soil. Word spread fast through the barangay. Neighbors came by to see the damage, and everyone was murmuring about the creature. Some swore they'd heard the tic-tac during the night too. Others claimed they'd seen a figure flying over the fields just before dawn. Nobody doubted what had happened, though nobody wanted to talk about it too loudly either. By afternoon, people had brought over garlic, salt, and even a crucifix to hang by the pig pen. My uncle accepted everything with a grim face, and forbade me from wandering outside alone again for the rest of my stay. The strangest part was how quickly everyone moved on, like this was not shocking, but just another risk of living there. They talked about it the way you'd talk about a bad storm or a thief breaking in, just disturbingly matter of fact. That disturbed me almost as much as the attack itself. It made me think this was not rare. It made me think that everyone already knew, and I was just the outsider who had to learn the hard way. I left a few weeks later and went back to the city, but this is something that has always stuck with me. I was stationed in the Philippines in the early 2000s with the US military. I was technically attached as a liaison and observer for joint training, but anyone who's ever worked in that kind of posting knows the deal. You're supposed to observe, take notes, help with training, and not officially participate in operations. On paper, it's all about capacity building and partnership. In reality, if you're out in the jungle with a unit and shit happens, You are not sitting on the sidelines. You're just another guy on patrol with a rifle in your hands and the same nerves running through your stomach. It was during the height of the Abu Sayyaf problem, so there were actual firefights happening in remote areas, and the Philippine army was stretched thin, trying to deal with both insurgency and banditry. My orders were basically to accompany a local infantry platoon on the sweep after a series of disappearances in a rural barangay not too far from Zamboanga. Villagers had been reporting livestock going missing, then kids, then whole families just not showing up in the fields. At first, everyone assumed it was kidnapping for ransom, which was pretty common at the time. But what made it strange was that there had been no ransom notes. There was no communication after the disappearances, literally just nothing. These people had just vanished off the map, leaving houses half lived in, meals still on tables, and laundry left hanging on lines. Not a word to any family, not a sniff of trouble, and basically no clues as to their fate or whereabouts. We set out early in the morning. It was a total of maybe 30 of us altogether, mostly young guys in their late teens or early 20s with rusted rifles and mismatched gear. The jungle was thick and the humidity was crushing. It was the kind of environment where sweat does not dry. The sweat just soaks into everything that you're wearing until you're carrying your own personal swamp around your body. We pushed through coconut groves, shallow rivers, and then into heavier foliage where the canopy blocked out most of the light. It was the kind of terrain where you always feel like you're being watched. Seriously, you have to be on edge 24/7 in a place like that because anything can happen at any time, and anything will happen. You can't see more than 30 feet in any direction before everything is swallowed in vines and leaves. The chatter of birds and insects fills your ears so much it almost feels like static. We reached the barangay after a half a day of walking. It wasn't big. It was maybe a dozen houses on stilts made from bamboo and wood, with a dirt clearing in the middle where kids should have been playing and old men sitting with cigarettes. But it was dead quiet. No people, no dogs, no chickens, no sound at all, except the buzz of flies. The smell hit first. It wasn't anything as drastic as the smell of bodies. It was just the sour reek of food left to rot in the heat. We checked the houses one by one, weapons at the ready, expecting to find armed men hiding, or maybe hostages tied up. Instead, we found bowls of rice gone moldy, plates of fish crawling with maggots, clothes left folded neatly on mats, and in one case, a baby's crib with a blanket still inside, but no baby. Nothing looked looted. There were no bullet holes or spent shells present anywhere. It wasn't the aftermath of a firefight, like we expected to see. It was as if every living thing had just walked out of the village and never come back. Command decided we would hold a position overnight, set a perimeter, and wait for instructions. Radios were unreliable out there, but they wanted us to stick around in case whoever had been responsible came back. I volunteered for second watch that night. The first few hours were uneventful. The jungle was alive again at night. All the noise of frogs and cicadas came back with full force, but under it all was something else. Every once in a while, I would hear what sounded like a baby crying out in the distance. It was faint and short. The first time I heard it, I froze and looked at the guy next to me, and he gave me a look back that told me he'd heard it too. We both knew it didn't make sense because the sound carried too clearly, as if someone was deliberately projecting it. One of the sergeants muttered that it was an old trick used to lure men off their posts. Still, nobody moved. We just stayed where we were, rifles ready, pretending we had not noticed. An hour later, the perimeter shifted. I did not see it directly, but 2 men on the far side vanished. There was no gunfire or any shouting. There was just a rustle of leaves and then silence. When their squad leader next checked on them, they were just gone. Fully grown men, trained fucking soldiers, just vanishing like they never existed. I mean shit, we had no idea what was even happening to them. At first we thought maybe they'd slipped off to take a piss and gotten turned around, but then we found the trail. It wasn't a trail of footprints, oh no. It was so much more terrifying than that. There were just drag marks in the dirt, like something had yanked them both back into the tree line. There were streaks of blood too. The streaks started out thin at first, and then got heavier the further the trail went along. It was as if their bodies had been opened and leaked across the leaves while they were being dragged. We followed maybe 10 meters before Command called us back. They told us it was too risky and way too dark. They said it was not worth losing more men. Fuck that shit. So not only did we have to contend with something fucking taking people out here, these useless fucks would not even try to save us. The 2 missing were written off as possible abduction, and we reinforced the perimeter with everyone else on full alert. Fuck. If I had even slightly more power, I would have caused a massive stink. Just trying to stay together and alive was all I could focus on at the time though. The fear and the anxiety would not let me focus on anything else. Nobody slept after that. Every few minutes, the crying sound came again. The sound was always bouncing around in different directions, which made it impossible to try and locate where it was coming from. It was sometimes so faint it seemed miles away, but then sometimes so soft it felt like it was coming from inside the houses we had just searched. We managed to last until dawn, and we did not have another disappearance, though half the men were half mad from exhaustion and fear. In daylight, we searched again, this time carefully, and found the bodies of the 2 who had been taken. They were maybe 50 meters into the jungle, hanging upside down from a tree branch by what looked like their own intestines. Their skin was fucking peeled back in strips, like something had tried to dress them out the way you would dress a deer. Their weapons were missing, and their helmets were tossed aside. The wounds were not made by knives or bullets, and they were not consistent with animals either. The cuts were too clean, and the bodies were drained, almost dry of blood. It was like someone had taken the time to bleed them out, or had used something to manually suck out all of the blood from the bodies. Our command made the call to withdraw immediately, and I was not fucking surprised. They did not even need to give us any kind of explanation. We were ready to get the fuck out of there. They just told us to leave everything behind and not even bother packing. Later, when the official report was written up, the 2 men were listed as KIA due to enemy ambush. The photographs of their bodies never circulated outside the unit, and nobody I talked to after that would admit to seeing what we saw. The barangay was declared abandoned due to insurgent activity, and no further sweeps were ordered in that sector. Even now, I can't tell you what actually happened out there. I don't know if it was human, if it was something people in the area had always known about and just did not talk to outsiders about, or if it was some nightmare we walked into by accident. What I do know is that 30 armed men with rifles and grenades spent a night in that village and still came out, shaken like kids. And when we left fast, like even the officers were scared to be there a second longer than necessary. Okay, I have a story. This happened when me and a friend decided to hike on a mountain in our region. We do a night hike because it is more challenging. Me and my friend, let's call him P, got on our destination at almost 6 p.m. We talk to the locals and tell them that we will do a night hike. We prep and headed to the hiking trail. For almost an hour of walking, we hear random shuffling on the side of the path, like there is something walking with us, but on the side of the path. I ask P if he is hearing this too. P just nods and tells me to ignore it, but his pace gets faster. We start seeing some shadows or dark figures on the side path. I tell it to P again. He just tells me again to ignore it. We were definitely being followed. I just do what P said and continue on walking. For a few minutes, whenever I looked in that direction, where I would see a shadow, I could see like 4 of them now. And when I looked to the other side, there was a shadow there walking with us too. I tell P again. He looks at me with teary eyes and tells me just to continue my walk. What choice do I have? We reach the campsite after a good 3 hours. We look around and there is no more shadows. At the campsite, there were like 9 more people so we feel safe. We decide to leave when the sun rises. When I think about it, I wonder why I didn't flash my light on their shadows. Maybe they were just people trying to scare us. When we got back from the mountain and heading for the car, we told the locals about what happened to us, and they just left it off. They told us it's just Encanto trying to scare us. Encanto are basically just spirits in Filipino folklore. I've heard that if Encantos are fucking with you, you put your shirt on backwards to confuse them or something. I always thought that Encantos are the Filipino version of the fair folk. I've got my own story with them. Be 6 years old at the time. Live in the provinces. I wake up in the middle of the night. My aunt is awake as well. I look at the window. I see my playmate's family moving out of the house. I shout, "Where are you going?" My aunt shushes me. "We're going to leave." My aunt closes the window, telling me not to speak to them. The next day, I still see my playmate. "What the fuck? I thought you left." "Huh?" I tell this to my aunt. "I told you not to speak to them." My aunt is very familiar with this stuff. Weird encounter in the Philippines. Be me, 24 years old at the time this happened. I am in the Philippines, hanging out with friends on a private beach. It's around 4 a.m. We are drinking, and we decided to go find shops to resupply. There is no town on this island, only shops and huts. I start walking down the road from the beach with a friend. We hear dogs barking. My friend and I stop to pee by the road. It's pitch black. We had to use phone flashlight to see. We saw the dogs. We tried to ward them off with flashlights. The dogs were big but not too weird. They had eye shine, but that's it. Then all of a sudden, this guy appeared. Literally just appeared, standing in the middle of the road. When we got to him, he asked where we were going. Remember, it's really fucking late on this beach. We told him we're trying to look for an open shop. He said there was one, but it was really far away. Here's a quick description of the guy. In his 30s, approximately 5'6", unkempt hair and beard, scars on his face like burn scars, terrible teeth, tattered shirt and jeans. The shirt was unbuttoned and he had no undershirt. He had no shoes and his feet were filthy, but he had clean toenails. He had no shoes on in the pitch black dark at night. What the fuck? It looks like he got into and lost a fight. He also had, no joke, a golden coffee mug. Not real gold, obviously, but painted gold. There were huts nearby, but he had not come out from one of them because they had gates and they were closed. Plus, we did not hear them open. There were no lights except from our phones, so he was just standing in the dark. Also, the dogs from earlier just stood by him, like they were his or something, but they looked like strays, and for some reason, they did not bark at him. He asked if he could come with us. Nope. He also asked where we were staying. He had an unnatural interest in whether we were camping on the beach. We politely blew him off and continued down the path. By the way, nobody else was camping on the beach that night. He follows us for a minute, mumbling, but we just ignore him. Then he went down an alleyway, in a completely different direction than we were heading. We have to cross a bridge over a river that flows into the ocean. No way past the river, except over or through. We are looking for somebody to help give us directions. We cross the bridge and come to the other side. It's on that side that we had our camp, by the way. We went to the other side, looking for people. See a guy walking on the beach, run towards him. Shine the flashlight on him. Fuck, it's the same guy. He says, "Oh, it's you." Was scared shitless, just ran past. What was nuts was that he could not have gotten to the beach before we did, and without us seeing him. No way, he did not swim over. There was no boat or anything. He went the complete opposite direction. Plus, we never told him where we were camping. We are scared and drunk. We get back to camp with friends and wait till the morning. In the morning, talk to a caretaker of the beach. He says we saw an aswang, a Filipino legendary creature that's basically a vampire, can shapeshift, turn into animals, etc. He says the reason the shops on the island close so early is because they are afraid of the Aswang. Apparently, a bunch of fishermen and kids had gone missing recently on the island too, and the people thought it was the Aswang. Apparently, Filipinos believe in a lot of weird stuff just like this. I don't know what it was, but fuck that guy. Here is another story. Not really an Aswang, but more of a maligno, a general term for malevolent spirits. A little background. In our school, the seniors go on a 3-day retreat in a retreat house. This being a retreat house, of course, it's far away from civilization and closer to nature, with really bad reception and all that. Anyways, I was an active member of a club, and our seniors had stories about that place. 1 year later, our batch will have our own stories from that place, but for now, I will tell these spooky stories. Be senior graduating student. Retreat week is here. Everyone is hyped. The program only has 2 sections, so we get a different room from the others, with more students. Boys and girls are assigned to a different hall, because hormones. The girls get the hall down the left, and the boys on the right, both on the 2nd floor. The first night, everyone is still full of energy. One nerd comments on the temperature. Everyone agrees, it is unusually cold as fuck. The place is up the mountains and shit, full of nature stuff all around, no biggie. Eventually, everyone passed out at some point. Second night, the lights are out. Mostly everyone's still awake, reflecting on the day's activity. Suddenly, someone starts laughing. Hey guys, look at that. Dude is pointing up at glass windows. Their room was a huge hall with rows of bunk beds. There are windows on one side, and right across the door is a row of glass windows at the very top of the wall, reaching just where the ceiling starts, if that makes sense. Anyway, they see a pair of hands clinging to one of the high ceiling windows, not moving, just there. You can only see the fingers holding on to the outside pane. Start laughing and hooting, thinking the girls are trying to prank them. My face went. We are on the 2nd floor. It takes a second for everyone to process this. Everyone panicky runs to the opposite end. One brave guy decides to climb the nearest bunk bed and look out the window. The hand is most definitely there, but it's pitch dark beyond the wrists. Everyone moves their bunk beds as far away from that side as possible. At least 2 people were always awake until sunrise, me included. The hand stayed there until it was light outside. Next day, asked GF if the girls had anything to do with it. Of course not. The girls all say they felt like they were being watched their entire stay there. This one happened in the same retreat house, different set of senior students, not our batch, but green texting this and assuming first person POV. It's retreat day number 1. Everyone is settling down and given a few hours to relax before dinner. The squad is composed of 4 girls. One of us had a 3rd eye. Let's call her Anna. Basically, when someone is said to have a 3rd eye, it means they are more attuned to paranormal stuff and can usually see or feel spirits. The squad commandeers neighboring bunk beds. Everyone in the hall is minding their own business, kinda loud, chatting, laughing, etc. Anna is upset, telling us to keep it down. Lol, why Anna? Don't tell us. Spooky skeletons are around. Anna won't let up, decides to ignore us and take a nap. We respect her decisions, but fails at keeping quiet. A few moments later, one of us notices Anna. She is lying on her back, pale, her eyes wide open, and she is crying. Dude, Anna, what the fuck? Is something wrong? Anna is not moving. She is in fact stiff as a board. By this point, we were all panicking. The neighboring bunk beds, noticing our distress. One runs out to either call a professor or one of the priests running the place. One girl notices that Anna's chest and stomach has a weird depression, like someone is putting weight on them. The priest arrives. Suddenly, Anna heaves and starts sobbing full blown. In her hysteria, she tells us that there was an old lady sitting on top of her and strangling her, screaming about how everyone is loud. She tells us about hundreds of tiny dark creatures holding her arms and legs down. My face went. She gets bruises on her arms and legs the next day. The rest of this day, everyone was quiet. Pretty sure no one slept at night, either. Holy shit. I literally just woke up and I came here because some shit just went down and I'm fucking terrified. It was probably a dream, but I don't know. Hear me out, it's a long story. Be me, 2 days ago. I wake up at 6 PM. I decide to fix my sleeping schedule and pull an all-nighter. It's all good. I decide to watch some films and play some video games. It comes to about 1 AM and I decide to go for a walk and get some snacks from a supermarket, which is about 3 kilometers away. I live in a medium-sized city in Eastern Europe. From my place to the supermarket, it's like 1 kilometer of urban area, then 2 kilometers of woods with no buildings area. I always hated the woods part, because only like 1/3 of the walk has streetlights. I walk normally. There are no people around. It is very silent everywhere. It's actually quite relaxing. Then you hit the area with no streetlights. I take my smartphone and use a flashlight app because there is usually some shit on the walkway and it is dark as fuck. I am still quite relaxed because I have walked this path many times and it's quite heavily used road even in the nighttime. I reach the midpoint of the area with no streetlights. At this point I don't even think of the darkness, I am just minding my own business. Suddenly, a young guy comes out of the woods and asks me, "Why are you here?" He asked me this in my own language. I am sort of surprised because the guy came out of nowhere in the middle of nowhere and the question was absurd. I answer back to the guy, "I don't know, I'm going to the supermarket." At this point, the guy just looks at me, then starts to look at his shoes, like the way you would try and check if you stepped on dog shit. I just wonder what the fuck is this guy doing? What the fuck is going on? I say, "Okay, I think I'm gonna keep going." I kept on walking slowly until I'm like 50 meters away from the guy, and I check back and he is still standing there. He shouts at me, "You know you're supposed to be running." I just think that this guy is some fucker addict trolling me. The guy looked like an addict with his dirty clothes, pale skin, shitty teeth, and odd eyes. I don't mind his shouting and just keep walking normally. I hear some loud banging from the woods, like someone hitting metal with metal, and then crackings and people or something running from the forest. It sounded pretty terrifying, so I start to run also, because I ain't waiting for who's coming from the woods. I run back to the area where streetlights start again and catch my breath. I look back and nothing is there, back to silent. I walk to the supermarket and buy my snacks. I think about what happened in the walkway. I decide that it was probably just some addicts getting drunk or something in the woods. I pay for my shit. I walk out and second guess if I should walk the same path or go a longer path with streetlights. I decide to take a longer path. It's like 5 kilometers, but streetlights all the way. I walk normally to the halfway, and then I see the same junky looking guy running towards me from the alleyway. I stop and ask, "Who the fuck are you?" The guy stops running and says, "Nico, my name. How aren't you running?" I am just sort of confused and say, "What the fuck?" Guy says, "Look at the sky." I look up and see nothing there. The guy starts to run away back to the alleyway. I keep walking, but now I am pretty fucking scared. I think about why he said Nico. Maybe his name was Nico too. I keep wondering what the fuck is that guy the rest of the way. I get home and try to take my mind off it by playing video games and stuff. Suddenly, the doorbell rings at 3 AM. I go to open the door. I check from the peephole who is there. It's my neighbor who's like an 80-year-old lady. I open the door and ask, "Can I help?" The old lady says some gibberish that I can't understand. I ask if I should call for help. The lady starts to repeat something like this, "Vos calico aratuma," just again and again. It means nothing in my language or any other that I know of. The old lady says then, "I can go to sleep now, I'm sorry." The old lady walks back to her apartment. I think that maybe she was sleepwalking, but considering all the weird shit that has happened tonight, I feel pretty afraid, but I try to keep on playing video games. Around 6 AM, I get a call from someone. I can't see from who. I can't answer it because my phone lags and I have to restart it. I check the log and no one has called. I start to overthink the situation. I decide to take a shower, and once I'm out I start to watch a movie. I get my snacks from the fridge. I start to chill. Again, there is someone at the door. It's the junky looking guy. I see him clearly now. He looks incredibly malnourished. I am too scared to open the door. I scream, "What?" The guy is still standing behind my door, not saying anything. He bangs my door a few times and shouts, "Just open the door, Nico." I ask who he is. "You should know me, friend." "No, I don't." The junkie guy walks away. I am literally terrified. I have never seen that guy before today. How the fuck did he find me? He knows my name. I can't focus on anything anymore. I keep checking the windows. My phone starts to ring again, but I can't answer it because it lags again. I restart the phone again, and it says that no one has called. Hours pass by. It's now 11 a.m. I am still fucking confused and afraid, but I am back to playing video games. I hear mail dropping from the door. I go to check the mail. Some bills and some advertisements. Then there is a handwritten envelope. I open it up. 2 sentences in the letter. "We hear you out. Doesn't matter. You have a hole in your head." Again, I get fucking scared and terrified. What is this fucking madness? Tired as fuck. Can't go to sleep yet, and too scared to do so anyways. Hours pass. It's now around 3 p.m. I get another phone call. I answer, and by the sound of it, it's the junky looking guy. "Hello? What is your address, friend, and where are you going?" I just yell, "Who the fuck are you?" The guy hangs up. I think that this must be some sort of fucking trolling or that I'm crazy. I start to lose it. I am constantly paranoid. Hours pass and nothing really happens. Around 9 p.m. I fell asleep. I wake up at 4 a.m. I have a nightmare where I see this junky looking guy sitting at my PC. He tells me to come and check something out. I go and watch. He types into Google, "Come Araxa," and then some numbers. I can't remember anymore. I tried to Google this too, but found nothing because I'm paranoid as fuck now. A video comes up. It's me as a child. It's a creepy ass old video. I have a hole in my head. There is other kids, also with holes in their heads. The holes are so big that I don't even have eyes. I'm just moving or something. There are some adults saying something like, "Look what he's doing now." I wake up from the nightmare, literally sweating and terrified. I see just flashes of me as a child, having a hole the size of a fist in my head. Literally the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. This nightmare happened a few hours ago. I'm quite a terrible writer, and my English is not perfect. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but so far, nothing has happened this morning. I'm still terrified. I tried to Google what he typed like 50 times. I'm not sure what it was. It was just like that in my dream. I found nothing. There were numbers also. I don't know if I'm becoming crazy. I just literally came to X and saw this thread, and decided to write this one out. I don't usually look here, but this is the first X thing that has happened to me, and I don't know what I should do. Was it even real, or what the fuck? I still have the letter, but I don't see the phone calls on my phone. I am fucking scared. I will be the first to say that all of this stuff could have taken place in my head. The mind is a freaky thing and can play some pretty trippy tricks on you. Sorry for the length. Whenever I was scared as a kid, my dad had always told me that in my life you should not be scared of ghosts. Fear the living, because they can actually hurt you. In my late teenage years I came into some money after my father took his own life, and I received an inheritance from him. At the time of my dad's passing, he and my mom owned a cabin up in Oregon by Mount Bachelor. The cabin had been put up for sale since my mom could no longer afford the payments, and renting it out was not covering the payments either. The cabin was set to go on the market for sale in less than a month, and was in the process of finalizing all of the paperwork with the realtor and the lawyer. So, for that month's time, the cabin was not going to be rented out any longer, and was going to be vacant. I saw this as a chance to get away for a while, and clear my head in light of all of the things going on. I quit work, packed up my snowboarding gear, grabbed my dog, and headed up in my dad's car that he had willed to me, to the cabin. Now, this was our family cabin that my parents rented out throughout the year when we were not using it. I had keys to the cabin and also had the code for the alarms, so I did not feel the need to stop at the rental management company and advise them of my stay. This has nothing to do with the coming story, but felt the need to mention it anyway. My first 2 days at the cabin were normal, and nothing out of the usual happened. I spent my days playing with my dog in the snow, snowboarding, and the evenings playing PlayStation or listening to music, drinking, and smoking out on the balcony. I had already stocked up on food, cigarettes, and liquor, so I was pretty much a shut-in, aside from the occasional outing to hit the slopes. With my dog as company, and DVDs and PlayStation as entertainment, I was quite content, and started to feel relaxed after all of the drama that had preceded my outing. The cabin itself was 2 stories. Bottom story had the living room and a side guest bedroom along with a small kitchen. The upstairs had another 2 rooms, along with a walkout balcony attached to the master bedroom. Most of my time there was spent either in the living room, kitchen, or master bedroom. I never ventured into the other rooms, and always kept the doors leading into them shut. Open doors to dark rooms always creeped me out. Anywho, the 3rd day came around, and I was going through my usual routine of playing with my dog. His name was Midnight, by the way, and he is also since passed. Playing games and watching DVDs. That day it was pretty heavy snowfall, so I did not feel like trekking down the hill to the main road in my car, and decided to just stay in. That's when things started getting a bit weird. In our area, there were only 2 other cabins adjacent to ours, maybe a block away from each other. All other cabins aside from these 2 were around a mile away from ours. Surrounding us was mostly forest and very tall pine trees. Tall. This is important later on. Both of these cabins were empty, and from the past couple of days, I knew that no one was currently staying there. I gave enough background, and I'm going to jump into the weirdness. Around midday, while I was outside with my dog, I noticed what looked like footprints in the snow around the area surrounding our cabin. It was still snowing, so the footprints looked semi-fresh, like someone had been there in the last 20 to 30 minutes before me. I thought that maybe someone was staying in the cabin near me that I may not have noticed. Maybe they were shut-ins like me. Alright, whatever. The prints lead away from my cabin, and they disappeared in the snow towards the denser part of the trees. I disregarded the footprints and went back inside. Nighttime came around, and I decided to head to bed. My dog Midnight was laying on the bed with me when I noticed his ears perk up to a standstill / listening position. This was followed by him quickly jumping off of the bed and running downstairs to the living room. I lay in the bed and stayed silent. I was kinda freaked out and could hear him moving around downstairs back and forth. After around 5 minutes, he ran back upstairs to me and started to do his doggy dance for the sign that he had to pee or that he wanted to go outside. Shit. Well, fine. I can't say no to him, so we both went downstairs to the outside driveway for him to do his thing. Only, he did not want to pee. As soon as we were outside, he started to pull on his leash, trying to drag me to where he wanted to go. He kept looking into the dense part of the trees where the prints had been earlier, but he also kept sniffing to the side of the house and looking up towards the roof. After he figured out that maybe I was not going to go where he wanted, he sat himself down and just stared into the darkness. A bit unusual for him, but alright. Maybe there are forest animals out there that he wants to chase down. But fuck this. I did not want to chance anything, so I pulled him back inside, and we both headed back upstairs. Around half an hour later, I was lying in bed, when I heard what sounded like hooves walking on my roof. It was only a series of around 6 steps, and I rationalized that it could be a pine cone falling from a tree onto the roof, or maybe a kind-hearted forest animal running around. But here's the thing. The steps seemed to be spaced apart, like a man-length stride, so it was really freaking me out. Midnight also heard the noise, and was quick to run to the balcony screen door, expecting for me to let him out. Alright, you know what? I'm a tough guy, and at the time, I considered myself to be fairly well built, and strong enough to handle myself, so I grabbed my coat and shoes, along with my cigarettes and flashlight, and went out to the balcony. Fuck it, right? As soon as I was outside, I lit up my cigarette, and started canvassing the roof with my light. Nothing there, and the snow on top was undisturbed. Weird. Must have been all in my head. What about Midnight hearing the noise? Maybe he was feeding off of my fear or paranoia. I started to calm down and relax again. By the way, I am shaking right now, and my heart is beating hard as I am typing this next bit. My eyes started to adjust to the darkness, and I kept smoking and just staring at the stars and trees next to our cabin. That's when I saw it. In a tree that was a little taller than our cabin and around 20 feet away from the balcony, I saw what looked like a man crouched in a squatting position in between two branches. It was squatted on one branch, and its arms were extended above its head, holding onto the branch above it. Fuck me. What the fuck is that? I wasn't sure if I was really seeing this thing, and stood just staring and sat there motionless. I noticed Midnight stand up and start pacing behind me and lightly barking at the same time. The thing still did not move. I pulled my cigarette out and was debating on shining the light in the thing's direction, but something in my head just kept on screaming not to. So I walked backwards to the inside of the room and pulled Midnight with me. Once inside, I locked the door and shined the light in the thing's direction, but there was nothing there. I shut the curtains to the screen door and retreated back to bed, but later on in the night, I heard light tapping at the screen door, like someone was tapping on the glass with their fingers. It was consistent and did not stop for nearly an hour. Midnight seemed to stare at the door, but he would not go near it anymore. The weirdest part was that I had a feeling like someone was inviting me to open the door, but at the same time, I kept hearing my dad's voice in my head telling me to stay in bed and not do it. I listened to my dad's voice and just stayed where I was. I passed out eventually and woke up in the morning and everything was normal. The rest of the week that I spent there was non-eventful and nothing else out of the ordinary happened. I totally admit that it could have been all in my head. A lot of stuff was going on at that time, so I was pretty fucked up from all of the drama. Whatever it was, I think it's either dead or long gone. Be me. I am living in a rural area next to a heavy marsh. There is a great horned owl that's been hooting the previous 2 nights. No owl. I am getting ready to go to sleep. My cat is napping on the chair. I'm about to get up and turn out the light when I heard the sound of something dragging across my house's wall. My house is covered in corrugated wood paneling. It's a very distinct clacking. I freeze in place. My cat is frozen, watching the window. I can't see outside, but the window is open. I can hear mulch and shit crunching outside. I wait for it to subside, and then I shut the window. As soon as the window is shut, the sounds resume in earnest. I fiddle around on my computer for a time, watching the window as I do so. The computer hangs for no reason. It is the only light in the room. I turn on light before force rebooting. I then turn off the light when the computer is fully rebooted. After an hour, I turn off my computer and go to bed. My cat has noped to another dimension. Why can cats do that? I am alone in my room, complete darkness. I continually keep hearing a faint whisper. Open the window. I eventually fall asleep. I wake up and investigate the side of my house. I find a perfectly smooth black stone sitting in the middle of a cinder block, right in front of my window. There are no black rocks like that for at least 30 miles. Nope. Later in the day, I hear a few shots of a shotgun in my neighbor's forest. I worked as a 911 dispatcher for around 15 years. Even after all of that time, there was one call that stuck with me. I have not spoken a word about it in years, because when I do, I hear that screaming again. It was late evening. I remember that the sun had already gone down. We'd all surprisingly had a quiet shift that night. It was mostly just welfare checks, and I think a jackknife truck out on 41. None of us were expecting anything major. When the call came in, the panic in her voice hit me first. Just, he's on the floor and my husband, he won't move. I got her to slow down and ask those usual questions. Things like address, name, age, is he breathing, does he respond when you shake him? She was talking over herself. Her voice was climbing in pitch with every breath. In the background, I could hear a bunch of other voices. Kids or grandkids maybe, all shouting and crying. It took a while, but I finally pieced together the basics of what was going on. They'd been eating dinner when the man had suddenly gone stiff and slumped over sideways. She thought it was a seizure, but I was almost certain it was a stroke. They were calling from this tiny rural town with one volunteer ambulance that had to cover maybe 25 square miles of dirt roads and farmland all to itself. I knew before I even logged the call that help was not going to get there fast enough. I told her an ambulance was on the way, but it was coming from the next county over. They are driving as fast as they can, ma'am, I said, but it could take at least 45 minutes, maybe more. There was a pause, and then she said, "He's not going to make it that long." I did not know what to say in response because, well, I agreed. She handed the phone off to somebody else, a younger voice, a woman. "You have to help us," she said. "What do we do to help him?" I pulled up all of the stroke protocols and started reading them off to them. None of it was going to make a damn difference. From there, the call devolved into pure chaos. More people came on the line, and I couldn't tell if this was a big family gathering or if they all actually lived there. They were crowding around the old man. One guy in the background just kept yelling, "Dad, hey, Dad, Dad, can you hear me?" over and over. When he didn't get a response, he just started shouting at me. "Where the hell are they? Why is this taking so long? He's dying, man." I tried to keep the conversation calm and on track, but they were quickly falling apart. It was 6 or 7 people unraveling at the seams. "He's twitching," somebody said. Is that a seizure? He's foaming up." "Stay calm," I said. "That could just be part of the stroke. Just make sure he's breathing and there is nothing in his mouth. Keep his airway clear. He's not moving. Is he breathing? I don't know. Check his chest. Put your hand near his nose." Then the mom is crying again. She says, "He's already gone." Nobody answered me for a long time. Instead, somebody else grabbed the phone. "You're just gonna sit there and do fucking nothing, huh?" "Sir, I have already dispatched EMS and contacted the county fire for backup." "That's it? That's all you can do?" "I can guide you through CPR if he is not breathing." The man on the other line did not respond. I could hear a woman crying in the background. "Sir," I said, "please listen to me. I know this is a horrible moment, but I need you to focus. If you can keep him stable." "You don't give a shit, do you? You don't even care. You're just waiting for him to die so you can check a box and then move on to the next call, am I right?" "No, sir, that is not true." "Yeah? Well, why the fuck is somebody not here then?" And then I heard it. A crash, a door slamming, something heavy falling over. "What was that?" I asked, and I got no response. "Sir, are you still there?" I could hear somebody yelling in the background. Just noise. Just raw, throat-ripping panic. A woman screamed a name over and over. "Eddie, Eddie, please, don't. Get the gun out of his hand." Another voice shouted, "Jesus Christ, Eddie." And then came a sound that you can't mistake once you've heard it. A single, thunderous pop. Close range, no echo, just bang, like a firework going off in a closet. I thought it was chaos before, but now it was pure chaos. Screaming, wailing, sobbing. One voice shouted, "Oh shit, he did it. Oh my god, he did it." Over and over. I could hear somebody gagging and somebody else stumbling into furniture. A baby was crying in the distance. "Is anybody hurt?" I finally asked. Then a woman came on the line. She was sobbing so hard her words were barely even formed. "Eddie shot himself in the kitchen, in front of his mama, in front of everybody." "Is anybody else injured?" No, just him. He saw his daddy dying and he lost it." I updated the log and changed it from medical emergency to gunshot wound, self-inflicted. I requested a second ambulance and routed the nearest sheriff's unit. I flagged it priority 1. Not that it mattered. There's nothing left to save now. Back on the line, the family was still screaming. That call lasted a full 23 minutes. I did not hang up until the first responders arrived, and I listened to them, tried to keep the father alive. I heard them rolling him onto a stretcher, while another team covered the son's body with a sheet. The dispatcher on the radio gave me a quick update. The son was deceased on the scene. The father had a weak pulse, but they did not think they could make it to the hospital. They confirmed it the next morning. The father had passed en route to the hospital, and the son was gone on arrival. 2 dead. one right after the other. I guess I'll go since the thread has slowed down. I got 2 stories for you guys. Be me. I was 14 years old at the time this happened. I've been volunteering at a local museum so I can graduate high school. The museum is an old marble building on a historic street corner in downtown Hagerstown. The building is at least as old as the city, early 1800s. There are huge 2-ton vaults on the main and subfloors. Apparently, it used to be a bank. There is an elevator that stops on all floors. It gets used often because the owner is frail. My shift starts at 8 AM and goes to 5 PM when the museum closes. My job is basically janitorial in nature. I start in the Japanese exhibit and clean the glass. I go to the back, Titanic exhibit, clean the glass. I am the resident glass hole. Nothing too spoopy about the place. I love the ship exhibit. I am kind of put off by the upstairs exhibits because of all of the dark, unlit corners. It's only tolerable because there is televisions up there 24/7. I cannot stand the downstairs for shit. It's dark and humid and there are roaches everywhere. Assorted curios gather inches of dust, sitting there for years. The carpet has not been replaced since the building was built. Freaky shit. So, here is my first tale for you. The owner of the museum actually rents the place from some megalo corporation. Pays lease on it every month. The museum barely earns enough to cover the bills. At least one light is always out because of the stretched budget. The owners will actually take the light bulbs out of the socket in her house to replace the ones at the museum. Fast forward to date of the spook. The light goes out in the party room upstairs. Customer comes down complaining that his child is sitting in the dark on his birthday. The owner says she will deal with it. By that, I guess she meant she will find someone to deal with it. She turns to me as I walk by. Anon, come here a moment. Drop the cleaner here with me. Now, go downstairs and fetch a 60-watt out of the box in the back vault. Bring it to the birthday room upstairs, please. I bitch like a 14-year-old, because I am. She scolds me, and tells me I'm only making it harder on myself, whatever the fuck that means. I bitch that she should have kept the box upstairs, behind the register. Now, for those of us who have never been in an old vault, let me explain a few things. The vault was not simply the huge-ass circular door that we have all seen in cartoons. It's a huge-ass circular door, which leads into a bare concrete room. After this room, there is another room, ceiling as high as all 3 fucking stories to this building, with every inch lined with cold metal account boxes, and it is pitch black back there. Although electricity existed back then, no electric leads were placed in the vault to reduce chance of fire destroying the notes. That means that the only light we had down there came from a harsh, omnidirectional battery-powered floodlight in the corner of the room. Long, long shadows were cast by this floodlight. I take the elevator down because I am fat as fuck. I make my way back into the vault. A harsh, blue-white light makes my shadow dance like a 50-foot man. My thoughts run wild. I tiptoe to the back, stealthier than a ninja. We don't have those lights in the Japanese exhibit. I open the box of lights when I feel a cold air brush over my wrists. I just freeze there, hands not moving, and my hair standing straight up. Suddenly, something clamps down on my fingers, like someone is trying to shake my hand. I don't even reach into the box. I just grab the whole damn container and bolt. I hop over several boxes, running straight into the floodlight's beam. My eyes are on fucking fire. I make it out of the concrete vault and into the main room with the carpet. Warm, natural light from the ceiling now. I don't give a fuck if I'm still downstairs. I drop the box and breathe. I'm standing there for a whole fucking minute. I am staring into the dark abyss behind me to make sure that nothing followed me out. I take one last deep breath. I stretch out my back. I bend over to pick up the box, and I hear the elevator begin to move. It sounds like it's coming down from the top floor, where the party is. The owner must be doing damage control, and now she's checking up on me. I walk over to the shaft door with the box and wait. The elevator chimes, and the light glows bright. The door opens and my heart just fucking climbs into my mouth. The light is off inside the elevator, and just when the door opens full wide, a huge gust of cold as fuck air blows past me. I don't even get in the elevator. I nope the fuck up the stairs. I bolt over 2 flights to get to the potty room. I change the light bulb and quit early and walk home. I never use that elevator, ever again. Back in 2012, I was working alongside a small crew on a deep-sea test. We were in a submersible out in the Tonga Trench in the South Pacific. I experienced something that not only can I not explain, but that fucked me up for life, and to this day I still cannot process it. I have a great fear of bodies of water now. Be me. The year is 2012, and I am a submersible technician stationed on a manned research sub. This mission was just a simple mapping and research mission. We were using 2 manned submersibles as part of a joint dive, and would allow us to cover a larger area. We were launched from the same support vessel. How it would work is that we would maintain a visual range of around 100 meters or so for the majority of the mission. This allowed for an assist if a manipulator or a tether on our vehicle failed. Now, if you don't know about the Tonga Trench, the place is deep and not for the faint of heart. It's almost 11,000 meters deep, and is dark, and there is so much pressure bearing down on you that the hull makes creaking sounds. They are the least comforting thing that you could ever hear when down in a place like that. So, our subs, I will refer to the one I am in as Sub A, and the other as Sub B, are descending to map manganese modules and such. If you don't know, these are hard solid masses of minerals formed together, and they are formed by iron and manganese hydroxides. Mining them even to this day is very expensive, but due to their high concentration of minerals like cobalt and copper, companies are always looking for ways to extract them at a profit. Still though, this mapping is seen more like as a future investment, and once cost of vehicles and operations become more manageable, companies can swoop in ahead of anyone else. The sea is super clear, no projected storms, and the weather is just beautiful. I always get nervous before dives like this, but it was par for the course. I didn't have any prophetic sinking feelings or sudden bouts of dread, just good old anxiety and bubble guts. All pressure readings were normal as we continued to descend, and all is going smoothly. We have a good visual on Sub B and them on us. Comms are functioning properly, and so we have direct communication with them at all times. Once we hit around 4,000 meters depth, shit starts to get real murky. This is expected. The light always pretty much vanishes to nothing once you get to around this point. Our lights come on, and we have at least some salvation from the abyss. Still no visual on Sub B, and I can't lie, my pants are itching. We call them on the comms, and we get static for about a minute straight before we finally hear someone. Just a little chuckle and a, "Oh good, dumbass just forgot to hit the switch." If I didn't know these guys well, I probably would have been pretty annoyed at how unserious they were. But because I did, it was fucking hilarious. They probably did it on purpose. We see the light on Sub B flash on, but it only comes on for a second. What the fuck? It flickers on and off, once, twice, 3 times, and then finally becomes solid. That is definitely not right. Those lights were perfect when we left, and the vehicles passed every inspection that was thrown at it. We query Sub B, but they don't have an answer. There aren't any technical problems going on in the sub, and they weren't playing around this time. Well, nothing we could do but get to work. We get moving, making sure to keep the required distance, making sure to check in every couple of minutes or so. Last time we were out here, we went down around 2,000 meters deeper, but in this area it was much more efficient to start up here. We get further and further along, and we start to get some anomalies on the radar. Thing just seemed all out of whack, and Sub B was reporting the exact same. There was like this wall of blackness in front of us, even more so than how dark it already was. We were getting pings from just further ahead, where this wall was positioned, but then they would drop and reappear. We would get more readings from below us, above us. The only consistent one was ahead. Cameras are showing nothing but thick darkness as we traverse, and it's clear that we are now in some thick silt clouds. But these silt clouds are like pure black, and I think we are in a thermocline. As we pass through, we lose visual with Sub B, which is to be expected. We make sure to keep in constant communication with them while in here. We are relaying every minute movement that we make so that we stay in tandem with each other as much as we possibly can. The creakiness of the hull is starting to get louder, and it is really scaring me. Sub B was reporting the same thing too, only now, they were telling us they were getting interference in the water. We never saw this ourselves when they did, but they described seeing a small flash of light. Tiny, only just perceptible if you were keeping your eyes trained ahead. It flashed just below ahead of them, and they saw it once or twice in different spots, and then they reported that their sub was shaking. That was just fucking impossible, but they had no reason to joke in a moment like this. Then we saw a small flash, but not fixed in one spot. It dashed past us at incredible speed. I thought my eyes were just playing tricks on me. Our pressure alarm started going off out of nowhere, even though we were fine. Comms were starting to become more staticky the further we passed through this blackness. And then the hydrophones started acting up. At first it's just this kind of creaking noise coming through them. We mistook it for just being the hull again at first. But then we start to hear something like a moan coming through. It starts off low and deep, but as it continues on, it gets louder. It sounds almost like a humpback whale would, but so much deeper. It just does not stop from that point on. Sub B cannot hear it. They tell us that their hydrophones have been smashed. They saw that light flash again and then just boom, not working anymore. The sound was becoming so loud that some of us had to cover our ears just to function. That is how much the sound was starting to hurt. This next bit I remember was like the calm, even though it wasn't at all calm before the storm. This next thing happened, and then everything else happened so quickly, it felt like a dream or a movie instead, or like it was happening to another person, and I was just watching. I felt something wet dripping from my face. I put my hand up to it, and I felt something on my nose. I was starting to have a nosebleed. I felt a really sharp pain in my nose while it was happening. It felt like when you get chlorinated water in your nose in a pool, like a kind of sharp burn. And not a minute later, the comms are blaring. It's Sub B. There is still a heavy static in the background, but they were still audible, and it's not something that I am likely to forget. I just hear this raw, high-pitched screaming. Someone on the comms is screaming their fucking lungs out. They are just screaming, "Help. I don't know what is happening. We need help." We try to talk back, but they can't hear us, or our comms are janky, I don't know what. I just hear the static grow louder, and this immense pressure as the submersible pilot just shouts, "Hull break," and he just cuts off. Once the scream cut off, we just heard a sharp pop or crack in the hydrophone, and that was it. We tried desperately to re-establish contact, but it was no use. There was nothing we could physically do at that moment, with no visual and no comms. It only took another 10 to 15 seconds before we finally exited this pure black silk cloud. We tried to immediately re-establish visual contact, and we got our wish, just not how we wanted it. Floating alongside us, around the same distance away, was just a cloud of chaos. A crumpled tin can instead of a hull, the bathysphere crushed inwards, pieces of scrap metal from the hull just drifting aimlessly. There were just reams and reams of junk and bits of equipment where the submersible should have been. The black wall was still right behind us, just a fucking void. We have no idea what the fuck had happened, no explanation at all. We did not catch any sight of those lights once we were outside either. We were all just speechless. It's safe to say, we abandoned the mission right then and there. We wanted nothing more than to just shoot back up, but even without needing decompression stops due to the internals being pressurized, we were still instructed not to risk it. That day dragged on for twice as long as it actually was. Explaining that shit to the bosses, fucking minefield. We obviously were not believed at first. He would start pulling us into a room one at a time and drilling us, trying to catch us out on something. I had to give a detailed play-by-play of every second so many fucking times. I felt more ill every time I had to describe seeing that wreckage. The boss tried to blame us, then tried to blame Sub B for fucking up, and then he raised hell with the people hired to perform safety checks and vehicle inspections. We were cut loose that very day. That shit was not our fucking fault though. I don't even know what I could call it other than a freak accident. It feels like there was more at play, but I can't profess to know enough about what happened to be sure about that. I spent a few years diving for the Navy. I've done some pretty deep dives of all kinds, and did some underwater welding at one point, which I hated, because it's hard to be attentive to everything as is, but when you throw welding into the equation, it's almost too much. The team that I was on back in 1996 did some time at the Zuccheli Station down at the Southern Pole. It was our home away from home whenever we were inland, and not usually off on one of our 1,000 miles away dives, assisting with cable installs or repairs. Sometimes, these jobs would take a few weeks or months to do, depending on what specifically we were doing, at what depths, who was involved, etc., etc. The deepest we ever went was a little past 1,000 feet, and let me tell you, it's like a different damn planet at that depth, especially where we were. The place was a kind of cold you didn't know could exist. The gases that you use could give you a headache, or they sometimes did with me at least. And the noises that you hear are fucking unreal. Not necessarily scary, but just otherworldly, especially with the icebergs. The South Pole has way more life than you might think too. I saw some pretty massive sharks. I caught a glimpse once of a 20+ foot long great white, which made me come close to pissing my pants. But I also saw a few squids that came close to making me have a heart attack if it wasn't for how amazing they appeared at that size. As big as me, and I am around 6'2", at about 230 pounds. There is tons of fish, jellies, crabs, and as weird as it might sound, there's some coral. Well, coral is not the right word for it, I guess. Algae, anemones, whatever they are, it all looked like ghostly coral. Almost entirely transparent, usually about the size of a basketball. Anyway, the place we were working at one week was right next to a huge ridge that had a pretty deep drop-off that went even deeper than where we were, by about 1.2k feet or so. The gorge was so huge you could not even see the other side of it. It was like a massive void. I was on a team that went in to drill holes for a series of pylons that our group was installing for our AAF and some of their contractors. They never really said what it was for, but I think it had something to do with some of the research networking that Zuck used, as one of the strands came from our base. There were only about 3 of us that did the actual dive, with 2 on standby, and everyone else in comms or ops, which might sound weird, but bear in mind that we have loaders and drilling stations on the job site, which make the work of many turn into the work of a few. The work itself was not exactly hard, but it wasn't safe by any stretch of the imagination. We always have heavy loads because of the suits and tanks, equipments, etc. But we had to operate the machinery we use to make the holes, which can sometimes be the hardest part due to the loss of dexterity that you suffer with all the gear and equipment draped all over your body. You had to keep a constant eye on the systems and gauges, sensors, temps, etc. to avoid problems, but if anything did happen, you had to scurry over to one of the danger stations for whatever you needed, after letting your safety partner know if possible, to avoid machinery accidents. Believe it or not, we were pretty good, and never had any major issues except once. We had a drill shaft practically blow up into about 20 different pieces at once. Not sure what hit it, but once we swapped it out, we made it through whatever it was that caused the shaft to break. It wasn't a major issue, we just reloaded a different shaft. It happens. We had to swap it out again not long after though, because I think the bit had to crunch through the other bit that was still in the hole. So, I guess I'll be one of the few on here who has an actual scary monster story, because one night, we were down there doing our thing, and one of the 20-foot tall job site lights we used to keep our area lit up was tipped over, and I'm not sure what did it. These things weigh about 250 pounds, and are operated like one of those one-man lifts or buggies that you step onto to control like a mini excavator that you can rent from Home Depot. We were all operating the drill site when it happened, and the falling light was what caught our attention. By the time we saw it land on the seafloor, we shut the drill off and stood motionless, trying to gauge what just happened and just listen for anything. I think we were all shocked because none of us moved a muscle for a few minutes. After standing there, we were looking around trying to shine our helmet spotters toward the down light pole area, and we heard a noise from the opposite area behind the still standing light poles over the gorge and at least 40 yards away from our side. I think it's really hard to gauge distance underwater, especially when your balls are freezing and you can't see anything past the lighting that we had at that depth. I will never forget what it sounded like too. If you go to YouTube and search for underwater slowdown noise, that is basically what it sounded like. I have no idea if that noise is what tipped over the pole, but after that, we never saw or heard anything like what happened, but we were all a little shook up over it. My buddy said he came close to dropping his weights. As soon as we were all topside, we told our captain what we saw and heard. He just laughed at us and said we need to check our gases next time, but he stopped laughing once I showed him some captures of the tipped light pole station. As crazy as it sounds, I miss doing that stuff. This happened to me when I was in a boat off the coast of Virginia on the ocean. I was out that day, just hoping to catch some fish for my family. It was around noontime. It was a gorgeous day with not a cloud in the sky. It was such a great time of year for fishing, probably at its peak. There were very little waves that day too, which I think is strange. It always seems like there's some sort of movement on the water, even if it's very slow and barely noticeable, but all there was on this day was calm waters as far as the eye could see. The only thing moving in the water were schools of small fish darting here and there near the surface. Then I started to hear some disturbance from underneath those little fish dashing. I didn't worry too much about it though. I mean, it does happen from time to time. I started making my way out further, and it seemed like it was coming from a spot slightly away from where all of the fish were darting around. I did not think much of it. It definitely wasn't anything to be scared of, so I just kept going on with what I was doing. But it looked as if more fish were there up closer to the edge closest to me. It seemed like they were getting more and more frantic by the second. Now, this is very strange behavior, since fish are normally not very timid at all. It's just something you don't see them do often, especially in such a large group. I just kind of wrote it off as being weird, and then it hit me. Then I started to hear large amounts of movement in the water. It sounded like a large fish coming up to the surface. I looked across the distance in the water, and something large just barely breaks the surface. At first I wasn't sure what it was, but as it began coming towards the boat, it was clear that this was nothing that I'd ever seen before. It looked like a snake or an eel. It had a lengthy body, making its way closer to my boat. Its head that was submerged down into the water, I could not fully see, but it was kind of swimming and moving weirdly. It wasn't moving side to side as you would expect. It was moving in a zigzag pattern. I froze up, realizing I had never seen any sort of thing like this before in my life. This appearance and everything was strange. It had multiple sharp fins jetting down its back, and little back plates or what looked like them. That's why I say it kind of resembled an eel, kinda. It was very girthy and very long. It acted very aggressively. I wasn't exactly sure what to do or how to act. Then it began to violently thrash about. It started jumping out of the water the same way a shark does when it comes up from underneath and catches a fish. It would land back down with a thud, and it seemed like it was doing its best to try and get into the boat. It got closer and closer each time, with each lunge coming out of the water. This thing was massive in size. I'd say roughly 25 to 35 feet long. We're talking humongous. A massive body. It tried to get in the boat one last time, leaping out of the water and landing almost near the edge of my boat. It was opening its mouth each time, trying to nip me with razor-sharp teeth. I was startled and terrified, so I quickly cut my engine on my boat. This thing suddenly disappeared underneath the water, presumably swimming away from the boat. However, although no longer visible on the top of the water, I did not want to take any more chances to have this thing get near me due to the sheer size of it alone. We are talking about a large aquatic predator here, and let me just reiterate to you that this thing was easily over 30 feet long, and this is why it threw me off seeing it at first. I never could have imagined a thing like this. I almost wonder if they thought my boat was a threat or food or what. I was only roughly 7 miles off the coast of Virginia when this happened, and I have been out here many times, and any time I've been here, I have never seen anything like this. I suddenly hear another loud thud, and this thing is back. It's now thrashing around more violently than before. It was jumping out of the water again, and landing with such powerful force, it would cause my boat to rock back and forth. After seeing all these crazy movements out of nowhere, I tried to go as fast as I can, and then after a while, it kind of just disappeared after that. That's about the extent of my sighting. For all I know, this was some unknown sea serpent or sea monster, but I don't really know. It frightened me really badly. This happened in July of 1965. Marvin McCamus, a US Navy veteran, squeezed his body through the narrow hatch of a small white submersible and began preparing for a descent. He was heading into one of the deepest places on Earth. He had served previously on 8 different submarines. He was a marine electrician and later joined Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. He was a technician who understood the sea and the machines that operated there. The machine he was piloting this day was the DSV Alvin. It was one of the world's first deep-sea submersibles. It was a 7-meter-long craft capable of diving to nearly 15,000 feet. It was equipped with mechanical arms and a small viewport for observing the deep ocean. It was still a relatively new piece of technology at the time. Its mission was to explore a trench nestled between the islands of New Providence and Andros in the Bahamas. Nicknamed the Tongue of the Ocean, it's a place where the shallow water suddenly becomes a dark drop, which plunges thousands of feet into blackness. McCamus and his co-pilot, Bill Rainey, were on this mission. At the time, they would be the only ones to witness this part of the ocean in detail. The descent began, and for hours, the Alvin sank deeper and deeper into the blue. This blue slowly faded to a murky gray, and then to an absolute, impenetrable black. The only light came from the submersible's external lamps, which cut through the darkness. Inside the sphere, you could hear the sounds of humming and machinery. The two went about their usual duties, monitoring instruments. They were now 5,000 feet down. The pressure was insane at this depth, enough to rip a person into tiny pieces, the ship too, if it ever became depressurized. They soon reached the ocean floor. Nothing but rock and silt and murky water in visual range. The submersible began to drift along the edge of a big crevasse. Then the two spotted something. Just on the precipice of the lights was faint movement, and from the looks of it, this was no little fish. It looked like something huge. It was clearly not a fish or a whale. It was too large and did not belong down there. McCamus killed the thrusters as quickly as he could. The two rushed to sea out of the viewport. They pressed their faces up against it. As they did, they managed to see something unexplainable. A thick and powerful body and an impossibly long neck stretching just beyond the darkness. They could also see a small, snake-like head with 2 distinct eyes just staring dead ahead in their direction. It moved itself through the water with what looked like 2 powerful sets of flippers. It had one set on the front and one set on the back of its body. What they were staring at, they could only conclude, was what looked like a plesiosaur, an ancient aquatic dinosaur-like reptile that was long extinct. It should not exist right there in front of their eyes. The two men started frantically trying to document evidence of this creature. The Alvin was equipped with a camera, but it had a fixed focal point. It was designed to take clear pictures of the ocean floor or objects at a distance, but it could not get a sharp image of anything within 15 to 25 feet. Whatever this was, it was just too close. They tried to maneuver the Alvin. They were trying to get the right distance to get that perfect shot, but it was just too quick. The thing turned its neck and kind of gave them one last look. Then, with a powerful push, it angled its body upwards and swam away. Both men were very shaken and excited at the same time. They returned to the surface as soon as they could. McCamus meticulously recorded everything in the vessel's wet log, which was like a official documentation. He recorded every last detail. Sometime after the dive, when McCamus went to review his entry in the log, it was gone. The page had been carefully removed. He went to ask his superiors about it, and he was met with silence and stern looks. The official record of their encounter had been deliberately erased by higher authorities. Someone somewhere did not want the world to know what was lurking in the tongue of the ocean. Years later, he would recount the entire event to the author, Charles Berletz, who was writing a book called Without a Trace. Berletz was very intrigued by McCamus's story. He actually showed him a scientific drawing of a plesiosaur. He confirmed it was what he saw without hesitation. A more detailed, verbatim account, as published in the book. We were down about 5,000 feet, and then I went down into a crevasse about 300 feet deeper under a slight outcrop. We went deeper because the cable that we were following spanned the crevasse. It was right there that I spotted it. The first thing I noticed was the movement. I thought we were moving along the cable and checked for drift, but found that the sub was stationary and that it was the object that was moving. It then occurred to me that perhaps it was a utility pole because of its fixed shape. I swung the sub in an arc to get a better view along the cable or pole or whatever it was. I was astonished to see a thick body with flippers, a long neck, a snake-like head with 2 eyes looking right at us. It looked like a big lizard with flippers. It had 2 sets of them. Then it swam upwards with its back turned before we could get the cameras angled. They were set to photograph 15 to 25 feet in front of the sub, and the thing had already swam out of the camera angle, but was still around. I did not like the way things were happening, so I came up. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I did not want to hang around. My family and I grew up in a village off the coast of Peru. While it may seem strange to some, we were always dealing with things that many other cultures would never deal with. People would often see large shadows underneath their boats in the distance, thinking they were large schools of fish or sharks. We would always be prepared to be attacked by arming ourselves with proper knives and spears. It wasn't until we got close the first time that we realized the shadow was moving much too quickly to be any kind of fish or even a whale. As we continued toward it to try and understand what it could possibly be, and to stay safe, its head rose from the depths to face us. Its eyes were the largest I'd ever seen on anything in my life, and they were blacker than night, though it wasn't like the dark night we had on land. These were almost sinister-looking eyes, with a mouthful of dagger-sharp teeth, and gills almost as large as I am. We attempted to jump back in the boat, but my father remained too shocked at what he saw, missing his opportunity. My mother reached down and grabbed him by the shirt just before he fell into those jaws that could have swallowed me whole without even chewing. He quickly fought off her grip, fumbled with the boat, then pushed us away from that thing. It lunged right for him with its jaws open, but my mother pulled him back just before it could have taken his leg off. I did not understand what was happening at first, but as soon as she saved my father's life, I realized he must have fallen overboard. We fought against this creature tooth and nail, trying to spear it and shoot at it, though its mouth was so wide that even one of our best spearmen would have trouble hitting it without being swallowed whole, regardless of how well his aim might have been. But he managed to score a hit on its body, causing enough damage to attract some sharks, which was not too hard once they smelled the blood. The sharks began attacking it, preventing it from coming back to us, but my father was pulled underwater several times by this thing. The fight ended after I saw the creature's eyes roll back into its head, and it fell limp in the water. The sharks finished the rest, hurrying to the bloody mess and eating it much quicker than you could imagine. This was a common occurrence that we dealt with more often than not, being out here as part of a fishing village. There were always all sorts of creatures we had to deal with, being out on our boats, where sharks were the least of our worries. It was like a whole other world out there. Well, after arriving back on land, my mother took me to see a seer who referred to herself as a water spirit. She called herself Chica, and even gave me an amulet that she claimed would allow me to breathe underwater for short periods of time. While it never actually worked, I feel like it has been a sort of lucky charm that has saved me from the curse in the waters near the River of Lost Lifeboats. My mother claimed it would be needed more often than not. She said that was because there were more of these creatures out there on the coast as we traveled from one spot to another on our fishing boats. For a while, my father spent weeks talking about our encounter with this thing, though only a few believed him. Parents stopped sending their children down to the docks for fear of losing their loved ones to these creatures, especially after more of them began showing up by the shoreline. My father went out less after that day, and almost never with my mother anymore. This was because they both knew that what they had seen was real. She did not want to risk him being eaten or consumed by what lived in the depths of the sea. Be 18 at the time this happened, working alone at a liquor store. It's in the worst part of town. This homeless guy comes in. He introduces himself and politely makes me an offer. He says he'll clean the entire outside area of the store in exchange for some water and a packet of potato chips. Sure, fuck it, why not? That motherfucker cleans like there is no tomorrow. He picked up every speck of broken glass, every plastic bag, and every crushed can. He obtains a broken tree branch and uses it as a broom to sweep away excess dirt. Lastly, he rifles through the bushes and extracts no less than 12 hypodermic needles, which the crackheads dumped there overnight. I honor the pact. I provide him with free water and a few bags of potato chips. He thanks me and goes on his way. About 20 minutes later, police sirens converge all around the store. I see cops and paramedics sprinting into the rental truck place next door. As I said, it's a shitty area, so not unexpected, but I monitor the situation. After about an hour, 2 uniformed police walk in. They ask if I've seen anyone walking around with a bottle of water and some chips. I say yes. I explain to them what happened earlier. They leave, and then return a few minutes later with a photo of a water bottle and chip packets, specifically over the barcode. I manually enter the barcode number into the register. Yep, it's the water and chips I gave him. Turned out that, immediately after receiving the goods, he left my shop. He walked directly to the rental truck place next door. He calmly walked inside and approached the counter. Then he proceeded to violently stab a 51-year-old administrative clerk in the throat. Stabbed her repeatedly. She died right then and there. Then he just calmly walked off. Turned out there was no motive, no reason. In court, his only explanation was something along the lines of, I don't know, I just wanted to kill somebody that day. Pic in the OP post is a photo I took of a crackhead customer that came in on my last day of work. He showed me his eyes and said, "Take a picture, bro. Show your friends. Show all your friends, bro." That was a crazy place. Had knives and gun robberies all the time. One time I even got bottled over the head. I've only got one more story that was more unnerving and chilling than the homeless dude. OP here dumping another story to get it moving along. This dude rolled into my shop. He is dodgy as fuck. He picks up a 1-liter bottle of Gentleman Jack's. I stand in front of the door, as he obviously proceeds to leave without paying. Nah man, it's not free. Pay or leave it on the counter. He does the usual, "What? You what, mate?" etc, etc, trying to pretend like he's tough. He can't swing because he has to hold this Gentleman Jack's in his hand. As I am talking, he starts shaking his head at me. I think, what the fuck? I wasn't asking him questions, and it was just an unusual thing to do. Kind of walk towards him so he is further in the shop. I back him up towards the counter. I rip the bottle out of his hand and throw it onto the chair behind the counter. I pick up the bottle of wine in my hand and keep it by my side. "Leave, or I'm just gonna call the cops, man." He abuses me and swears as he walks outside. I check the CCTV footage and print out his photo. What I see fucking terrifies me. As I was standing at the door, there was someone behind me. I can't tell exactly what it is, but the guy has what appears to be one of those big, 4-arm-length screwdrivers at his right side. He quietly moved right behind me as I confronted this dude and was looking at him. That's why the dude was shaking his head. He was telling his buddy not to murder me. I was actually kind of thankful in hindsight, but fuck them men. Lesson learned. Always assume there are more people outside if people were robbing the inside. Lesson learned. Always have room behind you to move. But Jesus, you need to know it is there. This next time, this nice old boy rolls up. I make conversation about where he's from. After a while, he can't find the port he's after, so he leaves. As he leaves, he says, "Hey, white fella found this 10 cents on the ground. and puts it on the counter. A few minutes later, I notice at least 3 bottles of vodka are missing. Fuck that guy. I go for a jog out front of the shop. I see him and ask for the bottles. I can see them in his bag, while he denies ever having met me. He tries to walk away. Fuck it. I stop him and try to grab his bag. I see that one of the bottles is already half fucking empty. He says, alright, have this one then, while handing me the half empty bottle. I notice that his other hand is gripping the neck of another bottle in his bag. Fuck. This motherfucker is trying to bottle me. I rip the half-empty bottle out of his hand and brandish it as a weapon. I tell him to drop his bag before I smash him. In his drunken, slurred state, he hesitates, so I push him and grab his bag. I take the remaining 2 bottles and leave the half-empty one, so he does not harass my staff later on. As I am walking back to the shop, a car full of crackheads that I know pull up. I think, oh fuck, they think I just robbed their grandpa or some shit. They scream, behind you bro, fuck, turn around. This old boy is no less than 2 steps away from me, with the biggest fuck-off serrated, gut-hook hunting knife I have ever seen in my life. I nearly bottle him instantly, but I think better of it. I slowly jog ahead of him, while he stumbles after me, throwing rocks and sticks. He stops after about 50 meters or so, taunting me with a knife, and yelling how he's going to slit me from ear to ear. I laugh and head back to the shop. OP here again. Have another one. Here is how I got bottled during a violent robbery, nearly bashed by 4 guys in the waiting car, and almost mowed down by their 4x4. It missed me by under a meter. These 2 guys roll into the shop. They do a runner with like 6 bottles of spirits. I managed to wrestle a 1-liter Smirnoff from one of them. I give chase. I notice that there is vodka all over me. The bottle got cracked when I was wrestling for it. I think, fuck you then, and hurl the bottle at the car. It completely explodes the back window of the car. I think, fuck yeah. And then I realize what I've done. I have this gut feeling to turn around. There is some big ass guy right behind me, pulling his shirt over the back of his head. These guys must be the stupidest around, to try and hide his face, fists raised. It's on. I raise my fist and walk toward him. He backs away. He won't come towards me. All of a sudden, all of the doors in the car behind him, in front of me, open up. Oh fuck. 4 other guys pour out of the car. They are holding what appears to be poles, sprinting towards me. I remember I have my pocket knife in my pocket. I pull it out. The guy says, "You're a dirty fuck." Like, what the fuck? There is literally 5 of you with weapons. How am I the dirty one? Instantly, something smashes me across the face. I thought I got punched by someone, but no one else was around me. I realized that one of the fucks from the car hurled a fucking bottle at me, and it landed smack bang between my eyes and exploded on my face. Fair enough, I mean, I did smash their car window. As they get closer, I realize I need to get the fuck out of the situation, but if I turn my back, the big guy is so close, he will just jump me. I hold the knife in front of me and stand my ground. The big ass guy tests me in fake lunges/runs. I call his bluff and do not budge. He realizes he is legit going to get stabbed if he comes up to me. The others are still running up to us. These cars start stopping. This is in the middle of the road, by the way, and start beeping at us. I slowly start backing towards the shop with a forward stance, and they follow. The blood starts blurring my vision. I cannot see shit. I make an executive decision to just fucking leg it as hard as I possibly can back to the shop. About halfway there, I can't see shit. I am sprinting for my life. There is a massive sound. A big bang crack. I can't tell exactly what just happened, but I hear engines roaring and cars beeping. I get the fuck back inside. My workmates are freaking out. I reviewed the CCTV footage with the cops when they got there. I didn't even realize, but they got back in their car and tried to mow me down. The only thing that saved me was that I moved to avoid running into a telephone booth, and their car hit a curb trying to swerve and get me, and the car got thrown into the air and onto a median strip. They drove away after that. They never got caught. Further robberies. This dude rolls up. He is looking at premixes. I get a dodgy feeling, so I stand close by. He picks up around 80 Australian dollars of alcohol. He starts subtly moving towards the exit. I stop him. Bro, you gotta pay for it. He instantly pulls out a knife and presses it right into my throat with the sharp side. He is staring at me with full, meth-addled eyes. I literally realize I might die over vodka cruisers. Have a good day, bro. You take it easy, man. He says, you too, and then leaves. I didn't know whether or not to laugh or want to cry. That was the first time I ever got a knife pulled on me at that shop. Here's another. Just me working. It's around 9 p.m. Two guys walk in. Most definitely, absolutely, trying to steal spirits. One of them tries distracting me with questions. Been around the block by now. I straight up call it. I interrupt him and say, I'm calling the cops. Get the fuck out. This guy walks right behind me, and I feel pressure through my shirt and jumper. I feel his chest against my back. He says, you won't do fuck all, bro. The fuck do you think you are, fucker? Etc, etc. I can't move forward because there is a counter there. I thought he was gonna rob the store. I can't turn around because he's got a fucking knife pressed on my back. I say, alright man, just let me go. Get the fuck away from me. He proceeds to explain how he will be back with all of his cousins and wait for me to leave if I call the cops. Alright mate, alright, no problems bro, just take it and go. I figured he grabbed a bottle of something by this point. They both just left after that. I don't understand why they didn't ask me to empty the till or some shit, but it was frightening as hell. I was only 18 at the time. I found the guy on Facebook afterwards. I didn't even bother calling the cops. It wouldn't have done anything anyway. On that note, when I first started working there, after it got dodgy, I flicked through the incident log. Here is one story that stood out that was written down. 4 female Aboriginal women on house arrest called the cops and asked them to take them to the bottle shop. Otherwise, they were just gonna breach parole and go there anyway. Incident register literally says, 4 females escorted by police into store. They ended up stealing literally 4 bottles of bourbon. The cops never found out. Only after reviewing footage did they see how they disappeared. I provided footage to the cops. Nothing happened. Literally, the cops knew exactly who they were and were in their presence. They had clear CCTV footage of them stealing $200 of alcohol and didn't even bother chasing it up. Well, OP here. More stories. I caught this dumb bitch stealing. I banned her. I caught her trying to steal literally 7 more times. Every time she was abusive and pushed/tried to punch me when I caught her. She comes in an 8th time. I straight up grab her and tell her if she comes in here again, she will be leaving in an ambulance. She tried to get her friends to buy her alcohol no less than 5 or 6 times, even asking random people at the front of the shop to buy it for her. The people repeatedly refused to. The last time I saw her, I tell her, next time I am keeping your cash, so she leaves me and the store alone. It works. About a week later, I am unloading pallets from a truck. I bend down to cut some pallet wrapping. I hear a whoosh smash. Something explodes on the pillar behind me. I am showered in glass and reek of wine. I see her face leaning out of the passenger window of a white Commando roll, screaming past the front of the shop. It was a drive-through bottle shop leading to a 70km/h road. She was easily doing around 100 kilometers an hour. She held a bottle of wine at me, going 100 kilometers an hour, and it missed my head by pure chance. It was a pretty good throw though. This one happened late at night. Regular customer called Cafe, who is also a street hooker, walked in. Cafe can be cool, but when she smokes meth, she is an asshole. Cafe has no money. I politely refuse her service and let her know I can't do her tick. She gets shitty. I be nice to Cafe. I offer to call her a cab and pay for it. She gets really aggressive. She offers me a BJ for a 6-pack. She gets aggressive again when I decline. My patience wears out. I tell her to fuck off. She berates me from outside the shop, berates the customers too. After about 20 minutes of this, I walk out and physically push her across the road. She starts swinging at me. I tell her straight up I will knock her out if she punches me. She keeps trying to swing. Eventually, she stays on the other side of the road and she is telling her son, who is a serial offender, has been in jail for sex crimes, assaults, burglaries, etc. I think nothing of it. 2 days later, her son, pick-related, rolls into the shop. I don't even have time to recognize him. Hey mate, how you go? He instantly pepper sprays me and then sprints out of the shop. I cop a mouthful of it. I run outside and wash my face and vomit. I struggle to breathe. The asthma puffer kinda helps, but not very much. My lungs feel like that feel when you eat hot chips too fast, but like all inside of my lungs. My throat gets clogged up, so every time I try to spit, I just end up vomiting, but it can't come out properly. Shit felt like choking on whiskey really bad whilst having an asthma attack and rubbing chili in your eyes. I had to go home afterwards. The police did nothing, by the way. Different time. This car drives in. It takes me a few minutes to realize, but the driver is completely smashed. I refuse him service. He argues, gets shitty, gets out and picks up a bottle of wine before trying to get back in his car. I rip the bottle of wine out of his hand. I tell him to fuck off and pick up the phone as if I'm calling the police. He gets mad about me calling the police. He goes to pick up another bottle, and I can tell this one is going to get launched at my head. I pick up a short bat, a wooden pole basically, from behind the counter and go ham. I am yelling at him to get back in the fucking car. I push him and move back. I keep my distance. He argues but gets the point. He gets in his car. About 2 hours later, the same car pulls through. A different dude is driving, but I recognize the driver. The drunk dude is the passenger. The drunk dude just stares and does not say a word. Driver asks me for a bottle of Jack's. He is sober, so alright. He's paying for it, you know. I get a bottle and bring a card machine over to him. As I lean into the car to hand him the machine, I see the passenger clutching something back in his lap. I realize it is a handgun. He is drunk and pissed at me, and I legitimately think I'm about to get murdered, so I drop the bottle of Jack's and sprint into the back office and lock the door. I went back months to find it, but here is the pic of the guy who I'm pretty sure was the driver, sober guy. I didn't bother calling the cops because footage obviously did not capture the inside of the car, and they wouldn't have done fuck all anyway. Plus, if the driver got arrested, not the one with the gun, his family would have raised hell in that shop for the rest of eternity. I posted this one back on Bay. Out of pure chance, the lady's son was in the thread. One of the top 3 worst things I've ever seen at that store. Awesome regular customer called Cafe. Not affiliated with the previous cafe that I mentioned. She is super nice. Just lost her husband a year before I met her and is raising 3 boys on her own. Kind of fucked up mentally because of it. One day I'm serving customers and an old lady in line says, "Oh my god, oh my god." Turn around. There is Cafe standing in front of the computer. She is pale as fuck, clutching her neck, blood completely drenched all over her. I mean, completely drenched. The floor was a puddle underneath her. Holy shit. I grab my phone and dial 000 as I run to Cafe. She is just standing there eyes wide, not saying a word, clearly in terrible shock. She is not responding to me and bleeding profusely. I realize and sit her down, but recognize that she is about to pass out, so I make her lie down. The customers are all freaking out. Cafe passes out. I am on the phone to the cops. I tell them to send an ambulance on their way. Looks like she was assaulted or something. I start pressing the sleeve of my jumper against her throat. It's been hacked open. It wasn't like slit or cut, it was torn open. I nearly vomited, but whatever. Eventually, the ambos arrive, and a few minutes later, police rock up. They rush her to the hospital. Never had to make a statement, but one of the cops who responded came in later on a different matter and told me what happened. Kathy wore a gold chain with her and her husband's wedding ring on it. 2 Aboriginal people, a man and a woman, punched her and pushed her to the ground. She was on her stomach, and the man tried to rip the chain off of her neck from the back. It was a strong chain. He ended up putting his boot on her back and sawing the chain left and right to try to break it. Imagine you've got piano wire from behind someone and are trying to behead them. The chain sliced her neck open and the rings tore it up. Kathy lived, surprisingly. Next one is a short one. Happened on New Year's, 2013. I am out with my friend and their GF at a decent college bar downtown. I'm not really much of a bar person. We had a few drinks. I am chatting with the GF's roommates about shit. Guy comes up to me, asks me to dance. His mouth and nostrils are lit up like Christmas under the blacklight. I politely decline. He follows me around for the rest of the night. I never see him drink or eat anything. Then midnight happens. I take off around 12:30 since I was not there to smooch anyone. I book it to my car to avoid Koki McStalker. The next morning, my friend from the bar messages me with a link to the local news page. Koki was arrested at 1:30 a.m. after robbing someone at knife point by the ATM next to the parking garage I had left from. Pic related, his mugshot. I befriend this old street hooker who says her name is Wendy. Eventually, Wendy introduces me to her neighbor. He just happened to kind of roam the same streets as her / longtime boyfriend called Rob. Rob's a real nice guy, absolute legend, old Irish bloke, and a real easy person to get along with. Wendy is a hardcore drinker, buys 4 cans of Stanley Chardonnay every day. 1 carton equals 4 liters of wine, and she literally drank 16 liters of wine every day. Wendy shares her depression with me over her heroin addiction. Sad to hear. Wendy and Rob don't come in for a while. Wendy comes in, looks like an absolute mess, begs for her usual wine but cannot afford to pay. I don't question her state. I know her well enough and feel bad. Say I can't take her, but I'll buy her a carton. She is really thankful. As she's talking, she says, Rob was murdered. No shit. On the news that night, I saw a report about a homeless guy who got murdered in front of a church. Some guy with a tomahawk hacked him split down the center of the head. The crazy guy heard voices telling him to purge the city. Said that he thought all homeless people wanted to die. Fuck man, Rob was a champion. A dead set nice bloke. He was homeless out of mischance and was not a criminal. He always had a smile in the worst of times, and every time he came in I opened a bottle of wine. I called it a wine tasting and got kinda drunk with him. I feel really sad about it every now and then when I think of it. It apparently took him 4 hours to die, but no one noticed because it happened at like 1 a.m. and in the morning he was finally found. I found out that Wendy died last month from kidney failure. This next one of the houses down the road is having a party. They come and go from the shop no more than 5 or 6 times in an afternoon, buying bottles of spirits every time. One of the street hookers named Brookie heads there repeatedly and comes back later, crying and upset. She is smashed up and completely bashed. She refuses to let me call the police. She heads to the crack house 50 meters down the road to do whatever. Got plenty of stories on this place. One is coming up next. I notice a group of guys walking past the cars parked in an adjacent building, smashing every single window that they could. Not even robbing them, just smashing the windows. Anyway, I hear a whole bunch of screaming. I kinda recognize a voice. About 5 minutes later, this guy, regular customer, dead set champion, rolls into the shop. Was outside putting away his smokes when someone came up and said, "Aye, bruh, got a smoke?" He gave the dude a smoke, and the guy just swung at him. This guy ran and got chased by like 3 or 4 guys. One of them had some kind of a pole. He got hit in the ribs, back, arms, and shoulders with the pole, eventually copped a schwack to the face. Came in, I gave him a beer, laughed about it, and he left. Pic related, it's the dude who got hit in the face. One of the primary sources of crime was a full-blown crack house 50 meters down the road, and every single house was public housing around it. One major crackhead told me he never sets foot in that particular crack house, and described a scene where the bathroom had box after box after box of used needles in them, like literally hundreds. He said that the bottom of the cardboard boxes were seeping blood and meth and saline fluids onto the moldy floor, and when he saw another crackhead sucking the puddle into a needle and booting it, he never returned. I wish I was making this up. By the way, here's an article on the area I worked on. Another story. Befriend a crackhead couple. They come in regularly. Crazy, criminal dodgy guys, but I get along with them, and they have never caused trouble in our shop. One day, the chick comes in without her BF. Where's your BF? Locked up. Oh, for long? Reckon he'll get 20 years. That was the end of that conversation. Turns out, he murdered his older brother, who was also a regular. The family came in after the funeral later, and I shared a beer with them as we chatted for a while. Last I heard, the dude almost got killed in prison. 3 days later, I saw the GF grinding on her ex-BF cousin at the bus stop. A week later, that cousin comes into the shop, clearly choked up. He hardly ever drinks. I say, "Joe, man, everything alright?" His auntie got murdered. She was found dumped on the road out front of a crack house in the northern suburbs. Realized that this kind of violence truly does run in family trees. I accidentally forgot to paste the article, and now I can't find it. My bad. I make friends with this nice chick cop, who often responded to our calls from June to July 2015. I called the police at least twice every shift, and I worked 6 days a week. I know this because I went back on my phone logs for 000 as Vodafone called and asked if I was accidentally calling 000 and wondering why there were so many frequent calls, lol. One time, she was in our shop literally every day that week. I was there every day. She comes in with some detectives one day, investigating some serious shit. She asked me for some footage through a particular time and wants me to show them the footage then and there. I do so. As they are taking notes, I offer them a Tim Tam. They all accept. We get to banter and start talking. As we are talking, a bicycle screams through the drive-through section of the shop and keeps on rolling. A few seconds later, 3 dudes sprint through the shop as well. One of them has a cricket bat. They are clearly chasing the dude on the bike. Everyone froze. I laughed and said, "Huh, crackheads." They laughed too, shrugged, and we kept talking. It was funny to see how normalized that kind of activity was in the area. When I got bottled, one of the detectives was the one who got the call. It was funny when he rolled up like, "Everyone get on that—" "Oh shit, hey on." "Yo Dave, what's good man?" "You're bleeding bro. Need an ambulance?" "Nah man, it's good." My boss was like, "What the fuck man?" This really nice old customer called Beth buys her wine and Guinness every day. She brings her granddaughter in one day. Suspicious of her age, but I trust Beth. Anyway, a few months later, same girl comes in, celebrating her 18th. I say, "You shouldn't have risked getting me a fine. Coming in here underage, you know." She is silent, buys her piss, gets in a car, and leaves. I did not know that she was pregnant at the time. Fast forward a few months. She comes in and shows me her baby. Tells me about how she's changing her life around now, doesn't do illegal stupid shit, is determined to give her child the best life possible, etc., etc. I tell her well done. I tell her to be proud. Later that night, I see this article. Rockingham woman, 18, crashes car with a baby on her lap after drinking. My face went. It was that exact same chick. I laughed my ass off. I was not surprised. This massive, hugely ripped bikey looking dude called Darcy comes in. He tells me he used to be a champion boxer. I'm a boxer too, and I completely believe him. He offers me free tickets to his next fight. He is punch drunk and meth brained. Makes him friendly enough to have a conversation with. One day, I hear a commotion around the construction site opposite the shop. A whole bunch of construction workers screaming at this huge bloke. I recognize it's Darcy. Darcy has a shovel in his hand and is not fucking around. Is having a go at all of the construction workers. They are shitting themselves. One of the workers throws what appears to be a can of beer at Darcy. Hits him square in the face. He just starts approaching. Like, not running, but rapidly walking in an unstoppable way. They all run. Darcy uses his shovel to smash the fuck out of their diggers and cranes. I can see the site manager calling the police. The security guard wisely chooses to do nothing. Darcy wreaks havoc, brings carnage to the site, throws everything that he can, and hurls bricks at the workers. Darcy throws a power tool at one of the workers, hits him. It looks so brutal, I audibly say, "Fuck me." Darcy strolls out in the same unstoppable walking manner, shovel in hand. I yell out to Darcy, "Hey bro." Darcy yells back, "G'day young fella," then walks off into a side street. Cops arrive. Ambulance too a few minutes later. One of Darcy's mates, Steve, who is a career criminal, teardrop tattoos, etc., etc., comes into the shop a month later. He tells me that Darcy has gone crazy from meth, has not slept in weeks. He was chatting to Darcy in a local town, and Darcy just randomly started picking fights and accusing them of following him. Darcy reckons that the Triad are out to get him from a big deal he fucked up years ago. Says that Darcy was walking around town with a massive, humongous, fuck-off hunting knife. Steve said that Darcy was a time bomb and guaranteed he was going to murder someone soon. Darcy took his own life 1 week later. This is one of my all-time favorites by far. There were a group of crackheads out the front of the store. Arguing as per usual, they get into a fight. I watch it through the windows. It's actually a pretty good fight. Not the usual crackhead kind of fight. One of the guy's girlfriends pulls out a knife, a big kitchen knife from her bag. Ah, yes. Other guy instantly knocks her out. I am loving this. It's the most entertaining thing that's happened all day. A cop car rolls past. The two fighters scatter. The other crackheads use their crackhead hive mind and give all of their crack to one particular dude quickly. He fucking runs. Within seconds, must have been chance, a dog squad car rolls up. The dude with the crack sprints for our shop. We've got one cop car blocking the exit of our drive-thru, lights flashing. We've got a dog squad car blocking the entrance, lights flashing. Dog and cop jump out and chase the crackhead with the drugs. One of the other crackheads gets pissed because he knows his crack is now as good as gone. He picks up a $3 ice sign, ironically, and hurls it at the first police car. He picks it up, hurls it again, begins smashing the cop car. I am just in awe at the scene. 30 seconds ago, I was bored. The knocked out crackhead is still on the ground, kinda convulsing at this point. Another cop car rolls up. They jump out towards the crackhead with the sign. He runs at them, so they tase him. This shit just keeps getting better. My mind is blown. People at the nearby cafe think we got held up or something. They all run over to see what is going on. By now, crackhead girl is waking up, notices her boyfriend is getting arrested. She starts a ruckus. The other cop pepper sprays her. The cop inadvertently pepper sprays the crowd of onlookers from the cafe that come to see what's going on. My face when there was 3 cop cars, a tased crackhead screaming, a sprayed crackhead choking, a dog tearing at a crackhead's leg on the road, and a crowd of onlookers writhing in pain, clutching at their eyeballs. Gonna end my stories for now on a high note. There is an absolute fucking champion pensioner called Billy who lives on the corner. Can see his house from the store. Used to give me weed cookies for cheap piss. I would take them and give them to my buddies. Always a good time and great banter with Billy. One day it's quiet. I am restocking cigarettes. The motion beeper goes off. I stand up from behind the counter and say, "Good day, mate." See a fucking gun. Some guy in a fucking dark hoodie, face covered, pointing a legit handgun at me. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Before I can even put my hands up, he screams, "Suck my balls, motherfucker." I am so confused and terrified. I can't even respond. Next minute, fucking laughter from the guy. He pulls off his hoodie and it's Billy. This 60-year-old motherfucker nearly gave me a heart attack. Fuck me, Billy, what the fuck, mate? I was about to press the panic alarm, you asshole. We laugh about it as my heart races. We make banter, discuss a little .22 handgun he illegally bought somewhere. I hold it in my hand, pull out the magazine. Nice little thing. Tiny though. As I am doing this, 3 dodgy fuckers roll in. They start causing trouble. One of them arguing with me. One of them clearly trying to steal. The other arguing with Billy. I say, "Alright, all of you get the fuck out, or I'm calling the cops." Billy, half drunk and feeling brave, says, "Yeah, get the fuck out." They all move towards Billy and start harassing him, clearly about to fight him. Think that I'm about to watch poor Billy get absolutely smashed. Start panicking and pick up a wooden bat as it escalates. Next minute, Billy starts screaming and pulls out the handgun, waves it at them. Never have I seen crackheads with such looks of terror. They fucking run like Usain Bolt on meth. Billy and I piss ourselves laughing. He puts the handgun away. We remark about the good timing. Billy waits for them to disappear and walks back home. 5 minutes later, the cops came asking for CCTV footage of something unrelated, lol. Before I begin, this story was actually sent to me by email by a subscriber going by Silver Spectre back in March of this year, 2025. They claim it's a personal experience. I could not find any details about it anywhere on the internet, so here it is, as they sent it to me. These incidents occurred in the Rocky Mountains, just south of Silver Plume, Colorado, starting on the evening of August 14th, 2018, and strange reoccurrences would take place the following couple of nights. That day, a couple of neighbors had gone hiking along the ridgeline of Leavenworth Mountain, just south of town, and I was set to meet them up there later that afternoon. My plan was to rendezvous with them in the early evening and hang out until after the sun went down. That night was the peak of the Perseid meteor shower, and was forecast to be especially spectacular since the moon would be a barely thin crescent and would not obscure the clear dark skies. So I set out in the following hours with a small pack and limited supplies, since I was staying relatively close to home. I did have a small camelback with a liter or two of water, a raw camera and a hatchet, and my new green laser that I was hoping would add another of good times to the night's light show. I started the hike a bit later than I planned. The main trails to the top consisted of a series of long and winding switchbacks, so I decided to cut some time by bushwhacking straight up to the mountain to meet my friends. My plan backfired as I found myself slowed down by steeper than anticipated inclines, slippery rock tailings, and sheer cliffs. Unfortunately, self-service is spotty at best, and I was unable to contact my friends until finally reaching the summit around sunset. After a few attempts, I finally got connected to my pals via text, and to my surprise, had learned that they had already hiked back down into town, as it was starting to get dark. I told them no problem, since I had planned to stay up top of the mountain until late anyway to count meteors, and maybe they could join me later. They informed me that they were pretty beat from the day's trek, but they would let me know after they rested a bit and had some dinner if they thought they'd make it back outside. The new arrangement was perfectly fine by me. Being the consummate night owl, and having lived in this area for 5+ years, most of my excursions into the mountains tended to be nocturnal, and I'd spent many a night, some planned, some not, getting along just fine in these precarious mountains, and usually had very little anxieties in doing so. In this manner, I made my way down the ridgeline of Leavenworth to a locally known camping area, Pavilion Point, which from its high vantage point overlooked both Silver Plume and the neighboring town of Georgetown. In between the two small towns, approximately 2 to 3 miles apart, was an old railroad attraction called the Georgetown Loop. I should also mention now that at this time, there was a strict fire ban in effect, and that this summer was probably the driest I've ever experienced since moving to Colorado back in 2014. There were also several wildfires wreaking havoc in the state, requiring all available emergency resources. Failing to adhere to the fire ban was taken very seriously, with fines ranging in the thousands of dollars. That being said, I had not planned on having a campfire for the obvious reasons. After settling into a comfortable spot near Pavilion Point, I kicked back and started counting the fireballs. By 9 or 10 p.m., my friend Brian let me know they would not be making it back up the mountain, but to enjoy the show, and that maybe he would join me the following night. Over the next hour or two, I had counted close to 100 meteors, ranging from quick zips to bright fireballs that would leave these awesome streaks that temporarily froze in the sky like thin glow sticks that slowly faded into the darkness behind. I was having a blast, and as the novelty was finally starting to wear off, I began hearing some faint noises and rustling about in the darkness of the surrounding woods. I wasn't worried much yet, and was used to hearing all kinds of strange sounds in the woods, and knew it was probably nothing more than a deer, or a porcupine at worst. But after a few minutes, and as the rustling seemed to be moving closer, paranoia got a hold of me, and I decided to take some action. Typically, during similar late-night adventures, I would just build a small campfire to scare away any critters, and add some comforting proximity light to the area. But as previously stated, fires, no matter how well contained, were strictly prohibited. Besides the fact that I could possibly be sighted and fined, I was more worried about actually causing a wildfire, which I would never be able to forgive myself if I was somehow responsible for destroying the surrounding woods, which I had now considered home. That's when I remembered that in my backpack, I had that powerful green laser. I wrestled around the pack in the dark for a few moments, and I kicked myself for not remembering that I had brought it, thinking now maybe it could scare off animals. Glad to have found it in hand, I started aiming into the dark woods and bushes where I had heard noises. I felt more at ease for a moment, until the laser hit the eyes of some forest creature in some nearby bushes. The eyes reflecting the laser like what you'd see driving a late-night dark highway, the deer in the headlights effect. Whatever it was, likely a fox I hoped, screeched and disappeared into the darkness. I also had with me a small dim headlamp which had remained off the entirety of the night to help keep my natural vision. I quickly shined it around, but it was pretty much useless in illuminating anything further than a dozen or so feet away. A bit startled at this point, but not wanting to head down the mountain just yet, I decided to go against reason, and proceeded to construct a tiny fire pit using the stones around me until a 1.5-foot circular pit was constructed with a large flat rock to cover the top that I figured would definitely contain any and all burning embers and light that might be looking to escape. I also stationed my camelback next to it to douse the flames if need be. I must say, after preparing for the worst, this was still probably the smallest campfire I had ever made. The smoldering twig pit, literally the size of my hand, still immediately put me at ease. That feeling was unfortunately short-lived, and after a few moments I was feeling guilty about breaking the rules and possibly putting the area in danger with my small fire. But instead of putting it out, I decided it would be best to have a quick scout around the area to see if I could spot any signs of a possible patrolling forest ranger or nearby campers, even though in my previous 5 years hanging around here, I had never seen a single soul in this area at night. Deciding it couldn't really hurt, I made my way over to a scenic overlook, which loomed 1,000 feet or more directly over the Georgetown Railroad area, with Silver Plume dimly illuminated to the west and Georgetown to the east. I scanned the surrounding woods looking for any signs of life and saw nothing unusual. As my fears of breaking the law or sparking a natural disaster subsided, I eased back and continued dinking around with a laser, wielding it like a lightsaber and tracing the lines of meteors that were still zipping overhead. As midnight approached, I guess I'd had my fill of shooting stars for one night and decided to take one last look around for fire snitches. As I went over and peered down towards the railroad near the base of the mountain, I noticed what looked like a singular light pop on, which quickly turned into 2 lights, which to my stunned dismay appeared to be heading up in my direction. I was immediately taken aback by the sight of any lights in that area, being that the railroad was closed and did not allow camping on the premises. The 2 lights impossibly appeared to be moving straight up the mountain, directly towards me. The preceding incline between myself and the railroad was luckily made up of dense forest with steep, jagged cliffs, and without a doubt, had no roads or trails that would lead straight up the mountain. My initial thought when the lights appeared was that it might be forest rangers on dirt bikes or something. They somehow miraculously detected my small fire, perhaps with trail cams, thermal optics, or night vision. I was baffled that there were 2 separate lights, as I had knowledge that we only had 1 Forest Service employee that oversaw this entire geological quadrangle, and it was highly unlikely, rather inconceivable, that they would be on any kind of watch or patrol that night, much less 2 of them. Regardless, I stared down in amazement for a moment, quickly calculating that even with dirt bikes on some unknown secret trail, I'd probably had the jump on them by at least 5 to 10 minutes. I turned, urgently gathering my things, and dumped the rest of my water on any remaining embers, just in case the fire was what they were after, and proceeded to scurry in the opposite direction back on the main trail that led me back towards Silver Plume. I figured even at a brisk walk, I would be so far out ahead of any pursuers that I needn't worry too much, and made my way without any flashlight or headlamp as to not draw any further unwanted attention. Was there really anybody headed up the mountain to look for me anyways? It seemed completely improbable, and I was probably overreacting to the movement of some odd lights, or so I was telling myself. After a couple of minutes, I made it maybe 200 yards down the trail and quickly glanced back to Pavilion Point. To my complete shock and horror, I could see what looked like a couple of bright flashlights darting around from left to right, frantically around the same area I had built my fire pit. I could not believe my eyes, and a deep sense of dread washed over me. Although thoroughly confused now, I supposed that my fire must have been spotted, and I was likely in a lot of trouble. In this moment, I still believed that the lights had to be some type of forest ranger or law enforcement cracking down hard on the imposed fire ban. Realizing now that if I was caught, I would probably receive a misdemeanor citation and be fined upwards of $2,000, I began to run. As I got to full sprint, I reached over my shoulders and grabbed both a attached rock hammer and hatchet off my pack that had started clanking together loudly while running. The headlamp around my neck I would click on and then off for only a second at a time, every dozen paces or so. Like I mentioned at the start, it was very, very dark, and there were many twists and turns along this trail. With that in mind, I realized that taking the switchbacks would not be an ideal way of getting down this mountain, and so started darting down some smaller offshoot deer trails that, though tighter and more treacherous, would ultimately get me down faster. As I turned and jetted down one of these more concealed byways, I could see one of these lights, which had a hint of purplish, fluorescent hue, and looked kind of like a motorcycle headlight, which was headed right down the main trail in my direction. I could also see that the second light had picked a different trajectory towards me from Pavilion Point, making a beeline that, to my bewilderment, shot it up over the tree line, straight in my direction. At this moment, my mind felt like it had exploded. There was now no possible explanation for the situation I found myself in. Things were not adding up in any logical way, not even close. First, the improbability that my fire could have been traced or seen, nearly zero. Second, 2 rangers or law enforcement in the area willing to give pursuit, also nearly zero. Third, the fact that those lights could traverse that dense and steep mountain face within mere minutes, for sure impossible. And now, one of the lights had taken flight, literally defying gravity in front of my eyes as it effortlessly glided over the thick wooded pines that covered the entire area. Mind blown. All of a sudden, this was no longer about getting a ticket or being fined, or receiving a stern scolding about forest safety and whatnot. No, this was... I didn't have time to think about it. My legs never stopped moving as I squinted my eyes, trying to see my way down this godforsaken mountain. I clicked the headlamp on and off, never slowing down, on and off, another dozen paces, on and off. And that's when I felt it. Within a split second, all of a sudden, I am completely weightless. Silence. What's happening? Did I die? Had I been shot or something? I didn't hear any gunshots. And then, crack, smash, bam, as my legs hit hard wood and broke through thick tree branches. I relaxed my hands, and the hatchet and rock hammer were gone. Sharp pain, and I immediately thought that my legs were broken. I was spinning, no, tumbling. One last crash as I landed on my back against what felt like a solid rock. Another lightning bolt of pain. This time, my tailbone, as my back end flattened against the rock pile. I felt broken. My legs felt broken. I didn't know what had just happened. There was blinding pain now all over my body, and as I lay my head back for a second to get my bearings, I see overhead behind me, up about 20 to 40 feet, on what must have been the trail I was just on, zoom that purplish white light as it continued down the small deer trail towards town. A half second later, out in front of me, and slightly downhill, zoomed the second light, now below the tree line on the adjacent main trail, running parallel to the one that had just disappeared beneath my feet. I lay for a second, wondering if I was dead, then wondering how many bones I had broken, and feeling around my body for a moment with bloodied, wet hands, slowly realizing that I had just ran straight off a cliff face, hit a huge pine on the way down that flipped me into a cartwheel twice, before smashing ass first onto a slightly exposed rock pile. Damn it. And I had made it about 3/4 the way down the mountain too. I tried to move, but the pain almost made me cry out in agony. I slid myself slightly to the right off of some of the bigger boulders I had landed on, onto a softer spot of ground. Before I could even think for a second, I saw both lights headed back down the main trail that was located about 30 feet in front of me. I gasped and then held my breath as the lights approached, hearing what sounded like faint garbled walkie-talkie radio chatter. And as the lights got closer and passed in front of me, I could finally see what the hell it was that had me in pursuit for the last 10 minutes. Side note, the typical hike down from Pavilion Point into Silver Plume took at least 30 minutes, and I had almost made it down, with probably a quarter mile or so before I would have stepped back into the lights of civilization. But no, now I'm stuck on an angled, rocky slope, bleeding all over, not sure the extent of my injuries. As I stare out in front of me, at the returning chasers, I can see humanoid figures riding on what looks like futuristic motorcycles, kind of. Where are the wheels? Why is their movement so smooth and steady? Also, why aren't these machines making any noise? Motorcycles and dirt bikes are loud, annoyingly loud, but these seem to make no sound. Am I deaf? Did I lose my hearing in the crash? No, wait. Did I lose my fucking mind in the smash bam? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? At this moment, I am not sure if I am even still alive. Were these postmodern angels/demons hovering around to take me on to the next place? I can't make sense of it. I cannot believe what I am seeing. No, not angels, not demons. I got it. Aliens. That's got to be it. Maybe. Anyways, The hoverbikes, which I will now refer to them as, passed me by, seemingly unaware of my banged up presence. It seemed as though their riders had at least abandoned their vehement searching for me. They moved slow and gracefully now, gliding so seamless and smooth versus the frantic and accelerated pace of our just minutes prior melee. I squinted in the darkness to try and make out these riders. Blurry vision. They appeared to be wearing what looked like all white or greyish attire, head to toe. I hear more faint radio garble, but can't make out the sounds. Is it English? Foreign? Is it even a language? I don't know. I exhale my held breath, which I have been holding in for God knows how long. I breathe. I just breathe. I try and calm down for a second. A few moments pass, I think. I don't know how long as I just lay there trying to breathe. In and out, in and out. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck are those things? Who are those people? Before I have any longer to ponder on the matter, I see in the trees more hovering dim lights coming back my way. Oh Jesus. A few seconds later, I see those two hoverbikes, now without any headlights on, hovering through the forest on the trail below me. A little further away, I see two more, then three more, further in the distance. Most of the hoverbikes passed by quietly and just kept going westward, disappearing through the woods. I am not sure how many I counted. Maybe 10, maybe 12. I felt like my mind had been broken. This can't be happening. Then, just off the trail in front of me, two of the bikes stop and the riders jump off. What the fuck? I can see the dim shape of their outlines against the dark forest. It appears to me now that they are wearing what looked like chemical suits, like something out of the movie Outbreak or Arrival. Big, full, round-faced, Tyvek suits or something. They don't have any flashlights or anything, and it does not appear that they are still looking for me at all. They stand next to their hoverbikes as the crafts start moving very slowly, their occupants walking alongside. Across the side of the bikes, I can see very dim lights slowly flashing across from one end to the other, going from reddish to orangish to yellowish. Very dim, soft lights, like lights moving from left to right. The bikes hover for a moment and stop. The riders now grab what appears to be staffs of some sort, some kind of tool from the opposite side of the bikes. They both take a few steps from the hoverbikes, bend over, and start stabbing at the ground. No, wait, they are digging. It looks like they are digging. What the fuck is going on here? I keep watching, squinting my eyes, trying not to breathe, too afraid to make a sound, staying completely still, even though my body, especially my ass bone, is screaming in pain, but I won't move, not even a muscle. After digging for a few seconds, the beings return to the bikes. What looks to be small round compartments running alongside the bikes, think saddlebags but flush and internal, open up, and the contents of their shovels are whisked inside these compartments. I am absolutely stunned at this point, totally overwhelmed and engulfed in fear, agony, dread, you name it. I don't know what I'm even looking at. Are these people? Like human people? Are they aliens? Are they scientists? I can't tell with those weird suits they've got on. I watch them work, repeating the cycle. Take sample, insert sample into craft, move along a few feet, take sample, etc. These hoverbikes even 0-point turn, spinning around 180 degrees from time to time. I hear no noise during all of this, no talking, nothing, not even forest sounds. At this point, I'm beginning to think I've had some sort of psychotic episode with involuntary hallucinations, fear, and paranoia. Maybe this is a dream? It doesn't feel like a dream. It doesn't feel like hallucinations either, at least not from drugs, or not any drug I've tried. Those types of hallucinations have definable characteristics, silver linings, waves, melting, and can be shook off with ease most times. What's happening right now is none of those things. Maybe this is something new. My mind starts reeling. Am I crazy? Am I not crazy? Is this real? What is real? What the fuck is happening? I can't make sense of it. Any of it. I sit and watch these things, these beings, these people or whatever, with their bikes or hovercrafts or ships or who the fuck knows for quite some time. This is torture. Who are they? Where did they come from? Why were they chasing me? Did I stumble upon something I shouldn't have? How did they figure out where I was? The laser. Maybe if it's aliens, they saw the laser. I don't know. Maybe if it's people, they saw the laser. Now the fire seems to have had nothing to do with this. Or did it? Madness. This is madness. I've gone mad. This can't be. Everything was just fine before all of this. I didn't take any weird drugs today. I don't think, at least not of my free will. How did it go from innocent meteor shower to all of this? Are these military personnel? I've heard of other weird conspiracies involving the government doing shady things in the mountains. Is this that? Am I sitting on a top secret research facility? Why are they digging? Why are they taking stuff? Are they testing for something? And why the fuck are they wearing those suits? Is this place contaminated? Radioactive? Should I be wearing a suit? Should I even be drinking the water? What the fuck is going on here? This can't be real. It's not real. Yeah, this isn't really happening. No, this is not really happening. I know this isn't really happening. Just stand up and walk home. It's all a figment of my imagination, a mind mess up, a glitch. I've hit my head, I've depleted my oxygen, or fuck knows. But it's all in your head. Yeah, this isn't really happening. Just stand the fuck up and walk home. Just stand up now. Just move. But I can't. This is happening. I know it's happening. I can feel that it's happening. It's really happening. No. Just stand up. They aren't real. They aren't even there. You're crazy. They can't even see you. They won't see you because they're not real. All these thoughts, plus a million others, gearing through my brain. It all seems so clear though. Clarity, yes. As I ponder my predicament, I stare up to the sky. Why? Why is this happening to me? And as I look, I see a drone. An honest-to-goodness drone, like made by humans. I think I can even hear it. It has lights that blink, red, green, red, green. It passes overhead and out of view. Maybe I'm not crazy. I recognized a drone. If I was crazy, things would be getting crazier, right? More outlandish and out of control. But that's a drone. It's real. It's grounding. Not literally, but it feels grounding. It feels real. Throughout the night I see a few more. I wonder what they're doing. Why these people or things are coming through the forest. Taking samples, maybe? For what? Hours pass as I witness their workings. I still feel crazy. I keep trying to convince myself that this is all a hallucination, and that I can just go home whenever I want to. Just stand up and walk through these people, these hoverbacks and drones. But if this isn't real, then where to home would I be walking? Fuck. So I sit still, focus on my breathing, slowly in and out. As crazy as I feel, there's a part of me that knows this is real, and I can't just stand up cause then they'll catch me. I don't even know why they chased me here in the first place. This doesn't seem about fire, and what would they do if they caught me? Scare me? Beat me? Kill me? I mean, I was literally seconds away from being nabbed. They had me. The speed they were traveling, the trajectory. The other bike strategically poised to cut me off, all literally seconds away from happening, and then I ran off that cliff edge. A total freak accident. Couldn't have planned it if I wanted to. Total and utter confusion for one quiet second until I hit the tree, and with that the pain of reality set back in. They would have been on me 2 seconds later. Would they have run me down? Shot me? Do they even have weapons? I don't see any weapons right now, but it is dark and blurry, and I don't even know what I'm looking at. Confusion stacked on confusion, and a really horrible pain. All these thoughts, plus a million more. So I just lay there and watched. I watched them work, or what appears to be work. I wondered if the hoverbacks were sensing things in the ground, and that's why the workers chose to dig where they did. I wonder if it has sensors, at all. If so, why isn't it sensing me? My presence? And these drones flying overhead. I mean, I know that cops have had helicopters and drones equipped with FLIR and other sensitive devices that can detect like bank robbers hiding in thick bushes. They've had that shit for decades. So why are these obviously superior vehicles not sensing me laying here? Why have I not been caught? If it was so important to chase me from the top of the mountain, why did they eventually give up so easily? Why can't they see me now? At one point during all of this, they got within probably 15 to 20 feet of me, before moving on. I thought for a few minutes that one of these people was actually staring right at me. Hard to tell with the devoid mass chemical suit, but still. It looked like it was looking right at me for what felt like forever. Then they just moved on, digging, grabbing leaves off trees, etc. What the fuck is going on? So I waited for who knows how long, until finally, much to my surprise, I could see the sky shade changing, just a little lighter than the darkness, just a crack of dark blue. then finally blue. Then finally the stars started to disappear. And with that hint of dawn, I heard sound coming from the whoever whatevers, a quick chattering sound gurgle, and then I saw them hovering by one, just as they had come, going east towards Georgetown, hovering along the trails below the tree line. I tried to count as they went by, hoping to note when the last one was finally gone, quickly realizing I didn't even know how many had come, and so I sat, perfectly still. And then dawn rose, and still I'd sat. I had made it this long. I could make it a few minutes longer. To be snagged at this point, to be caught, would be unforgivable, no matter how painful. And so, the dawn came and went, and the sun rose, and when the sun rose, so did I. Oh my. When I stood, I could barely keep my balance. I looked down to see both legs of my pants were completely stained in blood below my knees. I didn't care. I felt around my tailbone, and had a golf ball-sized knot that ached with such ferocity. I didn't care. As I looked around, I could finally see what had transpired just hours previous. I found my tossed rock hammer and hatchet close by, laughing on the thought that if I'd held on to them, shit. Finally, I climbed back up to the shortcut deer trail that I had run off of, saw the tree that I clipped, huge broken branch at knee level. I looked around the area where I had landed. Other broken branches and large sharp protruding boulders with points that would have impaled me if I had not landed on the rocks where I did. Holy shit, I would be dead. I should be dead. I gathered my things and started limping home, my mind still confused and reeling. And that's just the beginning of the story. The above individual is my friend and confidant. He recounted the above tale to me the following day, to which I nodded and thought to myself, this is total BS. I had known this person for a few years at that point, living in the same small town, and had even gone on a few of his nocturnal excursions a few times, all-nighters until the sun came up. His local knowledge of this strange slice of the Rockies is deep, so I've heard my share of wild stories up until this point from this person. I figured he took something and tripped up there on the mountain by himself. I didn't think much of it actually. Being chased by hoverbikes through the woods. Okay man. As a trail runner and fellow explorer of this gorgeous landscape, I have been on the trail in question many times at night, and had never felt unwelcome or creeped out in any way, save being surprised by a deer or some small critter. There are many abandoned mine sites and old shacks littered all over the mountains around here, rusted out old machinery and rock processing equipment, steel mining carts pitched over the edge of cliffs, mangled on the rocks below, mine tailings spewing their guts out into the open air, the debris and refuse of a mining industry that one day just up and left. People call this proud history. I call it a fucking disgrace. After recounting this outlandish story to me, he assured me he knew how crazy it sounded. He then proceeded to invite me that night to investigate further with him. Not one to turn down an adventure, I accepted. He suggested that instead of going back to where he was the night previous, we go to the other side of the valley, up onto Republican Mountain, which is on the north side of town, and look south back across, over the town to Leavenworth Mountain and Pavilion Point, where he was supposedly chased, and see if we can see anything. I'll point out that the Perseid meteor shower is going on at this time, so at the very least, we will see some awesome shooting stars, so I was excited to go. I got some hiking stuff together, not expecting to see anything extraordinary, except of course a great meteor show. I met my friend around midnight, and we departed up the mountain. I will say right now that as soon as we started to ascend the mountain, the most unbelievable light show was happening in the sky, and on the other side of the valley. To this day, I still can't believe that no one else saw what we saw. Understandably, you could not see it very well from town, because of street lights and lights from houses, but as soon as we started going up, walking parallel to town on the trail, it was unmistakable. The trail goes up Republican Mountain, runs parallel to town for about 300 yards, before switchbacking the other direction. So looking to your right, across town, across the valley, over the highway, all you see is Leavenworth Mountain, and Pavilion Point further east. As we walked up, you could see that the lights of the highway made a sort of canopy of light over the road, a clearly visible line, so that anyone at road level looking up would be blinded from seeing anything on the mountain above. I had never seen a meteor shower until that point, and it was incredible. However, I do not know if it was a play of light of some sort in the sky reflected onto the mountain, but the light show that I was seeing was not happening in the sky. It was happening on the entire expanse of mountain, stretching from Leavenworth all the way west, in the trees, above the trees, everywhere. A little twinkling as we walked up, but then it exploded, and the entire mountain lit up in twinkling lights. I did not know what I was looking at. I had never seen anything like it. My friend described to me what he had seen the night before, and now I could plainly see that something was happening on the other side of the valley. I said, "What the fuck is this? Are you seeing what I am seeing right now?" I looked through my binoculars and tried to focus on some of the light sources, but could not make out any particular source. It was kind of like a diffuse light that comes from a lamp. You can't see the source, but there is clearly light being emitted. It was kind of dull too. It was shining but not like a spotlight, almost like starlight, going into focus and back out again. This was clearly the most unbelievable thing I had ever seen, and wanted to know what was happening cosmically to cause such an effect, and why just on that mountainside. Why couldn't we see anything happening where we were sitting, or further up the mountain from us? Why just over there? We looked up and all around. We walked up further to see if it was happening where we were, but no. It was localized just on that side of the valley, nowhere else. Things started to get weird not long after. We had just been up on the mountain, mesmerized by what we were witnessing for maybe an hour. We did not speak very much, only to gasp at some of a flash that would happen. "Did you fucking see that? What the fuck is this?" I started to get a creepy feeling around then, and thought, did I take something? Was I dehydrated? Did I not eat anything today? And that is the reason for what I'm seeing. It was right around this time, maybe an hour or maybe 2 hours into our adventure, that the lights started to cluster into pods of 3, 4, and 5. They started to make a ring of lights that would move together across the mountain in what looked like thousands of them. These clusters were moving at inconceivable speeds, covering a half-mile or 3/4 of a mile in an instant. I would watch one hover around randomly above the trees, around mid-mountain, and then shoot up to the ridge, and then back down to where it was, and then back up the ridge, and then way over to the other side of the mountain, almost like a ping-pong ball, ricocheting around a glass jar. My friend said that he saw these clusters of light the night previous, and I believed him now. What I saw next caused much distress for me in the following months and years. It caused the first panic attack I had ever had until that point. I did not know what one was. I thought it was just someone becoming nervous and agitated. I did not know that a panic attack is a crumbling of your world, a complete turning upside down of everything that you thought you had control over or played some part in. At this point in the night, at least 2 in the morning now, we have been watching an entire mountainside light up inexplicably. The clustering of orbs of light that seemed to now be moving with some sort of intelligent agency. This would have been enough, but then I caught sight of what I can only describe as a conically shaped tower. This tower, wide at the base and tapering toward the top, was now present on the side of the mountain. It was also moving back and forth, from about mid-mountain up to the ridge, back down to mid-mountain and then across, then back to where it started, and then back to the ridge. I am scared now, legitimately scared for my life. I have perpetual goosebumps all over my body. I have goosebumps now as I sit here writing this. Having been among the trees on that side of the mountain, I can say confidently that they are at least 40 feet tall, maybe more on average. This tower was at least 10 times as tall as those trees, a skyscraper moving up and down and across the mountain in the blink of an eye, right in front of me. I am thinking at this point, not, is this first contact, but how will society deal with this? Being visited by alien intelligence? Will there be a world war soon? How will normal people make sense of this? How will the governments react? It was just so shocking. These craft appear to be defying physics and moving in ways I cannot accept that our current technology is capable of performing. If humans had the power to create this type of technology, we would not be in an energy crisis. We would be colonizing the galaxy, I imagine. The only reason I believe I saw what I saw is because my friend was standing right next to me, looking at the same thing, describing back to me what I was saying. If I had been alone, I don't know if I would believe what I saw. I think I would think I had some sort of psychotic break, but we clearly both saw the same thing, because he described it to me as I was saying it. X, I seriously need your help figuring out what the fuck happened to me. I encountered someone or something out in the Minnesota woods on a camping trip, and something, I don't know, entered or it took over my body. It's hard to explain what I experienced, but I will try my best to explain. It has been over a month since this happened and I still feel groggy, and like I have this constant fog or haze in my mind that makes it much harder to think and even just get excited about things in my day. Hopefully, with my explanation, these ramblings will start to make sense. Be me. I am a 33-year-old guy living in Minnesota and working in an office as an IT technician. Now, despite how my job would make it seem, I am not the nerdy type. I got the job as a favor from a friend, and if I'm honest, the first long while of it was hell. I knew next to nothing despite pretending that I did, and it took a lot of learning on the job and many Google searches to actually learn enough. I had a lot of scares, and if not for my friend being in the position that he is, I would have gotten fired very early on. I realized I had to actually learn to keep my job, and so I took a lot of courses while working at the same time. Doesn't really have a lot to do with the story, but I thought I should mention some backstory. Now, I am a big lover of the outdoors. Like I said, I much prefer being outside and exploring nature as opposed to being locked in a room all day. I love to hike and to camp and have camped all across Europe back in my college days. I was broke as fuck, but always managed to scrape enough together for short trips to camp, which is probably why I was broke. Anyway, so my friend and I that I previously mentioned had planned to go out camping in the deep woods of Minnesota. There's this place in Minnesota that I somehow had just skipped over and never gone to before. This place is the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, which is in northeastern Minnesota. It's a pretty remote area of wilderness with lots of dense areas of woodland that you can just get lost in and explore, which is exactly my gig. Legit. The only way to get into this place is either by hiking and powering through, or by canoe. I'm not really a fan of water, so planning out a hiking route was what we decided to do. Again, this was a big hobby of mine, so we weren't planning on staying at any kind of designated trails or camping areas, much to my friend's dismay. I had a rough map printed out, and I had marked some areas that seemed good, but the plan was to wing it until we just found somewhere nice. Or until we got so tired that we gave up, and decided to just camp where we gave up, lol. I had managed to get time off cleared with work, so not only was I off the weekend, but I managed to snag Friday and Monday off too, so I had 4 completely uninterrupted days with nature. This was literally a dream come true, and I could not contain my excitement. This is pretty much all of the background out of the way. Sorry if it was boring, but I really just want to explain everything as best as I can without missing any details. Cut to the Friday, the first day we are supposed to hike up. So, the Friday rolls around, and I am prepping for the 2 or 3 hour drive it will take just to get to the base of where we're hiking. The plan was to just leave the car nearby in a quiet area and not leave any valuables behind in it at all. I packed a firearm with me because I am not an idiot, but it was not anything major. I am not a gun nut and just packed a little .38 that I bring with me on any kind of trip. I packed that mainly so I didn't have to worry about things like wolves or crazy assholes who you run into sometimes. I also brought along some beer spray because my .38 would not do shit except make it matter, and if the beer spray won't stop it, then I'm dead anyway. Minnesota laws are a little annoying, so I had to get a permit to carry my .38 in parks and camps. I've had it for a while because I do this a lot. You're not legally allowed to discharge it closer than 150 yards away from the designated camping areas and shit. Fuck that though if it's the difference between life and death. Funnily enough, I've never really had trouble out on any of these trips. I've had a few funny looks and dead-eyed stares, the occasional teens making noise, but otherwise, perfectly peaceful. This is where we hit a snag, and by we, I mean me. My asshole of a friend, Jimmy, I'll call him Jay, decided to cancel the trip at the last minute. I was literally on my way to his house, and he was like, "Yeah, no can do, buddy. I gotta work some more." He basically talked down to me like I'm some low-life leech who just sits on my ass with my finger up it all day long. Talking to me like a kid, like, "Yeah, sorry pal. The grown-ups have to go to our real jobs today." Fuck you, Jimmy. He isn't normally like this, so something must have happened. Whatever. I had 4 days of bliss, and I wasn't letting it be ruined by some sock puppet with a suit for skin. So I decided to go it on my own. Okay, At this point, I know what you're thinking, and I know how it sounds. Stupid dumbass went to somewhere he's never been before alone, and heard some scary sounds and shit his pants. Yeah, well no, that isn't what happened. Most of my trips have been alone. I am good at this. I know how to handle myself, and I know how this shit goes. This is not something that having Jay would have prevented. I got there and parked the car somewhere safe and started the hike. It was grueling because I had some new shoes that I wasn't used to, but boy was it worth it. The spot that I ended up setting up at was beautiful. There were tons of tall pines and cedars and shit surrounding that made a kind of canopy. Pretty useful in case a rainstorm came my way. There was like a small little clearing, which was just perfect. I was somewhere in between these two lakes. I think the two lakes are called something like Disappointment and Snowbank. Yes, that's a real lake name. It meant that I had a nice scenic view, and from where I was, I could see to the opposite bank of where the lake covered. It was just a ton of tall and dense trees and bush, but it was still nice. Conditions were pretty much perfect, and so I got set up, ate, and then rested up for a while. I had a little nap, and when I woke up it was pretty dark. I had a campfire pre-set up, so all I had to do was light it, which gave me both warmth and relief. This is where my trip took a turn for the worse. I had only woken up from my nap because I was hearing sounds. I kept hearing the occasional splash sound coming from the direction of the lake. Just soft plinks at first, but then I heard something loud, like someone had dove into the water maybe. When I woke up, sure enough, I could see that the water had been disturbed recently. I chalked it up to teenagers throwing stones at first, but the large splashing made me think otherwise. What kind of maniac jumps into a lake in the pitch blackness? You'd freeze to death. I also don't know what kind of responsible parent would just let their kids camp out here without supervision either. Whatever. I just tried my best to put it out of my mind and warm up. It was hard though. I had a really uneasy feeling after that splash. It was like a kind of growing dread that started in my stomach and just grew and spread until I could feel it everywhere in my body. It felt like some kind of impending doom was getting closer. I felt silly at the time, but looking back, my body must have known that something was up. After that splash, there were no more ambient sounds like you would hear usually. Everything was just dead fucking quiet. This really did not help how I was feeling. I was half worried there might be a predator nearby, and so I was gripping my 38 pretty tightly and made sure I had it loaded. Then I started making out some faint sounds, just barely audible on the edge of my hearing. It sounded like it was coming from my east and above me. Just little sounds of leaves being moved in bunches and of twigs snapping. And then I swore I could hear fucking footsteps. And before I could even try to convince myself otherwise, I could see some sort of figure standing up there above me. It was too dark, and the light would not reach that far, and so it was just pure black, but it for sure looked like a human. I fumbled for my flashlight, but without taking my eyes off of it. This unfortunately made my search for my flashlight take an agonizingly long time. I just didn't want to take my eyes away, because if I did and that figure was gone, I was going to shit my pants. It kind of just walked across the tree line for a bit. I saw whoever it was make a half-hearted attempt to get lower down, but not properly. It didn't get all the way to the ground, it just lowered their body about halfway. The whole time it looked like they were facing me, like actually looking down on me. It walked back and forth along the tree line twice before I said fuck it and looked away. I managed to find my flashlight, but as I was looking away, I heard leaves and a thump, like someone had jumped and landed. I turned my flashlight on and basically lit the whole place up. I scanned and scanned for about a minute before I jumped. I realized that this person, whoever it was crouched down low, maybe 10 feet away, just staring at me. I immediately raised my 38 and asked who the fuck they were and what they were doing. They stood up and just walked out into open view, and I got a good look at them now. It looked like a musty old homeless man. He must have been older than me, maybe 40 or 50 years old. He was soaking wet. You could tell by his hair and his dripping pants. He had patches missing from his hair. Looked like they had been torn out by hand or something. He had cuts and scars and he looked truly awful. I'm not talking standard homeless person awful. I mean, on the verge of fucking dying. He was incredibly malnourished, bordering on skin and bone. He looked like he would turn to dust if I just poked him with a stick. He was pale as fuck, like he was going to pass out right then and there. I honestly started to feel a little bad at that moment, but I am not stupid enough to let my guard down. He was still halfway between crouching and standing, and he started to walk closer to me. I shouted for him to stop and kind of gestured with my gun, just to emphasize that I was not playing around. The way he moved towards me was truly bizarre. It was like he didn't have enough power in his legs to properly lift them. He kind of half-dragged his feet instead of stepping, and combined with him being half-crouched, it was truly uncanny. You know that old stupid flash game co-op where you have to make the dude walk, and you always end up looking crazy? It was exactly like that. I asked him again, "Who the fuck are you, and what are you doing here?" He just kinda stared at me, and made these weird grunting sounds. It was like he was trying his hardest to talk, but only grunts would come out instead of words. He raised his hand in the air, but really slowly at first. He started moving it like an inch at a time, and then he shot it up really quickly into the air. Made me worry for a second. So now he had his hand raised, but with just his 2 middle fingers up, and no others. Just fully straightened out, and then he kind of shook his hand back and forth, and then side to side. I don't know if he was flipping me off or trying to say hi. He starts to move again. He moves a few inches, and I shout, and tell him if he moves again, I will defend myself. He does not listen. This fucker just awkwardly slides his left leg while trying to lift the other, and as he does this, his upper body goes backwards, and he is looking at me now from almost a horizontal angle. I take a shot at his feet, and that finally gets him to stop. Any rational person probably would have put a bullet in him and claimed self-defense. I didn't want to kill anyone and ruin my trip. I will admit, I've never shot anyone before. I've never even killed a small animal. Outside of a gun range, I've never used this gun before. Probably makes me sound like a pussy, but whatever. That is how scared and panicked I was. He starts to mumble something to himself before it progressively gets louder. Just grunts and half moans before he finally said something intelligible. I could only barely hear it, because the voice sounded like it hadn't had a sip of water in years. Or like they were a cigarette smoker who had been smoking 30 a day their entire life. He said something like, "useless." I was just like, what the fuck? And he mumbled some more, and while he started to stand up straight, and then starting to lean back, it sounded like he mumbled out, "can't do anything." I am utterly perplexed at this point. His eyes are still locked on, but he's in nearly a full backwards bend while upright. And then he just starts to spasm. He is shaking and his muscles are twitching, and it looks like saliva is starting to slowly drip out of his mouth. It looked like he was having a full-on seizure while standing up. Again, his eyes are still locked directly onto mine. I am freaking out, thinking I need to get him medical attention. But I'm worried he might be pretending, and might attack me if I look away to get my phone. After about a full minute of this, the homeless man falls to the ground. I see his eyes close, and once they do, I start to get this feeling in my stomach. The dread is still there, but this cold feeling washes over me. It basically goes through my entire body and replaces the dread feeling. It starts in my feet and travels up through my body, and as this guy hits the ground, I feel a kind of brain freeze feeling, and my vision goes fucking black, and I hit the ground too. It's like I've blacked out, but I am still conscious and thinking, and I am so scared. I have no idea what is happening to my body. I can feel myself start to shake, and I think maybe I am having a seizure. My muscles are really starting to cramp and ache, and I feel like I might throw up. Maybe 5 minutes pass by of this, and my eyes finally open back up, and I feel so relieved. I'm trying to get up, but I can't, and I'm panicking a little. Reality hits me when I see that the homeless man is still down on the ground in front of me. All I can think is, oh fuck, I just watched someone die, and this was my body's response to the trauma. I try and I try, but I can't get up. And then about 1 minute later, I feel myself starting to rise. I'm getting up to my feet, but I'm not doing anything. I can feel my muscles moving. I can feel my feet planting, but I am not actually trying to stand at this point. And then my head starts looking around, looking at my hands, feeling my face. What the fuck? I am not fucking moving my body. But I can feel it all. It's all just on automatic. Am I disassociating? Is that what this is? I don't even really know what it means. This whole next part is almost like a blur in my mind. It doesn't actually feel real, more like an elaborate dream that you would write down after you wake up. I would have written it all off as that if I did not have the vivid memories of everything else, the scars to prove it, and what happened with me after. There is no way to really explain this normally without dragging this on for another 10,000 words, so let me try to speed it up. Any movements I try to do just aren't working. I am constantly talking to myself in my own head like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening? Why can't I move? All the while my body is just moving on its own, but not fluidly, at least not at first. I could not stop myself to pack up all of my camping gear. I kind of shuffled over to my tent, picked up my phone and my keys and just left. I left my fucking 38 there. In no world would I ever do that. This is a public fucking space. They will revoke my fucking license, and I could go to jail if they find it and trace it to me. The whole multiple hour hike back to my car, I am trying to turn my head, to close my eyes, to even just twitch my fingers, and I fucking can't. I'm like half shuffling all the way, dragging one foot behind me as I move, fucked up posture like I've been in a car wreck, arms raised halfway in the air like a fucking idiot. I could still feel every single sensation though. I felt how hungry and how tired I was. I felt my arms starting to ache from being raised, and I could feel all of the cuts and all of the bruises from the brush and thorns because I had not gotten dressed properly and put some real pants on. I eventually got to my car. I am so fucking lucky that the roads were empty due to how late and dark it was. It was like I'd never driven a car in my life, swerving between lanes and accidentally hitting the e-brake. It was like I was drunk, but worse. Again, it is so difficult to explain how surreal this felt without you being able to experience it firsthand. It was like I was high, but even more extreme, and again, I was not in control. Not like I'm drunk not in control, as in, nothing I tried to do with my body would work. I eventually got home, and managed to eventually fumble with the keys to get in. I didn't even bother locking it. I just trudged upstairs into the bathroom and started looking in the mirror. Let me reiterate, when I say I am doing things, it's like I'm backseat in my own brain. I am not doing shit. I see myself in the mirror and I look a wreck. I am just totally pale and my eyes are red and wide. My cheekbones look like they've almost started to get thinner, which is weird, because they did not look like that earlier. I had only been gone barely a day or so maybe. My hands start to touch my face automatically, and I can see that my lips keep pursing and then releasing, and I can see my jaw moving up and down. At first, I just hear sounds, the click of my mouth because my mouth is as dry as a desert, and then a low gurgling noise, and then words, just something like, finally. And in my head I am now spiraling, and I am asking, who the fuck is speaking? Who is doing that? Who is saying those words? And I speak again, and just say, no. What followed this was, without a doubt, the worst week of my life. I did not go to sleep that night. My body did, but I was awake for the entire 14 hours. I just sat there in silence and blackness the whole time, trying to work out what was going on. I did not want to believe it. I just wanted to open my eyes and it all had been a dream. I was wondering if maybe that homeless man did something to me, but he never got close enough to touch me. Unless he maybe drugged me while I was asleep. At this point, I had no fucking clue. I was still in a daze. At some point during the evening, my eyes finally opened up. I got up and dressed and went straight for the fridge. I pulled out the cooked chicken, the block of cheese, the milk, just everything. I could feel something in my stomach that was more than hunger now. It was just like something raw that I can't even describe. I took the chicken out of the packet with my bare hands and just started taking a few bites. But about 30 seconds after I swallowed it, it all came back up. It was like an instinctual bodily reaction to just reject the food. I tried again and again with cheese, milk, fuck, even water, but every single last bit came back up. And I screamed, or at least tried to, but my voice kept breaking. I did not eat for that whole almost week that this happened to me. I couldn't even force down any water. If this shit went on for even a day longer than it did, I would have been fucking dead. The next few days that passed by, the days I had off, I just tried to pretend that nothing was wrong and that nothing was happening. Whoever was moving my body now went out every day. It took about a day or so before I managed to walk semi-normally and stop dragging my feet. I was finally able to speak by that point too. I would just have these weird and long and stilted conversations with people in the street who you could tell just wanted it to be over. They probably thought I was a crazy crackhead or something. I would just pry and pry for details and would not take no for an answer. One guy ignored me and I followed him down the street for around 5 minutes, just asking question after question, basically talking to myself. I had basically resigned myself at this point. I didn't understand, and I was so fucking scared. All I could do was retreat into my mind and pretend that nothing was happening. I had to pretend that I was doing these things, that I wanted to do these things. Like every movement and action I did, I pretended, yep, I did that. That was all me. The return to work was the worst. I barely knew how to do things again. I reverted back to how I was when I first started. Just a clueless idiot who had to look everything up and just avoid and try to delegate. My friend picked up on it pretty quickly and pulled me aside. He was pretty concerned actually. He asked me if the trip went okay. He asked if it was because he dropped me and I was depressed, then asked if something happened that's causing me to be sloppy. I just put on a big grin and was like, nothing is wrong at all, boss. He was sketched out to say the least. It got worse and worse as time went on. I thought I would get fired for sure. I kept trying to follow my friend around like a puppy dog and asking for help and other shit. One day he snaps and tells me to fuck off and grow up. I just went back to my desk like I wasn't fazed. I guess he felt bad because he approached me after work for the first time since before I got back. He told me he was sorry for dropping out of the trip, that work stress was getting to him. He invited me over for a beer that night, and I was so quick to say yes. Over-eager, and he barely got a chance to even finish the invite. He was just like, okay, sure, I will drive us then. The car ride was just awkward. Neither of us made any effort for conversation. We pull up and I just kinda sat for a second until he opened the door and was like, so, are you coming or what? He seemed pretty pissed off. He opened the door and went ahead of me and I followed in. He grabbed a drink and sat down as I just stood there in the hall with my shoes on like a lemon. Bear in mind that this entire time I am still making attempts to move, to speak, to do anything, to try and tell my friend that I am not well. What follows next is an absolutely unreal sequence of events that I can scarcely believe happened, especially since it escalated so quickly. He starts asking what the fuck is wrong with me, why I've been so weird all this time. He started going on a huge rant about how I'm so lazy and boring and a blight on the company, and how he only keeps me around for pity. He just goes on and on, not even looking at me. All the while, I can feel that I am starting to lean back and starting to shake. Oh my fucking god. I am starting to shake again. He sees this and is like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And he comes over and pushes me to the ground. This completely stops whatever shaking was happening. I get back up and tell him to shut the fuck up, and he gets really mad. He tells me to leave, and I just stand up and start to do the same thing. He is ordering me to leave and gets right in my face. He goes to grab me, but I punch him really hard in the side of the face, and he falls on his ass. He tells me to get out right now, or he is going to get his gun. I can see that he is calling the police. He calls up and just tells them that I will not leave, that I am trespassing, and that I just assaulted him. He keeps coming back over to me, and is now trying to fight me. My movements are becoming awkward again. One limb moving at a time, moving while in awkward positions. He hits me once in the stomach, and I grab him by the neck with both hands. I squeeze for a minute, and I hear myself say, "Don't make me do it." He is now begging me to stop. I can see the life draining from his eyes. I think he's going to die. And then I throw him to the ground, and the shaking starts again. He is just low to the ground, barely even on his knees, just taking these really long and rapid breaths, one after another. He is screaming now, asking what the fuck is wrong with me, if I'm trying to kill him. Keeps asking me if I'm having a psychotic break or something. These events must have happened over the course of 10 to 15-ish minutes. I can't fully remember. Then I hear the sirens. I felt both relieved that someone was going to stop me, but also worried that I might go away for a long time. By the way, that has got to be the fastest police response I've ever seen in my life in this state. The door is unlocked, and they break it down, and they scream at me to drop to the ground. I don't even turn to look at them, and I hear them approach behind me. The officer in front grabs my arm, and I instinctively turn to try and stop him. Another officer rushes in to attempt to help him. In the scramble, they manage to grab me and force me to the ground, but I hit my head on the vinyl floor hard. My vision went black, but this time, I actually passed out. I had never been so happy to wake up in a cell in my life. I felt groggy, like I'd spent a night binge drinking, but I could move again. My muscles hurt and I begged for water, barely able to speak through my raspy-ass voice. When I told myself to stand, I actually could, albeit I didn't really have a lot of energy to. I could blink when I told myself to blink. That feeling of being high and like not being present in my brain was gone. I started tearing up. The officer there thought I was some drug-addled freak, but it was tears of pure joy. Well, joy and just the pent-up emotions. That whole time I could not express or release anything. I had all of my autonomy violated. Everything after that was a whirlwind. I had to have a statement taken. I had to explain what the fuck happened to me without getting myself a lifetime membership in the psych ward. I don't even think I really explained it properly. I just said that I was out of it and sad and angry at my friend. I tried to play it off as drinking and a friendly dispute gone wrong. They didn't really buy it, but for some fucking reason, my friend dropped the charges. He said as long as he did not see me ever again, I was good. I still got time. I officially got 21 days in prison for resisting arrest. I was just in some kind of daze for those whole 3 weeks, just trying to process what the fuck happened to me. I obviously lost my job, and my friend wouldn't speak to me anymore to even try to let me explain, if I even could. All things considered, I think I'm very lucky to be alive and not be in jail for a murder charge or worse. This is where you come in, X. I don't profess to be an expert in the occult or other weirdness, and I can't pretend to know what really happened. Is there anything X-related that could feasibly explain this? I've tried going over it again and again in my head, but there is just no logical solution that adds up. My only conclusion is something paranormal, supernatural. I think it has to be the homeless guy, but why and how? And what did he want with my friend? Could it actually have just been drugs? could I actually have just had a psychotic break and made it all up in my head? Since I am unemployed and have a record, I've suddenly got a lot of free time on my hands. Anything that you can tell me will really help me immensely. Thank you, X. I don't tell this one very much. People want monsters or flash, and you don't get either. You get the wrong kind of real. This happened to me in the early spring of 2011. It was up in the driftwoods, outside a little logging town in Wisconsin. I was 27 years old at the time, working on a seasonal logging crew. The pay was garbage, the hours were long, and the guys that I worked with were the kind of people who like to drink in silence and not talk about anything. I guess they were the perfect crew for keeping secrets. We were coming back from a skid site after a 12-hour shift. We had 2 rigs and 4 guys in total. It had snowed the night before, and by the time we were coming through the stand, the snow was crusted and crunchy, like some old frozen bread. The road was a half-mile of ruts and roots and pine needles. The sun was sinking under a cloud bank, the kind that makes everything look like somebody rubbed grey paint over it. Somewhere near the bend by Old Man Harlan's place, the second truck spun his wheel and got stuck in a patch of slush. We all climbed out to try and push it out. We were all cursing, but continued on shoving with all of our might. It was the kind of dumb, macho man thing that men do when their diesel is full of pride. It was on the passenger side, hands on the axle, when I heard something in the trees. It sounded like what I can only describe as a long, low scraping. It was like something big was moving a long way on wet branches. Then I heard a breath that I know did not come from anyone on our crew. I remember looking up and thinking, big dog. Wolves, coyotes, we tend to have a few of those around where we are. I thought, fine, nothing really to panic over. Then it stepped out. Now, I've seen plenty of big animals. I grew up around dogs and hunting and stray things. This was not an animal in the way that we all understand animals. It stood up on 2 legs, like a fucking man would. It had hunched shoulders, long arms and hands that looked like they might be paws. Everything about its appearance screamed dog-like animal, but everything about its posture screamed human. Its head was elongated, and the skull was tapered into a snout. The thing's ears were high and ragged, its fur hung in patches. There was mud and old scars visible on the thing. Its mouth was closed, but the lips were pulled back enough to show teeth that caught the dying light. They looked like tiny little knives all in a row. We all froze once we had caught sight of it. It was impossible to miss. The truck driver was the first to make a sound. He let out a short laugh that was half scared and half nervous. The thing looked at him, and that laugh died in his throat. It did not run. It did not bark or show any frantic behavior or howl or anything like you would expect. It had the kind of calm that scares you more than a scream. It was acting like a predator, completely in control of the situation. It was clearly just observing to gather more information. It leaned forward, as if to get a better look at all of us. I could see its eyes when it did that. They were not animal eyes like you would typically expect. They were narrowed, and the pupil was vertical and amber in color. Those eyes just followed along every single time that we moved, sometimes moving independently of one another to watch multiple people at once. It was just waiting and observing, and it freaked the fuck out of me. Then, it suddenly moved. It took a quick, deliberate step, in a motion that was so quick, it took my brain more than a second to register it. I had my hands on my pocket knife, and was holding my breath so tightly, I thought I might pass out. It moved so quietly, the only thing that changed was our world got smaller. One of the guys made a small noise, and it snapped its head towards him like it had been waiting for that sound, and I swear, the temperature dropped a degree. Its muzzle twitched. It opened its mouth a little, and made a sound that was nothing like a bark or a howl. It wasn't human-like either. It was low and vibrating, and sounded more like wind in a hollow log. We all took a step back. The rope slipped, and the skidder made a metal shriek. The truck driver swore and said something about backing up the rig. This thing just stood up there, towering over us and watching while we fumbled to gather our tools. One of the guys, Mike, reached for the rifle he kept in the truck because he liked to think that he was the tough one. He raised it and pointed it at the thing. For a stupid second, there was this electric hopefulness in him, like a kid with a BB gun. Like he could actually scare the thing off or do some serious damage to it. The Dogman looked at the barrel, then at Mike, and then back at the barrel. It cocked its head in a way that looked almost, and I mean almost, human. Mike blinked. He started to squeeze the trigger, and his face went slack. He did not fire. I don't know why. I don't know if his hand shook, or if the thing did something to his head, or if he actually thought better of it. Whatever. He lowered the rifle, like someone was forcing it down at the end of the barrel with their hands. That's when the thing just smiled. It was a slow, deliberate curling of the lip that showed wet, broken teeth. Then it just turned and started slowly moving back into the tree line. It was like the thing just enjoyed playing with us and seeing our reactions, that the fun time was over and it had grown tired. It stepped over a fallen birch tree, and after that, it just faded into some shadows, like it never existed. We were all breathing heavily, like we had sprinted even though we had not. Someone whispered, "What the hell was that?" and the sound of our voices made the forest seem deafeningly loud. No one knew. No one had seen anything like it before. Mike said nothing. He was just deathly pale. I tried to ask him why he did not shoot, and he just got really angry at me and screamed, "I don't know. My hands wouldn't let me." After that outburst, we just sucked it up and got back to work. We pushed the rig free finally with hands that trembled. Nobody wanted to look in the trees. Nobody wanted to talk about it anymore. We didn't even tell the boss for 2 days. It felt like something private. Then, word slipped eventually. Alcohol tends to make even the most frightened of men start talking. It wasn't long before the whole company had heard the story. The boss smiled the smile of a man who had heard everything and knows how to flatten a story. You saw a wolf maybe. You saw a stray that had been in a fight. He did not make us write a report, but he told us to stop telling people. Told us it could spook the crew and cost us contracts. Practicalities, he said. He handled it like a workplace incident because that is how he had to handle everything. But that thing, it was far from gone. That night, 2 weeks later, we were leaving a job at dusk and we found tracks along the skid road. They were huge impressions, like a human foot, stretched and clawed. No one was joking. Mike had shifted in his sleep one night, and when he woke up sweating, he said he dreamt the thing had been in his bunk at 2 a.m, just watching him breathe. What haunts me is not the thing itself. It's the way it seemed to know us, and then chose not to act on us. It could have turned and torn through a man like a paper sack, and we were standing there with tools and rifles, and nothing but noise. It had the advantage, and it used none of it. Whatever it was, it had self-control and intelligence. I don't know exactly what it did to Mike. I don't know if it was just paralysis from fear, or if it actually stopped him from pulling the trigger somehow. I never could get anything more out of him about that, no matter how much alcohol you gave him. It was the one thing that would just make him shut down and wall you off. The job that I had can be bloody hard. It was from dawn until nightfall, wiggling through rough terrain, setting markers, and checking measurements needed for road construction. I'm a road surveyor. I always come home dirty and wet and especially tired. Each road has its own unique challenges, which ultimately means that every job can be quite different. It ends up making my work more complicated. During the jobs, I would be accompanied by my crew. The crew consisted of me and 5 other men. The most experienced person there was definitely old Sam. He had enough experience for a lifetime with the company. He knew every single little trick that there was. He had a long white beard and a big scar across his face. One time, during one of his jobs a long time ago, old Sam was in charge of removing trees from the place where roads would be built. As they were cutting down the trees, one of them began to fall in the wrong direction, directly at the crew. That tree killed 2 people that day and injured old Sam pretty well. Maybe my face looks like a bird did its business on it, but at least I'm alive, he would say, during his many retellings of the story. The other men in the crew I will just call A, B, C, and D, with D and C being in charge. D was what we like to call the joker of the group, constantly cracking jokes of some sort. Many were lame, but there were some good ones thrown in there too. On the other hand, A was a calm man who did not talk much. The guy was an introvert, but he was a good man with a passion for collecting rare items. C was a huge nerd who told us a new fun fact every morning while we drank coffee, and B was the grumpy guy who always had some complaints about everything. We all got along pretty well though. It was a pleasure working with these dudes. However, everything took a turn for the worse last year around summertime. I was 3 weeks away from vacation and could not wait to get away from my job and recharge my batteries, but before I could do that, I had one more job to finish up. We were tasked with charting a path through an old, infamous forest located on the outskirts of a small town that I will just refer to as Greenwell so that I don't dox myself. People were terrified of these woods and would avoid them at all costs. Allegedly, the forest near Greenwell was haunted. Some people talked about ghosts or even witches being out there, but strangely enough, most of the local stories were about werewolves or some kind of dogman. People claimed to see shadows flitting between the trees and hearing howls that would echo at night, but the actual scary part was the reality of this place, which was that people had disappeared going through those woods. They had disappeared enough to the point where it could not just be a coincidence, in my opinion. Naturally, my team and I were skeptical of all of that, but a job was a job, and this one paid almost double because many companies refused to take it on. Our first day, we decided to start at dawn. Our plan was to survey the land and plan the road's path, marking trees and any major obstacles that needed to be removed in order to make space for the road. The forest was dense, consisting mostly of old oaks and thick underbrush. The sun barely shone through the canopy, and because of that, it was very chilly in there. The forest was wet and muddy all over, but luckily, we were prepared and dressed up properly. We could hear the sounds of the bugs and different animals all around, but nothing out of the ordinary so far. Probably thanks to the stories we had been told, we were kind of on edge. I would often get chills on my body, and that strange feeling of being watched. Dee would try to joke and banter to keep our spirits up. "Come on ladies, we got calls," he would say. As we continued our work, strange things started to happen. It began when I saw in the corner of my eye a very quick shadow moving amongst the trees. I did not want to bother or scare the crew, so I did not mention it, because it could be anything. But moments later, A spoke up, saying, "Feels like we're being watched," while he rubbed his neck. "Yeah, I think I just saw something just now too," I added. "Just a deer," B said. The day after that, we started by cutting down the trees. Old Sam was in charge of the truck and pulling the trees out, and the rest of us were using chainsaws to cut them down. After some hours of work, we decided to take a break. As we cooled off, we were walking among these uncut trees to see how many we had left. "Guys, come look at this," C yelled to us. We quickly all gathered around to see what C found. Out on one of the trees, there was a massive claw mark, and that was not all. The mark was covered in some sort of red liquid. It looked like blood. "Sam, what do you think this is?" Maybe a bear or a wolf, I asked. Well, son, to be honest, I saw many wolf and bear claws in my time, but this one looks sort of new. I guess a bear could have made it, but it looks deeper than what I've seen, and bigger too. And what do you make of that liquid? Is that... I did not manage to finish my sentence as Sam cut me off. It's tree sap, don't worry about it. I don't think Sam actually believed that. I think he believed that it was blood. We all knew that. After that, we picked up the pace, trying to finish as soon as possible, and luckily, the rest of the day went by uneventfully. As the days went by, the sense of being watched grew stronger. We would hear twigs crack, see shadows move between trees, and hear howls in the distance, long and terrifying. It seemed more and more to us like we were being hunted. What I think was really the breaking point was the moment we started to find dead animals in the woods. Things like rabbits and squirrels, but also some wild boars and deer. They were mutilated, and there was blood everywhere, but the worst were those claw marks, because they were identical to the ones we found on the tree, but deep in the flesh of animals. At that point, even Dee got serious and started to say that we needed to finish the job quickly. On the 8th day, we were working late, and the sun had already fallen down. We were still deep in the forest, marking measurements for the road, when we heard a scream. It sounded like old Sam. It sounded like he was in a lot of pain. He was yelling for help and screaming. We tried to find him, but it sounded like he was constantly changing locations, like he was being dragged away. We were all running around in panic circles, using flares and flashlights, hoping to spot him, but the only thing that we heard were those pain screams. And suddenly, for a few moments, there was silence. Sam, she yelled. And then I heard the most blood-chilling sound in my life. I heard something like bones cracking, but not the normal way, like when you fall from a skateboard wrong or something. It sounded more like the noise when a dog eats and breaks bones. But there was not a dog out there. It was something else, and it was chewing and breaking someone's bones. It took us a moment to put ourselves back together and call the police, but they just said that we needed to wait for the morning to start with the search. The next day, the police wanted to use some dogs to help them find old Sam by using the smell from one of his shirts, but the dogs though, they were too scared to go into the woods. They don't usually do that, one of the police officers said. Eventually, they did manage to calm the dogs down, and they entered the forest. It did not take long for the dogs to find old Sam, or, to be precise, what remained of him. They found old Sam and his clothes in pieces all over the place. We were dumbfounded. Sam was like a father to us, and now he was just dead. Dee was angry, swearing to kill the guy that did this. Local police and forest rangers kept assuring us that it was a bear attack, despite the clear evidence we kept giving them. In the end, we all decided that we would stay and finish the job that we started for old Sam. During the ride back from the forest, I began to talk away. So, those stories about werewolves, huh? What do you think about that now? To be honest, I was always pretty open-minded about stuff like that. Ain't there like millions of acres of forest in the world? Don't you think that somewhere there's some sort of mysterious thing? I replied to him, the only thing I'm sure of is we need to get this done so we can leave. Talking with A about that caused me to think about werewolves a bit too much. Call me crazy, but I decided to take a silver knife to work with me, just to be sure. The next day was our last day in those woods. When the sun started to set, that is when the growling started. C quickly took charge and said that we were finished and that we were leaving. Now stay close and move fast, guys. If you see anything, yell. I brought a rifle just in case. We were practically running, my heart jumping around in my chest. I could not stop thinking about what happened to Sam, and I did not want that to happen to me. Just as we reached the road where we parked our cars and trucks, there was a loud growling sound coming from behind us. Then we heard the snap of a broken stick. I turned around and saw him between the trees, a few yards away. There was something standing on two legs. I thought it was a person at first, but they were bigger, and the body was much more muscular, and it only took a second to realize it was covered in fur and had a canine-shaped head. I especially noticed the long arms with clawed hands. I stood stock still, just like the rest of the guys, until it ran towards us. I was still frozen in shock when B slapped me in the face. "Come on, man, wake up. We need to go." I quickly woke up from my trance, and we ran towards B's car, but whatever that thing was, it was faster. Something grabbed me by the leg. I yelled in pain and fell, thinking, this is it. This is how I die. But then I remembered the silver knife I had brought with me. In the blink of an eye, I pulled it out and stabbed at the thing. When it made contact, I heard a whimper, and the thing ran off back into the forest. Maybe I was in the clear, but before long, I passed out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital with bandages on my leg and in a heck of a lot of pain. A nurse said I was lucky to be alive, explaining that my leg had been deeply cut. I then asked what happened. Of course, I was told the bear had come back and attacked us. All I could say was, it was not a bear. And when she asked what I meant, I couldn't really explain, because you don't go telling random people you think that a werewolf tried to kill you. We never did have to go back to that road. It was finished without any incidents by a different crew. But the people who did come to bring down the cement, I heard, said that they had heard howls from time to time. Be me, I am a scout leader. I was around 27-ish years old when this happened. I was just trying to find myself and religion, etc. I decided to go to the Ute tribe, since hell, the Native Americans are well known for spirit quests, and I already had a friend from the tribe. It should be said that this is set sometime in the late 70s. I am an avid outdoorsman, / in a woods kind of guy, so I also bring along a 1903 Springfield in 3006 and some 38 revolver. I keep the 1903 Springfield in my truck, but I gotta keep that thing on me, so I stow the 38 revolver in my pants. I meet up with a local tribe and get introduced for a friend. I get to know a couple of the head tribesmen and medicine men who conduct the rituals and help with spirit quests. After a while, I asked to join them for a sweat lodge / peyote session. Since I've gotten in cool with them, they decide to agree. I have to drive and follow the tribe to some religious / sacred ground where they have set up a sweat lodge area. As I stated before, I keep the rifle in the car, but bring along the revolver in my pants. As per the custom, I remove my shirt and shoes, but keep my pants on. They begin the ritual, and everything is going okay. The head tribesman there begins chanting and telling native stories and legends of the tribe. I start to hallucinate to the stories, but I am staying semi-coherent. After a while, a howl breaks the air, and the head tribesman grows quiet. The men listen in and hear large steps approaching the tent. Soon, vicious snarling and growling can be heard. The head tribesman starts praying loudly in native and starts encouraging the others to do the same. Another howl is heard, and this time it's behind me. I quickly produce the .48 and snap around to shoot the creature. I hear a howl of pain before a large paw slashes open the tent. Shortly after, movement can be heard of the creature running away from the tent. I see a large, patchy-haired creature with a small bloody gash in its side from the bullet. Now, the head tribesman is urging everyone to move towards the vehicles that they came in. I rush back to my truck and retrieve the rifle. I turn quickly to see the rest of the tribes also producing firearms from the car. They all start running after the Dogman creature, popping off random shots towards it. The Dogman is now rushing towards a wooded creek bed, and while it does, I try to place at least one good shot in. I steady myself and level the rifle center mass at the Dogman, and I pull the trigger as calmly as I can. We all hear another howl of pain as it just makes it into the woods. Our group decides to keep booking it towards the creature, and eventually we make it to the wooded creek bed.
Upon reaching the creek bed, we all notice 1. We can no longer hear its loud footsteps. 2. The tracks end as soon as it hits the creek. And 3. It is almost impossible to see. After re-evaluating possibly getting eaten, we decide to stay grouped up, guns at the ready, and slowly start moving up and down the creek, looking for tracks on either side, and cannot find any. We quickly all realize it could not have made it any farther down the creek without us being able to see it once we got to the creek. We all decide to quit the search and head back to our vehicles. Shortly after, the tribe did not allow anyone near this part of the reservation. That face when I shot this thing with 30-06 and it did not go down. The head tribesman also stated that it could not have been a hallucination as everyone saw it and peyote is not powerful enough. So, that was the time my scoutmaster encountered a dogman. Is he common in the cryptids of Utah/Ute natives? Hey X, I don't really know what the procedure is on this board, but I just had a fucking scary experience happen to me and my mates. I'm from K, by the way. If you guys don't know, there is a long-time tradition in northern Michigan called polar bearing. It is pretty much just camping in a dugout snow cave or tent in the middle of winter. Me and my friends went up to Gaylord, I know, stupid name for a city, to hike/camp in the forest. We are all major shitheads and brought our AR-15s, various handguns, and my one buddy's Saga he had just bought. Our plan was to hike to the campsite and then go shooting varmints later in the day. We got to the trailhead and got our shit ready for a hike. There was no one else on the sign-up sheet for staying the night, so we were all pretty happy. We hiked in for a few miles until we found the campsite. The place was a fucking wreck, shit and trash thrown everywhere. We were pissed at the previous hikers for leaving such a mess. After we finished cleaning the campsite, we split into groups to go find small game. I went with my buddy, Dakota. He had the Meme Gun 2000 to try and track down small critters. This might be the time to tell you, I had a 22 on me for red squirrels. They are some tasty buggers. We start walking through the buds until my buddy finds some prints in the snow and mud. They were a bunch of coyote tracks, but I thought they looked a bit weird as the paw was too big, and the spaces separating them were a bit off. Dakota did not care that much about specifics, and all he cared about was bagging a few coyotes. Later that evening, it was getting dark, and I wanted to go back to camp. We did not have MVGs or any of that fancy shit, so the chances of getting something was minuscule. I had been getting bad vibes all day because of all the black squirrels that I saw. They are major bad luck, and if you kill them, you supposedly get cursed. I digress. My buddy Dakota wants to stay out longer, and he and I bicker until we hear a familiar yipping. Coyotes. Dakota gets his stupid fucking shotgun and shoots the slug where the yipping was coming from. I scream at him to stop because we had not even seen the little buggers, yet alone had the time to aim at one. I turn on the spotlight I had brought, aka giant ass head flashlight, and start surveying the forest. I see a coyote in the edge of the opposite tree line, but it's a bit odd. For one, it didn't bolt when it hears the shotgun, and it was on its hind legs. The thing was standing up, and on closer inspection was way larger than a coyote. My friend shot at it, but it just ran as he fired. It fucking ran, like on two legs. We were super freaked at this point, and booked it to the camp. As we ran, we heard it howling, and almost pissed ourselves. We made it back to the camp, and told the rest of our friends what we saw, and that we needed to book it out of there. They laughed at us, and told us that we had too much to drink. We kept on trying to get them to leave, but all they did was laugh at us, until my friend Kyle saw it. It was at the edge of the campfire light, just watching us. Kyle was having none of it, and shot the fucker with his Glock. Wrong move. That just seemed to piss it off, and it started screeching and ran out of sight. All of us are scared out of our minds by now. We did not even pack. We just grab our rifles and start heading for the trailhead. We haul ass, but whatever that thing was, it was fast. We heard it coming from behind us. I was taking up the rear and swiveled just as the thing was 5 feet away from me. I unloaded my entire mag into the thing and it dropped. I had already soiled myself at this point, and I started running as fast as I could with the rest of my friends. We heard more of the howling the rest of the way, but never saw another one of those things. We made it to the car, and once I got cell signal, I called 911 and told them what happened. The operator just thought I was drunk, so my buddies go to the nearest ranger station and tell them what had happened. They say some shit like we ran into some starving coyotes. That was no coyote. They let us stay until dawn and then take us back to our camp in a Kubota. On the way, we find my spent brass and a shit ton of blood. They say I must have hit one, no shit, and the others dragged its body away to eat. Our camp is a total loss, shit thrown everywhere. Rangers help us clean up, and still insist it was coyotes. Just got back at 6 o'clock and have no idea what to think about this. Isn't the Michigan Dogman a known cryptid?